Welcome to Estine, a sprawling metropolis where the heights of opulence and the depths of human suffering exist side by side. Yet, our tale doesn't start within those gilded marble palaces or the grand estates of the nobility. It begins deep within the city's most decrepit, shadowed corners. Here dwells a man known as Lao Hai Lao, a blustery, boastful figure who spends his waking hours bellowing about magical prowess that he, in reality, doesn't possess. To the weary residents of the slums, the man is nothing more than a pathetic, delusional fraud. He constantly claims to be a powerful, high-ranking magician, but the truth is far bleaker. He can barely muster enough energy to cast a single, pathetic one-star spell. He struts through the grime-streaked streets with a laughable air of false grandeur, puffing out his chest and desperately trying to snag the attention of anyone foolish enough to lend an ear to his tall tales. His temper is every bit as brittle as his fragile ego. He absolutely cannot handle it when local children catch on to his flimsy illusions and poke fun at him, and the moment they try to pull a prank, his frustration boils over into a violent, sputtering rage. Yet, amidst that sea of mocking gazes, one pair of eyes watches him with a strangely detached focus. It's a young boy with stark white hair, carrying an air of maturity that feels completely out of place for his age. His name is Derek. Though he looks like just another destitute orphan struggling to survive in the slums, Derek is hiding an impossible secret. He is a soul that was thrust here from another world entirely. Strangely, he chose to shadow this old fraud to learn magic, not out of any genuine respect, and certainly not out of affection. Their entire connection was forged under the flickering, weak light of a campfire on biting, freezing nights, built solely on cold, mutual convenience. Lao Hai Lao simply craved a disciple to follow him around, someone to feed his wounded vanity and validate his pathetic lies. Derek, conversely, only wanted access to knowledge. To him, any scrap of magical theory or technical understanding, no matter how insignificant it seemed to others, was a treasure worth its weight in gold. As the relentless passage of time pushed them forward, the harsh seasons began to shift. Winter's biting snow thawed into the wet breath of spring, and all the while, Derek soaked up every meager lesson like a dry sponge in the rain. Then, during one routine solitary training session buried deep within the forest, the status quo finally shattered. Under the skeptical, watchful gaze of the old man, a faint blue aura began to shimmer around Derek. He ignored the stinging sweat dripping into his eyes and the crushing exhaustion in his limbs, pouring every ounce of his focus into the core of his being. It was finally clicking. Mana wasn't just some abstract theory anymore, it was a tangible part of his very existence. Lao Hai Lao stood frozen, his mouth agape in disbelief, struggling to process the impossible. Had this ragged child just mastered the flow of mana entirely on his own? Shock and profound doubt warred in the old man's mind, but Derek's expression remained terrifyingly sharp. His eyes ignited with a piercing, blood-red intensity that cut through the silence like a jagged blade, and the very air around him began to hum with a restless, surging energy. With a calm, terrifyingly deliberate motion, he reached out his hand. There was no trickery here, no sleight of hand, and no cheap, flickering illusion. This was the raw, unfiltered manifestation of true power. A concentrated spear of vibrant blue energy erupted from his palm, slicing through the stagnant forest air with a sharp, high-pitched whistle. The projectile struck home with brutal precision, burying itself deep into the thick trunk of an ancient tree with a concussive, shuddering force. A thunderous crack echoed through the clearing, leaving the woods deathly quiet. The sheer magnitude of the magic displayed here went far beyond anything they could have anticipated. A heavy, suffocating silence settled over the clearing, though both of them stared at the smoking impact site for drastically different reasons. Derek knew in his gut that this was merely the first step on a much longer road. Meanwhile, the old man's face was slick with cold, nervous sweat. For the very first time, he felt a genuine, gnawing fear toward the boy he had always looked down upon as a mere subordinate. And so, Derek soldiered on, spending an entire year lingering by the old man's side, diligently absorbing the basics while burying the true, terrifying depth of his own potential. He ran menial errands. He took on the dirtiest, most degrading tasks and endured constant, biting insults. Finally, through sheer grit, he officially attained the rank of a one-star mage. Lao Hai Lao, perhaps desperate to protect his own crumbling pride, constantly droned on about the supposed superiority of the highborn. He would frequently boast that children of noble blood could often reach the 3-star rank before they even hit adulthood. Don't get it into your head that you're someone special. The old man would mutter with a sneer while Derek picked at a piece of stale, dry bread. A gutter snipe like you will spend your entire, miserable life fruitlessly chasing what the nobility receives as a simple birthright. You'll never manage to break through the 2-star wall, the old man preached relentlessly, obsessed with the supposed sanctity of bloodlines. To him, magic was a gift reserved only for the elite, bestowed solely by birth. To any observer, Derek's backbreaking efforts looked like a futile, pathetic struggle against a predetermined fate. Derek simply listened in stony silence, realizing that in those bitter, condescending words, he was looking at the ugly reflection of everything the old man had failed to achieve in his own life. The old man continued to prattle on about insurmountable walls, completely oblivious to the fact that this very night would be the beginning of an inevitable end. The night air hung heavy and long. Derek sat beside Lao Hai Lao, watching in silence as the man who had first opened the door to magic for him slowly withered away. Crushed under the weight of his own unending failures, the old man finally fell. A torrential rain began to hammer down on Estein, flooding the gutters, but no amount of water could wash away the lingering sensation that everything in Derek's life was about to fundamentally shift. When morning broke and Derek returned to their makeshift shelter, he was greeted by a brutal, cold reality. The old man was dead. His corpse lay stiff and motionless against the damp, freezing floor, completely stripped of the arrogant facade that had defined his life. Derek noticed the dark, ugly bruises mottling his skin, evidence that he had been beaten mercilessly until his very final breath. A truly pathetic end amidst the unforgiving misery of the slums. Without shedding a single tear, Derek retrieved a rusted shovel and began to dig into the hardened earth. It was the final service he could offer the man who had, in his own flawed and misguided way, been his first guide in this strange new world. He hauled the body through the relentless, freezing downpour and buried him, effectively slamming the door on a chapter of his life that had kept him lurking in the shadows, leaving only a simple, weathered wooden cross to mark the grave. Later, Derek discovered the truth. The old man hadn't been caught because of greed, but because he was trying to pilfer a 2-star spellbook from a warehouse, desperate to pass it on to Derek. No one in the slums could fathom why a broken-down, washed-up mage would risk his neck for such a thing. But Derek understood perfectly. The old man had tried to grant him the one opportunity he himself had never been given. In that fleeting moment of profound solitude and revelation, a vibrant blue interface shimmered into existence before Derek's eyes. A mysterious magical system had unfolded, chiming to notify him that he had successfully unlocked the core, fundamental knowledge of magic. His mind raced back to the old man's tiresome lectures about bloodlines and noble destinies, the arrogant belief that one's fate was locked from the moment of birth. But Derek saw the reality through a different lens. He possessed no noble blood, mostly because he wasn't even a native to this strange kingdom. He was an anomaly, an outsider armed with a unique, hidden system, and he was ready to shatter every single law this kingdom held dear. The years bled into one another, and while Estein remained stagnant and trapped in its own decay, Derek was no longer that lost, helpless boy who had once scavenged the streets for scraps of information. It was then that he crossed paths with Katia Flemmert, a woman who carried herself with a chilling authority and a gaze that never wavered. Her arrival would serve as the true catalyst for his journey as a genuine mage. Katia Flemmert was once the esteemed lady of the fallen House Flemmert, a noble viscount line that had been utterly reduced to ruin. Born into nobility and possessing the rare talent of a 3-star mage, her reputation was legendary. Countless mercenary outfits hungered to recruit her for their own gain. During her stint in Estein, Katia opted to take on high-stakes contracts through the Belden Mercenary Corps, the very same organization where a young Derek had signed on to survive. Under her rigorous tutelage, he finally grasped what it actually meant to wield real power. She didn't just teach him technique. She hammered in the kind of ironclad discipline required to endure in a world that held commoners in nothing but pure contempt. Inside the cramped, boisterous atmosphere of the Belden Tavern, where mercenaries gathered to drown their sorrows and brag about their latest kills, the air was thick with palpable tension and quiet ambition. Katia studied Derek with a calculating intensity before speaking. It is entirely natural for a mage to hunger for advancement, and you, Derek, possess the raw talent required to actually achieve it. Her words were a rare acknowledgement of his hard work, but her warning remained sharp as a blade. Unbridled, excessive greed would only act as his own undoing. A true mage had to intimately understand their own limitations before even thinking about surpassing them, or they risked being consumed by their own chaotic energy. I understand. I'll keep that firmly in mind, Derek replied, his voice steady and calm. His eyes, however, burned with a cold, unrelenting determination. The look of a man who had already witnessed exactly how ugly things got when someone lost control. Close your eyes, Katia commanded. Reach out and feel your mana. It was finally time to deepen his connection to the volatile energy coursing through his veins. She instructed him to search for the source where that energy was born, teaching him how it circulated and how to channel it into reality through nothing but the sheer force of his own will. Derek sank inward, detaching from the noise of the room and letting his mana flow without restraint. A vibrant, pulsating blue aura flared to life around him, clearly demonstrating the staggering intensity of his latent power. As she watched the fluid, rhythmic movement of his energy, even Katia found herself unable to mask her profound astonishment. Deep within his core, he holds an incredibly vast reserve of innate mana. His control over this energy is remarkably stable, a testament to the grueling, relentless training he has endured to sharpen his craft. Derek snapped his eyes open, his gaze burning with a newfound, steely resolve. He had outgrown the title of a mere apprentice. His mana had transformed into something far more dangerous. A finely honed weapon, a constant potent force coiled tightly and waiting for the precise moment to show the world what he could really do. Katia fixed her eyes on him, her expression unreadable. As a seasoned 3-star mage, her instincts were screaming at her. What she had just witnessed was far beyond the capabilities of a commoner student. A slum-born apprentice, yet capable of that? Before she could process the thought, a thunderous, bone-shaking boom rocked the foundation of the Belden Tavern. The sound erupted like a localized explosion, violently shattering the quiet, drowsy afternoon. Patrons and mercenaries alike dove for cover, faces pale with sudden panic. What in the hell was that? Someone shouted, while others scrambled, yelling, Are we under attack? Get out there and see what's happening. The tavern dissolved into absolute chaos. Derek fought to keep his composure, though he couldn't hide the thin beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He knew exactly what had caused that unnatural, ringing sound. Katia, however, reacted instantly. She reached out with lightning speed, her hand clamping down firmly around Derek's wrist. Caught off guard by her sudden, iron-like grip, he could barely choke out a breathless, Master! Her gaze, however, was razor-sharp and brooked no room for hesitation. Not a word, Katia hissed, her voice low, cold, and commanding. Just follow me. Derek caught on immediately. They needed to vanish before the investigators started poking around and asking the wrong kinds of questions. Outside, the clamor grew louder as guards and startled passers-by swarmed the street. Search the perimeter, one of them barked. I'm telling you, it was an explosion. As the commotion spilled out and began to infect the streets of Belstein, Katia navigated Derek through a labyrinth of narrow, darkened alleys, quickly putting as much distance as possible between them and the escalating turmoil. The only noise remaining in the stillness was the frantic, rhythmic tapping of their footsteps against the stone. Still disoriented and feeling the weight of the situation, Derek followed without a single word of protest. Even so, flickers of uncertainty burned in his crimson eyes. When they finally skidded to a stop in a tucked-away, secluded corner, he tried again. Master, what just happened? Katia pivoted to face him, her expression hardening into a level of gravity he had never encountered before. Derek, she said, her voice dropping to a heavy, serious register. Listen to every word I'm about to say. Derek simply nodded, bracing himself. He understood that he had slipped up, or at the very least, he had pushed his boundaries in a way that risked exposing his true potential. The atmosphere between them grew thick, charged with a palpable tension. As you're well aware, she began. The nobility is fanatical about protecting their privileges, Katia explained, her eyes searching his. And in this world, magic is the ultimate privilege of all. They don't take kindly to commoners who dare to master it. To put it bluntly, among ordinary folk, reaching the 3-star rank is unheard of. The entire structure of our world is designed to hoard power within a tiny, elite circle, she continued. It's built for the rare commoner who manages to sacrifice their entire life to the pursuit of study. She stepped closer, locking eyes with him again. But what you just pulled off so casually, that was a 2-star illusion spell, an auditory hallucination. And you didn't just stumble through it. You executed it with absolute precision. That was exactly why this was so dangerous. Standing there, the system quietly pinged, notifying Derek of his latest achievement. At just 14 years old, he had officially ascended to the rank of a 2-star mage, having mastered an advanced technique that, for most people, would require decades of grueling practice to even attempt. From that day forward, Katia journeyed alongside him. She didn't just teach him the complexities of spells. She groomed him, instilling the etiquette and the refined, calculating manners of the high-born society she had once called home. She became his gateway into a world that was strictly off-limits to someone like him. But a year later, his apprenticeship reached its natural conclusion, and the time for Katia to move on had arrived. She had been headhunted by a powerful household, and her belongings were already packed and waiting by a carriage. She had been appointed as a private tutor for the prestigious county of Dlur. It was a family of such immense influence that even the Grand Duke in the capital treated them with deference, an opportunity she simply couldn't turn down. Katia glanced at her student one final time, her eyes a complex mix of pride and a lingering, quiet melancholy. She knew that Derek's journey was destined to be both brilliant and incredibly perilous, but she could no longer be the one to guide his steps. Securing a position as a magic tutor for a high-ranking noble family was a rare blessing, especially for someone hailing from a fallen house. With a final, gentle farewell, she took her leave. She left him alone in Evilstein. As a parting gift, she handed him a scroll containing a 2-star spellbook. Immediately, Derek's system logged the acquisition, registering the new data into his repertoire. A versatile list of combat, transformation, and summoning spells now expanded his arsenal. He retreated into the solitude of his room, shutting the door behind him. He dove into the book with a laser-like focus that bordered on obsessive. From this point on, his growth was entirely in his own hands, relying solely on his ability to digest, analyze, and master this new knowledge. Another year drifted by. Now he was 16. Derek had independently mastered 2 additional 2-star spells. The boy from the slums was truly a memory. In his place stood a hardened, self-sufficient young mage, with a sharp, determined glint in his eyes and a maturity that far outstripped his age. He braced himself to step out into the wide, unforgiving world. Inside the bustling, dimly lit Belden Tavern, Jaden, the boisterous leader of the Belden Mercenary Corps, stepped toward him. Jaden looked at Derek with a level of excitement he rarely displayed. "How about it, kid?" Jaden asked, his voice booming with enthusiasm. "For once, we've actually landed a decent request." The rugged, broad-shouldered man leaned in, revealing the details. "It's from House Duplin, straight from the Grand Duchy." He grinned, clearly impressed by the sheer weight of the client. "Do you have any idea what that means for us?" Derek just looked at him, his expression skeptical. "Duplin? That Duplin." Derek let the weight of the name sink in. A family of that stature didn't hire a low-level mercenary band without having a hidden agenda. Why on earth would a family like that hire people like us? Jaden simply waved off the concern, his mind already fixated on what mattered most to a mercenary: the payout. "Hey, idiot, are you kidding me?" He chuckled, his eyes glinting greedily at the thought of the payday. "It's Duplin. They toss gold around like it's tap water." He insisted that this was the golden opportunity to finally build high-level connections. If they could just pull this off, the doors to high society might finally swing open for the Belden Corps. Still, Derek remained entirely unmoved. "So what exactly is the job?" Derek asked, adjusting his cloak. "Nothing crazy," Jaden assured him with a casual shrug. "They just want us to subdue a few stray monsters hanging around the outskirts of the Grand Duke's territory." Derek's eyes narrowed slightly. "That's it. Noble missions were never that straightforward." "Of course," Jaden replied. "Do you honestly think a house like that would go back on their word?" Derek remained silent, deep in thought. It didn't add up. Why would a family as powerful as Duplin delegate a job like this to a small-time mercenary group? His instincts were screaming that there was something foul lurking beneath the surface. "I'm not interested. Find someone else," Derek said firmly, turning his back and heading toward the exit. He had zero intention of risking his neck for a mission that smelled like a trap. Frustrated and clearly alarmed, Jaden called after him. "Just take the damn job." Derek shot back coldly over his shoulder. "You know perfectly well that I don't touch shady work." For Derek, discretion and personal safety were non-negotiable, and this mission offered neither. Jaden let out a frustrated shout. "If I could find anyone else, believe me, I would." Then, he dropped the real reason for his desperation. The client specifically requested a mage, and Mages in the mercenary world are practically extinct. You're the only one I've got. That's why I came to you. Derek paused, his hand on the doorframe. Why in the world would they need a specialist like a mage just to clear out some low-level monsters? Either way, he was done. He had no desire to get tangled in some noble's complicated mess. But Jaden knew exactly which nerve to press. In a world where survival was a daily struggle, there was one argument that rarely failed. The payment. 1 gold coin, Jaden murmured, his gaze sharp and expectant. And that's just the advance, not even the full payout. The sheer mention of that sum made Derek freeze in his tracks. With that kind of money, he could fund his research and experiments for months. He eyed the coin sitting in Jaden's palm. It was an absurd amount of money for what was supposedly a simple monster-clearing mission. His suspicion grew, but so did the crushing weight of necessity. The scale began to tip. Meanwhile, in a tucked-away corner of the tavern, the clients were growing impatient. A dispatch officer, sporting a monocle and radiating an air of insufferable aristocratic arrogance, kept watch. He surveyed the scene with open, blatant disdain. Standing right beside him was a woman with a face as stern and unreadable as stone. Between them sat a young lady, completely hidden beneath a heavy, deep blue hood. Only a faint, enigmatic smile touched her lips, while a golden rose brooch pinned to her chest signaled her clear, high-ranking noble status. It was obvious to anyone looking. She was the one truly in charge. Jaden brought Derek forward to meet the visitors. Derek, show some respect. These are your clients, he whispered, desperately trying to smooth over the tension. The officer with the monocle looked Derek up and down, his nose wrinkling in visible, utter disgust. Absolutely not, the officer declared, his voice sharp enough to cut glass. He was clearly offended. A child? He hasn't even come of age yet. He had heard rumors that Jaden's crew had earned some merit during the Dong War, but sending a mere boy on such a vital mission felt like a deliberate insult. I can't believe you'd even try to present someone like this to us. Jaden scrambled to defend him. Sir, you don't understand. This kid is the real deal. He's the best mage I've ever worked with. He sent a frantic look to Derek, hoping the boy would show a hint of his hidden power to win them over. But the officer wasn't buying it. We're leaving. This is not a task we'll entrust to a child. He turned on his heel, ready to cancel the entire mission on the spot. Derek stood there, watching the scene unfold with a calm, icy indifference. The officer's expression curdled further, his irritation morphing into overt annoyance. The woman standing beside him murmured a few words, clearly attempting to soothe his ruffled feathers, but his wounded pride was too deep. He simply couldn't fathom or accept that a commoner, and such a young one at that, could possess talents that measured up to the lofty, exclusionary standards of the Grand Duchy. The air grew thick and heavy with the suffocating weight of his prejudice. Yet, standing in stark contrast to the officer's arrogant bluster, the mysterious young lady tucked beneath the deep blue hood observed Derek with a sharp, piercing intensity. She was looking past the surface, sensing something the others had completely missed. She saw the hidden depths of his latent power and a level of composure far too steady for a common mercenary. In that singular moment, she became absolutely convinced. They had finally tracked down the right person for their mission. With a voice as soft as velvet yet commanding enough to instantly hush the room, she stepped in to finalize the agreement. Derek, let's talk, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Soon after, Derek and Jaden found themselves traveling toward the sprawling, untamed outskirts of the Grand Duchy of Duplin. The landscape before them was vast, untamed, and majestic, a constant, silent reminder of the immense authority wielded by the family that had hired them for this mysterious, high-stakes task. The action began almost without warning. A goblin, lurking in the brush, was suddenly struck by a projectile of crackling blue energy and sent spiraling through the air. The sheer force of the impact made it clear to anyone watching. Derek was no ordinary hedge mage. His crimson eyes grew cold and sharp with an icy, tactical determination as he read the flow of the battlefield. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in his movements. Every spell he wove was executed with lethal, surgical precision. Moving with a surprising, fluid agility that belied his calm demeanor, Derek wove through the ranks of his enemies. One goblin's head was severed in a single, clean sweep, dark blood spraying into the air. As the young mage proved, he was just as formidable in close-quarter skirmishes as he was at a distance. Without any warning, another goblin lunged from the shadows behind him, roaring with feral fury as it swung a heavy, rusted axe. But Derek seemed to possess a sixth sense. as if he had eyes in the back of his head. His expression didn't flicker. He remained disturbingly calm even as the threat loomed directly over him. Without so much as a flinch, he blocked the brutal blow and transitioned immediately into a counterstrike of ruthless speed. The goblin barely had a split second to process its impending demise before it fell to the earth. Defeated by the young mercenary's merciless, clockwork efficiency, Derek stood motionless among the growing pile of bodies, bathed in a chilling, unnatural calm. Despite his tender years, he radiated an aura of raw power and seasoned experience that felt decades older than his physical frame. Watching the carnage from a safe distance, the dispatch officer could do nothing but gape in stunned, open-mouthed shock. Surrounded by the grisly corpses of the monsters, Derek extended his hand, releasing a violent, crackling surge of electricity that rippled across the ground, instantly vaporizing any remaining resistance in the area. The final, shrill screams of the goblins faded into an eerie, heavy silence as he stood victorious at the heart of the chaos. "It's finished," Derek announced with a flat, level tone, showing not even a bead of sweat or a trace of fatigue from the intense slaughter. He turned back toward his clients, his face splattered with fresh blood while his demeanor remained entirely undisturbed. The dispatch officer, the stern woman, and the mysterious hooded girl all stared at him in wide-eyed astonishment. "Oh, excellent," the officer muttered, scrambling to regain the shattered remnants of his aristocratic pride. The terrifying speed and brutality with which Derek had decimated the area had completely blown past all his expectations. Beneath the folds of her blue hood, the young lady watched Derek with a hidden, knowing smile, a look filled with genuine fascination. He wiped them all out in such a short amount of time, she thought, realizing with a thrill that she had discovered someone truly exceptional hidden away in this remote, forgotten corner of the world. Back at the Belden Tavern, the atmosphere had undergone a total transformation. The usual, heavy tension of mercenary life had given way to an excited buzz, and one topic dominated every conversation: Derek's shocking success. Pauline, a notoriously strong-willed mercenary, was seething. "So, you've finally become a noble's pet dog, Derek?" she shouted, clearly feeling deeply betrayed by his choice to take a contract from House Duplin. Jaden made a half-hearted attempt to calm her down, but Pauline was beyond reasoning. "No matter how much we struggle as commoners, we should never degrade ourselves to being a noble's errand boy," she declared, climbing up onto a table, her wounded pride spilling out in a torrent of bitterness. She rounded on Jaden, snapping, "Derek didn't bother telling you how much they're paying, did he? How many coins did they toss his way to get him to throw away his honor and crawl at a noble's feet?" Jaden awkwardly tried to clarify that crawling at anyone's feet was never a clause in their contract. "What? 1 silver?" Pauline scoffed, assuming Derek had sold his soul for a pittance. Jaden raised a hand slowly, deliberately spreading his fingers wide, a teasing glint in his eye as he waited for her to hazard a guess at the real fortune. He couldn't help but suppress a smug, satisfied grin while she continued her tirade. He knew the actual figure was astronomically higher than she could ever imagine, and he savored the moment of her confusion before dropping the bomb. 1 gold. Pauline shrieked when the truth hit her. Her expression shifted instantly. The raw rage on her face vanished, replaced by sheer, wide-eyed shock, and her gaze began to glow with the exact same greedy hunger Jaden had displayed earlier. Her entire demeanor did a complete, jarring 180. "Then please sign me up. Let me crawl at their feet too," she pleaded, her voice thick with newfound enthusiasm. Jaden barked at her to shut it, insisting that she wasn't part of the deal. Throughout the entire spectacle, Derek watched on with a look of profound, detached boredom. Night descended over Evilstein, casting long, encroaching shadows over the city and its many hidden secrets. The celebratory noise raged on inside the tavern, but for Derek, the real work hadn't even begun. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about those clients just didn't add up. Pauline lay sprawled across the table, finally drained of energy after her outburst. "So, what was the job actually about?" someone asked, while Derek enjoyed a rare, quiet moment to himself. His mind was already turning over every piece of evidence, dissecting the encounter. "It was nothing special," he replied with a casual shrug. "We cleared out a few goblins, and that was it." Jaden nodded along, but Derek dropped an observation that immediately grabbed his attention. Their first impression was a disaster. They played the part of wealthy elites, but they were lying through their teeth. "Seriously?" Jaden asked, caught off guard. Derek broke it down with cold, flawless logic. The supposed dispatch officer was looking for someone with youth and social finesse, yet he possessed neither. A true aristocrat would never act with such amateurish, clumsy exaggeration. And that wasn't the only red flag. The woman pretending to be a simple kitchen assistant? Her hands were far too soft and unblemished for anyone who works for a living. None of them are who they claim to be. As Derek revisited every detail in his memory, he braced himself for the inevitable collision with the truth. He pictured the woman's hands again, delicate, unscarred, and completely untouched by honest toil. That alone was enough to cement his suspicions. Yet, she had handled the payment with a natural, practiced authority that only came from someone used to holding power. And the officer, his every gesture and spoken line felt like a stiff, poorly rehearsed script. Derek knew he was wading into a den of lies, but his analytical mind was already 3 steps ahead, mapping out his next moves. His crimson eyes glinted with a mix of genuine curiosity and deep-seated caution. In this world, knowing too much could prove just as fatal as being completely ignorant. For now, he decided it was safer to play the part he'd been given. Jaden noticed his pensive, sharp expression and offered his usual pragmatic brand of wisdom. "We're mercenaries, Derek. We don't get paid to play detective with our clients. We do the job, we take the payout, and we move on. That's how it works." Derek processed the words carefully. Jaden was no idiot. He understood the reality of their profession better than anyone. Prying into things you don't understand usually brings trouble that no amount of gold can fix. After a long beat, Derek gave a slow, silent nod. "You're right. Evilstein and its surrounding wilderness were savage lands. In this lawless jungle, survival and profit far outweighed the value of some noble's petty secrets. As long as the gold coins kept flowing, everything else was secondary." The following day, beneath a clear, sprawling sky, the party trekked back toward the lands belonging to the Grand Duchy of Dublin. The scenery was imposing, but danger lurked behind every ancient, gnarled tree in the forest. The monster-clearing mission was officially underway. Before long, the task was finished, and Derek walked calmly among the goblin carcasses. His cool, collected poise stood in jarring contrast to the bloody brutality of the fight. "It's done," he informed the clients. "The goblins won't be returning here for a long time." His sheer efficiency was honestly terrifying. Jaden approached with a wide, triumphant grin, while the dispatch officer scanned the perimeter with a look that blended awe with palpable relief. "Well done," the noble murmured. Jaden, ever the pragmatist, immediately brought up the subject of their remaining payment. Money was the only adhesive holding this fragile, suspicious alliance together. The officer produced 2 gleaming gold coins from his robes. Under the harsh glare of the midday sun, their luster seemed almost hypnotic to the watching mercenaries. It was a generous, if not outright excessive reward for what was supposed to be a simple, routine patrol task, which only managed to drive Derek's suspicions even deeper. Jaden nearly lost his composure in his excitement. "Derek, look at this. 2 gold coins. 2! He shouted, shaking Derek by the shoulders. "With this much gold, we could finally—" Derek calmly signaled for him to lower his voice. They needed to have a serious, professional conversation with their clients. The dispatch officer cleared his throat, forcing himself to regain his haughty, aristocratic composure. He knew they had struck gold with this young man, and he had absolutely no intention of letting Derek slip through his fingers. The atmosphere shifted, turning tense and heavy. "Derek, I truly value your unique abilities," the official stated, his eyes locking onto the young man's. "I would like to entrust you with a new, more important request. Would that be acceptable?" The proposal caught both Derek and Jaden entirely off guard. Jaden, in particular, had never expected such a direct, personal offer. He stood there, listening intently, his hands still resting on Derek's shoulders, while the young mage carefully weighed the gravity of the official's words. They were both acutely aware that a personal mission for House Duplin could be either the golden ticket of a lifetime or a death sentence cleverly disguised as opportunity. For the first time, a flicker of genuine, burning interest sparked in Derek's eyes. Then, the official named the price, and for the 2 mercenaries, time itself seemed to freeze. "For this specific request, the Grand Duchy is prepared to pay 15 gold coins. Will you accept?" he asked, knowing full well that such an offer was impossible for anyone from the slums to reject. Everything now hinged on Derek's final decision. With a look of steely determination, fully cognizant of the immense risks this path entailed, Derek answered with a single, resolute word. Yes, the contract was sealed. What began in the dark, rainy shadows of Evilstein was about to enter a new chapter. A carriage rattled along the winding, lonely road, carrying Derek toward one of the most powerful and influential estates in the entire kingdom. The journey had been arduous, but the real, life-altering trial was only just beginning. Rising before them was the towering, majestic Duplin residence, the beating, cold heart of the Grand Duchy. Its sprawling architecture was a silent, imposing proclamation of absolute wealth and iron-fisted authority, designed to intimidate anyone who dared approach its gates. Hax, the seasoned captain of the Belden mercenaries, couldn't help but feel completely dwarfed by the sheer opulence of the estate, while Derek remained stoic, displaying a composure far beyond his years. They had been summoned to this place of power, yet the true intent behind the invitation remained shrouded in mystery. An elegantly dressed man, sporting a monocle and an air of impeccable refinement, stepped forward to greet them. His voice was polite and measured, yet it carried an unmistakable weight of authority. He introduced himself simply as Delon. As the Grand Butler serving directly under the Duke of Duplin, he offered a brief apology for keeping his status hidden earlier, citing the sensitive nature of his duties. Hax visibly stiffened. He had never imagined that a figure of such high standing would personally come to receive a group of mercenaries. Derek, however, remained characteristically silent, his eyes scanning the grand hall as he methodically analyzed their surroundings. A moment later, a stern yet graceful woman joined them, introducing herself as Katerina, the Duke's head maid. With the butler and the head maid now standing before them, the two pillars of the household's administration had arrived. Derek offered a respectful bow and introduced himself with professional formality. While Hax could barely process that individuals of this stature were here just to greet them, Derek was internally taken aback. He had been expecting to meet some low-level administrator or a minor official, not the highest-ranking staff in the entire estate. Whoever had orchestrated this summons had to be someone of extreme, high-level importance. The rhythmic, confident sound of approaching footsteps then drew everyone's attention toward the hallway. As someone else began to approach, the entire energy of the room shifted, growing heavier and more focused. Derek felt his senses sharpen, sensing instinctively that this was the real force behind their invitation. A figure swathed in a deep blue cloak rounded the corner and came to a halt right before them. Her posture was undeniably noble, and she moved with an effortless, fluid elegance that left Hax utterly speechless and rooted to the spot. Her long, dark hair caught the light as she moved, swaying gently. Her very presence commanded the space, pulling every single gaze toward her. Derek recognized her instantly. It was the same woman he had encountered before, a presence whose beauty and hidden power were impossible to ignore. She identified herself as Aisling Elner Duplin, the eldest daughter of the house. Without the slightest hesitation, she laid out a proposal that caught them completely off guard. She wanted Derek to serve as the personal magic tutor for her younger sister, Dyla. A cold shiver raced down Derek's spine. His entire goal had been to operate from the shadows and remain unnoticed, yet here he was, being asked to instruct a noble in the very craft he had spent so long concealing. Meanwhile, deep inside the heart of the mansion, peace was a foreign concept. A volatile family conflict was on the verge of exploding within the Duke's private office. The heavy, ornate doors were slammed open with a violent crash, instantly shattering the suffocating silence of the room. Rick stormed inside, having completely abandoned all sense of protocol, loudly demanding that his father and brother, Valerian, finally address a mounting crisis that could no longer be swept under the rug. Duke Duplin slowly looked up from his stacks of documents, his expression darkened by irritation at the interruption. He ordered Rick to compose himself and act with the dignity required of his status, but Rick refused to back down. He gestured toward a maid who was huddled on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Rick shouted that the one who actually needed to learn about dignity was Dyla, who had once again viciously mistreated the household staff he had personally hired. The maid couldn't catch her breath, her face a mask of absolute fear and raw humiliation. As another victim of the young lady's unchecked malice, Valerian, the blonde brother, tried to cool the temperature, calmly urging Rick to lower his voice since they were in the middle of a serious, high-stakes discussion. But Rick had reached his limit and no longer cared for appearances. He revealed that over 10 servants had tendered their resignations in the last month alone because of Dyla, who wreaked havoc on everything she touched without ever facing the slightest repercussion. Finally, his temper snapped, and he exploded at his father, demanding to know how much longer he planned to turn a blind eye to the behavior of his own bully of a daughter. The tension in the office became stifling, reaching a breaking point that even the Duke couldn't ignore. Valerian lost his composure as well, barking at Rick to cease his outburst. The Duke's office had rapidly transformed into a bitter, verbal battlefield between a father and his sons. With a glare as cold as winter, Valerian commanded his brother to fall silent and vacate the room immediately. The air was thick with a tension so palpable it felt like it could choke them. Rick stood motionless for a heartbeat, but a look of burning frustration scorched his eyes. He found it impossible to accept that his family would continue to ignore the wake of destruction their younger sister left behind. He argued that even if Dyla was a total failure, they still had Icilian to uphold the family's honor. Then, his tone turning severe, he suggested the unthinkable, that Dyla be sent away to a remote location. His patience had finally run dry. Duke Duplin's eyes flared with sudden, intense fury as he sharply reminded Rick that he was not the one who held the power to make such decisions in this household. Rick held his ground, insisting that he had already commissioned the butler to investigate a monastery, proposing that Dyla dedicate herself to religious service before she completely shattered the Duplin reputation. With that, the Duke finally exploded, his restraint giving way to a sudden, savage burst of violence. He lunged forward, grabbed Rick by his hair, and slammed his head with brutal force against the heavy wooden desk. The sickening sound of the impact echoed sharply through the room. It was a terrifying reminder of where the true authority in this house resided. Leaning over his wounded son, his expression monstrous, the Duke repeated that those kinds of choices were not Rick's to make. The room was saturated with a sense of pure dread. Although blood trickled down Rick's forehead, he clenched his jaw, his voice a low, defiant murmur as he warned that the day would come when his father would be forced to decide, whether he wanted to or not. His spirit remained unbroken. The Duke remained impassive, radiating a chilling, heartless detachment only a man of his immense power could maintain. Meanwhile, just outside the office, Aceline walked calmly beside Derek through elegant, quiet quarters that stood in jarring contrast to the brutal violence playing out just behind the doors. She turned to him, casually asking if he had ever heard of her younger sister, Dyla. Derek replied in a measured, calm tone that he had seen her name listed in the official Duplin family records. He knew enough to recognize that heavy secrets remained buried behind these mansion walls. Aceline sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy, explaining that Dyla was not well known to the public for a very specific reason. She had been kept out of sight by design. At that moment, the grand doors of the hall swung open, pulling them both into the center of the scene unfolding inside. Derek's fate was suddenly and inextricably intertwined with the family's internal chaos. Valerian looked toward the door, visibly startled to see his sister accompanied by an unknown stranger. As Rick discreetly dabbed at the blood on his face in an attempt to mask his humiliation, Valerian greeted Aceline with forced politeness, struggling to maintain a mask of normalcy in front of their guest as he asked about her time away in Evilstein. Aceline responded with a practiced, diplomatic smile, assuring him that she had resided comfortably while under their care. Even so, her eyes rapidly scanned the room, absorbing the underlying tension while noting Derek's observant, sharp gaze. Valerian hastily tried to brush it off, suggesting that Rick had suffered a minor accident and that they should speak at a more convenient time. It was a desperate, transparent attempt to hide the reality of their father's brutality. Derek stood silent and still, his red eyes analyzing every single detail. He was catching the scent of the lies and the bitter resentment hanging in the air. He was far from an average boy. A heavy, suffocating silence descended as Valerian and Rick scrutinized the young man Aceline had brought home, their stares filled with suspicion. Derek's pupils narrowed as he realized the truth. He had stepped right into a den of wolves, a place where domestic violence was an everyday occurrence. He didn't overlook the maid still sobbing in the background. It served as a harsh, constant reminder of the physical danger that lurked within these opulent walls. Even so, his focus snapped back to the center of the room when the Duke's mere presence demanded total silence. Derek waited with an unwavering, icy calm, fully prepared for whatever this formal meeting would bring. Becoming the family's magic tutor would only be the very first step of his true mission. Duke Duplin began the conversation by expressing his relief that Aceline had remained safe and healthy during her extended stay in Evilstein. Derek remained motionless and silent, his senses heightened as he carefully scrutinized the heavy atmosphere of the office and the subtle, telltale shifts in posture among the people gathered there. Aceline stepped forward to formally present Derek to her father, introducing him as the magic tutor she had personally selected to take full control of Dyla's wayward education. The Duke turned his attention to Derek, raking him over with an analytical, deeply skeptical gaze. It was as if he were trying to strip away the young man's calm, carefully cultivated exterior to uncover the true, raw substance hiding underneath. Aceline offered a polite, graceful curtsy and excused herself, assuming her father had pressing matters to attend to. She exited the room, leaving Derek behind to navigate the intense, private interview alone. Just as Derek began to turn and withdraw from the room, the Duke's sharp voice commanded him to stay put. The young mercenary froze. He was now standing entirely alone, face to face with one of the most feared and powerful nobles in the entire kingdom. Derek kept his facial expression locked in an impassive, unreadable mask, patiently waiting for the Duke to make the first move. Streams of late afternoon sunlight filtered through the massive office windows, casting long, stark beams across the polished hardwood floor, while the silence that stretched between them grew increasingly heavy and deliberate. The Duke didn't say a word, instead returning his attention to his writing for a long moment, intentionally allowing the oppressive, suffocating quiet to weigh down on the young man before him. Finally, he snapped the silence by asking Derek's age, his voice dripping with doubt. Did the boy really expect him to believe that someone who had barely seen 16 winters could possibly serve as a competent tutor? Derek confirmed his age with a short, clipped answer, remaining completely unmoved by the Duke's probing, condescending tone. When the Duke pivoted to question the depth of his magical prowess, Derek attempted to play it safe, claiming that he possessed nothing more than a fundamental, first-level understanding of the craft. That answer drew a sharp, dry chuckle from the Duke, a sudden reaction that immediately sent Derek's internal alarms ringing. With a calm, dangerous intensity, the Duke told him there was no need to waste his time with lies, noting that false humility wasn't always a virtue, especially when you were standing in the presence of someone who could see right through your facade. Derek locked eyes with the older man, realizing in a heartbeat that his usual, careful social maneuvers were going to be utterly useless in this room. He could feel the overwhelming, suffocating pressure of the mana radiating from the Duke and finally understood that playing the modest student in front of a 5-star mage was a fool's errand. The Duke, seeing Derek's realization, accepted his unspoken apology with a nod, remarking that possessing far too much talent could be a curse that consumes a person if it wasn't held in check by the proper discipline. After observing him a moment longer, the Duke noted that neither Derek's youth nor his simple attire matched the expectations one would have for a high-end magic tutor. Derek responded with a spark of quiet, grounded pride. He was a mercenary, a survivor who had been forced to carve his own brutal path through the world, far removed from the pampered halls of the grand academies. But because Aceline had chosen to place her trust in him, the Duke decided he had heard enough, granting him leave to enter the annex where Dyla was confined. He gestured for a nearby maid to lead the way, but just before turning to leave, Derek paused, requesting one final, important word with the patriarch. Intrigued by the boy's unexpected audacity, the Duke leaned back and signaled for him to continue. Derek reiterated his own personal code. As a mercenary, once he swore his blade to a contract, his sole priority was to see it through to the bitter end, no matter what the cost. His entire mission was to ensure that Dyla successfully learned enough magic to take her rightful, prestigious place in high society as a true Duplin. The Duke's patience began to fray, and he asked why Derek felt the need to state what was already blindingly obvious to everyone in the room. Meeting the noble's icy gaze with unwavering resolve, Derek explained that his persistence was necessary to justify the sincere, serious request he was about to make of the Grand Duke of Duplin himself. The Duke watched him, a mixture of raw curiosity and deep-seated suspicion in his eyes. It was unheard of for a common mercenary to dare make a request during their first audience. Far away in another wing of the sprawling mansion, the sharp, violent sound of glass shattering echoed through the desolate annex halls. A maid let out a choked scream of terror as a porcelain plate sailed through the air, exploding into 1,000 jagged shards against the stone wall. Chaos had fully descended upon the chambers of the second daughter. Trembling violently, the servant girl fell to her knees, frantically begging for mercy from Lady Dyla. The young noble's silhouette stood sharp against the light, watching the display of fear with cold, absolute disdain. With a cruel, cutting indifference, Dyla ordered the servant to vanish from her sight, snarling that the next piece of tableware would be thrown directly at her face if she didn't leave instantly. In a totally different wing of the massive residence, the atmosphere was hauntingly tranquil. A single cup of tea sat steaming on a small table, the calm centerpiece for a serious conversation. Aceline sat across from Hax, the captain of the mercenary corps. He looked troubled by her decision and couldn't help but ask why. Out of all the seasoned candidates available, she had chosen someone like Derek for such a volatile job. With a weary, resigned expression, Aceline confessed that she had already tried hiring almost every renowned magic instructor on the continent. Yet not one of them had been able to endure Dyla's temperament for more than a handful of days. Hax countered, explaining that while Derek might appear to have the background of a mere street rat, he possessed strangely refined manners because he had been mentored by a fallen noble who taught him the rigid etiquette of the upper class. Aceline admitted that she had found him to be both kind and remarkably polished, despite his rough profession. She held onto the hope that he might guide Dyla with the necessary patience and grace. Hax let out a sharp, cynical laugh at her naivety, warning her that it was a grave mistake to judge a man by his outward appearance. Derek had grown up in the gutters and had been fighting for his life as a mercenary since he was a small child. Those who crawled out of the mud didn't survive on kindness alone. "There is a deep, necessary darkness within that boy," he warned. Aceline listened in complete silence, a shadow of realization crossing her face. She was beginning to understand that Derek was not the gentle soul she had initially imagined him to be. Back in the present, Derek moved through the dimly lit, labyrinthine corridors of the annex, feeling the Duke's unseen servants tracking his every move. He knew he was walking straight into hostile territory. He came to a stop before the massive, intimidating double doors that led to Dyla's personal chambers, keenly aware that whatever waited on the other side would push his patience and his control to the absolute limit. With a sense of grim, steady resolve, he reached out his hand and knocked. The crisp, sharp sound of his knuckles hitting the wood echoed down the hallway, officially marking the start of his first day as the tutor for House Duplin. His face remained a picture of perfect, unnerving calm as he braced himself for whatever brand of madness the young noble might decide to unleash upon him. He gripped the handle and turned it with a firm, decisive motion. There was no going back now. He stepped inside, offering a greeting in a voice that was perfectly composed. Pale light from the window cast the girl's figure into stark relief. She sat with her back to him, wrapped in an unsettling, heavy silence. He introduced himself formally as Derek and politely asked if he might have permission to approach. The figure didn't flinch. Finally, Dyla spoke, her voice already sharp with an unearned, haughty authority as she commanded him to come closer. She still hadn't bothered to turn around, but her tone was a direct, visceral challenge. Derek stepped forward, his boots quiet on the rug, feeling the suffocating tension coiled in the room like a snake. With every step, he was drawing nearer to the eye of the storm. A wicked, malicious smile tugged at the corner of Dyla's lips. In her twisted view, this new tutor was nothing more than another plaything to be broken and discarded for her own amusement. Driven by her own crushing boredom, she acted without a second's hesitation, flinging the contents of her teacup directly into his face. It was her way of saying hello and establishing her dominance before the lesson had even begun. The tea ran down Derek's chin and soaked into his collar, yet his expression remained frozen, cold, and utterly unchanged, as if the insult were nothing more than a minor annoyance. Dyla burst into a fit of mocking, shrill laughter, feigning an exaggerated sense of pity for the terrible state of her brand-new tutor. She sneers at him, her voice dripping with venomous disdain, as she compares him to a sewer rat that has somehow scurried into her private quarters. With a sharp, elegant motion, she rises from her seat, her eyes flashing with malice while she demands to know if he is truly the mercenary her butler spoke of, or merely some filthy stray animal that crawled out of the slums to scavenge for shelter. She stalks toward him, her movements fluid and careless, treating him less like a guest or a tutor and more like a cheap, disposable toy she's picked up to amuse herself for the afternoon. Without a shred of restraint, she lashes out with a reckless, violent shove, sending furniture skittering across the floor. Her pent-up fury manifests in a messy, destructive outburst, with her hands flying out to strike and topple anything unlucky enough to be within her reach. She doesn't even hesitate, snatching up a nearby bucket and dumping the entire contents straight onto him. As the water cascades down, she curls her lip, scoffing that being drenched in filthy, stagnant water is exactly the treatment someone of his wretched, low-born status deserves. Derek remains perfectly, unnervingly still. He doesn't flinch or cry out. He simply stands there in the heavy silence, water streaming off his chin and soaking into his clothes. His refusal to break, to beg, or even to wipe the water away only seems to feed her agitation. She lets out a frustrated, arrogant huff, complaining that she's run completely dry of water, disappointed that she no longer has a quick way to continue this petty humiliation. Cruelty is woven into her very nature. She inflicts pain as easily as she breathes, never once pausing to consider the weight of her actions. Through the wet, matted strands of his white hair, Derek's piercing red eyes begin to glow with a dangerous, focused intensity. There is absolutely no trace of submission in his expression, only a chilling, clinical observation. For one fleeting, heart-stopping second, Dyla feels a genuine prickle of fear, but her confusion instantly calcifies into a defensive, snarling fury because she realizes she has failed to break him. "How dare you look at me like that?" she shrieks, her voice cracking with indignation before she lunges forward to deliver a sharp, violent kick to his side. Her desperate need to assert dominance pushes her into a frenzy of physical aggression. Derek is knocked off balance by the force of the blow and falls to the ground. Yet even as he hits the floor, he doesn't let out a single grunt or sound of pain. Dyla looms over him, her chest heaving as she tries to convince herself that she is still the one in absolute, undisputed control. She mutters a string of ugly insults under her breath, her frustration mounting with every passing moment that his mental resilience refuses to crack. Holding onto her facade of noble superiority is becoming a struggle, and her annoyance is reaching a fever pitch. She pinches her nose with a look of pure disgust, once again mocking his lowly street origins as if the very air around him were poisoned. Hatred for those she deems beneath her is the only language she understands, and she clings to it to prop up her crumbling sense of authority. As Derek attempts to push himself back up, she ruthlessly hurls one of her shoes at him, striking him directly without a moment's hesitation. She is determined to strip away every last vestige of his dignity. Leaning back against the table with a posture of arrogant ease, she watches him with open, scorching contempt, waiting for the young mercenary to buckle under her constant, petty abuse. In her twisted worldview, he is nothing more than garbage that has had the misfortune of crossing her path. With a cynical, cruel smile, she orders him to remember his lowly place, mocking the ridiculous notion that a person like him could ever have something to teach a noblewoman of her stature. Meanwhile, deep within the quiet sanctuary of the Duke's private office, row upon row of books and heavy documents stand as silent, unblinking witnesses to the long-standing secrets and systemic violence that haunt the walls of this mansion. Duke Duplin stands motionless by the window, his gaze fixed on the distance. He is keenly aware that bringing Derek into this household is a dangerous, last-ditch gamble, a desperate measure meant to finally rein in the disastrous, uncontrollable behavior of his youngest daughter. His face is etched with deep lines of exhaustion, yet his stance carries an air of unyielding authority. In his mind, he replays the memory of the young man's cold, firm voice from their earlier private meeting. Derek had been blunt and uncompromising. His very presence in this house served as a stark admission that Lady Dyla's issues had spiraled far beyond the reach of conventional parenting. He had laid out a demand that seemed completely unheard of. He required absolute, unquestioned authority over Dyla's education. He had insisted that no one, not even the Duke himself, was to interfere with his methods, regardless of how radical or unconventional they might appear to be. The Duke had been deeply skeptical from the start, but with no other options left to save his daughter's future, he found himself forced to accept the proposal of the enigmatic, white-haired mercenary. Suddenly, the sharp, stinging crack of a slap echoes through the room, cutting through the silence like a blade. Derek's patience has finally run dry. His hand connects with Dyla's face, the force of the blow reverberating through the chamber and instantly shattering her composure. Her carefully maintained facade of superiority disintegrates in an instant. She collapses onto the floor, clutching her stinging cheek, the sheer shock of the impact hitting her harder than the physical pain of the strike. Derek calmly smooths out his glove, his movements measured and precise, a composure that is far more unsettling than any loud outburst. He stands over her, his tall frame casting a long, immovable shadow that seems to dominate every corner of the room. The silence that follows is thick and heavy, suffocatingly more intense than any scream could ever be. For the first time in her pampered life, Dyla is forced to face a person who isn't intimidated by her status, her name, or her temper tantrums. Her hand trembles against her hot, throbbing cheek, as the sting of humiliation cuts deeper than the physical pain ever could. Absolute, wide-eyed disbelief consumes her. Her mind is reeling, completely unable to process that a mere commoner has dared to cross the sacred, invisible line of nobility. Derek's cold, red-eyed gaze seems to pierce straight through to her soul as he delivers a command that is simple, final, and utterly impossible to ignore. "Stand up," he says, his voice flat and commanding. Inside this annex, the Duke's rules no longer hold any sway. From this moment forward, only the law of her new tutor exists. 3 years earlier, under a bright, clear sky, a younger Derek sat inside a carriage and posed a difficult question to his mentor, Keir Flemmert. What should you do when you are tasked with teaching a student who is so stubborn that they are incapable of appreciating kindness? Claudia Flemmert took a thoughtful moment to answer, her serene expression masking an ironclad will. She told him that she would first attempt to understand and accept the person. Even back then, Derek had been unconvinced. To him, the answer sounded far too naive and idealistic. "And what about the students who simply refuse to listen to reason?" he pressed, refusing to let the question go. Claudia smiled a mysterious, knowing smile. She explained that when traditional communication fails, a teacher must find an entirely different foundation to guide them back to the right path. Her expression grew dark, and her eyes burned with an intense, haunting light as she whispered, "That foundation is carving fear into the very depths of their being." Back in the present, Dyla Catherine Duplin remains frozen in a state of absolute, paralyzed shock. Her cheek is still radiating heat from the blow, a sensation she never in her wildest dreams imagined she would ever experience. Derek looks down at her with a face devoid of even a shred of pity, commanding her to rise and finally learn how to treat others with the respect they are owed. She tries to lash out, her hands shaking as she pushes against the floor, consumed by a boiling rage and intense humiliation. But he doesn't give her a single second to recover. With swift, clinical precision, he moves to suppress her defiance, cutting off her rebellion before she can even find the strength to act. "How dare you? A nobody like you!" she screams, her pride feeling mortally wounded by his audacity. Before she can finish, another sharp slap rings out across the room. Derek is not playing around. He came here with a very specific, serious mission, and he has no intention of tolerating even a hint of insolence from his new student. His red eyes glow with a lethal, warning intent, making it clear that he will not repeat his instructions again. From this moment on, respect is not a choice, it is a strict law. Despite the lingering pain, Dyla manages to force a malicious, twisted smile onto her face. She is convinced that she still holds the winning hand. She is sure that once the household staff hears of this outrageous assault, the tables will turn immediately. She begins to shriek for the grand butler, loudly accusing the commoner of physically assaulting a noblewoman. Delon rushes into the room, his face pale with sheer, unadulterated horror. He can hardly believe his own eyes, the young lady of the house, assaulted and humiliated in her own private chamber. He immediately steps forward to confront Derek, his voice trembling with threats. He demands to know what kind of madness this is and whether the mercenary can possibly provide any logical justification for such an unforgivable act. Without uttering a single word, Derek reaches to his belt and retrieves a worn piece of parchment. He holds it up calmly, revealing the official, unmistakable seal of the Grand Duke stamped boldly upon it. The document explicitly grants him absolute, total authority over Dyla's education, giving him full legal permission to employ any methods he deems necessary to get the job done. Delon goes deathly silent as he scans the paper. Cold sweat begins to bead on his forehead as the terrifying realization hits him. Derek is officially untouchable. Dyla watches in dazed disbelief as her entire world of privilege and protection crumbles around her. She finally understands that not even her own father intends to step in to shield her from this man. Night has fully descended over the mansion, yet the air is thick, and the tension only seems to grow more suffocating with every minute. Under the ghostly, pale glow of the full moon, the mansion corridors still vibrate with the lingering echoes of the conflict. Valerian, Dyla's brother, storms toward the room in a blind, uncontainable fury, having heard the news of what transpired. He kicks the doors open and storms into the chamber, his eyes wild as he demands to face the mercenary who dared to lay a hand on his sister. Derek remains seated with an air of absolute, unshakable calm, as if he had already perfectly anticipated the exact moment his visitor would arrive. His composure is so refined it borders on insulting, serving as the eerie, heavy silence that always precedes a violent storm. Valerian's composure shatters the moment he catches sight of Derek lingering near his sister. "How dare you lay a hand on Dyla?" he bellows, his voice cracking with rage. Thankfully, Rick steps in immediately, physically positioning himself between the two men in a desperate attempt to keep the situation from spiraling into total catastrophe. Derek, completely unruffled by the outburst, simply replies that every action he takes is backed by the explicit, written permission of His Excellency, the Grand Duke. His gaze is cold and steady, making it clear to everyone in the room that he is far from intimidated by the hot-headed displays of young nobility. Rick turns to his brother, his tone sharp as he reminds Valerian that Derek was brought here by Aceline and has the personal, ironclad approval of their father. Just think about what will happen to our eldest sister standing if you continue to act like this, he warns, his voice tight with concern. The warning lands, and Valerian eventually manages to wrestle his volatile temper under control. He curtly instructs Derek to follow him, while simultaneously barking an order at Rick to stay out of their business entirely. Derek obeys the command without a single word of protest, turning his back on the suffocating tension in the room. As they move to leave, Rick lingers for a moment to catch Derek's eye, offering a faint, weary smile. Dyla truly needed some sense knocked into her before she lost her mind completely, he whispers. And don't worry, Valerian won't actually go too far. Derek listens in silence, his mind already working to process the intricate, fractured family dynamics of the Duplin household. Even in the midst of this chaotic environment, there are members of the family who acknowledge the gravity of the young lady's erratic behavior. As they march down the long corridor, Rick exhales a breath of pure frustration, clearly struggling to understand the logic of the situation. He simply cannot fathom why Valerian remains so obsessed with protecting someone who seems fundamentally beyond redemption. In a shadowed corner of the hallway, a forgotten, dusty doll rests under a sliver of moonlight, a silent, mournful artifact of a childhood that has long since vanished. It serves as a grim reminder of the innocence Dyla seems to have shed somewhere along the way. Valerian leads Derek to a secluded, forgotten room and pauses, gesturing for him to step inside with a sudden, solemn gravity that contrasts sharply with the lavish opulence of the rest of the mansion. This was Dyla's room back when she lived in the main estate, Valerian explains, his voice low. It has been kept exactly as it was on the day she was exiled to the annex. Derek walks over to an easel where a single, unfinished painting sits abandoned. The canvas depicts a serene sunset hanging over a quiet, glass-like lake, a scene that reveals a depth to the girl he had not yet glimpsed. With a heavy note of melancholy, Valerian recounts the days when Dyla found true joy in nothing but her art. The memory of her once bright face, lighting up with pride whenever she showed him a completed sketch, still causes him visible pain. She used to be such an adorable child, but there had always been an unsettling pattern to her work. Dyla never actually finished her paintings, consistently leaving vast, empty spaces across the canvas. She would complete only the parts that interested her, a subtle, early warning sign of the perfectionism and volatile nature that would eventually define her. Lowering his gaze, Valerian offers a sincere apology for losing his cool back in the hallway. Derek dismisses the apology with a practical wave, his mind more focused on the reason for this visit. He asks plainly why he has been brought into this room, surrounded by nothing but layers of dust and the ghosts of half-finished dreams. Valerian admits that he brought him here simply to prove that his sister wasn't always the monster everyone sees today. Her obsessive, twisted fixation on blood purity and the sanctity of her noble lineage appeared almost overnight, as if born from a void, and it slowly began to rot her from the inside out. That same encroaching darkness is what ultimately forced the Duke's hand, leading him to cast her out of the main estate and confine her to the annex. Valerian confesses that even he doesn't know what caused such a drastic, horrifying change in her personality. While Derek browses through several old, leather-bound books stacked in the room, Valerian explains the crushing urgency of their current situation. If Dyla fails to master at least a basic one-star spell, her father will ship her off to a monastery without a second thought. Derek is her final, desperate hope to avoid that bleak future. Almost pleading, Valerian grips Derek's shoulders, begging him to find a way to save her. No matter what atrocity she has committed, she is still his flesh and blood, and he cannot bear the thought of seeing her banished for the rest of her life. As Derek idly flips through the pages of one of her old magic texts, a sudden detail catches his eye. "Wait a second," he murmurs, pausing his movements. The margins of the book are packed with dense, detailed notes written in her own hand. Dyla hadn't completely abandoned the study of magic as everyone had assumed. She had been quietly working in the shadows, struggling to grasp the complex theory all on her own. Derek holds up the book and asks if these are the theoretical texts from the School of Regulations. Valerian confirms they are, the fundamental, mandatory curriculum that every noble must master if they ever hope to wield true magic. Derek's red eyes glint with a sharp, renewed interest. Beneath the thick layers of arrogance and cruelty, a tiny, buried spark of determination still flickers within Dyla, and that is exactly the kind of tool he can use. The room remains decorated with melancholic landscapes, silent, crumbling witnesses to the profound loneliness of a girl who essentially no longer exists. Derek begins to construct a far more intricate and cold-blooded plan in his mind. With a swift, decisive snap, he closes the book. The time for polite introductions and sentimental stories about the past has reached its end. The real, grueling training is about to commence, and it certainly won't be a pleasant experience for the young lady. Accepting Valerian's request with a chilling, determined edge, Derek declares, "I'll give her a chance. The real lesson starts right now." Night deepens over the Duplin mansion, wrapping the entire estate in a heavy, ominous silence that feels almost suffocating. No one has any inkling of the scene that is about to unfold inside the young lady's private chambers. Dyla sleeps soundly in her luxurious bed, completely oblivious to the dark, predatory danger looming in the shadows of her own room. This is the very last moment of comfort she will experience for a very long time. Suddenly, the harsh, shattering crash of a bucket of water breaks the stillness. Derek has not come here with gentle words or patience, only the freezing, stinging bite of reality. Dyla jolts awake, gasping and drenched, her eyes wide with frantic shock. The freezing water steals the air from her lungs as she struggles to process the nightmare unfolding around her. Derek stands calmly by her bedside, holding the empty, dripping bucket with an expression of complete, utter boredom. "Are you seriously still trying to sleep right now?" he asks with biting sarcasm. Before she can even recover, he drags her out of the room and deep into the dense, black forest surrounding the estate. The oppressive darkness and the suffocating, unnatural silence of the woods only serve to amplify her growing terror. With a rough, unceremonious shove, he sends her sprawling onto the dirt. She falls to her knees, shivering uncontrollably from both the cold and a blinding, hot fury. Looking up at him with eyes burning with hate, she spits, "What do you think you're doing? What do you think this will change? Wake up from your delusions. Who do you think you are to touch me?" Derek just lets out a heavy, tired sigh, as if he were dealing with a particularly spoiled child. "You really don't listen, do you?" he whispers, leaning down until he is inches from her face, his expression twisted into a faint, deeply unsettling smile. "Want to hear something interesting? To be perfectly honest, I have absolutely no intention of teaching you how to use magic." His red eyes glow with a piercing, predatory light in the darkness, revealing his true, chilling intent. Dyla's heart seems to stop mid-beat. What did you just say?" she stammers, the air rushing out of her lungs as she realizes, for the first time, that she is in actual mortal danger. Derek spreads his arms wide, his face indifferent. "There is no reason for someone of my status to respect your noble name. This whole tutoring arrangement, it's just an excuse to hunt down and break arrogant nobles like you." Slowly, he begins to draw his sword from its scabbard. The sharp, metallic shriek of steel sliding against leather cuts through the night air, sounding exactly like a death sentence. "Do you have any idea how beautiful the screams of high-born nobility sound?" he asks, his voice thick with cold, calculated cruelty. Dyla scrambles backward through the thick grass, her body paralyzed by a primal, overwhelming fear. "Do you think you'll even survive after doing something like this?" She tries to threaten him, but her voice betrays her, trembling uncontrollably. Derek just laughs, a dry, humorless sound that cuts through the dark. "Survive? Of course. You're being sent to a monastery anyway. Who would ever believe a word you say? And if something serious were to happen, I could always just offer my own life as an apology for the mishap. A commoner's life isn't worth much, is it?" he mocks, mirroring her own hateful prejudice right back at her. With a twisted, terrifying grin, he suggests that he could just as easily vanish into the night after it's all over. "After all, I'd be doing the entire Duplin family a massive favor by removing their greatest headache once and for all." A wave of absolute, unadulterated panic crashes over Dyla. This wasn't a training session, it was a scheduled execution. "I'm going to die. He's actually going to kill me right here." Without looking back, she bolts into the thick, suffocating darkness of the forest, fueled by the desperate, clawing instinct that this is her only chance at survival. Derek stands perfectly still, watching her flee with the cold, patient gaze of a predator who knows he has already won. The real game of terror has only just begun. Dyla sprints wildly across the uneven terrain, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She knows that if she dares to head back across the open field, Derek will overtake her in a matter of seconds. Her only remaining hope is to lose him somewhere deep in the woods. If I can just make it to the trees, I'll be safe. Even as her heart hammers against her ribs in pure terror, Dyla's arrogance refuses to be extinguished. She tells herself that she knows these woods far better than any commoner could, and she begins plotting a path to circle back toward the mansion, ready to summon help and have this mad mercenary dealt with once and for all. When I get back, I'll have him executed for this, she thinks, clinging to that vengeful fantasy as her only shield. But then, a blinding flash of white-hot intensity and a wave of scorching heat suddenly tear through the tranquil night air. A massive, swirling sphere of pure, crackling fire manifests in the distance, momentarily banishing the forest's darkness and painting the trees in an aggressive, flickering light. Derek stands motionless in a small clearing ahead, his posture deceptively relaxed, with one hand held firmly in the air. He is channeling magical power far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary mercenary. Dyla skids to a halt, her eyes widening in absolute, paralyzing shock as the realization hits her. A fireball? She whispers, her voice barely audible as she recognizes the lethal spell. The fear she experienced just moments ago is nothing compared to this overwhelming dread. A fireball is a dangerous 2-star spell. How could a bastard like him possibly wield magic at that caliber? She realizes, with a sickening jolt, that she has disastrously underestimated the man she tried to bully. Derek wears a slow, predatory smile, clearly savoring the way his display of raw power has fed her growing terror. Without a flicker of hesitation, he hurls the blazing sphere forward. The fiery projectile lets out a low, menacing roar as it streaks through the air, hurtling directly toward her. Dyla can only stand frozen in horror as death rushes toward her. The violent orange flames reflect perfectly in her widening pupils, and for a terrifying second, the world seems to grind to a total halt. With a desperate, guttural scream, she throws her body to the ground, scrambling into the dirt in a frantic, ungraceful attempt to dodge the incoming blast. The massive fireball grazes past her, bathing the entire forest in a violent, pulsating orange glare. Then, boom, the projectile impacts the earth, and the resulting explosion is nothing short of devastating. A towering pillar of fire, smoke, and debris surges toward the canopy, the sheer force of the shockwave rattling the ground beneath her. Dyla lies sprawled in the mud, gasping for air and trembling violently as the echoes of the blast ring in her ears. The cold, hard shell of her arrogance has been completely shattered. The proud, untouchable noblewoman has vanished, replaced by a sobbing, terrified girl left vulnerable in the dark. Derek approaches her slowly, his red eyes glowing with an eerie, rhythmic light in the shadows. He offers a cruel, lopsided smile and remarks with maddening casualness, "Well, look at that. It seems I missed." The chapter draws to a close with Dyla staring up at him, the horrifying realization dawning on her that her nightmare has only just begun. Under the pale, looming gaze of the full moon, a new kind of hunt has commenced, one that will permanently alter the path of the young noble. Dyla scrambles up and begins to run again. Low-hanging branches whip at her face, tearing at her skin, while the jagged, uneven ground bruises her feet with every desperate stride. Fear is the only thing driving her forward now. Her breath comes in ragged, shallow gasps, and cold sweat plasters her hair to her forehead. She has never felt so utterly cornered, so completely helpless in her life. Crack, her foot catches on a thick, hidden root, and she loses her footing, crashing heavily into the damp, unforgiving earth. The polished elegance of her noble upbringing has completely evaporated. Now there is nothing left but the raw, desperate instinct for survival. A pained, broken cry escapes her lips as she struggles to regain her footing. She is physically drained, but her pursuer has no intention of granting her even a heartbeat of mercy. Suddenly, the air itself seems to split open. Luminous arrows formed from pure, crackling blue mana streak through the darkness, whistling through the night with terrifying pinpoint precision. Dyla's eyes snap open. A bolt of energy screams past her, coming so close that it singes the air inches from her face. She scrambles back to her feet, dodging and weaving on pure instinct as blast after blast of raw mana slams into the ground around her, kicking up sprays of dirt and bark. The mana is closing in, a chilling, constant reminder that she is not being chased by a simple tutor, but by a veteran warrior who knows exactly how to push her to her absolute limit. Derek steps calmly out from the gloom, walking with an insulting, relaxed pace. "You're actually pretty fast," he comments, his tone light and conversational. As if this were nothing more than a trivial game of tag, Dyla glares at him, her expression a toxic cocktail of pure hatred and bottomless terror. She cannot fathom that anyone would dare treat her with such casual cruelty. Despite the fire burning in her lungs, she forces herself to sprint again. She refuses to submit to this commoner who has dared to challenge her worldview. Derek watches her retreating figure with a sharp, steady gaze. For him, this isn't just a chase. It is a brutal life lesson being etched into her soul. Dyla's mind is spinning, trapped in a chaotic cycle of panic. How much longer can I possibly run? Is there any way out of this? Her lungs feel as though they are on fire with every ragged breath. Each inhale feels like she is swallowing hot embers. Derek's presence seems to be everywhere at once, an inescapable, looming shadow that refuses to let her go. He kneels down, pressing his palm firmly against the forest floor to channel his mana into the roots and soil. He doesn't even need to keep his eyes on her to know exactly where his prey is heading. The very darkness of the forest feels as though it is whispering her location to him. His red eyes glow with a predatory, intense light that seems to freeze the blood in her veins. This is the same forest she used to paint, Derek reflects silently. He is beginning to understand that Dyla is far more complex than just a spoiled, entitled brat. He remembers the details of one of her abandoned artworks, a landscape brimming with a raw, chaotic life that the rest of the world had simply dismissed as a failure. But Derek saw the truth in it. She feels mana in a raw, untamed way. He murmurs to himself. He has finally found the key to unlocking the young noble's true, hidden potential. Suddenly, with a desperate, guttural cry, Dyla makes one final, rebellious stand. She lunges at him, brandishing a heavy rock in her trembling hands, screaming with every ounce of rage she has bottled up inside. Derek doesn't even bother to blink. His hand moves to the hilt of his weapon. With a speed that the human eye can barely perceive, he draws his sword, clank. In one fluid, lethal motion, he deflects her desperate attack. The rock is sent spiraling away into the darkness, leaving Dyla completely disarmed. Utterly outmatched by her tutor's overwhelming skill, she stands frozen in the silence, her breath coming in jagged hitches as her pride lies shattered at her feet. In the heavy, suffocating silence that follows, the fierce, demonic mask she wore finally crumbles, revealing a deep vulnerability that marks the very beginning of her true transformation. Derek studies her, and for the first time, he cannot help but acknowledge her tenacity. "I'll admit," he says, his voice deep and steady, "your spirit is actually quite admirable." He knows it wasn't easy for her to find the courage to counterattack when she realized she couldn't outrun him. Dyla collapses to the forest floor. Her hands sink deep into the damp, cold earth as she struggles to draw a full breath. The physical exhaustion is severe, but it is the utter mental fatigue that is currently crushing her soul. Derek approaches her slowly, his footsteps deliberate and calm, his glowing red eyes catching the dim light of the forest. "You don't even have the strength left to run, do you?" he declares, his voice cutting through the air like a blade to signal that the game is officially over. With a precise, merciless motion, he points the tip of his sword directly at her throat. "Any last words?" he asks, creating an atmosphere so heavy it feels like a genuine execution under the moonlight. To his genuine surprise, Dyla lets out a small, sharp laugh, a sound that is bitter, laced with deep self-loathing and the very last remnants of her fragile pride. "Do you think I'm going to beg you for mercy?" she shouts, her wounded pride blazing in her eyes. She stares straight up at him, defiant to the end, and adds, "Unlike you low-born filth, I do not crawl. Just kill me." Derek falls silent for a long moment, watching her, before he asks the one question that cuts straight to the heart of her misery. "Why are you so obsessed with your lineage? Don't you want to know what's really hiding behind that mask of superiority?" The question hangs in the forest air, echoing around them. Dyla turns her back to him, but her shoulders tremble violently beneath the weight of a painful truth she has never dared to voice out loud. "Then what would I have left?" she asks, her voice cracking and broken. "If you take away my noble lineage, what else am I supposed to be?" The fake persona of the arrogant noble continues to disintegrate under Derek's relentless, piercing gaze. Years of bottled-up frustration finally erupt from within her. "Magic? Magic? Magic?" she repeats, the words sounding like a painful mantra as she hugs herself, feeling small, pathetic, and utterly defeated. Real, hot tears spill from her blue eyes, streaming down her cheeks. "Do you think I never tried?" She cries out toward the vast, uncaring sky, finally revealing the open wound of someone who gave everything she had, only to be told it was never enough. Derek keeps his eyes locked on her face, which is partially obscured by the shadow of her bangs. For the very first time, he isn't seeing the spoiled, vicious monster that everyone in the estate whispers about. Instead, he sees the girl underneath. "No matter how hard I push myself, it never works," she confesses, her voice thick with defeat as she sinks down into the tall grass. She is haunted by the terror of being discarded, by the crushing fear that if she cannot master the rigid arts of magic or painting, her entire life is rendered worthless. The tears continue to stream down her cheeks in a relentless tide. If even her prestigious noble blood is being called into question, what hope is left for someone who feels like an absolute failure in every single facet of her existence? Collapsed on her knees, physically exhausted and emotionally shattered, she lets out a fragile, desperate plea. "What am I?" She is clawing for an identity that exists far beyond the weight of her family titles and the crushing expectations placed upon her. Standing just a few paces away, Derek watches her in profound silence, his features partially veiled by the darkness of the trees. The critical turning point has finally arrived. His fingers tighten firmly around the hilt of his sword, and instantly, a brilliant, vibrant blue aura erupts from the steel, casting a mystical, piercing glow that illuminates the dark forest. Dyla lifts her eyes, struggling to focus through the blur of her tears, and watches in awe as that raw, untamed mana radiates from him with such effortless grace. "I've heard enough," Derek states, his voice ice-cold and echoing through the night. He raises his blade toward the vast, open sky, pulling an immense surge of power from the air beneath the light of the full moon. "Goodbye," he declares. Dyla squeezes her eyes shut, bracing her entire body for what she is certain will be a fatal, final strike. A sudden, blinding flash of light tears through the clearing, and a wave of mana surges outward in a violent, chaotic torrent. It is a raging storm of blue energy that seems powerful enough to consume everything in its path. Yet, instead of lashing out at her, the magic shifts. Towering, jagged crystals of magical ice explode upward from the forest floor, encircling Dyla completely and shielding her within this breathtaking, unprecedented display of power. Tears still falling, she hangs her head, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer, crushing intensity of Derek's magic. It is a force unlike anything she has ever known. Something pure that defies every rigid, stifling rule she was ever forced to memorize. Derek's sword strikes. It plunges into the core of a colossal mountain of ice that manifests from the earth in a heartbeat. The surrounding air snaps and freezes solid, leaving behind an atmosphere heavy with the weight of absolute, overwhelming power. Dyla lifts her tear-streaked face, blinded by the majesty of this raw, untamed strength. In the center of that freezing, crystalline brilliance, a realization dawns on her. The world of magic is infinitely broader and deeper than she had ever dared to dream. With a crisp, metallic click that echoes through the silence, Derek slides his sword back into its sheath. The suffocating tension of the confrontation dissolves, replaced by a strange, revealing calm in the moonlit forest. To her utter astonishment, Derek bows with perfect, refined courtesy. "Well done, Lady Dyla," he says with a serene expression. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness." The hunter has, in an instant, shifted back into the role of the mentor. Dyla stares at him, her face still marked by tear tracks and a faint, thin wound, completely unsettled by the sudden, heavy weight of his respect. "It might not be what the books call magic," Derek explains, his gaze intense and unwavering. "It was simply a raw manifestation of mana. But even so, you managed to reach it." Those simple words are the first true, honest acknowledgement she has received in years. A jagged, choked sob breaks through her lips. The floodgates of her long-held frustration burst open, and Dyla collapses into uncontrollable weeping, crying out with every ounce of her remaining strength. This isn't physical pain she's feeling. It is the long-overdue release of a lifetime of suppressed anguish. There in the clearing, cocooned by pillars of eternal ice under the gaze of a silent full moon, the proud lady of the duchy sobs like a small child while Derek stands by, waiting with infinite patience for her inner storm to pass. High above, the moon serves as a quiet witness to the end of an era of shadows and the birth of a new path she never thought was hers to walk. Derek drops to one knee before her, meeting her at eye level. That confirms it, he reveals quietly. You belong to the school of the wild. He introduces a concept entirely foreign to her, something never mentioned in her suffocating, rigid lessons. As he begins to carefully tend to and bandage her wounds, he explains that while most nobles are shackled to the school of regulations, her fundamental nature is entirely different. Trying to force yourself into those rules was your greatest mistake, he says. Dyla listens in stunned silence, processing his comparison. She has been trying to wear armor that simply doesn't fit, and that is exactly why she has failed at everything. How did you know? She asks, her voice trembling with a mixture of raw suspicion and blossoming hope. How could you possibly know I belonged to the school of the wild? No one had ever actually taken the time to truly observe her, let alone understand her. Derek meets her gaze directly. I looked at the paintings you created. I could feel the mana flowing through the nature you depicted, and you were the only one who actually captured it on canvas. The very works that others mocked were actually the key to your salvation. He explains that those born with a wild temperament often possess an innate ability to sense the world's energy from a very young age. Dyla is left completely speechless, her breath hitching in her chest. For the first time in her life, she feels truly seen. The confusion in her eyes is no longer fueled by self-hatred, but by profound astonishment. She realizes she isn't useless. She was simply walking the wrong path. That's enough for now. You should be able to walk, Derek says as he stands up, his tone returning to its signature, practical efficiency. Yet, something subtle has shifted between them, a new, unspoken understanding. He turns his back to her, effectively concluding the lesson for the night. He adds, You've successfully managed to manifest your mana, but the road ahead is long. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to draw it out naturally. He pauses for a heartbeat, his striking red eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The reform contract has taken its first real, successful step. Thank you. Dyla stammers the words, her cheeks flushing deep red with a strange blend of embarrassment and genuine gratitude. This is the first time she has ever offered sincere thanks to someone she doesn't perceive as her superior. Derek doesn't respond with words, but for a fleeting, blink and you miss it moment, his gaze softens. The Debilise has finally begun to change. Let's go, he orders simply. Dyla quickly scrambles to her feet and hurries to keep pace with him through the forest. Yes, wait, I'm coming with you, she calls out. Every trace of her earlier hostility has evaporated. As they walk back through the trees under the moonlight, the first light of dawn begins to touch the Duplin mansion. Golden sunlight filters through the grand, towering windows of the estate, signaling a day that feels entirely different from every one that came before. Dyla wakes early, sitting upright in her bed with a thoughtful, contemplative expression. The volatile fury of the night before has vanished, replaced by a budding, intense curiosity. She lifts her hand and focuses her mind. To her shock, tiny, shimmering specks of blue mana begin to materialize around her fingertips. They are responding directly to her will. She is actually doing it. Her eyes sharpen with newfound resolve. As she watches the magical phenomenon play out, she feels a mix of immense pride and wonder. For the very first time, the power feels like it genuinely belongs to her. This is difficult, she admits to herself, her voice soft. As the mana slowly fades away, she knows the road ahead won't be easy. But she is, for the first time, actually eager to walk it. Deep in the mansion's corridors, the servants are already deep into their daily routines. A young maid hurries along with a heavy bucket of water, desperately hoping to finish her chores before the young lady stirs. Suddenly, she trips, losing her footing just as Dyla steps out into the hallway. Pure panic washes over the maid's face when she realizes who is standing right in front of her. The bucket slips from her grip, and water splashes violently across the floorboards. It is a disaster that, in any other timeline, would have resulted in immediate tragedy for the servant. Dyla's expensive dress is soaked through, the water dripping off the silk. A heavy, suffocating silence grips the corridor as everyone waits for the inevitable explosion of blind rage. Lady Dyla, please, I am so sorry. The maid stammers, shaking violently, bracing herself for the usual physical punishment. Dyla simply looks at her with a cold, piercing gaze that freezes everyone in the hallway. The other servants hold their breath, waiting for the storm that always follows the young noble's fury. The maid collapses onto the floor, weeping and begging for forgiveness, declaring that her mistake is a sin worthy of death. But to the absolute shock of everyone present, Dyla simply says, "Watch where you're going." Her tone is dry and clipped, But for the first time, there is no malice and no violence behind her words. As she turns on her heel to walk away, the maid remains frozen on the floor, her mind spiraling in complete confusion. Her heart still hammers against her ribs as she struggles to process the moment. Why did she just walk away? Why wasn't there any violence, any explosion of rage? Nearby, the other servants huddle together, their eyes locked on Dyla's retreating back as they exchange frantic, hushed whispers about the bizarre encounter. Whispers ripple through the mansion. Everyone is questioning what exactly occurred during the dead of night. It has become painfully obvious to all of them that Devilis is fundamentally changed. The person they knew is gone, replaced by someone they barely recognize. Miles away from the mansion's mounting tension, Derek remains blissfully ignorant of the chaos, sound asleep in the quiet sanctuary of his room. The sheer physical and mental toll of the previous night has finally claimed him, dragging him into a deep, heavy slumber. Then bang! A series of thunderous, rhythmic knocks erupts against his bedroom door, rattling the frame. Derek! Derek! A sharp, authoritative voice cuts through the silence, jolting him out of his deep rest and instantly souring his mood. He pushes himself up into a sitting position, aggressively rubbing the sleep from his eyes as a wave of irritation washes over him. He lets out a sharp breath, wondering to himself, what is it now? Still struggling to shake off the grogginess of the early morning. He swings the door open to find Dyla standing there with an impatient scowl, the stoic butler hovering right behind her. You're going to teach me how to harness the mana I awakened, she demands, her chin tilted up defiantly. I tried to figure it out on my own, but absolutely nothing is happening. The butler, a man whose refined, monocled appearance usually masks any flicker of emotion, suddenly pales. His eyes widen in genuine shock as the reality sinks in. She actually manifested mana? A wave of uncharacteristic emotion surges in his chest, but Dyla isn't interested in his reaction. She is vibrating with impatience, refusing to waste another microsecond. You gave me your word that we'd start today, she insists, tapping her foot rhythmically. So quit stalling and let's get on with the lesson already. She punctuates her demand with a sharp, firm knock on the wooden door frame. From the shadows of his room, Derek emits a long, weary sigh. Come back in the afternoon, he replies flatly, his voice laced with exhaustion. He doesn't even wait for a response, simply pulling his blanket back over his shoulders and turning away, completely ignoring her relentless hovering. Beside her, the butler quickly dabs at his eyes with a handkerchief. He is deeply, profoundly moved, nearly overcome with joy that the young lady has finally begun to show an interest in the path of magic. Dyla clicks her tongue, her expression twisting into a mask of pure annoyance at his audacity. Who do you think you're making wait? She shouts, her frustration boiling over as she kicks the heavy wood of the door with all the power her legs can muster. Open this door right now and start the lesson. Derek doesn't even flinch. He simply sinks deeper into his mattress, his eyes drifting shut as a faint, tired smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Open the door? You absolute lunatic. Dyla's indignant voice rings out, echoing down the length of the hallway. The true education is only just beginning, though the air at the Duplin mansion feels heavy, altered by a strange, new energy that wasn't there before. Hard, purposeful footsteps ring out against the carpeted floorboards, moving with a rhythm that suggests a singular, focused intent. In the hidden corners of the hallways, the maids huddle in groups, rumors spreading like wildfire. They trade wide-eyed glances, murmuring that the fearsome Lady Dyla hasn't shattered a single piece of china all day long. But the news gets even more shocking. The rumor mill is spinning out of control. Lady Dyla has successfully awakened her magical abilities. A young man walking briskly through the corridor hears the hushed gossip and freezes dead in his tracks. It's Esric, the Duke's son. His brow furrows, and his expression darkens into a scowl as he hears the news about his sister's abrupt transformation. Wait, what did they just say? Suspicion begins to gnaw at him. Meanwhile, inside the sanctuary of the Duke's private office, the scratching of a quill against parchment is the only sound. Isolated from the frantic whispers circulating outside, Grand Duke Duplin sits, presiding over a tense meeting with his sons. The reports have been verified. He has grilled the butler and the servants personally. The awakening is not a rumor. It is a cold, hard fact. The Grand Duke lets out a long, shuddering sigh of relief, his shoulders slumping slightly as he removes his glasses. Finally, a glimmer of positive news after an endless string of chaos caused by his daughter. However, Richter, standing nearby, does not share even a fraction of his father's fragile optimism. With a glare as sharp as glass, he cautions them, warning that they shouldn't be so quick to draw grand conclusions from what might just be a fleeting spark of magic. For 72.3 FE 578. Your sister has finally tapped into her power. You should be praising her, not burying her in doubt. Another brother interjects, his tone clearly more hopeful and encouraged by the change. Your sister has awakened her magic. You should be praising her, another brother says, clearly more encouraged. The Grand Duke watches the back and forth between his sons in total silence, his eyes darting between them as he weighs the situation with clinical precision. Rick remains unmoved, his jaw set. He sternly reminds them of the trail of destruction Dyla has left in her wake, arguing that one small success shouldn't be enough to spare her from the inevitable exile to the convent. Faced with his eldest son's relentless coldness, the Grand Duke falls into a heavy, contemplative silence. His expression becomes an unreadable mask as he turns back to his paperwork. Far removed from the suffocating political tension, golden sunlight streams into the mansion's sprawling, manicured gardens. Inside her chambers, Dela O'Lantern Duplin looks nothing like the magical prodigy the servants are whispering about. She sits perched on the edge of her bed, her back turned stiffly to the room, clearly pouting. Derek, her tutor with his signature silver hair, watches her with a mixture of patience and amusement. Are you really going to sit there and pout again? He asks, his tone laced with a hint of irony. I'm not pouting. I am genuinely angry, she snaps back without turning around, her cheeks puffed out in a stubborn, childish display of defiance. Derek scratches his head, looking utterly exhausted. Acting like a spoiled child won't make the training any easier, Dyla, he warns, his voice low and steady. Dela insists, sticking to her strange, rigid logic. It isn't a pout. It is pure, unadulterated anger. Derek takes a step closer, his voice dropping into a calm, instructional tone. In this world, everything has a natural order. Your temper tantrum isn't going to make mastering magic any less of an uphill battle. I told you, I'm not pouting, she suddenly explodes, spinning around on the bed to glare at him with every ounce of fury her small frame can muster. Derek doesn't blink. He remains completely silent, anchoring her with a stare from his intense, piercing red eyes. That gaze alone is enough to make anyone falter. Under the weight of his unyielding stare, Dyla's resolve crumbles. She finally mutters, almost inaudibly, that maybe she is pouting a little bit. Though her pride is clearly stinging, Derek tightens his belt, his posture shifting, his tone turning serious. Before they move on to the next phase of the practice, he needs to make sure she understands the terrifying reality of the power now residing within her. Manifesting magic is only the first step. It doesn't mean she can wield it like a toy. Without the right control, that very same power could easily turn inward and destroy her. He speaks from experience, his voice dark with the weight of his own bitter past. Rest is just as vital as the act of learning, Derek states, before tacking on a reminder that she has other studies to attend to as well. Dyla, now thoroughly annoyed, mocks him, branding him a boring, stiff magic professor. The atmosphere in the room shifts in an instant. Derek's eyes darken, beginning to glow with a chilling, ominous crimson light. He leans in slightly, his voice dropping to a dangerous, cold whisper as he asks if she would prefer he teach her in a less stiff manner. A sudden, sharp chill races down Dyla's spine, the vivid memory of him hunting her down like a predator through the forest surfaces in her mind. A stark reminder not to underestimate the man standing before her. Intimidated and feeling the pressure, she quickly slumps into her seat, huffing out a small, defeated humph, as she tries to cling to what little pride she has left. Forget it. Though her cheeks are flushed a deep pink, a clear sign of her lingering nervousness, Derek pivots back to the practical lesson. He begins to demonstrate how to manifest mana directly into his palm. He assures her that once she grasps the fundamental basics, she'll be climbing to a 1-star level in no time. The School of the Wild is perfect for those who want to learn through their own instincts, he explains, his tone returning to a calm, professional level as he dances the shimmering blue energy across his fingertips. The magical glow flickers softly, casting light over their faces as he continues to break down the concept. He highlights how this specific path, the School of the Wild, offers a level of freedom that the suffocating, rigid school of regulations could never provide. There were no crushing lists of rules to bind her instincts, no tiny, cramped frameworks meant to stifle natural talent. Derek studies Dyla with a calm, disarming honesty, telling her that her untamed, free-spirited personality makes her the perfect candidate for the school of the wild. His words catch her completely off guard. He adds that beyond her wild nature, the bloodline of the Duplin family has gifted her with an overwhelming, raw talent, a power that simply needs the right guidance and direction under his watchful eye. Dyla sits in stunned silence, hanging onto every single word. It is the very first time in her entire life that someone has looked at her and genuinely praised her potential rather than fearing her. Instead of the usual criticism about her violent temper, a faint, embarrassed blush creeps across her face, and her eyes shimmer with a new, excited spark. "Are you actually being serious? I have talent." She whispers the words, a strange, warm sensation blooming in her chest at the compliment. Derek nods, confirming it without a single second of hesitation, conjuring an ice barrier that quickly was all the proof he needed of her innate ability. A bubbly, infectious excitement begins to take root inside her. She starts to wonder if, perhaps, she really is some kind of hidden genius. A bird lands on a branch in the garden, watching the two of them as their conversation turns more animated. Derek firmly insists that talent and genius aren't the same thing, but Dyla stubbornly argues they are exactly the same thing. From the shadows, at a distance, Rick watches his sister laughing and speaking so closely with her tutor. His expression twists into a mask of pure suspicion, his eyes narrowed with irritation at how close they have become. He clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. The sight of Dyla's genuine happiness around Derek stirs up a bitter, ugly emotion he doesn't want to admit to, a deep, burning envy, hidden beneath a thin, practiced layer of disdain. As the sun climbed over the horizon the following morning, the Duplin mansion bathed in a golden, radiant light. It was the start of a brand new day, but for the young lady of the house, it marked the beginning of an incredibly rigorous and exhausting training regime. Without so much as a polite knock or a moment's hesitation, Dyla stormed into Derek's quarters. "Derek, I've managed to manifest the magic, but I have absolutely no idea how to control where it's going," she shouted, her voice booming with an impatient intensity that showed she couldn't care less about basic manners or personal boundaries. The very next day, she interrupted his quiet breakfast with the same relentless fervor. She stood there, proudly, yet frustratedly, demonstrating the freezing, crackling energy she had summoned. She was quick to air her grievances, complaining that the physical sensation of the mana flowing through her body wasn't at all what she had imagined it would feel like. The harassment didn't stop at the breakfast table. It spilled out into the mansion's corridors. She pursued him through the halls, completely disregarding social protocol as she trailed him. The maids watched on, frozen in shock, as Dyla bombarded her tutor with a stream of questions about the bizarre, vibrating sensations she felt every time she tried to channel her mana. By the time evening rolled around, Derek had managed to find a rare moment of peace, settling beneath the shade of a tree to lose himself in his spellbooks. But his inseparable shadow was already closing in. "What do you think you're doing here all by yourself?" she demanded, crossing her arms. "I told you that you were supposed to stay near the annex." She accused him of being lazy, firmly convinced that her father had handed over those rare books so that Derek would work himself to the bone, not lounge around taking breaks. Derek didn't even look up at first, his expression remaining perfectly, infuriatingly stoic. "Exactly. My lord provided these texts specifically so I could analyze them thoroughly," he replied with a maddeningly cool demeanor, refusing to budge an inch. Before he knew what was happening, Dyla grabbed him by the arm and started dragging him along, refusing to accept his refusal. "I finally got the mana to flow just like you wanted, so quit stalling and take a look at it," she exclaimed, her voice thick with the desperation of someone who had become entirely dependent on her tutor's guidance. As the amber hues of sunset flooded into the grand hall, Rick stood motionless before a towering window. He was waiting with palpable anxiety for a meeting he felt was long overdue. Finally, the heavy doors groaned open, announcing that his guest had arrived. It was time for a tense showdown between Derek and the eldest Duplin son. Rick waited in the chamber, his mind swirling with thoughts of Dyla's fate and the impossible, startling transformation he had witnessed in her recently. As Derek stepped into the room, Rick immediately inquired if it was, in fact, Derek who had requested this private audience. They took their seats, the air between them heavy with unspoken weight. Rick, carefully maintaining his aristocratic mask, began to ask about his sister's recent progress, but Derek cut right through the formalities with his usual brutal honesty. "She has made significant strides," Derek stated plainly, But if you're looking for her to master one-star magic, she is still going to need a great deal more time and focused dedication. The atmosphere shifted from professional to ominous when Rick mentioned that their mother, Lady Miria, would be returning from her social circuit by next week. He leveled a cold, direct warning at the tutor. "My mother is not a woman to be trifled with," Rick said, his gaze hardening. "Especially when you consider how much the high nobility despises the idea of a commoner holding such a position of influence in our household." "I'll be sure to keep that in mind," Derek replied, completely unfazed by the threat, before bluntly asking for the real reason he had been summoned to this meeting. Rick fell into a heavy silence, staring off into the distance as the tension in the room thickened like fog. Rick stood up slowly, his movements solemn. He began to speak of the heavy burden he would eventually shoulder as the next head of the House of Duplin, placing a great deal of emphasis on the necessity of absolute honesty within their family. With a hint of dramatic flair, he lamented how incredibly difficult it was to truly understand the depths of the human heart, wishing with a naive sincerity that people's motives were simpler and more predictable. Derek, who had absolutely zero patience for these philosophical detours, cut him off mid-sentence with a sharp, impatient demand that he get straight to the point. At that moment, Rick's polished noble facade completely crumbled, exposing a raw, pathetic vulnerability that Derek was entirely unprepared for. "Dyla doesn't want to play with me anymore, Derek," he cried out, tears actually starting to well up in his eyes, revealing the desperate, overblown older brother complex he had been hiding. Derek stared at him, his face a mask of utter indifference and exhaustion. He couldn't help but wonder how, in all his years, he had ended up trapped in a room listening to such absurd, sentimental complaints. Rick began to reminisce about their childhood, painting a picture of the old Dyla as a celestial angel who had greeted him with the most genuine, angelic smiles. He seemed desperate, almost frantic, to regain the affection he felt he had lost. He leaned forward, begging Derek to share the magical secret to winning her favor back once and for all. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, Dyla was tearing through the corridors like a whirlwind, frantically searching for her tutor. She shouted his name at the top of her lungs, completely ignoring the maids who were making desperate, terrified attempts to get her to slow down. Back in the middle of this bizarre meeting, Rick confessed that he had been staying up deep into the night, learning how to sew rag dolls with the servants, all in a desperate attempt to please his little sister. With a look of misplaced, shining pride, he pulled out a hideously mangled doll that looked significantly more like a cursed, demonic object than a sweet gift. "Don't you think it's the spitting image of my dear Dyla?" he asked, looking at Derek with wide, hopeful eyes. Derek stared at the doll in absolute horror, looking at Rick as if he were staring at a dangerous psychopath. "Are you honestly trying to cast a curse on someone with that thing?" he asked, genuinely concerned for the state of Rick's mind. Rick burst into a fresh round of tears, pointing an accusing finger at Derek and sobbing that he was a man made of stone, completely incapable of grasping the complex and beautiful nuances of brotherly affection. Shortly after, the grand, imposing facade of the Duplin mansion was kissed by the light of a new day, but the false peace they had been enjoying was about to be shattered. Derek was finally escorted into the presence of a woman who exuded a truly overwhelming, suffocating aristocratic air. She greeted him with a polite, icy courtesy, claiming with a thin smile that she had already heard quite a lot about this capable new tutor. A calculating smile, laced with layers of hidden, sharp-edged intentions, curled her lips as she took her time, meticulously scrutinizing the commoner who had the audacity to educate her daughter. Lady Miria Duplin offered him a territorial gift, wrapping the bribe in thick layers of performative, high-society kindness and fully expecting him to drop to his knees in gratitude. But her smug smile vanished the exact second Derek responded with a chilling, cutting coldness. "I do not belong to any noble house," he stated flatly, his voice echoing in the grand room as he revealed his common origin, effectively challenging the entire foundation of their social order in a single breath. Miria froze, her eyes blinking in total, shell-shocked disbelief. What did you just say?" she whispered, clearly hoping she had misheard him, while Derek stood there without once lowering his gaze or showing a single flicker of hesitation. Derek repeated himself, his tone firm and icy enough to freeze the air in the room. "I am a commoner." There was no shame in his voice, only a stark, unapologetic declaration of the truth. Lady Miria's face contorted into a mask of pure, aristocratic horror and raw disgust. A commoner had dared to infiltrate her home and seize the position of her daughter's tutor. With those words, the chapter closed, signaling the start of an all-out social war. But to really understand how they arrived at this painfully uncomfortable and explosive moment, we have to rewind the clock. Exactly 1 week prior, we return to the day Derek first arrived at the Grand Duke's grand residence. His comrades in arms, the seasoned mercenaries who had traveled with him, stood by as they prepared to leave him behind at his new, strange post. Aceline of the Loner Duplins bade him a quiet, gentle farewell with a small smile. She had pressing matters elsewhere, and Evilstein trusted that Derek was more than capable of handling himself on his own. In this nest of vipers and nobles, Derek simply responded with a dry, emotionless understood. His reputation for coldness was already legendary, even as his friends prepared to abandon him in an environment that was completely foreign to his nature. Jaden, the veteran mercenary leader, gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, teasing him for being such a heartless robot and reminding him that they were entrusting him with a mission of great importance. Come on, man. Show a little more emotion. They told him to wrap it up and return as soon as possible, warning him that if Pauline found out he had stayed behind to do this, she would absolutely cause a massive, chaotic uproar. With the final "we're counting on you," the carriage pulled away, leaving Derek standing all alone in front of the massive, looming structure of the mansion. A lone wolf, stepping silently into a golden cage that was already teeming with refined, dangerous predators. As the carriage began to roll down the path, Aceline suddenly covered her mouth in genuine alarm. She had forgotten something absolutely crucial, a tiny detail that was likely to complicate Derek's life in a spectacular fashion. She had just remembered that the lady of the house was due to return the following week. Worse yet, she had completely forgotten to warn Derek about her. Jaden stared at her, utterly confused and failing to grasp the gravity of the drama. Is it really that necessary to warn him about a noblewoman? After all, Derek has faced far worse monsters than a noblewoman, hasn't he? Jaden asked. But he didn't know Miria. Aceline tried to explain, but she struggled to find the right words to describe the woman. My mother is... she's something else, she murmured, and the chilling memories of the lady of the house's volcanic, terrifying temper echoed in the air. You could almost hear the phantom sound of Miria's furious shouting from the past. Flash forward to the scene of the crime. Miria's furious footsteps thundered through the marble corridors. She was about to burst into her husband's office like a literal hurricane of aristocratic rage. Indignation, the goddess of wrath herself, stormed into the room. She was absolutely livid after discovering that a commoner had been installed as Dyla's magic tutor. To her, this was the single greatest disgrace to ever befall her family line. Grand Duke Duplin, maintaining a truly enviable level of calm without even lifting his eyes from his pile of paperwork, calmly asked her to lower her voice. He knew this would cause a stir, but he was a man who valued cold, hard results over the arbitrary purity of lineage. Miria refused to be calmed down. She reminded him that this involved Dyla, her own beloved youngest daughter. She simply could not accept that her child's education was being entrusted to a man who had spent his life wandering the world as a common mercenary. The Grand Duke slowly peels his glasses from his face, his expression clouded by the weariness of a circular, never-ending argument. While he is certainly not blind to his wife's deep-seated disdain for having a commoner in such a position of influence, he stands by his decision, anchored by the cold, practical reality that he simply had no other choice. He reminds her, his voice firm and unwavering, that every high-born tutor they hired in the past eventually threw in the towel, unable to handle Dyla's temperament. With the nobility having failed so spectacularly, he was forced to look outside their walls for a solution, a move that yielded an unexpectedly capable result. Finding a competent magic instructor in this day and age is a Herculean task, and he stresses that Derek's presence here is far from a mere accident. He adds that Derek was personally vetted and recommended by Aceline herself. Even so, Miria remains completely unmoved, her face etched with frustration as she presses a trembling hand against her forehead. She digs her heels in, insisting that a family of their immense prestige must uphold a certain standard of nobility. To her, it isn't just about raw talent. It is about the image they project to the rest of the world. She even pulls a backup plan from her sleeve. Her younger brother, Flamin, who had been too preoccupied to assist previously. Now that Dyla has finally manifested her magical power, the stakes have shifted, and Miria argues that she would trust her own bloodline over a stranger any day. The Grand Duke stares at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is she truly suggesting they strip a man who currently governs an entire territory of his duties just to demote him to a private tutor? Does she honestly believe that mismanaging the Evilstein territory wouldn't result in absolute disaster? Miria doesn't flinch. To her, the social circles of the nobility are not just games, they are a high-stakes battlefield. She truly believes that the politics of the Salon are just as volatile and vital as any of the duchy's active military frontiers. Her deepest, most nagging fear finally breaks the surface. Prestige. If Dyla makes her debut in high society with a commoner, a man without a name or house, as her mentor, Miria is certain her daughter will become the laughingstock of the entire aristocracy. The heavy tension in the room is suddenly shattered as the doors swing wide, interrupting their heated confrontation. A new figure strides in, attempting to mediate the brewing storm. Valerian. The handsome, golden-haired young man speaks in a soft, conciliatory tone, asking his mother to lower her voice and calm her nerves. He can only hope she hasn't traveled all this way just to pick a fight with his father, but Miria is in no mood to let the issue slide. She shoots a sharp glance at her son, insisting that the real issue isn't protocol, but whether this commoner mage actually has the goods to instruct Dyla. To her, it is a question of pure competence. The air in the room grows heavy enough to choke on. Every eye is drawn to the entrance as a new, shadowed figure looms in the doorway. The atmosphere turns frigid. It is Rick. Miria lights up, a mixture of relief and maternal pride washing over her. She fully expects her eldest son to dismantle the Grand Duke's logic and stand against the commoner tutor. Rick walks into the room with a cold, terrifyingly calculating composure. He concedes that, yes, having a commoner teach a noble is far from the norm, but he quickly pivots, adding that if the man truly possesses the necessary qualifications, perhaps the situation isn't as catastrophic as his mother claims. It sounds like a reasonable concession, but it is a trap. Rick immediately proposes that he personally test Derek's abilities, suggesting a high-stakes magical duel as the only way to settle his mother's burning doubts. It is a direct, dangerous challenge. The Grand Duke cuts him off instantly. Enough! His voice booms with authority. He assures them that Derek is a proven mage whose skill level is beyond reproach, and he is not about to second-guess the recommendation he relied on. Rick falls silent, his green eyes shimmering with a cold, unsettling intensity. He appears to defer to his father's judgment, but his mind is already racing, mapping out the next phase of this quiet, internal power struggle. He calculates that if Derek is truly as skilled as they claim, there is a much easier way to prove it. Why not test Dyla? If the master is truly exceptional, the student's results should speak for themselves. It is a logic that is as flawless as it is cruel. Valerian looks utterly stunned, unable to wrap his head around where Rick is taking this. Why is he suddenly so interested in their younger sister's progress? Rick, however, remains relentless. He pushes his point. If Derek is indeed a master of his craft, then Dyla should be showing incredible growth by now. He proposes that he personally duel Dyla to verify those results, a thinly veiled trap disguised as a simple examination. The Grand Duke stays silent, slowly processing his eldest son's audacious and clearly malicious suggestion. He knows deep down that Dyla has only just scratched the surface of her potential. A duel against Rick would be a catastrophe, likely devastating her. Rick pivots and exits the office with firm, decisive footsteps, leaving a trail of uncertainty and unease in his wake. Valerian rushes after him, shouting his name in total disbelief. The rift in the family has reached a point of no return. What on earth are you thinking? A magical duel? Valerian demands, his voice tight with anger. To him, pitting an experienced, seasoned mage like Rick against their novice younger sister is pure, unadulterated madness. Rick stops dead, turning to confront him. Do you actually believe she has changed? Rick asks coldly. To him, Dyla's past is an indelible, ugly stain that no amount of tutoring will ever wash away. Valerian tries one last time to appeal to his brotherly heart. She is still your only sister, he says, his voice dropping to a plea. We share the same blood, Valerian reminds him. He argues that Rick's duty is to guard and protect her, not to tear her down in front of everyone. The chasm between the two brothers could not be more glaring. Rick lets out a sharp, bitter laugh. Blood, he repeats, as if the very word were a disgusting joke when weighed against the massive, creeping disgrace he believes Dyla has brought upon their name. His contempt is so profound that he no longer views Dyla as family at all. She is just a festering blemish on their legacy. His rage finally boils over. That very blood, he declares, his hatred visceral and raw. is what's dragging the House of Duplin into the abyss. Allowing her to debut in high society would be the final nail in our coffin. Valerian stands there, completely speechless in the face of such deep-seated hostility. He scans Rick's face for any lingering flicker of affection, but finds only a cold, vengeful determination. Is that really how you feel? Valerian asks, his voice barely a whisper. Rick doesn't even bother to stop walking. In his mind, Dyla crossed the line long ago, betraying the honor of their house. In his twisted worldview, the only real solution is to lock her away in the annex building forever, keeping her hidden from the light of day. Valerian watches him go, his heart growing heavier with every step. He understands now that Rick isn't just making idle threats, he is handing down a sentence. The distance between the brothers has become a canyon. Rick casts one final, icy glance over his shoulder. The look is filled with a disdain that goes far beyond any petty family quarrel. He truly believes that he is the only one willing to do what is necessary to save the Duplin legacy. He will destroy anyone who stands in his way. Meanwhile, the morning sun bathes the mansion gardens in a deceptive, quiet peace. Birds chirp and flutter, entirely oblivious to the dark drama simmering behind the stone walls. The fate of a young noblewoman hangs by a thread. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered. Dyla bursts into her tutor's room like a storm, screaming his name in a tone of pure, unadulterated desperation. Panic has completely replaced the arrogance she once wore like armor. She knows exactly what kind of future awaits her if she fails this test. Derek, however, remains true to his character. He barely reacts, his eyes drifting up from his book with a calm that is nothing short of infuriating. What could possibly be the matter so early in the morning? He asks, acting as if the girl currently hyperventilating in front of him isn't on the verge of a total breakdown. Dyla can't even get the words out. She can only jab a trembling finger at the parchment in her hand. The impossible situation is closing in, the walls tightening as time runs out. The crushing weight of her own incompetence is suffocating her. Finally, she manages to spit out the ultimatum. If I lose this duel, you are fired, she declares. She knows deep down that if Derek leaves, the only thing shielding her from her brother's cold, calculated cruelty will be gone for good. It's a desperate, pathetic cry for help wrapped in the clothes of a command. Derek sighs, admitting he already heard about the challenge. With brutal honesty, he reminds her that Rick is a seasoned one-star mage, and that if he is being generous, her odds of winning are effectively zero. Dyla explodes. Is that all you have to say? She shouts, outraged by her teacher's complete lack of empathy. She cannot comprehend how he can sit there so calmly when both his paycheck and her entire future are on the line. He should be training her like a man possessed. Derek rises to his feet, slow and deliberate, reminding her of the reality of his position. I'm a mercenary, he says simply. He is here to complete a job, collect his fee and walk away. His blunt, practical approach hits Dyla like a physical slap to the face. She had been hoping for at least a shred of moral support, but he barely gives her that. He even reminds her that he's already been paid more than enough for the time he's put in. For Derek, this is nothing more than a contract. It is certainly not a personal crusade. His piercing red eyes seem to stare right through her, challenging her to find her own reason to stand and fight instead of clinging to him for survival. A single bead of cold sweat trails down Dyla's face as she whispers, "You really mean that?" In that singular moment, the terrifying truth hits her. She is truly on her own. If she wants to survive this, it must be because of her own internal will to live, not because her tutor feels sorry for her. Time slips away. 1 week later, beneath a cloudless sky and flying the banners of the Duplin family, the day of judgment finally arrives. The entire household has gathered, many of them there to witness what they assume will be the public execution of Dyla's future. The training grounds stand ready, an imposing arena where generations of family mages have been forged in sweat and blood. Today, however, the air is thick with a malice that has nothing to do with training. Grand Duke Duplin strides to his private viewing platform, his face an impenetrable mask. Beside him, Miriam masks her rising anxiety behind a decorative fan, flanked by maids who dare not make a sound. The tension is suffocating. "You've come," the Grand Duke observes as Derek finally appears. The tutor walks in, draped in his signature blue cloak and carrying the same aura of unshakable calm that so deeply irritates the nobles of the house. He doesn't look like a man who is about to lose his position. Derek offers a slight, minimal bow, adhering to only the barest essentials of social protocol. His silence is his most powerful response. He doesn't need to waste words to prove he is ready for whatever horror this day holds. The Grand Duke studies him intently, unable to shake the feeling that Derek isn't nervous in the slightest. Is this confidence born from some hidden, immense power they have yet to truly witness? Regardless, the Duke decides that it is far too early to discard this man. He can't help but feel a grudging admiration for Derek's composure in such a hostile, judgment-filled environment. It takes genuine nerve to stand tall like that under these conditions, he thinks to himself, firmly reaffirming his decision to keep the man on as a teacher, at least for the time being. Another set of footsteps rings out across the arena floor. Rick strides forward, his presence marked by an arrogance that seems to swallow the entire space. His boots strike the stone with a rhythmic, military precision, announcing that the main event is finally ready to begin. His dark cape billows violently in the wind as he clenches his fist, his knuckles turning white as he struggles to hold back the simmering aggression inside him. To him, this isn't just a friendly match or a simple training exercise. It is the stage where he will finally scrub away the persistent stain that his sister has been on the family name. A cold, predatory smile curls his lips as he takes his measure of the field, surveying his opponent with clinical detachment. His objective is as singular as it is terrifying. He intends to break Dyla completely, leaving no shred of mercy or dignity behind. His green eyes are saturated with pure, unadulterated contempt as he settles into his stance. Every thought racing through his mind is a formal declaration of war. Dyla, I'm going to make you regret every single day of your pathetic past down to the very marrow of your bones. Meanwhile, far away from the arena's hostility, Dyla navigates the dim, shadowed corridors of the mansion, walking slowly toward her inevitable fate. Her footsteps ring out sharply against the floor, each sound marking what might be her final walk as a recognized young noble. Tucked deep beneath the shadow of her crimson hood, her eyes shimmer with a volatile mixture of raw fear and a burgeoning spark of rebellion. She is still wrestling with the biting, harsh honesty of her master's words, terrified by the thought that she might truly be forced to stand alone against her own brother. Her voice wavers as she catches up to Derek once more. Do you really mean that? She asks, her tone brittle, unable to reconcile the fact that he really does seem to care about nothing but his contract and his coin. While her entire world teeters on the brink of total collapse, she desperately searches his face for a single sign of compassion, a tiny hint of humanity. Derek, maintaining a wall of both physical and emotional distance, tells her bluntly that the gears of her magical growth have already been set into motion. He speaks in a flat, monotone voice, explaining that even if she hasn't fully mastered one-star magic yet, the gap is closing fast. It won't be long before she stands on equal footing. This is cold, technical validation, not the emotional reassurance she craves. He reminds her that her potential isn't some miracle or coincidence. She was born with the elite blood of the House of Duplin coursing through her veins. Dyla is left breathless, completely stunned. Why on earth would a man who actively despises noble titles be the one to remind me of my lineage? She senses there is a deeper, more complex strategy hidden behind his words. Derek turns away, finally pulling back the curtain on his philosophy. His school is the school of the wild. This isn't a classroom for inherited lessons or the polite, suffocating manners of the highborn. It is a path carved through self-study and the brutal requirements of survival, learning the instinct to bite down hard before you are bitten yourself. Dyla bursts into tears, the pressure finally fracturing her composure. Why are you telling me this now? She cries out, feeling as though the looming weight of the duel against Rick is already heavy enough to crush her without having to sit through a lecture on living like a savage. She stands trembling on the razor's edge of total collapse. Derek doesn't offer a word of comfort. His piercing red eyes track every tremor in her frame with a look of detached pity, the way a master craftsman might inspect a blade that hasn't quite been tempered enough. He knows this pain is the only way to forge her. As she lowers her head in defeat, Dyla finally confesses her deepest, most painful fear. I know I'm not a good student. For the very first time, she lays bare her deepest insecurities, admitting that all of her previous arrogance was nothing more than a brittle shield used to hide just how inferior she felt whenever she was compared to her siblings. Through a veil of sobs, she makes a desperate, final request. Even so, I still want to keep learning magic from you. She rejects every other possibility, clinging to Derek as her only remaining bridge to redemption. She has gambled her entire future on this cold, unfeeling man. Derek turns his back on her, carefully processing the raw, ugly honesty of his disciple. He knows he has finally achieved his goal. He has shattered the shell of the spoiled, entitled noble girl, revealing the hidden will of someone who genuinely wants to fight to survive. A heavy silence descends on the room. As he cinches his combat gloves tight, he warns her that he knows absolutely nothing about the etiquette of noble duels. He has never set foot in one, and he has zero intention of bowing to their absurd, archaic protocols now. His methods are significantly more direct, and they are far more lethal. He locks his gaze onto hers with fierce intensity. But I can teach you exactly how to win a fight. He leans in and asks the one question that will dictate the rest of her life. Do you truly want to win? In her mind, Dyla hears the venomous, biting whispers of the high society that rejected her. It seems Lady Dyla doesn't have a lick of magic after all. She remembers how they mocked her at every turn, whispering that even the most prestigious teachers had eventually given up on such a hopeless, lost cause. The cruel comparisons echo in her mind like a broken record. How could something like that ever be born from the House of Duplin? They would sneer behind their fans. They labeled her the end of her house's golden age, a heavy burden who brought nothing but shame and trouble. But now, as her tears begin to dry on her cheeks, her expression undergoes a transformation. The wounded, pathetic girl is gone. Yes, make me win. She answers, her voice ringing with the hardness of tempered steel. She has fully embraced Derek's brutal methods. She is finally ready to prove every single one of them wrong. Back in the present, out on the arena floor, Dyla steps forward with a firm, unshakable resolve. This time, the story is going to play out very differently. She hasn't stepped onto the stage merely as Rick's younger sister, the girl everyone in the crowd expects to see humiliated and broken. She isn't here as the pitiful, disgraced youngest daughter of House Duplin. The air crackling around her vibrates with a new, dangerous energy. A confidence born from finally accepting her own darkness and her fierce, burning desire to triumph, no matter the cost. Derek watches her movements from the shadows, a faint, rare look of satisfaction touching his face. She comes to a halt at the dead center of the stage, standing defiant before her brother and the entire watching noble elite. Today, beneath that crimson hood, there is no remnant of the old Dyla. There is only Derek's disciple, a mage prepared to do absolutely whatever is required to survive. The true battle is finally about to begin. She stared up at her instructor in total disbelief, her voice trembling as she stammered, asking if he was genuinely serious. Her red cape swayed gently in the bright morning light. He watched her carefully, realizing in that moment that she wasn't stepping forward as a sister, or even just the youngest daughter of a noble house. She stood there as his disciple, a mage in her own right. The scene shifted to the family crest, which fluttered high above the arena. A gentleman with a prominent mustache cleared his throat, his voice projecting across the crowd as he announced the advanced rules of the engagement. The rule was simple. Whoever managed to trigger their opponent's protective artifact first would be declared the loser. The small, magical device floated in the empty space between the two duelists, pulsing with a soft, steady glow to ensure they didn't kill each other. Her dark-haired brother fixed a cold, serious gaze on her, but she didn't so much as blink. Without a second of hesitation, he began to chant a powerful spell, summoning ferocious, swirling winds that tore through the arena and whipped violently at her clothes. A sphere of dense, emerald-green light coalesced in his outstretched hand, swelling rapidly with a terrifying, concentrated power. Offering a cold, insincere apology, he unleashed a devastating wave of cutting wind, aiming the blast directly at her. The attack tore across the stone floor with incredible speed, shattering the ground and destroying everything in its path. Her eyes reflected the ominous glow of the spell as it barreled toward her. Yet, at the absolute last possible instant, she dropped low, ducking beneath the lethal blast with a burst of agility that caught everyone off guard. A flicker of genuine surprise finally broke through his composed mask. Visibly annoyed, he pressed the attack, throwing strikes at her with relentless, mounting frustration. But she moved like a blur, slipping between his attacks and dodging every single strike with an unexpected, fluid ease. From high up in the stands, the white-haired young man analyzed the fight, noting with a critical eye that she was still wasting far too much mana to maintain control over her defensive spells. A moment later, a violent gust of wind collided with the towering wall of ice she had desperately raised for protection, shattering it into thousands of frozen shards upon impact. Her opponent sneered at her, mocking her by saying that what she had just displayed wasn't a true spell, but merely a crude, pathetic shaping of raw mana. Readying an even more potent attack, he declared that he was done playing around. Her cheap tricks were about to be crushed. Brilliant energy spheres streaked through the air toward her position while she stood rooted behind her crumbling barrier. In that exact split second, a sudden memory flashed through her mind. It was the cold, unyielding voice of her instructor, reminding her that mercenaries never concerned themselves with the concept of honor. They only cared about the victory. She had once confessed her fear that people might learn to hate her even if she managed to win. He had simply asked her if she could handle being hated, so long as she achieved what she set out to do. Now, with a surge of fierce, unshakable determination, she realized she had already made her choice. Back in the heat of the present, she sprinted alongside her crumbling ice wall, dodging the incoming barrage with sharp, calculated precision. The lesson echoed in her heart. There are some warriors who don't care about the rules of a duel. They only fight for the win. Sliding gracefully across the arena floor, she channeled her magic to gain momentum, using the uneven terrain to her advantage. Catching him completely off guard, she hurled a jagged shard of ice that struck him cleanly, drawing a line across his defenses. Her eyes blazed as she readied her next move, but he responded with a condescending, confident smile, declaring that this was the end of the line for her. A razor-sharp blade of pressurized wind surged toward her, forcing her to throw herself flat against the cold stone of the ground to avoid decapitation. The attack smashed into the center of the arena, erupting into a massive, blinding cloud of dust that instantly obscured everything from view. A wave of gasps rippled through the spectators, thick with tension. A woman in the crowd cried out the girl's name, her voice trembling as she frantically begged for someone to step in and stop the duel before things turned tragic. The man standing beside her, gripped by the fear that the girl had been struck, caught her arm and ordered her to remain seated. He gestured toward the ring, pointing out that the protective artifact hadn't triggered, which meant the match was still very much alive. With that grim realization, the brutal fight ground on, unrelenting. His gaze remained locked, steady and unblinking, fixed upon the center of the arena. It was as if he were watching a performance that only he could fully understand, spotting details that everyone else in the crowd had completely missed. Through the thick, swirling curtain of dust, the young man with white hair sat perfectly still. He remained remarkably composed, watching every shifting movement with a quiet, icy certainty, knowing full well that the final outcome of the duel remained firmly in the balance. From his vantage point on the bench at the arena's edge, the white-haired youth observed the chaos with an unnerving, quiet composure. His eyes were glued to the battlefield, tracking every flicker of movement. She hadn't even flinched when that last strike came barreling toward her. Could that unnatural calm have been part of a carefully orchestrated plan from the very start? Meanwhile, deep within the billowing cloud of dust, the duelist moved with cautious, measured steps across the fractured stone floor. He kept his eyes peeled, scanning the wreckage for any sign of his opponent, fully convinced that his last strike had landed true. Then, a shadow of confusion flickered across his face. Why hadn't the protective artifact triggered? He spun around, glancing wildly from left to right, but the girl had completely vanished, as if she had simply evaporated into the air. Suddenly, without even a second's warning, the sturdy wooden floorboards beneath his feet groaned and then splintered apart with a sharp, violent crack. A jagged, massive spike of pure ice erupted from the darkness below, catching him squarely off guard and launching his body high into the air. He crashed back down to the ground hard, dazed and winded, struggling to piece together what had just happened to him. The realization hit him a heartbeat later, cold and stinging. She had been attacking him from the hidden depths beneath the arena's platform all along. He shot an urgent, questioning look toward the judge, desperate to know if lurking under the floorboards counted as leaving the designated battlefield. The gentleman with the monocle offered a cool, calm shake of his head. No, being beneath the arena did not count as stepping out of bounds. The young duelist gritted his teeth, his jaw tightening in frustration. No one would ever expect a trick like this. Refusing to let himself fall behind, he shoved himself back up to his feet. Suddenly, more jagged ice spikes began to erupt from the floor, forcing him to scramble and dodge repeatedly to stay alive. Spears of shimmering ice tore through the platform in wild, unpredictable patterns, keeping him locked in a frantic, constant state of motion. Beads of sweat began to pool on his brow. How was he supposed to land a clean hit on her if he couldn't even see where she was hiding? He vaulted into the air, his face twisted in annoyance, barking out that there was absolutely no noble etiquette in a duel fought like this. Staring intently into the dark, jagged hole in the shattered flooring, he called out her name, his voice laced with a flicker of genuine concern. And then she appeared. The girl in the red hood rose gracefully from the darkness of the opening below, her small, determined figure framed perfectly by the drifting, hazy dust. She looked up at him from beneath the platform, her blonde hair shimmering with a faint light, while her eyes burned with a deep, furious crimson. The sheer intensity of that gaze made him freeze in his tracks. He had seen that look before. His brother Derek had worn that exact same expression back in the heat of battle. Understanding dawned on him in an instant, and from that moment on, his entire demeanor shifted. He became noticeably more serious, his focus sharpening into a razor's edge. This strategy, it wasn't something she had come up with alone. Someone had been guiding her. Perhaps the very person watching them so silently from afar. He adjusted his cape, his body tensing as he prepared for the next phase of the fight. Another spike of ice shot upward from the wreckage, and he dodged the lethal point with a fluid, practiced motion. Fine then, if this was the game they wanted to play, he would just have to follow their lead. High above them, the vast, open sky stretched out over the ruined, debris-strewn arena. Back in the audience, the lady let out a gasp of pure shock, asking if the girl had really descended into that treacherous pit. She begged her husband to put an end to the duel, but he replied with a firm, cold tone that no rules had been broken, so the fight would continue. Nearby, a bearded man observed the exchange with a thoughtful, grave expression etched onto his face. Beneath the shattered remains of the platform, the girl took a moment to steady her breathing. From this hidden vantage point, she could see the flow of her opponent's mana with perfect clarity. It pulsed around him like a restless current. But just as she locked onto his rhythm, he began the motions for another spell. A sharp ice spike erupted from the ground near his feet, effectively interrupting his chant and throwing his balance completely off kilter. Pure anger flared in his eyes, his patience finally starting to fray. Every single time he attempted to cast a spell, she shattered the ground right out from under him. He realized he could not afford to lose this. A single drop of sweat slid down his temple as he desperately searched for a new solution. Looking down from above, the arena appeared completely devastated, a scene of absolute ruin. The fallen flag lay draped across the broken boards and cracked stone, a testament to the violence of the struggle. Suddenly, the girl noticed something important. The flow of his mana had completely ceased. He was clearly plotting something big. She tensed, muscles coiled and ready to strike the very second he began another spell. The judge suddenly stiffened as well, calling out a warning to the young master. In a sudden, blinding flash, the duelist leapt upward and landed perfectly on top of the fallen flagpole, balancing with lethal precision. From that height, he knew she wouldn't be able to react in time, but casting a complex spell from such an unstable perch was nearly impossible. So he made a bold, desperate decision. Blue energy began to gather around him, dense and crackling with violent intent. If he couldn't manage to aim his strike precisely, he would simply destroy the entire platform and everything beneath it. Without uttering a single incantation, he unleashed the raw, surging power. The white-haired observer's gaze sharpened. His interest finally peaked. A massive, roaring explosion of blue energy tore through the heart of the arena. The wooden platform was shattered into kindling, and the flagpole snapped cleanly at its base under the sheer force of the blast. The young man plummeted downward along with the collapsing structure as the entire battlefield erupted into a suffocating, violent storm of dust and splintered debris. The lady in the audience screamed his name, her voice thick with sudden, unbridled panic. As the smoke and dust began to settle, he emerged from the chaos, landing firmly and defiantly on his feet. His eyes locked onto a single blurred shadow cutting through the lingering dust at a terrifyingly high speed. All eyes were locked on her, the girl. He quickly conjured a brilliant, crackling blue magic arrow in his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, he launched it forward like a bolt of jagged lightning. The projectile hummed with raw power, slicing through the air with lethal precision as it hurtled straight toward her. The vibrant, neon glow of the magic reflected intensely in her wide eyes as the distance between them vanished. Yet she did not flinch, not even for a second. At the very last possible fraction of a second, she snapped her hand up, catching the searing arrow mid-flight with her bare palm. Her hand burned with a brilliant, swirling blue light as she forcibly held the raging energy in check. Her hair whipped violently around her face from the magical pressure, yet her expression remained eerily calm and hyper-focused. Under her absolute control, the captured arrow began to shift and warp, its form collapsing and hardening into a jagged, blazing blue blade of condensed energy. With one sharp, decisive motion, she pivoted and redirected the weapon, sending it screaming back toward him. She didn't hesitate, sprinting forward immediately in the wake of her counterattack to press the advantage. He had been so certain that landing even a single arrow would secure his victory. Instead, she launched herself into the air, driving a powerful, momentum-fueled kick straight into his chest. The thunderous impact of the blow echoed throughout the entirety of the ruined arena. They locked eyes in a tense, close-quarters confrontation as the force of the strike sent him stumbling backward until he dropped to his knees. In a single, fluid, and ruthless movement, she reached down, grabbed a handful of grit from the arena floor, and flung it directly into his face. The stinging particles struck his eyes, and he cried out in genuine shock, momentarily blinded and feeling betrayed by such a dirty, unexpected tactic. As he struggled to rub the grit from his eyes and regain his vision, she quickly retreated to create some breathing room. In that moment, a realization hit him hard. She was relying on physical kicks and throwing sand. Was she finally drained of mana? No, that didn't feel right. She was pushing herself past every limit just to prove she had the right to stand here. A faint, begrudging smile touched his lips, even through the throbbing pain in his chest. If that was the extent of her resolve, then he would honor it by responding with every ounce of strength he had, just like a true brother would. Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding light shimmered across the sky, and the very atmosphere of the arena seemed to shift and grow heavy. The blonde girl stood facing him, her shoulders heaving as she fought to catch her breath. One hand rested against her head as exhaustion began to creep into her limbs, but her eyes burned with an unrelenting, ironclad determination. A thin, crimson line of blood traced its way from the corner of her mouth, and a single, heavy drop fell to the ground. The scene blurred into a distant, faded memory. A calm, steady voice explained that mana was like liquid paint, and a spell was nothing more than the brush used to shape it into reality. With that brush, you gather the paint, swirl it together, and give form to an image. That, he had told her, is the true essence of magic. Her young, innocent eyes had sparkled with pure wonder beneath the vast, open sky. Back in the present, she closed her eyes, centering herself and steadying her jagged breathing. Mana is the paint. The spell is the brush. Blue energy gathered softly around her, swirling rhythmically at her fingertips. The glow intensified, pulsing as she shaped it with newfound clarity. Determination rang out in her voice, as she declared that she would paint her own picture with this magic. The judge with the monocle stared in absolute disbelief as a radiant blue aura began to envelop her, and a lethal spear of ice formed within her grasp. The lady in the audience let out a sharp gasp, instantly recognizing the technique as true one-star magic. Even the expression on her opponent's face shifted into genuine concern. Such raw, concentrated power, if handled even slightly incorrectly, it could cause permanent, serious damage. But the girl in the red hood did not hesitate for a microsecond. Her gaze remained rock-steady and unwavering. He answered her challenge in kind, surrounding his own body with a matching, fierce blue aura. He stepped forward, his voice firm as he declared that even if she had managed to reach the level of one-star magic, he was still one step ahead of her. With that final declaration, the two prepared to collide in their ultimate, decisive exchange, each determined to secure the final victory. He steeled himself, planning to strike first and end the bout in one single, earth-shaking exchange. The little blonde lowered her hand toward the dusty ground, pulling and gathering every last remaining thread of her mana into one final, overwhelming attack. The blue light swirled violently, almost chaotically, around her fingers as she focused her mind with absolute, crystal-clear intent. At that exact same instant, the duelist unleashed a furious barrage of glowing energy arrows, each one cutting through the air with lethal, whistling speed as they rushed toward her. The two powerful spells met at the very heart of the ruined arena. For a single, suspended heartbeat, everything seemed to freeze, and then a blinding, deafening explosion of light swallowed the entire battlefield. The collision erupted into a massive, concussive shockwave that tore through the remaining sections of the platform, utterly obliterating whatever small structures were still standing. Dust, wooden splinters, and jagged fragments of stone were hurled outward in every direction as the sheer force of their power rippled through the air. In the stands, the young man's mother shrieked the girl's name in terror. Then, from deep within the center of the thick, choking smoke, something began to shine. A golden sphere of protective energy glowed brilliantly, floating gently above the center of the shattered arena. It pulsed with a steady, calming light. General Pelham's protective sphere had finally been triggered. The duel's built-in safeguard shimmered clearly for all to see, signaling that one of the combatants had reached their absolute limit. As the dust began to slowly drift and settle, the young fighter stood hunched over, gasping for air and staring toward the glowing barrier. His body trembled violently from pure exhaustion, every muscle strained to the breaking point from pushing his mana to the very edge. Across the wreckage, the girl in the red hood struggled to steady her own ragged breathing. She, too, had reached her absolute limit, her small chest rising and falling in rapid, desperate motions. As the final, faint traces of blue energy faded away from her fingertips, The white-haired young man watched the scene from his seat at the edge of the battlefield without showing a flicker of emotion. His gaze remained cold, sharp, and calculating as he analyzed the results of their final clash, silently waiting to see whose resolve had managed to endure until the very last second. The story shifts back 1 year. A brood of hungry chicks chirps loudly and incessantly in their nest, waiting for their mother to bring food. The nest rests precariously on the high branch of a tree, situated just outside the window of a grand, sprawling mansion. It was a small, fragile symbol of life, growing and thriving peacefully in stark, haunting contrast to the events unfolding inside. Deep within the mansion, the Grand Duke, Deploy, walked through the long, quiet corridors while his aide trailed behind, urgently informing him that a letter had just arrived from House Belmere. The aide explained that the letter appeared to concern a serious recent incident and requested instructions on how they should proceed. The Grand Duke's gaze shifted slowly, drifting toward a door that stood half open. Through the narrow gap, he saw his young daughter, Dyla, sitting all alone in the corner of the room, looking completely isolated and forgotten. Little Dyla sat with her hands tightly clasped over her lap, her expression dark, hardened, and deeply determined, an intensity that was far removed from what anyone would expect to see on a child her age. The Grand Duke watched her in complete silence. His face remained a mask, showing absolutely no emotion as he observed the lonely, solitary figure of his daughter. The flashback faded away, pulling back to reality. Back in the present, Dyla stood with a fresh wound on her forehead and a vacant, distant look in her eyes. She had just been defeated in the duel, and the weight of it was written all over her face. The vibrant, humming wave of magical power surrounding her slowly began to dissipate, and as the hum died away, the harsh, unforgiving reality of the situation came crashing down on her. Dyla stood amidst the wreckage, the stinging realization sinking in. The protective trigger had been activated, which meant, by the cold rules of this match, she had suffered an inevitable defeat. On the opposite side of the scarred arena floor, her brother Rick, the clear victor of the duel, knelt in the dirt, his gaze fixed on her with a conflicted expression that blended genuine surprise with a deep-seated, brotherly concern. Standing back at a respectful distance, her master, Derek, observed the entire aftermath with a calm, detached stillness. His features remained composed, almost unnervingly indifferent, as he silently processed the results, understanding the internal turmoil she was currently enduring better than anyone else present. Inside Dyla's mind, one single, agonizing word repeated like a hammer strike: lost. Waves of intense shame and heavy sorrow flooded her, and unable to maintain her composure any longer, Dyla finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as her defenses shattered. High up on a shaded balcony, the Grand Duke had watched the entire confrontation unfold from start to finish, his eyes tracking the scene as the magical barrier shimmered and finally vanished into nothingness. Standing right beside him, the Grand Duchess was practically vibrating with fury. She snapped at her husband, her voice shrill with indignation, as she vented her disbelief that such a vulgar, messy, and dirty display could even be classified as a proper magic duel, declaring it utterly nonsensical. Down in the arena, Dyla's sobs continued to rack her body. She felt a profound sense of humiliation, not simply because she had lost the match, but because she was convinced that, by failing, she had let her master down. The Grand Duke listened to his wife's tirade with a pensive frown, his thoughts drifting to the man she was criticizing. He pondered how this so-called master had managed to fill the head of the young lady of House Duplin with such unorthodox, erratic teachings. The memory shifted abruptly, pulling back to a different time. A young, polished knight stood before him, introducing himself with rigid formality. His name was Reman Oswald Duplin, and he spoke with great pride about the honor of serving in the coming war. Standing across from him, a significantly younger version of the Grand Duke studied the man. The Duke remarked that he had heard plenty of rumors about the knight's father, noting that the young man possessed those same sharp, hungry eyes, a sign of the great, burning ambition he held within. The young knight offered a stiff, respectful nod of thanks, and with that final acknowledgement, the memory dissolved back into the past. Back in the present, Dyla wiped at her tear-streaked face. The sting of her defeat had left her feeling hollow and completely devastated. High on the balcony, the Grand Duke looked down at her, his expression uncharacteristically serious and thoughtful as he carefully parsed through the details of what he had just witnessed. Your gaze has grown sharper, Dyla, he thought to himself, acknowledging her subtle progress. Suddenly, a small cluster of maids rushed forward, frantic and worried, swarming around her to check on her condition. They insisted that she needed to be taken away for medical treatment immediately to tend to her scrapes and bruises. But Dyla had absolutely no interest in their fussing. With a sharp, dismissive wave of her hand, she rebuffed them. She shoved away the maid who tried to reach for her, leaving the girl visibly startled and hurt. Dyla moved on, utterly ignoring the presence of everyone else around her. Dyla began to walk away, her steps firm and singularly determined as she navigated the wreckage of the battlefield. She eventually stopped dead in front of her brother, Rick. He looked up at her, caught off guard by her sudden approach, his expression twisted in discomfort and uncertainty as he struggled to find the right words. Awkwardly scratching at the back of his head, Rick tried to offer a congratulatory word, but Dyla didn't even acknowledge his presence. She simply kept her head bowed in icy silence. Without uttering a single syllable, she turned her back on him and kept walking. One of the nearby maids stepped forward, gently offering to escort her to her chambers so she could get some rest. Again, Dyla completely ignored her. Instead, her eyes scanned the crowd, darting back and forth as if she were desperately hunting for someone specific, leaving the maid puzzled and confused. Finally, she spotted him standing off to the side, away from the rest of the onlookers. Her master, Derek, sat patiently on a wooden bench, waiting calmly for her to reach him. He watched her approach, his face maintaining that same inscrutable, analytical calm he always wore. Dyla came to a halt in front of him, her head hanging low. She felt too paralyzed by shame to meet his eyes, and she clenched her teeth together, her jaw aching, as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. The internal pain became entirely too much to bear. In a sudden, desperate burst of emotion, she dropped to her knees and grabbed tightly onto the fabric of Derek's cloak. Her voice cracked as she choked out the words between heavy, racking sobs. "I lost." She tilted her head up, her eyes wide and overflowing, and began to apologize profusely. Her greatest fear hadn't been the loss itself, but the possibility that she had disappointed her master. Derek looked down at her, his features remaining impossible to read. There was no flicker of anger, nor even a hint of disappointment to be found in his gaze. Dyla remained on her knees at his feet, completely surrendered to his presence, waiting for his judgment. Finally, Derek reached out and rested a hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her. He spoke quietly, telling her that everything was all right, and that he was doing fine too, offering her the quiet reassurance she had been craving. But he didn't stop there. He offered one final, crucial lesson. She needed to take this raw frustration, burn it up like fuel, and use it to push past her current limits to become something stronger. His words resonated deep within her chest. The look of utter despair on her face slowly began to shift, hardening into a new, sharp, and focused determination. Finally, Dyla let out a long, piercing scream, venting every last drop of her pent-up pain and frustration into the air. The attending maids watched in sheer shock, stunned to see their noble lady displaying such wild, raw emotion in the presence of a mere commoner. Suddenly, the sharp, rapid-fire sound of furious footsteps echoed against the ground. It was the Grand Duchess charging their way. Miria hurried toward them, her voice echoing with sharp, aggressive anger as she shouted her daughter's name. She knelt down before Dyla, performing a display of frantic motherly concern. She ran her hands softly over her daughter's face, cooing that Dyla must have been put through such an ordeal. All Dyla could manage to murmur in response was a weak, "Mother." The Duchess pulled her into a tight, possessive embrace, assuring her that everything would be set right, and insisting that she be taken away to have her injuries treated at once. Overwhelmed by the chaotic turn of events, Dyla simply nodded weakly, continuing to sob into her mother's dress. As the maids gathered to usher Dyla away, the Duchess reached up to wipe away a single, staged tear, perfectly maintaining her performance as a grieving, protective mother. However, the very second her daughter was out of sight, her expression twisted into something else entirely, replaced by a look of cold, venomous rage. With her daughter now safely removed from the scene, she pivoted her attention toward the true target of her hatred, Derek. She marched toward him with firm, heavy steps, her heels digging into the grass. Derek watched her coming, looking slightly puzzled by the pure, unadulterated intensity of her glare. Without a word of warning, the Duchess's composure finally snapped. She spat out words of venom, labeling him a vulture and a wretch, demanding to know exactly what he thought he had accomplished, all while mocking his pathetic, one-star magic. Then, she swung her hand out, slapping him hard across the face before grabbing him by the collar of his clothing. She accused him of polluting the girl with cheap, filthy tricks and staining the pristine purity of a noble lily. She shrieked that he had forced the young lady of the ducal house to engage in something disgusting and utterly disgraceful. Derek took the full force of the blow without flinching. Despite the angry, bright red mark blooming on his cheek, his face remained a blank, neutral mask. The Duchess continued to rail at him, insisting with fanatical certainty that there existed a world of values, dignity, and heritage that someone of his low station could never hope to comprehend. A world that had to be defended at any cost. Catching sight of her husband approaching, she shifted gears, turning to him for immediate support. She gestured wildly at Derek, complaining that what they had just witnessed was an insult to magic, and accused him of poisoning Dyla with his twisted teachings. A sharp, ringing slap echoes through the hallway, but this time, the target is the Duchess herself. Stunned by the sudden violence, she stands completely frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as the stinging sensation spreads across her cheek. The Grand Duke's hand remains firm as he grips her wrist, his voice dropping into a frigid, commanding tone that cuts through the tension. He looms over her, demanding to know if she is truly blind to whose behavior is actually beneath her station. The Duchess recoils, trembling, still reeling from the shock of being struck by her own husband. Her voice falters, turning into a shaky stammer as she fires back, asking how he could possibly stand up for someone like Derek, a lowly commoner of no consequence. With a calm, unsettling composure, the Duke simply nods in agreement. Yes, he echoes, confirming that Derek is indeed a commoner, but his expression hardens as he delivers a chilling ultimatum. But he is our daughter's master. He stares her down, his voice dripping with icy disapproval as he asks what kind of parent would treat their child's mentor with such inexcusable, disgraceful disrespect. Throughout this entire public confrontation, Derek stands perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask of silence. The Duke then pivots toward him, and in a move that leaves the gathered onlookers stunned, he offers a formal apology on his wife's behalf. He smooths over the tension by dismissing her tantrum as nothing more than a misguided, excessive display of maternal concern. Derek glances up, his brow furrowing in genuine surprise. He had never anticipated the Duke would intervene to protect his standing, let alone offer such a public concession. He gives a polite, measured nod to accept the apology. Without wasting another breath on the matter, the Duke gestures for him to follow, leading the way to his private office to discuss matters that are far too sensitive for prying ears. Derek follows the Duke without hesitation, leaving the Duchess behind in the hallway, exposed and humiliated in front of everyone. She stands there, her fingers pressed against her throbbing cheek, teeth clenched in pure, unadulterated rage as she watches her authority crumble before the very man she tried to discard. Once the heavy doors of the study click shut, the Duke's tone shifts, and he begins to sing the praises of Derek's instruction, acknowledging that he has molded Dyla into something truly remarkable. As the head of this household, he declares that such dedication deserves a reward, the greatest prize a commoner could ever dream of claiming. He makes an offer, his eyes fixed on Derek, that leaves the tutor utterly speechless. A 3-star spell. The Duke knows exactly what Derek is chasing. The atmosphere in the office turns suffocatingly heavy as the Duke acknowledges the boy's progress, while simultaneously warning him that, in the brutal hierarchy of high society, a measly 1-star spell is no armor at all. Derek maintains his cool composure, replying that now that Dyla has grasped the fundamentals, her progression will only skyrocket. He gestures vaguely, noting that there are plenty of other scholars within House Duplin capable of guiding her through the next steps. The Duke cuts him off before he can finish. He doesn't need another instructor. What his daughter needs is a true master, and that is a role only Derek can fill. The only sound filling the room is the rhythmic scratch of a fountain pen as the Duke prepares to commit his terms to paper. He looks up, his gaze sharp and piercing, going straight for the throat. He knows that Derek harbors an ambition that no commoner has any right to possess. Derek realizes in an instant that the man across from him is not someone to be trifled with. The Duke continues, his tone clinical, noting that normally, such ambition would be viewed as a grave insult to the nobility. However, he adds, his expression softening just enough to be dangerous, I am willing to overlook it. Simply because it is you. Derek stays silent, his mind racing. The Duke has pierced the veil, seeing exactly who Derek is. He knows the tutor isn't settling for just a 3-star spell. He is gunning for something far more significant, and that level of foresight makes the Duke a truly terrifying ally. As his pen glides across the parchment, the Duke warns him that someone with that kind of hunger will never be satisfied staying within these walls forever. He looks Derek dead in the eye and poses a simple, loaded question. Are you prepared to leave everything behind? Derek affirms that he is. Satisfied by the answer, the Duke lays down his final condition. Derek is to remain here, continuing to refine Dyla's skills for just a little longer. In the silence that follows, Derek's thoughts drift to the invisible barriers placed on his kind, the absolute peak of power that a commoner is theoretically permitted to touch. Then, the Duke drops the question that will alter the trajectory of his life. Do you truly desire that 3-star spell? For a heartbeat, Derek is frozen, his breath hitching, before he manages to pull himself back together. A spark of raw, unyielding determination ignites in his eyes. He lifts his chin, his voice unwavering and firm. Yes, I want it. A moment later, a section of the library wall shifts, groaning as a secret door slides open to reveal a hidden, softly glowing passageway. The deal is inked in blood and magic. Derek steps into the Duke's private library, a sanctuary holding ancient knowledge he had once assumed was forever beyond his reach. He reaches out, his fingers tracing the weathered spine of a heavy tome, physically sensing the dormant, ancient power trapped within the pages. He cracks the book open, his eyes widening at the dense, swirling runes and intricate diagrams, the master keys to advanced spellcraft. A 3-star spell. He stands there in the dim light, held captive by the sheer scale of the knowledge laid bare before him. It is dense, it is ancient, and it is overwhelmingly powerful. A soft, incredulous whisper escapes his lips, and a ghost of a smile plays on his features. Incredible. He thinks of the countless mages who scrape by, spending their entire miserable lives just to catch a glimpse of a single 2-star spellbook. Yet here, surrounding him, is an entire repository of 3-star texts. Suddenly, the weight of the Duke's demand feels like a bargain. Clutching the book, Derek realizes he finally has a tangible, ironclad reason to anchor himself to this mansion. This knowledge is worth any price, any risk. Yet, a shadow of a concern flickers at the back of his mind. He knows all too well that if his mercenary partner, Pauline, ever caught wind of this backroom deal, it would trigger an absolute catastrophe. Meanwhile, in a raucous tavern buried deep in the city, the mercenary leader Jaden is busy holding court. Sitting just a few paces away, Pauline remains quiet, looking uncharacteristically flustered and confused. The scenery shifts, trading the dusty archives for a vibrant, clear blue sky as warm, golden sunlight spills over the training grounds to herald the start of a new day. Dyla stands tall, her chin tilted toward the sky and confidence radiating from her every movement. She broadcasts to anyone within earshot that she has finally ascended. She is officially a 1-star mage. Derek doesn't even bother to look up from the tome he's cradling. He responds with a shrug of total indifference, his voice dry and flat as he notes that, yes, since she managed to successfully cast a 1-star spell once, she technically qualifies. Her smile falters, replaced by a flash of irritation. Dyla can't fathom how her own master could be so aggressively underwhelmed by her milestone. Derek continues calmly, pointing out that it was hardly a triumph to brag about, subtly digging at how long she actually took to reach this level. Dyla huffs, fuming that trying to please him is an exercise in futility. Unfazed by her temper, Derek simply remarks that she seems to have bounced back remarkably well over the last 3 days. He reminds her of the crying fit she threw last time they trained, which makes her face flush a deep, mortified crimson as she snaps her head away. She shouts a denial, insisting she never cried and that she just had some dust in her eyes. A pathetic excuse that she mutters under her breath as she continues to grouse about his personality. Dyla grumbles that her father should have warned her earlier, admitting that she spent the last few days in a panic, terrified that Derek was about to get tossed out of the mansion for good. Ignoring her venting, Derek pivots back to business, declaring that it's time to start the lesson. He mentions that because she's a quick study, she'll be mastering more 1-star spells in no time. The word quickly stops her cold. She looks at him, confused, and asks what he means. For the first time, Derek offers a genuine, albeit small, word of praise. He explains that her growth has been unusually fast, noting that her ability to channel mana so soon after awakening is a rare trait. Immediately, her vanity flares up, and her pride is back in full force. Her eyes light up with manic excitement, and Dyla starts rattling off a list of flashy, powerful spells she wants to tackle next, insisting on Mana Arrow or the Wind Blade, technique her brother, Rick, used to show off. As she gets lost in the fantasy of crushing her brother with superior magic, Derek cuts her off with a sharp, firm word. Disregarding her entire list of requests, he declares that today they are practicing mana manifestation. The choice leaves her completely bewildered. She thought they were done with the basics. She didn't realize they were going to backtrack to something so elementary and mind-numbingly dull. Derek maintains a patient, steady tone as he breaks things down for her. He emphasizes that while there are countless secondary factors at play, the absolute core of any magic, the fundamental basics, will always remain the most critical part of the process. Just as he gears up to provide a deeper, more technical explanation, Dyla lets out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. To Derek's genuine surprise, she offers a reluctant nod, signaling that she's finally willing to commit to the training. If you say that's how it is, then I suppose it must be. she mutters under her breath. Despite her agreement, her disappointment is painfully obvious. She had spent all this time building up excitement, fully expecting to dive into something far more thrilling. Her brow furrows, creating a look that's a strange, conflicting blend of confusion and lingering curiosity. Suddenly, she catches Derek staring intently at her. Her hands fly to her face in a reflexive gesture, and she snaps, asking if something is wrong. Why is he watching her with that look? Derek just offers a casual shrug, brushing it off by saying it's nothing worth mentioning. In truth, he's just taken aback by how obedient and receptive she's being. It's an attitude that's entirely out of character for her. That little observation immediately hits a nerve, and her mood shifts instantly. A hot flush climbs up Dyla's neck as she goes on the defensive. She insists, perhaps a bit too loudly, that she's held him in high regard from the very first moment they met. Derek cuts her off without missing a beat. A particularly unpleasant memory flashes in his mind. The sight of Dyla, wearing a mischievous, devilish grin, dumping an entire bucket of filthy, muck-filled water straight over his head. In a voice that's eerily calm, he reminds her exactly what happened. She drenched him in dirty water. And it wasn't just a one-time occurrence. She did it twice. As the memory is laid bare so effortlessly, Dyla's expression contorts with mortification, her face burning with embarrassment. She stammers, letting out an awkward, sputtering noise, unable to believe he's still hanging on to that incident. Derek doesn't hesitate, replying flatly that it's not the kind of thing you just forget. Desperate to escape the suffocating awkwardness of the moment, Dyla forces a sharp, nervous laugh. She starts babbling about how surprisingly nice the weather is, clearly just filling the silence, before she swiftly turns and jogs off to start the mana manifestation drills. Derek watches her go, a faint, amused smile playing on his lips. He's clearly entertained by her transparent attempt to hide her boredom behind that exaggerated, fake enthusiasm for such a tedious exercise. Time slips away, and eventually, the veil of night settles over the grand Duplin estate, cast under the cold, pale glow of a full moon. After hours of relentless, exhausting training, Dyla is splayed out flat on the ground, completely spent. Even as she struggles to draw in ragged breaths, faint wisps of blue mana continue to swirl sluggishly around her frame. Without a sound, Derek drifts into view, hovering just an inch or two above the grass. He offers a casual comment, noting that it looks like her schedule is about to get much busier. He touches down gracefully beside her, looking down at her collapsed, weary form. Dyla is still fighting for air, but his words click. She realizes he must have heard the news about her upcoming obligations too. Frustration flares in her eyes as she clutches her head with both hands. She groans, lamenting that starting next week, she's being forced to attend endless etiquette classes on top of everything else. Derek, however, doesn't seem to grasp why she's so upset. He tells her it's actually a positive development. Now that she's successfully mastered a spell, she finally qualifies to receive the proper, structured education befitting a lady of her noble standing. Dyla stares up at him in sheer disbelief, her voice thin as she starts listing the crushing pile of subjects she's expected to tackle. Etiquette, languages, geography, history, botany, piano, sewing. She recites, her voice trailing off. She can't fathom why she needs to cram all of this into her life, and she finds herself wondering aloud how her older sister manages to survive it all. Derek answers with dead seriousness. He explains that's precisely why her sister is revered as the flower of Duplin, the shining star at the very center of Evilstein's high society. Dyla lets out a long, deflated sigh, admitting that all she genuinely cares about is mastering magic. Derek calmly suggests that she should simply prioritize that. Then, since the Grand Duke himself hired him for the task, they have more than enough autonomy to do things their own way. But Dyla remains unconvinced. She questions whether they'll actually have the time to pull it off. Derek flashes a confident, reassuring smile, asking who on earth would dare fire him now that he has the Grand Duke's personal backing. Dyla's lips curve into a bitter, knowing smile. She points out the reality. Even if her father is willing to acknowledge his position, her mother certainly won't sit idly by. The Duchess is going to pull every string and manufacture every excuse she can find to drive him out of the mansion. Derek asks her, point blank, why the Duchess is so dead set on having him expelled. Dyla's expression grows troubled as she explains that her mother is terrified that learning from a commoner like him will erode her daughter's noble dignity. The Duchess is haunted by the fear that Dyla might eventually end up turning into a mercenary. Derek takes a moment to process this, nodding slowly. From the rigid, sheltered perspective of the nobility, the duel they fought together really was devoid of the grace and refined elegance that they prize above all else. It was a raw, brutal, and unrefined scrap. Then, A spark of inspiration lights up his eyes. A new, firm sense of determination settles over his features as he tells Dyla, with absolute calm, that the solution is actually quite simple. She looks at him, completely lost and confused. Derek's gaze turns sharp, calculating. Lady Dyla, he says, his voice steady and low. Silencing the Duchess isn't that difficult. You just need to take away the justification she's using. Dyla stands there, left entirely speechless. She hasn't the faintest idea what he's getting at. At this moment, Derek's plan is far too abstract, too much of a high-level strategy for her to grasp. The next morning, sunlight floods the grounds of the Grand Duplin mansion. A new day has dawned, and with it, the first phase of Derek's plan begins to unfurl in silence. Inside the main wing, Duchess Miria stalks through the opulent hallways, a look of profound worry etched onto her face, trailed closely by a retinue of silent maids. She's already made up her mind to intervene. In the theater of her own mind, she's playing out the absolute worst-case scenarios. She views Derek as a corrupting influence, a man who will inevitably drag her precious, innocent daughter into the vulgar, low-class world of mercenaries. She pictures him molding Dyla not into a refined, graceful noblewoman, but into a rough-hewn, wild fighter. Her absolute nightmare plays out in vivid detail. Dyla, dressed in savage rags, storming through the halls of high society, with a wild boar slung over her shoulders, terrifying the elite and forever tarnishing the prestigious name of House Duplin. The mere thought gives the Duchess a splitting headache. She knows she cannot allow this. With a surge of iron-willed resolve, she reminds herself, no matter what that commoner tries to teach her daughter, and no matter what her husband might approve of, she is the lady of this house. Her word is the law. I must find a way, she repeats to herself. She is fully, dangerously committed to rooting Derek out and restoring the family's honor. She is fixated on her mission, eyes narrowed as she moves with purpose. Just then, a voice rings out behind her. Mother! It's Dyla. The Duchess whirls around, her face set for a confrontation. But the moment her eyes land on her daughter, her mind slips momentarily into the past. For a fleeting, precious second, she doesn't see the rebellious, troublesome girl standing before her. Instead, she remembers the tiny, innocent child who once smiled so sweetly in her arms. The memory blooms, warming her chest. A single, stray tear pricks the corner of her eye, but the memory only hardens her resolve. She has to protect that purity. She has to protect her daughter. Yet, as she refocuses on Dyla, her expression shifts abruptly from tender nostalgia to utter, stunned confusion. Something is deeply, unervingly wrong. Standing there isn't the girl she expected. Dyla is draped in an elegant blue dress, her posture perfectly upright and refined. She bows with a level of grace and flawless etiquette that is completely foreign to her. Did you rest well last night, mother? She asks with a soft, serene tone that the Duchess has never, ever heard from her. The older woman freezes, her mind unable to compute the shift. The transformation is so instantaneous and so stark that she can only stand there, stammering in a daze. Derek's plan is already in full swing. With a radiant smile and a sugary sweet voice, Dyla apologizes for not being able to speak with her sooner, claiming she was busy recovering from her injuries. She says there are so many wonderful things she wants to share with her mother, but unfortunately, she has to rush off to her piano lesson this morning. The Duchess can barely muster a response, still reeling from her daughter's bizarrely polite demeanor. All I see. That's all she manages to choke out. Dyla bows once more, perfectly fluid, and politely excuses herself, explaining that she absolutely cannot be late for class. The Duchess watches her retreat, left in a state of complete and utter bewilderment. Finally, she finds her voice and calls out to stop her, her brow furrowed. She reminds Dyla that her formal etiquette lessons aren't even supposed to start until next week. Her mind simply cannot bridge the gap. She can't understand why her daughter is suddenly showing genuine excitement for the very thing she's always detested. Dyla turns back. In her mind's eye, she conjures the image of her perfect older sister, her ultimate role model, and mimics that same elegant, noble smile with terrifying precision. Thanks to your concern, mother, I've actually found myself looking forward to it. Dyla replies smoothly. Completely disarmed, the Duchess loses her footing. Oh yes, she stammers, deflated. Do hurry then, or you'll be late. In a heartbeat, she has completely lost the initiative. Her entire plan for a confrontation has evaporated into thin air. As Dyla glides through the courtyard, the servants, who are used to her usual erratic, volatile behavior, instinctively scramble to clear a path, terrified of a potential outburst. They watch her pass with a volatile mix of fear and sheer amazement. Her transformation is so jarring, so impossible, that not a soul knows how to process it. One maid, so rattled by the sight, fumbles the box she's carrying. The package hits the flagstones with a dull, heavy thud that echoes through the quiet courtyard. Everyone freezes, braced for the inevitable explosion of Dyla's famous temper. But instead, she calmly drifts over to the trembling girl with a kind, gentle smile. She asks if she's all right and softly advises her not to overwork herself. That unexpected, radical act of kindness leaves the entire courtyard stunned into silence. The maid, deathly pale and shaking in her boots, can barely manage to stammer out a response. In a twist that feels almost surreal, the young duchess's sudden surge of kindness is far more unsettling to her mother than her previous, fiery outbursts ever were. From across the grounds, Duchess Miria watches her daughters retreating back, her knuckles white as she grips her fist tight. She sees the girl walking with the composed, rhythmic grace of the perfect noblewoman she had always yearned to raise. Yet a deep, gut-level instinct warns her that something is terribly, fundamentally wrong. For the Duchess, this feels less like a triumph and more like a loss of control. Later that same day, the setting shifts to the quiet, upscale Ebelstein noble district. Nestled in a secluded, tranquil corner, a round table is elegantly set for an afternoon tea service. During their last meeting, Aceline had clearly been harboring some unspoken trouble. The light, cheerful atmosphere of the tea party hadn't been enough to mask the visible weight on her shoulders. Ellen had been quietly anxious about her friend ever since. When this concern is voiced, Aceline blinks in mild, genuine surprise. She hadn't realized that her internal turmoil was so painfully obvious to those around her. Regaining her composure, she offers a small, practiced, and graceful smile as she lifts her teacup, conceding that she was indeed dealing with some pressures at the time. Thankfully, most of that has been settled, she adds, her voice steady and radiating a quiet, palpable sense of relief. Hearing this brings a wave of genuine comfort to Ellen, yet another worry remains tickling at the back of her mind. She's caught wind of rumors, claims that Aceline personally ventured out of the protected noble district to rescue someone. The very notion is enough to disturb her. High-born ladies simply do not abandon their sheltered, luxurious lives without an incredibly grave justification. Ellen voices her anxiety, admitting that the rumors had left her deeply concerned. Aceline offers a soft, appreciative smile, thanking her friend for the concern before clarifying the situation. It turned out her younger sister, Dyla Belmiard, was in dire need of a proper magic mentor. Since finding a truly capable instructor proved to be a monumental task, Aceline explains, she took it upon herself to head out and track one down personally. Though the explanation sounds straightforward enough on the surface, Ellen's mind kicks into high gear. If Aceline, a woman of her stature, deemed it necessary to hunt for a tutor herself, then the person she chose couldn't possibly be a common, ordinary individual. A lady of the nobility wouldn't exhaust such effort for someone of no consequence. She maintains her pleasant, social mask, but intense curiosity begins to swirl behind her guarded eyes. Just then, Lady Denise Linear Veltus, the second daughter of House Veltus, who had been sitting by and listening intently, enters the conversation with a polite, measured smile. She chimes in, confirming that she knows the teacher was indeed hired specifically for Lady Dyla. I visited the Belmiard estate not long ago and saw Dyla for myself, Denise continues, and the transformation was truly staggering. She notes that the once notorious, troublesome girl has blossomed into a young lady so refined and well-mannered that she was nearly unrecognizable. Aceline nods, a flicker of quiet, maternal pride softening her expression. She explains that Dyla has already managed to manifest one-star magic, and her conduct has become strikingly neat and disciplined. Witnessing my younger sister's growth has actually pushed me to strive harder in my own studies, Aceline admits. Denise keeps that gentle, polite smile firmly in place, but a seed of doubt begins to sprout in her mind. The Belmiard family had kept Dyla under wraps, almost hidden from society for ages. Why, then, are they suddenly so eager to broadcast her progress? The whole situation reeks of something unusual. Choosing her words carefully, she merely comments that Aceline must have secured a truly exceptional mentor. Aceline agrees immediately, without a hint of hesitation. He doesn't hold noble status, she admits candidly, but his capabilities are simply extraordinary. In fact, it was well worth the journey to the Belden Mercenary Corps to recruit him myself. At the mention of that word, both Ellen and Denise visibly freeze. A mercenary? The word lingers in the air, heavy with unspoken implications and judgment. Ellen's thoughts immediately retreat to a dusty, unpleasant memory. She recalls a kitchen cook who had fled the Belmiard estate in a state of absolute terror, spinning harrowing stories about Dyla's volatile, harsh, and utterly uncontrollable temper. In those days, Dyla was practically synonymous with wild, unruly, and even cruel behavior. And yet, here she is now, disciplined, polished, and wielding one-star magic. Transforming a girl like that requires far more than just surface-level skill. It demands immense strength, infinite patience, and absolute control. Ellen takes a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, successfully masking the intensity churning behind her eyes. Whoever this mysterious tutor is, he is undeniably someone of great consequence. If Dyla's rapid improvement continues, this man's name will inevitably ripple through the highest circles of noble society. Ellen decides it would be a strategic advantage to learn who he is sooner, rather than later. With a warm, disarmingly curious smile, she finally presses for the teacher's identity. Aceline looks mildly perplexed by the sudden, intense interest in a mere commoner. Ellen brushes it off, explaining with a shrug that if he's successfully guiding Dyla, he's bound to become a renowned figure eventually, so there's no harm in being ahead of the curve. Aceline accepts this logic without a second thought and answers with calm sincerity. His name is Derek, she says. The scene transitions quietly to the opulent sitting chamber of the grand Belmiard mansion. Lady Dyla is perched beside her mother on a plush, intricately embroidered sofa. She talks with bright, infectious enthusiasm, explaining that Derek hasn't just been teaching her magic. He's been meticulously coaching her on proper etiquette as well. She confesses with a small, self-deprecating laugh that trying to master the complex rules of etiquette on her own had been a nightmare. Her mother responds with a cool, composed smile, nodding and saying she understands, praising Dyla for having the dedication to study so diligently on her own initiative. But Dyla quickly sets the record straight, clarifying that it wasn't really self-study at all. Derek had patiently walked her through every single detail. Intrigued, her mother asks what, specifically, had been so insurmountable when she attempted to learn the lessons by herself before. Dyla laughs again, answering with total honesty that nearly every aspect had felt impossible. She adds with a cheerful shine in her eyes that she's only managed to reach this level because of Derek's unwavering guidance. At that exact moment, a sharp spike of irritation flares deep within her mother's chest. While her face remains a mask of serene, elegant poise, her internal monologue is a battlefield of resentment. That damn Derek. She fumes inwardly, her thoughts turning jagged. How many more times am I forced to hear that name? She doesn't have the full picture of what he's done to exert such a powerful influence over Dyla. But one thing is certain. She cannot allow this to go on. There has to be a way to dismantle his position. Once their conversation draws to a close, she excuses herself with practiced, dignified grace, carefully tucking her brewing anger beneath a veneer of aristocratic calm. Immediately, she begins weaving through the mansion's halls, a woman on a mission to gather whatever dirt she can find. She corners a maid, casually probing about Dyla's recent behavior. The maid beams, responding with genuine warmth that Lady Dyla has been remarkably kind to the staff lately, having become noticeably more gentle and considerate. The mother remains unsatisfied, continuing her quiet interrogation as she speaks with a gardener. He, too, wears a smile, remarking that Lady Dyla seems to be in an uncommonly good mood these days. Her entire personality has mellowed significantly, a transformation that he's noticed over the last few short weeks. Finally, she seeks out the butler. The man pauses, deep in thought, before delivering his verdict. He describes the transformation as truly astonishing. The refined, sophisticated demeanor Dyla now carries is something he had previously associated only with Lady Aceline. Perhaps, he muses, Lady Dyla is finally striving to become a true noblewoman. There is, indeed, a newfound natural dignity in her posture and speech that had never existed before. Rather than soothing her, every one of these accolades only serves to deepen the mother's boiling resentment. Her face flushes a deep, suppressed red, though she manages to hold her icy composure intact. Without betraying a flicker of her true emotions, she retreats from the servants' quarters. As the sun sets and night wraps its shadows around the estate, her frustration consumes her, burning brighter with every passing minute. Outside, under the faint, ethereal wash of moonlight, Derek is still out on the grounds, pushing himself through grueling magic practice. Beads of sweat cut tracks down his forehead as exhaustion begins to gnaw at his body, but he refuses to let up, determined to keep going. Crackling blue mana flickers around his fingertips as he channels every ounce of his focus into refining his control. The aura flares with a sudden, brilliant intensity, but the strain on his stamina is simply too great to sustain. His energy snaps, and he collapses onto the cold grass, his chest heaving as he fights to catch his breath. As he lies there, chest burning, he suddenly feels a presence materialize nearby. He shifts his head, locking eyes with R.A., Dyla's former sparring opponent, who stands a few paces away. R.A. offers a respectful, polite apology, asking if he's interrupted Derek's training. Derek groans as he pushes himself up into a sitting position, waving him off and assuring him it's no trouble at all. With a flicker of genuine curiosity, he asks what could possibly bring R.A. out to this spot so late at night. The two of them settle in on the grass, sitting together beneath the vast, open night sky. R.A. gets straight to the point, explaining that he had been hoping to talk with him about Dyla. Before he can go any further, his gaze lands on the book resting in Derek's lap, and he asks if it's a 3-star spellbook. Derek confirms it, noting that it was lent to him personally by His Grace, Duke Valerian. Ra's eyes widen in visible shock. The fact that such a rare, invaluable artifact has been entrusted to a man like Derek is, frankly, unbelievable. Derek admits, with a touch of humility, that the magic contained within those pages is still far beyond his current reach, but he believes that getting a head start on studying it can never hurt. For a moment, he is pulled back to the memory of the Duke's piercing, firm gaze when he'd handed the book over to him. Having essentially declared Derek a true mage, R.A. murmurs in pure, hushed amazement, admitting that this is a truly remarkable development. Shifting back to their original conversation, Derek asks what, exactly, about Lady Dyla prompted R.A. to seek him out. R.A. bows his head slightly, appearing unexpectedly nervous, the tips of his ears even flushing a faint, telltale shade of red. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting away before he finally worked up the courage to ask what teenage girls were generally fond of. Derek, standing nearby, listened intently, his expression unreadable as he processed the question. R.A. seemed to grow increasingly flustered and embarrassed by the second. He tentatively suggested that perhaps he could embroider a doll that resembled Dyla. Would that be the kind of thing she might appreciate? For a split second, Derek envisioned a doll with an unervingly high level of detail, a mental image that made him recoil. He immediately shot down the suggestion with a sharp, firm note of annoyance, making it perfectly clear that she would absolutely not be interested in such a gift. Caught off guard, R.A. quickly scrambled to back down. He stammered that he had suspected that might be the case, insisting in a rush that he hadn't really been serious about the idea anyway. He let out an awkward, nervous laugh, then quickly stood up and smoothed out his clothes. He suggested that if Derek was finally finished with their training session, they really ought to head back inside. Derek rose to his feet as well, his movements precise and calm. As they began the trek back toward the looming silhouette of the castle, R.A. suddenly broke the silence, expressing his genuine gratitude for everything Derek had done. Derek paused, looking at him with a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he processed the unexpected sentiment. R.A. went on to explain that the entire atmosphere within the household had shifted for the better lately. He noted that even Duke Valerian had begun focusing his energy much more seriously on the administration of the territory. Even though the Duke was a man who rarely wore his heart on his sleeve, it was clear that he felt a sense of quiet satisfaction with the way things were unfolding. Derek gave a small shrug, replying that it was notoriously difficult to decipher the Duke's true feelings. R.A. let out a soft, knowing laugh, agreeing that every single person living in the mansion would certainly be in complete agreement with that assessment. After walking a few more paces in the quiet night air, R.A. came to a sudden halt, lifting his head to gaze up at the vast, tranquil expanse of the night sky. His voice dropped to a reflective, almost contemplative tone as he admitted that he supposed he needed to learn to accept the way things were. People had a way of changing, he mused, especially when they were still young and full of potential. Perhaps he had simply been blind to the transformation Dyla was undergoing all this time, or maybe, deep down, he had been actively avoiding seeing it. But since it was now undeniable that she had truly changed, he felt a responsibility to change along with her. He turned his full attention toward Derek and offered a sincere, heartfelt word of thanks, declaring that this entire shift in their world had happened because of him. Derek remained characteristically silent, his expression giving nothing away as he simply continued to walk forward, his pace steady. After a thoughtful silence, R.A. brought up a new topic, noting that he had felt something strangely different about the nature of Dyla's magic lately. Derek asked if he had noticed that difference during their earlier duel, and R.A. explained that watching her felt like witnessing an artist carefully sketching a picture. Inwardly, Derek couldn't help but acknowledge how incredibly perceptive the boy was for his age. A genius, he reflected, was truly a genius. It certainly shouldn't have been easy for someone like R.A. to pick up on such a subtle nuance in another person's magical signature. Derek clarified that Lady Dyla was currently utilizing a specific mana operation technique that was rooted in the School of the Wild. He explained that every individual possessed their own distinct, unique way of manipulating mana. He continued, noting that once she reached a certain threshold of proficiency, she would naturally evolve her own understanding, making his further instruction unnecessary. At that advanced stage, even the best teacher's interference could inadvertently become a hindrance to her growth. R.A. gave a slow, thoughtful nod, murmuring under his breath that her true moment to shine would eventually arrive, and he looked forward to it. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During that period, the heavy, stifling atmosphere that had long permeated the mansion grew noticeably lighter, replaced by a sense of calm. One bright morning, the scene found Dyla sitting elegantly before her vanity, her posture perfect as she looked at her reflection in the dressing table mirror. A delicate arrangement of fresh, vibrant flowers sat on the polished wood surface before her. She tilted her head slightly to the side, peering at the blooms with a look of mild curiosity as she asked her maid why they had been brought to her chambers. The maid beamed, replying with a warm, genuine smile that the flowers had bloomed beautifully in the garden just that morning, and she thought they would look absolutely lovely woven into Dyla's hair. Dyla reached out, her fingers brushing against one of the soft blossoms, as she inhaled its light, sweet fragrance. She smiled, a look of pure, peaceful joy washing over her face as she agreed that they smelled wonderful. It felt as though the warmth of spring had been lingering in the air for months. As her maid deftly and carefully styled her hair, Dyla spoke in a thoughtful, measured voice about the profound changes her life had undergone. She felt entirely comfortable wielding one-star magic now, and she noticed she had grown much closer to the servants who looked after her. A quiet, radiant happiness shone in her smile as she admitted that she must have been blind to so many beautiful things before this. She firmly believed that all these positive shifts were thanks to Derek. The maid noticed the glow on Dyla's face and, with a playful glint in her eye, teased her by asking if today happened to be the day of her magic lesson. Dyla's face brightened instantly, and she asked with a touch of bashfulness if she really looked that happy. When the maid finally finished pinning her hair, Dyla asked for one of the spare flowers that hadn't been used, intending to give it to Derek as a small token. However, the very instant she stepped into the room, the entire mood shifted, turning cold and heavy. The small flower she had been holding slipped from her fingers, tumbling through the air before landing silently on the floor. She stood frozen in place, her eyes widening in sheer shock as the sting of tears began to gather, blurring her vision. Her voice wavered, trembling with disbelief as she asked what he could possibly mean. Derek stood his ground, his expression neutral and calm, confirming that she had heard him correctly the first time. There was simply nothing left that he could teach her. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the room, thick and unavoidable, as the weight of an invisible, harsh truth echoed between them. Just as there is no such thing as an eternal winter, there is no such thing as an eternal spring. The scene cut to the Duke's private office. Derek sat respectfully across from Duke Valerian, explaining that His Grace had likely already observed a very important shift. Lady Dyla was truly a product of the School of the Wild, and among those who walked that path, her innate traits were exceptionally powerful. Her natural disposition was not something that should be constricted by the constant, rigid guidance of a teacher. Her future growth depended entirely on her having the freedom to chart her own course. He admitted with total honesty that if he continued to interfere in her development, he would only end up breaking her wings before she ever had the chance to truly take flight. Duke Valerian, sitting across from him, listened with rapt attention, not once interrupting his explanation. The office remained deathly still for a long moment. Finally, after a brief pause, the Duke broke the silence. He stated that if what Derek said was true, then there was no longer any valid reason for Derek to continue his stay in the mansion. Derek gave a simple, stoic answer. That was correct. For a moment, it looked as if the Duke was on the verge of saying something more, but the words died in his throat. Instead, he slowly stood up from his chair. Derek tracked the movement with his eyes, but he remained silent, waiting for the Duke to continue. The Duke walked over to the tall, floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his back to the room. He gazed out at the distant courtyard rather than looking at the young man, his voice steady as he spoke toward the glass. He quietly admitted that a great many things had changed for the better thanks to Derek. Because of him, his daughter had finally grown into her own. He confessed, in a rare moment of vulnerability, that he had been so utterly consumed by the burden of governing his territory that he had failed to act as a proper father. The heavy responsibilities of rule had simply demanded too much of his time and attention. And yet now, he added softly, he felt a sense of relief he hadn't known before. Then came the most difficult question of all. Without turning around, still staring out the window, the Duke asked when Derek intended to depart. Derek replied calmly that he had already heard the news. Lady Aceline Belmiard would be paying a visit to the mansion shortly, and he planned to ride in her carriage when she eventually returned to Eppelstein. The Duke gave a quiet acknowledgement. Then, still refusing to turn to face him, he stated that Derek should return the library key before he took his leave. Derek looked toward the Duke's back and replied that he would return the spellbooks he currently had in his possession and pass the key to the head butler once he was done. However, the Duke immediately cut him off, insisting there was no need to wait. He was to return the key right now. Derek didn't bother to argue with him. His gaze drifted down to the 3-star spellbook still resting in his hand. For a fleeting moment, he stared at it in complete silence. The Duke then brusquely mentioned that if there was nothing further to discuss, he was dismissed. Derek's expression dimmed slightly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Though he remained silent, he rose from his seat, offered a brief, respectful bow toward the Duke, who still stood facing the window, and then turned and walked quietly out of the office. He made his way through the long, ornate corridor of the mansion at a steady, unhurried pace, the sound of his footsteps echoing faintly against the polished floorboards. Just as he turned a corner, he suddenly found himself face to face with Dyla Belmiard. Derek came to an immediate, abrupt halt. Dyla stood rooted to the spot, looking at him with a gaze that flickered between sharp frustration and a deep, underlying hurt that she couldn't quite mask. Her voice rose as she demanded to know how he could just waltz into her life so suddenly, only to abandon her with the same abruptness. Derek met her gaze, his expression unchanging, as he addressed her calmly as Lady Dyla and explained that the situation simply could not be helped. Dyla let out a frustrated breath, replying that she already knew he wouldn't listen to her objections, yet she felt compelled to voice them anyway. Her tone dipped, softening with vulnerability as she asked, almost as a plea, if he truly could not find a way to stay. Derek did not offer a response immediately. Instead, he took a step forward, closing the distance between them, and lowered his frame until they were looking directly into one another's eyes. He spoke in a steady, rhythmic voice, explaining that he would return to his former life as a mercenary just as he had before. He intended to keep pushing his own magical studies forward, and he told her that one day, when she had refined her abilities even further, she would travel to Ebelstein for her grand debut. Dyla bowed her head, her shoulders tensing as tears welled up in her eyes. The profound sadness she had been fighting to conceal was now painfully obvious to anyone watching. A faint, reassuring smile touched Derek's lips as he told her that when that day finally came, they would surely cross paths again. He added that if his own magical progress kept pace, he might even be in a position to teach her something new once more. The moment the words left his mouth, her sorrow hardened into a flash of indignation. She snapped at him, calling him annoying and complaining that he always knew exactly how to twist his words, effectively trapping her, so she had no logical way to argue back. That night, Dyla tossed and turned in her bed, her mind racing, unable to find the comfort of a peaceful sleep. A fine sheen of sweat broke out across her skin as her consciousness slipped into the grip of a deeply troubling, vivid nightmare. In the dark landscape of her dream, harsh, biting voices assailed her from every side. They sneered, calling her useless and belittling her as an incompetent child who possessed nothing of value besides the accident of her noble bloodline. They mocked her relentlessly, claiming she didn't even have a shred of genuine talent. They branded her the disgrace of the Duplin family, jeering and asking why a girl like her had even been born into such a lineage. Fear, cold and sharp, coiled tightly around her heart. Even within the confines of her dream, hot tears spilled from her eyes. Suddenly, she cried out a desperate, echoing no. She jolted awake, bolting upright in her bed. Her breathing was jagged and labored, and her heart was drumming a frantic, violent rhythm against her ribs. A throbbing, dull ache radiated behind her temples. As the fog of sleep cleared, she realized with a shudder that the harsh words were merely a nightmare. A maid, startled by the sudden commotion, rushed into the room in a state of alarm. Calling out to Lady Dyla, she asked with genuine concern if she was all right, explaining that she had heard shouting from the hallway and had come running immediately. The maid looked ready to help, but Dyla simply stared at her in silence, feeling utterly exposed in that fragile, waking moment. Buried memories of her former, spoiled self bubbled up in her mind, and a dangerous, desperate thought began to take root. She wondered what would happen if she manufactured a reason for Derek to stay. What if she reverted to her old ways? Slapping the maids, throwing explosive tantrums, and turning the entire mansion upside down. If she became that insufferable, troublesome girl again, perhaps Derek would be forced by duty to remain at her side. For a heartbeat, the dark allure of that idea held her, and she seriously considered giving in to the chaos. The maid asked again, her voice soft with worry, if something was wrong or if she was feeling unwell somewhere. For a split second, Dyla's temper flared, and she nearly snapped at the servant, but she clenched her fists and stopped herself just in time. Instead, She forced herself to answer with a calm, steady voice that she was perfectly fine. Deep inside, she reached a firm, unwavering decision. She would never, under any circumstances, become that person again. She offered the maid a gentle, reassuring smile to set her at ease, and as the maid's tension finally melted away, Dyla sank back against her pillows. She realized with total clarity that acting out like a child would never grant her any true value. Morning finally broke, and golden sunlight washed across the expansive castle grounds. The air felt crisp and new, though an undeniable heavy mood of impending departure hung over the central courtyard. Lady Aceline was already seated inside the carriage, waiting for the journey to begin. Derek approached, carrying his few belongings, his demeanor as composed and unruffled as ever. Aceline glanced at him, checking if it would be convenient to drop him off at the commercial district of Ebelstein. Derek replied that he would certainly appreciate the gesture. She offered a soft smile and told him to take a few moments to bid his farewells, as they were scheduled to depart momentarily. Derek turned on his heel, his gaze sweeping over the scene behind him. The entire household had assembled to see him off. R.A. stepped forward from the group, his expression uncharacteristically somber, and asked if he was truly going through with his departure. Derek replied that he had to return to the life he had known before he arrived here. R.A. offered a faint, melancholy smile, noting that life within this mansion had likely been far from easy for a man like him. He acknowledged that Derek had worked tirelessly throughout his stay. The prince added that if he ever found himself in trouble or in need of support, Derek should not hesitate to contact him, promising to assist however he could. Derek bowed his head in a gesture of profound respect, thanking him for the sentiment. Then, he lifted his eyes, focusing his attention on Dyla. She had been watching him intensely the entire time. For a heartbeat, neither of them made a sound. Then, Dyla suddenly grew flustered, her face flushing as she shouted, demanding to know exactly why he was looking at her like that. She insisted, with a sharp edge to her voice, that he shouldn't dare misunderstand. She was certainly not going to debase herself by begging him to stay. She drew herself up and declared, with as much conviction as she could muster, that she was no longer a little child. Derek smiled gently, his tone warm as he said that it had been a genuine honor to serve as her teacher. He added, with a touch of humility, that while he might not be worthy of proudly claiming the title, he sincerely hoped she would always remember the magic she had cultivated by his side. Dyla lifted her chin high with pride, retorting that she would always loudly and proudly proclaim that he was her teacher. After all, he had been the instructor to the one and only great Dyla Catherine Duplin. She teased that this meant he would no longer be able to live a quiet, anonymous life. Derek offered little reaction to her bravado, but beneath her confident mask, the profound sadness in her eyes was impossible to miss. Turning her face away slightly to hide the flush creeping up her neck, she muttered a final instruction. She told him to take care of himself and warned him not to do anything reckless, foolish, or dangerous that might lead to him getting hurt. Derek answered that he would be perfectly fine, and in turn, told her not to push herself too hard either. Dyla quickly snapped back that she was already an adult now and could easily take care of her own affairs. She repeated the words firmly, almost as if she were trying to drill the belief into his mind and her own simultaneously. Her words sparked a ghostly echo of an old memory within Derek's mind. Long ago, he had uttered those exact same words. "I'm already an adult. I can take care of myself." He had said it to a woman who had simply responded by pulling him into a firm, grounding embrace. She had smiled at him with such gentle warmth and told him to always hold onto those words. The scene from the past dissolved, leaving him standing once again in the quiet of the present day. Derek spoke Dyla's name in a soft, low tone. Then he reached out and gave her hair a gentle, lingering pat. Dyla's eyes went wide, frozen in sheer shock at the unexpected, tender gesture. As his hand rested on her head, he told her quietly that there was no need for her to rush to grow up so quickly. Tears welled up to the brim of her eyes, but with a stubborn set of her jaw, she refused to let a single one fall. Derek took a deliberate step backward, turning his back on the moment. Beside him, Dyla made a quick, subtle motion, wiping the stray tears from her face before he could notice. Just as he began to walk away, her voice cut through the air, calling out his name. Derek halted in his tracks and pivoted to face her. Dyla summoned every ounce of her strength to force a bright, cheerful smile onto her lips, waving enthusiastically as she shouted that they would surely cross paths again one day. Derek lowered his head in a respectful, measured bow. "We will meet again in Ebelstein, Lady Dyla," he replied, his tone steady and formal. The dam finally broke, and tears welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision as she whispered a soft, shaky, "Okay." With that lingering, heavy silence, Derek turned and departed from the castle grounds. By the time dusk settled over the land, he had reached the bustling commercial district of Ebelstein. The streets were vibrant, pulsing with the chaotic energy of evening trade and local activity. Off to the side, two men were practically screaming with excitement, their voices rising above the din as they cheered on a scuffle, wildly urging the combatants to strike harder. Driven by a flicker of curiosity, Derek navigated through the crowd, slipping closer to the commotion without drawing any eyes toward himself. In the very heart of the ring, a young blonde woman stood poised, her fists flying as she delivered a series of precise, powerful strikes. Opposite her, a boy stood his ground, though his face was already a mask of swelling bruises and smeared blood. She drove another punch home, but then, she suddenly froze, her instincts flaring as if she felt a pair of eyes tracking her movements. She turned around slowly, and the moment her gaze landed on Derek, her entire demeanor shifted, her expression brightened, instantly lit up by pure, unadulterated joy. She called his name, her voice ringing with sheer excitement. Derek stood his ground, meeting her gaze steadily before offering a simple, grounding reply, "I'm back." The bustle of the street fades as we transition into the dim, amber-hued interior of the tavern, Belden's Tier. The tavern hums with a warm, lively atmosphere, a stark, comforting contrast to the heavy, quiet tension that had clung to Derek throughout his departure. Behind the worn wooden counter, Jaden stands waiting, holding a drink aloft with a casual, welcoming grin. "This is honey wine," he notes, waving the glass. "The kind of thing those uptight nobles act so fancy about, but you always had a soft spot for it." Derek offers a quiet, sincere word of thanks. Jaden dismisses the gratitude with a flick of his hand, adding with a cheerful laugh, "Consider it a welcome-back drink. It's on the house." Derek reaches out to accept the glass. Pauline watches him closely from the corner of her eye. She narrows her gaze, scrutinizing him as if trying to uncover a secret. After a heartbeat, she blurts out, "Hey, were you always this washed out? Or did you manage to get even paler during your little stint living among the nobles?" Derek doesn't quite seem to grasp her meaning, his brow furrowing in mild confusion. Sensing his reaction, Pauline presses on with a teasing smirk. "When I heard you'd become a magic instructor, I just assumed all those high and mighty nobles were passing around some weird, secret medicine. So what really happened? Come on, spill it." "I just did my job," Derek says calmly. "There really isn't much of a story there." Pauline's jaw drops, her face contorting into a look of exaggerated, theatrical disbelief. Leaning back in her chair with a playful, sharp smirk, she mocks, "Wow, listen to you. You're talking just like a noble now. Would it honestly kill you to share a few details?" Before she can goad him any further, Jaden steps in, trying to diffuse the rising tension. He slides a drink across the counter toward her, saying firmly, "Pauline, that's enough. Just drink your wine." But Pauline is already simmering with irritation. She slams her palm against the table with a loud crack and shouts, "I'm so annoyed. I had to go through absolute hell working solo because he wasn't here." Her frustration echoes through the tavern, drawing the attention of those nearby. Jaden glances over at Derek, tossing a joking remark over his shoulder. "Well, look on the bright side, Pauline. Thanks to that, Derek must have brought back a decent pile of cash, right? Tell me, did they pay you well?" Derek offers a small, slow shake of his head. "I received something far more valuable than gold," he says, his voice low and calm. Jaden's smile falters, his expression shifting into open confusion. Before Jaden can even frame a question, Derek slowly reaches into his bag and places a leather-bound book onto the table. The moment the cover hits the wood, Jaden's eyes go wide, and he leans in, muttering, "What on earth is that? Could this be a Z-Star spellbook?" Pauline, too, surges forward, her annoyance forgotten, her eyes burning with sudden, intense curiosity. "Hey, you don't just see something this rare lying around." Derek calmly cuts through their mounting excitement. "Actually, it's a 3-star spellbook." As those words land, the air in the tavern seems to grow still. Both of them are frozen, utterly stunned. Jaden stares, his mouth agape. Did you steal that? If word gets out that you're holding on to something like that, you're as good as dead." Pauline, however, has a completely different reaction. Her eyes shimmer with unbridled greed and fascination. "Who cares about the theft? It's a 3-star spellbook. I want to swipe one for myself. Where did you even get it?" Seeing their extreme, panicked reactions, Derek calmly clarifies, "The Grand Duke gave it to me." Hearing that the spellbook was actually a gift from the Grand Duke, Pauline's eyes widen even further, practically sparkling. She leans so far forward she's practically across the table, blurting out, "What? Stop lying, you little punk. Are they hiring, then? Do they need an archery instructor? Tell me. Her voice is thick with eager, desperate curiosity, as if she's already picturing herself moving up in the world. Derek, however, remains unmoved by her outburst, choosing instead to sit in silence. A heavy, quiet moment passes, and the chaotic energy of the tavern gradually begins to settle back into a steady, normal rhythm. Derek is now settled into his seat, the spellbook splayed open before him, his gaze glued to the pages. Without even looking up, he asks, "Have any requests come in lately?" Beside him, Pauline has slumped over, already fast asleep from the emotional exhaustion. Behind the counter, Jaden blinks in surprise. "Wait, seriously? You just got back, and you're already itching for a request?" "Yes," Derek answers firmly. "Something light, a simple subjugation task. I feel like I've lost my edge, and I need to get it back." Jaden shakes his head, offering a confident, reassuring grin. "Oh, give me a break. You couldn't lose your edge if you tried. This line of work is always starving for capable mages. If you want a job, I've got more than enough to keep you busy." Derek clicks the book shut with a decisive thud. "Then I'm starting tomorrow, first thing in the morning." The narrative shifts to the dawn of the following day. Derek and Pauline are back in the field, traveling together toward their next destination. Mounted on their horses, the two mercenaries set off, beginning their mission in earnest. As they venture deeper into the untamed, dangerous wilderness, they inevitably cross paths with various monsters lurking in the shadows. In one stretch of the journey, they are seen locked in a brutal skirmish against a scavenging group of goblins. Later, the stakes rise even higher as they are forced to confront a monstrous, terrifying spider that stalks the dense forest. Having successfully dispatched the creatures, they continue to push forward, trekking further into the heart of the wild. As the sun dips below the horizon, they finally pull to a stop in a secluded clearing to make camp. Pauline collapses, finally relaxing after the grueling day of combat, but Derek remains entirely focused on his own agenda. Even amidst the quiet of their rest, he continues to pour his efforts into understanding the intricacies of the book. He is fixated on the third circle magic, sitting perfectly still in the dark, concentrating with every fiber of his being to channel and mold his internal mana. For a fleeting second, it looks as though he's finally done it. The magical flow begins to pulse with perfect, steady rhythm. But suddenly, a violent, massive explosion rocks the clearing. The shockwave and flash of light are so intense they could be spotted from miles away. It's clear that something went disastrously wrong with the casting process. When the smoke clears, Derek is back on the ground, hunched over the book, studying the pages with renewed, careful intensity. He scans through the complex, interwoven patterns of magic, intricate circles that had eluded his understanding until now. Driven by a quiet, iron-willed determination, he continues his analysis deep into the night. As the cycle of days turns, the story captures the slow, inevitable shifting of the seasons. The weeks bleed into one another, and the vibrant landscape gradually withers and transforms, eventually giving way to the biting arrival of winter. A thick blanket of snow settles over the land, and the air turns bitter and frozen, chilling everything it touches. Finally, after their long and arduous journey, Derek and Pauline make their way back to the heart of the city. The moment they push open the heavy door to the tavern, Pauline lets out a sharp shiver, complaining loudly about the brutal, freezing cold. "It's absolutely freezing out here," Pauline mutters, her breath hitching in the biting air. "How much lower is this temperature going to drop?" Jaden chuckles, the sound warm against the winter chill. "Ah, to be young and full of energy," he laughs. "You two actually trekked all the way to the Kemp Mountains and back in this kind of weather?" Derek doesn't say a word, simply unloading a collection of spoils from their hunt onto the counter. Beside him, Pauline heaves a frustrated sigh, complaining, "I keep telling him it's better to wait until it warms up, but he never listens." Jaden's gaze drifts to the items they've brought back, and his eyes widen in genuine shock. He lets out a disbelieving laugh and shakes his head. "You two are truly the only lunatics in this city who would risk your lives to haul back a harpy's head in this deep freeze." Reflecting on Jaden's observation, Derek offers a soft, quiet response. "Thank you. For the first time in a while, I actually feel alive again." Jaden offers a subtle, knowing smile. "Well, you've definitely earned a break. You'll probably want to sleep in tomorrow. But, as luck would have it, a request just landed that's perfectly suited for you, Derek." Derek glances up, his interest piqued. "Oh? What kind of request?" "It's a high-paying, simple job," Jaden explains with a calm shrug. "Though, I suppose it might turn out to be a bit of a headache. It's a formal request that came directly from the Royal Mercenary Corps stationed over on West Street. You've heard of Count Belmiard, right?" They're looking for a commoner to step in and help with some magic sparring sessions. To put it bluntly, they need a human punching bag. You just show up, take a few spells to the chest, and collect your pay. That's the long and short of it. Soon after, the setting shifts to the prestigious magic sparring arena within the Nobles District. The facility is expansive and immaculately maintained, designed specifically for the elite training of noble mages. In the center of the arena, an elderly instructor stands beside a young girl with striking, vibrant red hair. The girl glances around with a curious expression. "So," she asks, "who am I supposed to be sparring with today?" The old man replies with practiced calm, "For your offensive magic drills. We have arranged for a commoner to assist." The girl, whose name is Ellen, immediately recoils, her brows furrowing in pure disbelief. "What? You're expecting me to just wail on some commoner right now?" Ellen asks, clearly offended. The old man responds with unwavering firmness. "This is a crucial part of your development," he says. "We have promised the commoner adequate compensation, so you are free to practice at your own pace and intensity." Ellen lets out a sharp, annoyed huff and crosses her arms, looking entirely unimpressed. "Yeah, right. So this training is just an excuse to beat up a commoner. How very noble of you." The old man tries to maintain his composure, adding, "Regardless, he is capable of handling one-star magic." Ellen arches an eyebrow, looking skeptical. "Teacher, I'm about to reach 2-star status. Isn't there a massive, insurmountable gap between a 1-star and a 2-star? Isn't it like the difference between heaven and earth?" Moments later, the perspective shifts into the sparring arena itself. Derek is already waiting there, sitting in patient silence for his opponent. He remains perfectly calm and composed, showing no hint of nerves or hesitation. Suddenly, someone approaches, stepping directly into his line of sight. It's the red-haired girl from before, Ellen. She looks him over with a critical, curious gaze. "Are you the sparring partner I'm stuck with today?" she asks. Hearing the question, Derek simply nods and introduces himself politely. After hearing his name, the girl offers a curt, slight nod. "I'm Ellen." As she mulls over his name in her mind, a flicker of familiarity sparks in her memory. "Derek." She muses silently to herself. "I feel like I've heard that name mentioned somewhere before." After a short pause, the old teacher calls out, effectively ending their internal thoughts. "All right, that's enough talk. Let's head into the arena." As they walk toward the training ground, Ellen keeps her focus glued on Derek, looking baffled by his unassuming appearance. "Wait a second," she thinks, casting a doubtful side glance at him. "Is he really a mage? He looks so young." The question lingers, but she quickly shakes it off and focuses on gearing up for the match. Once they step onto the arena floor, Ellen straightens her posture, her demeanor hardening into professional focus. She looks directly at him, her expression serious. "Now then," she asks, "are you familiar with the standard etiquette for magic sparring, Derek?" Derek offers a steady, calm answer without a moment's hesitation. "Yes, I am fully aware of the basics." Ellen gives a slight, dismissive nod. "Good. Then try to resist as hard as you can. I'm going to end this quickly." Even as she speaks, she's busy calculating in her head. "I mean, I'll do it if I have to," she thinks. "But if I just hit him with a shockwave and send him flying out of bounds, I can be done with this whole thing in seconds." Meanwhile, Derek processes her instructions carefully. "Resist as hard as I can," he repeats, looking for clarification. "Exactly how much resistance are you expecting from me?" Ellen stares at him, her frustration bubbling over. What kind of stupid question is that?" Derek remains unfazed. "I just need to know the level of resistance you need to make this training session effective for you." The old teacher watches the exchange from the sidelines, saying nothing. Noticing his peculiar, matter-of-fact way of speaking, a faint, amused smile touches Ellen's lips. She shakes her head, half laughing. "You sure have a strange way of talking. Like I said, just resist with everything you've got." As soon as those words leave her mouth, a small, subtle smile plays across Derek's face. In that same instant, a concentrated surge of energy begins to hum around him as he locks into his stance. With calm, measured confidence, he replies, "As you command." Blue, crackling mana begins to manifest in Derek's open palm. As they stand face to face in the arena, the air between them grows heavy. The atmosphere is thick with building tension and raw magical potential. Yet both combatants remain perfectly still, locked in a silent, intense anticipation of the first strike. Ellen begins her incantation, her voice soft, steady, and impeccably controlled. With every syllable, she channels her power with surgical precision. As she studies her opponent, she can't help but acknowledge a hidden truth. This commoner clearly possesses a rare, raw talent. Reaching the proficiency of a one-star mage at such a tender age is no minor feat yet. In her eyes, his unwavering, calm confidence comes across as misplaced arrogance. He seems to be oblivious to the unwritten, invisible divide between noble-born and commoner, and she feels it is her duty to teach him his place. As her chant reaches its climax, she unleashes her stored magic in one fluid motion. A destructive, rushing wave of energy surges forward, slicing through the air with violent force as it screams toward Derek. But he is ready. Without the slightest flicker of panic, he shifts his weight and sidesteps with fluid elegance, dodging the attack with effortless precision. The spell roars past him, slamming into the cluster of trees at the edge of the arena with a thunderous blast. Stout trunks are shattered like brittle paper, sending a shower of splinters and swirling dust across the training ground. Ellen's eyes narrow, genuine shock and disbelief flashing across her face. The ease with which he danced away from her attack feels like an affront, almost like he's mocking her. Meanwhile, Derek stands completely still, watching her with a calm, relaxed posture, as if he's simply waiting to see what her next move will be. That icy composure only serves to irritate her further. A flare of indignation burns within Ellen. No matter his natural talent, a mere commoner has no business standing before a noble mage with such arrogance. Determined to shatter his calm and force him to recognize the vast gulf between their stations, she decides to go all out. Without hesitation, she begins a more complex chant. This time, her voice rings out sharper and more authoritative. Multiple glowing magic circles bloom around her feet, bathing the arena in a cold, ethereal light. A swarm of icy arrows begins to materialize in the air, swirling around her like a miniature, frozen tempest. She watches the formation with a look of cold certainty, convinced that no one at his level could possibly survive what comes next. With a sharp, decisive gesture, she releases the barrage. The air is instantly filled with a howling storm of ice projectiles, converging on Derek from every conceivable angle, leaving no margin for error. Yet he doesn't retreat. He simply raises a single hand, weaving a seemingly simple basic spell. The moment their magical signatures collide, Ellen's eyes widen in absolute, stunned silence. Without the slightest bit of strain, Derek unleashed a simple basic spell. In an instant, it shattered every single incoming ice arrow, reducing them to nothing before they could even breach his personal space. The projectiles disintegrated into a cloud of shimmering, crystalline shards. They rained down across the arena floor like shattered glass, with several fragments skittering right up to the tips of Lady Ellen's boots. She stood paralyzed, her mind struggling to reconcile the reality of what she had just seen with her own expectations. It wasn't just raw power. It was a level of precise, calculated control over a rudimentary spell that defied common logic. It spoke of a profound, deep-rooted mastery that one didn't simply stumble upon. From the sidelines, the instructor watching the duel leaned forward, his eyes locked on Derek with a newfound, intense curiosity. The rumors that had been circulating about him didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. The efficiency and fluid grace in his movements hinted at a well of practical, combat-hardened experience that far outclassed any typical academy student. It was becoming impossible for the instructor to ignore the weight of the hearsay. Those old, persistent stories claiming that Derek had once been a veteran mercenary now sounded less like tall tales and more like the sober truth. There were quiet, dangerous truths buried beneath his unassuming, tranquil exterior. Realizing her tactical error, Lady Ellen finally grasped that she had severely underestimated the man standing before her. The preliminary testing phase was finished. A hardened, competitive fire ignited in her gaze, and as golden, crackling mana began to envelop her form, she commenced a more powerful incantation. Her voice was no longer soft. It was sharp, focused, and demanding. Every word of her chant resonated with intent, and soon, a blazing aura of radiant, golden light flickered around her, bathing the entire training ground in a brilliant, intense glow. She acknowledged her earlier carelessness in her mind. She wouldn't hold anything back this time. As her spell reached its peak, dozens of golden arrows manifested in the air, each one humming with enough destructive force to leave a mark. The air vibrated with the sheer presence of her magic. Derek watched her quietly, immediately perceiving the shift in her offensive strategy. She was moving away from surgical, precise strikes in favor of a massive, wide-scale bombardment designed to saturate the area and leave him with nowhere to hide. A flicker of genuine admiration crossed his face. Her ability to adapt to a changing combat scenario on the fly was truly impressive. Without hesitation, Lady Ellen swept her arm forward, commanding the golden projectiles to launch in a unified, devastating volley. A thunderous storm of golden light roared across the arena, plummeting toward Derek like an relentless, unstoppable rain of fire. Recognizing that evasion was no longer a viable option against such an expansive attack, Derek shifted his focus instantly. He quickly chanted a defensive incantation, weaving a robust magical barrier into existence around his body. He gripped the invisible shield with both hands, bracing his stance as he prepared for the inevitable collision. One after another, the arrows hammered into his shield, detonating on contact. Each explosion was deafening, the concussive force rattling the very foundations of the sparring ground. Thick clouds of dust and pulverized stone billowed up, instantly swallowing the battlefield and blinding everyone to what was happening within the blast zone. From her vantage point, Lady Ellen maintained a confident posture, certain that the sheer intensity of her barrage would be enough to shatter his defenses. However, as the haze of smoke began to drift away, her eyes narrowed in disbelief. Derek was still standing in the exact same spot. His barrier remained perfectly intact and his footing hadn't shifted, showing no signs of strain or injury. Before the tension could dissipate, Derek's senses spiked. He detected a sharp, rapid movement cutting through the residual dust at an incredible velocity. Using the lingering cover of the dust clouds to her advantage, Lady Ellen had surged forward with startling predatory agility. She appeared within striking distance, brandishing a massive spear of sharpened ice, its edges glinting dangerously as she committed to a sudden, close-quarters strike. For a heartbeat, Derek's expression betrayed a flicker of surprise. At this range, the reaction window was razor-thin. Even so, he couldn't help but inwardly commend her. Her combat instincts were exceptionally sharp for a mage. Without wasting a millisecond, he snapped his fingers, releasing a small, focused burst of mana. A brilliant, blinding flash of white light erupted directly between them. The sudden flare forced Lady Ellen to squeeze her eyes shut as she let out a sharp, frustrated curse, her momentum faltering. Struggling to maintain her balance, she pried one eye open, only to find that the space in front of her was empty. Derek had completely vanished. Her vision remained swimming with vibrant afterimages, but she forced herself to exhale and steady her erratic heartbeat. If her eyes had failed her, she would have to rely on her ears. She sharpened her focus, straining to pick up the faintest whisper of movement amidst the silence. A moment later, she felt a subtle, unnatural shift in the air pressure. A cold bead of sweat trickled down her temple as a sense of unease washed over her. Something had moved, completely soundlessly. And then, as if he had manifested out of thin air, she saw him again. Derek stood before her, perfectly calm, as if he hadn't moved an inch. 3 small, glowing magical spheres orbited his body, hovering in a stable and tightly controlled pattern. He didn't hesitate, launching the spells at her one after another with rhythmic precision. Lady Ellen scrambled to react, barely twisting away to dodge each incoming strike. Though she managed to evade them, the exertion threw off her balance and composure. Confusion began to cloud her mind. How had he navigated so close to her without making a single sound? She peered at him more intently, forcing herself to stop reacting and start analyzing. Then the truth hit her like a physical blow. The secret was buried in the silence itself. Derek was employing a specialized delusion-type spell that effectively scrubbed all sound from his vicinity. He had predicted she would pivot to her sense of hearing once her vision was compromised, and he had meticulously prepared a countermeasure for that exact possibility. The realization stung her pride and ignited a flash of irritation. It meant his previous attack hadn't been a miss, it had been a calculated choice. He had deliberately pulled his punch. From the very start of this duel, he had been holding back on her. That thought alone grated on her nerves more than the combat itself. Meanwhile, Derek remained as serene as a calm lake, maintaining his effortless control over the basic spells as he prepared yet another strike. She was forced to block the follow-up, her concentration fraying. But in that exact heartbeat, her eyes widened. Derek had already shifted his position. He lunged toward her, closing the distance between them with a sudden, aggressive burst of speed. A confident, sharp smirk tugged at the corner of her lips, even under the intense pressure of his assault. Rapid spell manifestation was her greatest asset, the weapon she excelled at most. She was convinced that the moment any magical signature flickered into existence around his hands, she would be able to counter it before he could even finish the release. But just as she began to move, a strange phenomenon completely derailed her confidence. As Derek lunged, the magical energy didn't pool in his hands. It flared and pulsed intensely beneath the soles of his feet. For a split second, she was utterly paralyzed, completely caught off guard by such a bizarre and unfamiliar technique. She instinctively leaped backward, her mind racing at a frantic pace as she tried to make sense of the visual input. Then it clicked. He was channeling and releasing his mana entirely through his feet. As she retreated, her focus tightened to a razor's edge. But the situation only grew more chaotic. Even the very tips of his toes glowed with a soft, pulsing light, releasing microbursts of magic that propelled his movements with every step. Each stride contained a hidden strike. Every step he took was calculated to be completely unpredictable. She fought to keep pace, narrowly dodging his strikes as the intensity of the sparring match mounted. However, the irregular, jagged rhythm of his movement, so starkly different from the rigid, structured flow she had been trained in, began to completely wreck her internal timing. In the end, it was too much to overcome. Her footing gave way, her center of gravity vanished, and she tumbled to the ground. From the observation area, the instructor watched, his eyes wide with profound realization. Derek's movement style bore an unmistakable resemblance to the unconventional methods of the wildest style school. There, magic wasn't shackled by rigid forms. It flowed throughout the body like water, emerging from any point of contact without a shred of warning. Against such chaotic unpredictability, those strictly trained in the rigid, disciplined school of regulation would always struggle to anticipate the next strike. Back in the center of the arena, Lady Ellen pressed a hand to her forehead, glancing up at Derek and letting out a soft, slightly sheepish and nervous laugh. The arrogance that had defined her earlier expression had evaporated, replaced by a look of genuine, wide-eyed surprise. She openly admitted that he was, without a doubt, an incredibly intriguing opponent. Her tone was thick with sincerity as she confessed that she had totally misjudged him, having previously dismissed the swirling rumors as nothing more than the puffed-up braggadocio of a commoner. Slowly, she pushed herself up and stepped toward him, her movements now cautious and measured, while Derek held his ground, alert and ready for whatever followed. Derek held his ground, his gaze fixed on Lady Ellen. He was reading her every movement, searching her posture for any sign of a ruse or a hidden strike. As the tension in the air slowly began to dissipate, Ellen lowered her head just a fraction, offering a bow of genuine acknowledgement. It was a gesture that spoke of true respect for the exchange they had just shared. She straightened up and began to speak, her voice calm and measured. She admitted that the intensity of their duel had revealed something truly fascinating to her. With a faint trace of admiration in her tone, she thanked him, acknowledging that he had unknowingly provided her with a valuable lesson, one that she hadn't anticipated learning on the training grounds today. A soft, gentle smile played across her lips, softening the sharp, aristocratic lines of her face. For a fleeting second, the air felt lighter, and it really did seem as though the heat of their spar had cooled into a peaceful conclusion. However, that tranquility was merely a mask. The duel was far from over. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted again. Ellen demonstrated just how quickly she could synthesize new tactics. Channeling the very principle Derek had just displayed to her, she focused her intent into her foot. With a sudden, sharp crackle of energy, a concentrated bolt of light erupted from her toe, tearing through the air like a lethal, jagged arrow aimed straight at him. Derek's reflexes were instantaneous. He didn't even flinch. He simply raised his hand, his expression hardening into one of absolute focus. He met her incoming spell head-on, his own mana surging outward to intercept the attack and snatching the magical energy right out of the air. Without missing a beat, he flicked his wrist. With a fluid, practiced motion, he redirected the stolen spell, sending the crackling energy spiraling back toward her at the same velocity it had arrived. Lady Ellen let out a startled cry, her composure momentarily fracturing as she realized her own magic was barreling back at her. She scrambled to dodge, her feet slipping on the arena floor as she desperately tried to find her balance. That fraction of a second, where her posture broke and her guard wavered, was all the opening Derek needed. He surged forward, his movements razor-sharp and filled with lethal intent. He didn't give her a moment to breathe, immediately launching a secondary assault to capitalize on her stumble and keep the pressure mounting. His eyes were locked onto her, burning with a cold, focused intensity that allowed for no hesitation whatsoever. Ellen stared back in open shock, watching as his strike closed the distance in a blur. She realized with chilling clarity that they had reached the breaking point. The battle had entered its final act, where the slightest misstep would seal her fate in the arena. Derek descended from the air, his body controlled and balanced as he closed the final gap between them. His hand was wreathed in a volatile, crackling violet energy that surged and flared with dangerous power. The glow wrapped tightly around his arm, pulsing with an intensity that made the very air hum as he zeroed in on his target. Looking up from below, Ellen's eyes were wide, filled with a mixture of shock and sheer disbelief. She felt completely paralyzed, her body locked in place under the overwhelming weight of his offensive pressure. A single bead of sweat traced a path down her temple as her mind raced, desperately trying to compute his next move. Throughout it all, Derek's crimson eyes remained unblinking, shining with a piercing, predatory focus while his expression stayed largely obscured by the high, stiff collar of his cloak. Just as the clash hit its crescendo, a moment where the collision seemed inevitable, the sharp, piercing toll of a bell rang out across the vast expanse of the arena, shattering the high-stakes tension of the duel. The crisp, authoritative sound of the handbell echoed off the walls. At the edge of the training grounds, their instructor stood firm. His face was stern, his eyes framed by his spectacles, and he rang the bell repeatedly to command their attention, signaling that the training match was officially over. The sudden noise forced the world back into stillness. Derek landed on the hard stone floor with a heavy, controlled thud, the violent violet energy around his hand dissipating into wisps of smoke as quickly as it had sparked into existence. He didn't waste a second. He immediately straightened his posture, his combat-hardened expression fading into one of respectful calm. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed deeply, his voice steady and polite as he offered his thanks to Lady Ellen for the spirited match they had just fought. Ellen stood silent, her chest heaving as her breathing gradually returned to normal. Her gaze dropped to the floor, her mind spinning with a whirlwind of thoughts, trying to reconcile the sudden end of the spar with the sheer intensity of the fight that had just unfolded. Moments later, the scene transitioned to a tranquil gazebo bathed in the soft, warm glow of the afternoon sun, a stark contrast to the heated intensity of the arena. Ellen sat with effortless grace at an ornate table, a maid standing silently in the background, ready to assist. She looked across at Derek and openly admitted, with a tone that mixed sincerity with lingering awe, that he was a truly magnificent mage. Derek stood across from her, though he didn't lean into the praise or act overly flattered. He remained calm and composed, replying with a level head that it was actually her reflexes that had caught him off guard, noting that he had rarely encountered such sharp reaction times in his travels. She met his gaze directly and offered a small, knowing smile, lightly teasing that he must be quite experienced in navigating social circles if he could deflect her compliment with such natural grace. Her expression softened, becoming more contemplative as she added that despite rumors of him being a commoner, the level of technical skill he commanded clearly spoke of years of bone-deep, relentless effort. At those words, Derek's demeanor shifted. He looked down for a moment, his face settling into a solemn expression. He replied quietly, explaining that such effort hadn't been a choice, but a harsh necessity. As a mercenary, his survival on the front lines had always depended on his ability to outwork and outfight his enemies. Hearing his response, Ellen's posture softened. The sharp, guarded edge of her demeanor melted into something more thoughtful and empathetic. She leaned back slightly, telling him to put the humility aside, and candidly admitted that she had always held a deep admiration for those who worked hard for their achievements. However, as she spoke, her gaze drifted past him, momentarily lingering on the background where the bald magic teacher sat in the shade, quietly immersed in his book. Dropping her voice to a more conspiratorial tone, she gave Derek a subtle, grounded warning, advising him to be careful. She mentioned that the old man tended to be quite particular and likely wouldn't take a liking to his methods. It would be best for him to keep his head down to avoid any unnecessary disapproval. She then took a slow, composed sip of her tea, gracefully shifting the conversation back to their earlier spar, noting that she had learned a great deal from the encounter and expressing a quiet, hopeful desire for success in the upcoming match at the Roja Salon. Derek listened with rapt attention, his posture remaining relaxed yet deeply respectful. He offered a reassuring nod, telling her that with her current level of skill and her clear dedication, she truly had very little to be concerned about regarding the upcoming challenges. Ellen set her teacup back down onto its saucer with a delicate, rhythmic clink that cut through the silence of the gazebo. Her expression changed instantly, her eyes grew sharper, and her thoughts clearly migrated toward a different target. Her voice hardened, turning cold as she stated plainly that she had no interest in dealing with small fry. "The opponent I truly want to defeat is Aceline Eleanor Dublin," she declared. As she spoke the name, the image of a refined, blue-haired girl materialized vividly in her mind's eye. Ellen's face darkened, not with simple anger, but with the heavy, smoldering heat of a deep-seated rivalry and relentless determination. Across the table, Derek remained silent. His crimson eyes were fixed firmly on her, silently observing the shift in her mood. He took in every word she spoke and every subtle change in her facial expression, slowly beginning to grasp the true weight behind her driving ambition. The gravity of her goal finally settled in his mind. After a thoughtful pause, Ellen seemed to realize she had been lingering on the topic for a bit too long. With a small, dismissive wave of her hand, she told Derek that he was free to go. Derek didn't offer a single word of protest. He turned and began to walk away, the fabric of his dark cloak trailing softly behind him as he exited the pavilion and retreated into the estate grounds. The serene atmosphere returned once his silhouette had disappeared into the distance. Left alone with her own thoughts, Ellen reached for her teacup again, her movements noticeably slower and more distracted, as if she were lost in a memory. As she stared into the amber surface of her tea, a specific title resurfaced in her mind. Derek of the Baldoni Mercenary Corps. The name echoed quietly in her thoughts, stirring a sense of familiarity she hadn't recognized before. She frowned slightly, her brow furrowing as she became certain she had heard that name mentioned in the past. Then, like a distant, long-lost echo, the memory surfaced. She recalled Dalini speaking that very name aloud. The realization hit her with the sudden force of a physical strike, sharp and overwhelming, as if all the disparate pieces of a puzzle had finally snapped into place at once. Her eyes widened in shock, her breath catching in her throat as the weight of the truth settled over her. Without another moment of hesitation, she stood up abruptly and rushed out of the gazebo. Derek was still walking away, his pace steady and composed, completely unaware of the sudden realization that had just shattered Ellen's composure. The silence of the afternoon was broken by the frantic, rapid-fire sound of her footsteps as she gave chase. In an instant, Ellen caught up to him. She reached out and grabbed his arm with a firm, desperate grip, forcing him to come to a sudden, jarring halt. Derek turned slightly, glancing back over his shoulder with an expression that was calm, yet undeniably curious. Ellen looked up at him, her face illuminated by an intense, almost frantic smile. There was a new, electric energy in her eyes. They were sharp, locked onto his, and burning with newfound curiosity. She didn't beat around the bush. Without a moment's hesitation, she asked him directly, point-blank, if he was the mercenary who had taught Del law. The question hung in the air between them, heavy and undeniable. It marked a definitive turning point in their interaction, completely altering the way she now perceived him. As the sun began to dip lower toward the horizon, casting long, stretching orange shadows across the sprawling estate, the scene transitioned indoors. Inside a grand, spacious room, the warm, golden light of a crackling fire filled the air, its dancing flames casting flickering, lively shadows across the walls. The two of them sat across from each other at a small table, the quiet, intimate atmosphere providing a sharp contrast to the intense nature of their conversation. Aline wasted no time. Leaning forward, her voice dropping to a low, firm, and resolute register, she declared that she would do whatever was necessary to surpass Aileen. Derek watched her with keen interest, the warm light of the fire reflecting in his eyes as he repeated the name back to her, silently questioning the sheer depth of her determination to overcome the pride of the Duplin household. Ellen explained her reasoning with crystal clarity. Aileen hadn't yet achieved the prestigious rank of a 2-star mage, and her primary goal was to surpass that milestone first. Even if she fell short of that specific rank, she was absolutely determined to emerge victorious in their upcoming sparring match. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in her voice, only unyielding resolve. Derek observed her in silence, realizing that her drive was far more than simple ambition. It was something deeper and far more intense. He remarked that she possessed an incredibly competitive spirit. At that, Ellen let out a soft, dry scoff and gave a slight shake of her head. She suggested that competitive was a far too gentle word to describe what she felt. Her gaze drifted down to her teacup, her own reflection wavering on the amber surface of the liquid. Her voice grew softer as she confessed the truth. In the past, her desperate desire to win had been fueled by something far less admirable. She admitted that she had once been completely consumed by a toxic, burning jealousy, something she now looked back on as utterly ugly and pathetic. She spoke openly about how she used to gossip behind Eileen's back, obsessively digging for any flaws that could damage her reputation. Yet, regardless of what Ellen did or how she acted, Aileen had never once responded with hostility. Instead, she had always responded with grace and understanding, time and again attempting to reach out and accept Ellen for who she was. Derek listened to her confession with careful, rapt attention before finally asking why she would choose to share such deeply personal and shameful details with him. Ellen lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes directly, her expression firm and unwavering as she prepared to answer. She looked him straight in the eye, dropping all pretense. Her voice held no hesitation, only a raw, desperate honesty as she insisted that he truly understand who she was, even the darkest, most unflattering parts of her past. There was something she had to know, she explained, a burning question that only he held the answer to. Having witnessed his time with the Duplin family, she was convinced he knew the true ceiling of Aileen's power. As she leaned in, her gaze was locked onto his, her expression a mixture of profound desperation and ironclad resolve. She needed to gauge the gap between them. Just where exactly did she stand on the battlefield compared to her rival? And more importantly, She needed to know the price. What would it actually take for her to emerge victorious? She finally leveled with him, demanding to know what path she must take to defeat Ace Line. The question hung in the air, stifling the room into an abrupt silence, broken only by the soft, rhythmic crackle of the fireplace. The popping of the embers was the only sound in the suffocating quiet. Derek didn't offer an immediate reply. Instead, he reached for his teacup with deliberate, fluid motions and took a slow, measured sip. He set the cup down, the faint clink of porcelain against the saucer echoing sharply through the stillness. His face remained a mask of calm, calculated thought as he weighed her request, finally acknowledging that, yes, her current level of skill was genuinely impressive. "Elena," he noted quietly, "you possess a truly extraordinary amount of natural talent." Derek began to elaborate, his tone even and steady. He told her that if she maintained this rigorous discipline and continued to hone her raw potential with such focus, she might eventually discover the very path she was so desperately seeking. Throughout his explanation, he kept his eyes fixed firmly on her, reading her posture and micro-expressions. The firelight played across her features, casting shifting, warm shadows that highlighted the intensity in her eyes, an intensity that told him far more than her words ever could. He had always believed that a person's true character laid itself bare in their gaze. What he saw reflected in hers wasn't the shallow vanity of someone looking for easy praise or empty validation. Instead, there was something visceral and dangerous burning there. A deep-seated, restless desperation. It was the kind of desperation that had driven her to sit across from him in the first place. She was willing to humble herself before a mere mercenary, a man she once would have considered far beneath her social standing, and ask for guidance without a second of hesitation. The silence stretched out again, heavy and thick, punctuated only by the crackling fire. When Derek finally decided to break the tension, he didn't sugarcoat his words. His voice was stark, flat, and chillingly direct. He looked at her squarely and told her the blunt truth. As things stood, she could not defeat Ace Line. His words landed like a physical blow, heavy and absolute, leaving no room for negotiation or misunderstanding. For a few seconds, the very air in the room seemed to freeze. Yet, to his surprise, Ellen didn't flinch or look away. Her gaze remained locked onto his, though her expression tightened, betraying a flicker of inner turmoil. She acknowledged that it might seem impossible, but she doubled down. She still intended to find a way to win. There was no wavering in her voice. If anything, the weight of reality only served to forge her resolve into something harder. She leaned forward, pressing her palms firmly onto the table as if anchoring herself to her decision. Determined to show him she was serious, she reminded him of his own history, specifically his past actions. She pointed to Dyla, whom she bluntly dismissed as useless, and noted how he had somehow molded her into a highly capable mage. If he could work such a miracle for Dyla, she reasoned, then surely he could do the same for her. In her mind, the logic was airtight. He was the golden ticket to her victory over Ellen. She wasn't about to let that opportunity slip through her fingers. Derek didn't respond immediately. He remained motionless, his eyes half-lidded as he weighed her demand. After a long, agonizing pause, he finally spoke again, admitting that it wasn't as if there were no viable methods to consider. However, he had two significant concerns. At those words, Ellen's posture shifted. She leaned back and folded her arms, a flicker of satisfaction lighting up her face. He hadn't slammed the door on her, and that was enough to keep her rapt attention. She challenged him to state his concerns. His first question was deceptively simple, yet packed with a heavy, ominous implication. Did she really, truly understand how he had trained Lady Dyla? As he spoke, the mood in the room seemed to plummet. A dark, visceral memory flashed through his mind. Himself standing over a trembling, terrified Dyla with a blade drawn and pointed at her. His face fell into shadow, his expression hardening into something cold, detached, and unyielding. He didn't need to elaborate. His methods were brutal, unconventional, and entirely unforgiving. They were certainly not designed for those who lacked the stomach for true discipline. Yet, Ellen didn't even blink. She admitted she didn't know the specifics of his training, but her answer remained unchanged. She would pay any price to secure her victory. Derek moved on to his second point, calmly reminding her that, first and foremost, he was a mercenary. Before he could even finish the sentence, Ellen cut him off. She completely misread his intent, convinced he was posturing about his pride or status. She stood up abruptly, her voice vibrating with intense, almost desperate ambition, and declared that she was deadly serious about her future. She vowed that she would become someone whose name was spoken with reverence throughout the entire empire. To her, the very thought of not being the undisputed best in the Evilstein circle was a fate worse than death. She warned him not to insult her sincerity by focusing on petty concerns like reputation or social gossip. She insisted that she understood better than anyone what really mattered in this world. Throughout her impassioned outburst, Derek just watched, his expression completely flat and unmoving. When she finally ran out of breath, he responded in a calm, flat tone that cut through her dramatics like a knife, simply telling her that she had made a major mistake. He wasn't concerned about her pride or her standing in the slightest. His reasoning was far more pragmatic. As a mercenary, he didn't work for free. If she wanted his services, she was going to have to pay up. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. All that built-up, fiery intensity she had been projecting collapsed in a single moment. Ellen stood frozen, completely blindsided, her mind scrambling as the reality of his demand finally sank in. She went utterly silent. Then, a deep, burning crimson flush of embarrassment crept up her neck and spread across her face, as she realized exactly how badly she had misread the situation. The scene fades, transitioning to a statue of an angel standing solemnly in the background. Aceline stood nearby, speaking in a calm, composed voice to her companions. "It seems the next meeting will involve another magic duel," she mused. "I hear Lady Ellen's skills have improved significantly, so I should ensure I'm well prepared." Beside her, one of the girls let out a tired sigh. "Oh no, another one already?" the girl complained, while another added with eagerness, "If that's the case, I want to participate too." Just then, they noticed Ellen walking toward them, projecting a facade of extreme politeness. "Lady Aceline, you are far too modest," Ellen said with a practiced smile. As soon as Aceline turned to face her, she replied, "Oh, Lady Ellen, so this is where you were." Under her breath, Ellen smirked to herself, thinking, "Ha? Look at that look of shock on your face. You must be absolutely furious, aren't you? It must be so frustrating to see that the man you couldn't have is finally mine." However, to Ellen's complete surprise, Aceline didn't look angry at all. Instead, her face brightened with genuine, heartfelt excitement as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lady Ellen. I'm certain you've made a very wise decision. He must be someone truly worthy of your trust. Once again, congratulations." Aceline beamed with a warm, sincere smile, appearing genuinely happy for her. The unexpected reaction caught Ellen completely off guard. Thank you," Ellen replied, her voice stumbling and awkward. Her internal thoughts raced. Wait, this isn't the reaction I expected at all. As Aceline continued to look at her, a distant memory flickered to the surface of her mind. In the memory, she was speaking to her younger sister, Dyla. "Dyla, why don't you ask Derek for some extra magic lessons? I've noticed your progress has been slowing down lately. If Derek provides the guidance, I know we can trust in his expertise." However, the moment those words left her lips, Dyla hesitated. She fidgeted nervously, her expression clouded with genuine worry, and blurted out, "No, please. We don't need to take things that far. I really don't think that's necessary. Please, stop. You're far too important to me for you to risk yourself like that." The perspective shifts back to the present moment. Lady Aceline stands in the quiet, her gaze distant, drifting into deep contemplation while the world moves around her. Ellen watches her and thinks to herself with a cold, triumphant smirk, "That's right, Aceline. If you really sit down and think about it, surely you've realized the truth by now? You know exactly what it means, now that I've successfully taken him away from you, don't you? Go on. Let all that bottled up anger out," she mused, fueling her own arrogance. "Because I, Ellen, have snatched your guardian right out from under your nose, Aceline Belmiard." Meanwhile, Aceline remained perfectly calm, her composure unbreaking as she began to speak. "But, Lady Ellen, regarding Derek, he's actually a little..." Before she could finish her sentence, Ellen suddenly cut her off, feigning a sudden realization. "Oh, is it time already? Today's conversation has been truly lovely, but I really must be going. I have my very first lesson today, after all." With a dismissive wave and a thin, satisfied smile, she turned on her heel and walked away. Aceline watched her retreating figure, her expression unreadable. She tried to reassure herself, thinking, it shouldn't be anything too extreme. Derek doesn't seem like the type of man to do anything truly reckless or terrible. Off to the side, Denise sat with her teacup, observing the entire exchange between the two women with a quiet, watchful intensity. As she sipped her tea, she sighed inwardly, thinking, honestly, they're all just human beings trying to get by and make a living. The scene fades and transitions into the interior of the tea room where Derek and his associates are gathered. Derek looked toward Jaden and said, "Anyway, leave that matter aside for now. I need to focus on the work ahead." Jaden frowned, glancing at him with concern. "The Belmiard family again? Why does your workload keep piling up like this, man?" Derek answered with his usual calm. It's fine. I won't have to waste time traveling all the way to the Belmiard residence. As long as I can handle the arrangements here in Ebelstein, it won't be a problem. Jaden still looked skeptical, his brow furrowed as he asked, Hey, you're making it sound easy, but be real with me. Can our young lady actually defeat Lady Aceline in that duel? Derek replied steadily. It isn't completely impossible. I've already mapped out a strategy. Provided Lady Ellen can manage to master second-rank magic, even if she has to face Lady Aceline head-on, we can exploit that rank advantage to overwhelm her and secure the victory. As he listened, Jaden continued his manual labor, effortlessly lifting a heavy barrel before turning back to Derek. All right, let's put the optimistic pipe dreams aside for a second. So, what is your actual realistic plan? Derek locked eyes with him, his expression turning grave. Actually, that is exactly what I needed to discuss with you. I need your help to pull this off, Jaden. Jaden leaned in, listening intently, though he still seemed lost as to where Derek was heading with all of this. Seeing the confusion etched on his friend's face, Derek clarified, Also, to ensure the training environment is safe, we're going to need Pauline's assistance as well. As he spoke, he took a slow, casual sip of his wine. Even then, the plan seemed to fly over Jaden's head. Jaden finally frowned, the realization hitting him in a way that made him uneasy. Instead of something actually sensible, you're planning something completely reckless, aren't you? Derek didn't try to sugarcoat it, answering honestly, Look, man, to be perfectly blunt with you, this entire plan is incredibly dangerous. Just as those words left his mouth, Pauline suddenly burst into the room, tears streaming down her face as she wailed. This is incredibly dangerous. Those bastards are nothing but scammers. They swindled me out of everything I had and made me suffer. Sniff. They took my absolute last penny. She continued to sob uncontrollably, leaving both Derek and Jaden standing there, completely stunned and speechless by the sudden emotional outburst. After an awkward, heavy silence, Jaden let out a long, weary sigh and reached for his coin purse, saying, Here, just take this money. In a desperate attempt to stop her crying. The scene shifts again to a training ground, where Ellen stands ready. Derek stands opposite her, his voice firm as he kicks off the lesson. First, we are going to start with live combat training. He stretched his limbs, loosening up, and continued, We're going to cycle through this exercise 10 times. Only after observing your performance in that kind of repetition will I be able to break down and analyze the minute details of your magic usage. Ellen looked at him, visibly surprised. Are we seriously going to run 10 consecutive rounds of combat? Derek gave a single, curt nod. I need to see your true combat instincts in action. Ellen let out a mocking hum. Humph. Typical mercenary behavior. Even your teaching style is just as brutal as your reputation. Isn't it? Well, whatever. It's not like I hired you to lecture me on theory from dusty old books. Anyway, Derek didn't show any reaction to her jab. Instead, he simply channeled a bit of mana into his hand, his expression indifferent. Fine. If you're ready, let's begin. Sometime later, the training field lay in total ruin. Every obstacle was shattered, debris was scattered everywhere, and the ground was scorched from the sheer intensity of their clash. Off to the side, Ellen stood hunched over, clearly pushed to her absolute limit, struggling just to keep herself standing upright. Derek observed her, his tone perfectly composed and professional. Thank you for the effort, my lady. Please, take 10 minutes to rest. Once that's up, we'll dive into the fundamentals of magic theory. Ellen stared at him in utter disbelief. Wait, what? Only 10 minutes? My mana reserves are completely drained. Derek's response was cold and unwavering. If you truly put in the effort, I am certain you still have mana left to draw from. You're miscalculating the form. Concentrate harder and manifest 10 more ice spears. Despite being on the verge of collapse, Ellen grit her teeth and forced herself to try again. She failed again, the spears dissolving before they could fully form. Derek's voice became sharper, stricter. If you can't even manage this, what exactly are you capable of? You're still 5 short. Now fire 100 more magic arrows. Ellen could barely stay on her feet, her breathing ragged as she gasped for air. I really don't have any mana left. But Derek cut her off, his tone icy. Instead of wasting your remaining breath on excuses, you should be focusing on creating another arrow. Pushed far beyond her breaking point, Ellen finally buckled and collapsed to the ground. Derek watched her fall without a hint of pity. You've worked hard for this session. You're dismissed for dinner. After a pause, he looked down at her and added, My lady, are you all right? If you honestly feel like you can't continue, giving up is always an option. To his surprise, Ellen looked up at him, a defiant smile on her face. Despite her total exhaustion, she let out a raspy, confident laugh. Are you honestly telling me to give up because of a little workout like this? You gave me all those ominous warnings before we started, so I honestly expected something extreme. This is just a standard, light bit of hard work. You have no idea what I had to endure just to survive the backstabbing nature of this high society. This tiny bit of training is nothing for me. Derek looked at her with a flicker of genuine interest in his eyes. I see. Perhaps I truly did underestimate you. Ellen slowly hoisted herself back to her feet, still heaving for air. I'm only this tired because I just came back from a social function. Starting tomorrow, I'll show you my actual skill. I want you to ramp up the intensity of these lessons even more. Understood? Because this light warm-up barely even made me sweat. Derek stood there, listening quietly, before responding with a tone of mild confusion. Tomorrow, my lady? What exactly do you mean by that? Ellen blinked, confused by his reaction. Derek continued, as calm as ever. Did I forget to mention it? We are currently in the middle of our dinner break. Ellen let out a strained, awkward laugh, her hand fluttering nervously as she tried to dismiss his comment. Ha! Ha! You certainly have a very unique sense of humor, my lady, she stammered. But Derek cut her off instantly, his voice devoid of any warmth or playfulness. I didn't take this contract to waste time joking around with you. The midday sun beat down mercilessly upon the estate, baking the training grounds and casting sharp, ink-black shadows across the scorched earth. The air was thick, humming with the sharp, electric scent of ozone and the heavy weight of physical exhaustion. Derek stood perfectly still, an immovable figure of iron, his voice slicing through the sweltering heat as he demanded Lady Ellen push past her breaking point. 5 more magic arrows, he commanded. A violent tremor racked her body. She inhaled a ragged, painful gasp for air, yet her mentor did not even blink. The white-haired man stood his ground, insisting that her perceived limits were merely illusions and that she still had untapped power waiting to be unleashed. To underscore his point, mana began to flicker and dance around her form in erratic, sapphire-colored sparks. A clear, glowing manifestation of the energy locked deep within her spirit. When Derek ruthlessly doubled his demand to 10 more arrows, the color drained from Ellen's face, leaving her pale. She stared at him, openly questioning the escalating cruelty of his training methods. Faced with the harrowing choice between yet another grueling round of magical exertion or the agony of a punishing physical run, she chose the latter. She forced her leaden, aching legs to obey her will, preferring the raw strain of movement over the mounting mental toll of magic. She stumbled blindly through the haze of her own exhaustion until, finally, she collapsed onto a weathered garden bench, her chest heaving as her lungs burned with every breath. Derek loomed over her, his long shadow stretching across the bench as he dryly inquired about her well-being. To his clear surprise, a jagged, defiant smile spread across her lips. When he casually suggested that surrender was an ever-present option, she gasped out that she found this torture almost enjoyable. Ellen scoffed with a sudden flash of regal pride, declaring that giving up was a phrase that simply didn't exist in her vocabulary. Her bravado, however, was not met with praise, but with the immediate imposition of yet another trial. Sensing that her inner spirit remained unbroken, Derek decided her short rest had come to an end. Without a hint of sympathy, he announced that it was time to move directly into sparring. For 2 long, relentless weeks, the grueling cycle repeated itself beneath the harsh winter sun, until Lady Ellen was reduced to a mere shell of the woman she once was. In a rare moment of stillness, she slumped forward over a heavy stone table in the garden, her vibrant red hair spilling across the frigid, unyielding surface like a pool of deep crimson. She pleaded with Lady Denise to wake her the very second Lady Aceline made her appearance. She admitted, through the thick, swirling fog of her exhaustion, that these arcane studies had drained every single ounce of her vitality. Denise watched her companion with a complicated look of both pity and genuine wonder, softly asking why Ellen felt the need to push herself towards such a terrifying breaking point. The answer didn't come in the form of a sigh or a complaint, but through a gaze that burned with a chilling, singular intensity. Ellen stared off into the middle distance, her voice cold and hollow, stating plainly that she endured this torment simply because she had to win. In the rigid architecture of her heart, there was absolutely no room for second place. Denise offered a few words of soft encouragement, promising that she would be there to cheer her friend on. The peaceful atmosphere vanished in an instant with the sudden arrival of Lady Aceline. Panic surged through Ellen. She bolted upright, the sharp, sudden movement echoing against the garden walls as her heart hammered in her chest. The dark-haired Aceline approached with a natural, effortless grace, an elegance that only served to pour more fuel onto the fire of Ellen's internal resentment. From a short distance away, Aceline kindly invited the group to visit a newly opened boutique, but Ellen ducked her head and hid her face, desperate to avoid a direct confrontation while she looked so haggard and disheveled. Once Denise confirmed that their rival had finally departed, a wave of immense relief washed over Ellen, though the biting shame of her unladylike sprawl still lingered like a stain on her pride. While Denise tried to reassure her that Aceline had likely noticed nothing, the truth was that the dark-haired noble had lingered for a heartbeat longer than was strictly necessary. Eileen's blue eyes had held a look of quiet, genuine concern as she observed Ellen's profound fatigue, wondering in silence if the young woman was truly okay. Back in the sanctuary of her chambers, the true weight of their rivalry took physical form when a maid presented Ellen with an ornate chest sent from the house of Aceline. It was a gift from Aceline, overflowing with rare, high-quality elixirs meticulously crafted for rapid mana recovery. The maid began to drone on about their immense market value, but Ellen's expression hardened into a frozen, unforgiving mask of ice. With chilling finality, she commanded the servant to throw every single bottle away, absolutely refusing to accept what she viewed as a condescending gesture of pity. As the maid recoiled in visible confusion, Ellen repeated the order with sharp intensity, demanding the charity be removed from her sight immediately as she shifted her focus back to the only thing that mattered. She demanded to know if Derek had arrived for their next session. The maid confirmed he had been preparing since the first light of dawn, leaving a discarded letter on the table that fluttered in the draft. The parchment, penned in Eileen's elegant, flowing hand, spoke of the approaching winter and the first falling snow, asking politely after the lady's health and mentioning the quality of the goods her territory had recently produced. It was intended to be shared with the salon, but Ellen's jaw set hard as the polite, graceful words rang in her ears like an insult. She did not view the note as an act of kindness. She saw it as a direct challenge to her own authority and standing. As heavy, gray clouds gathered overhead, Lady Ellen returned to the courtyard where Derek waited, her resolve reforged in the white-hot fires of her own simmering resentment. Derek acknowledged her early arrival with a curt, professional nod, but Ellen had long since lost any lingering appetite for meaningless pleasantries. Standing amidst the cooling, biting air of the courtyard, she demanded a professional assessment of her progress, her voice sharp and brittle with a desperate need for validation. After weeks of grueling, bone-deep labor, Derek simply watched her with a neutral expression, a blank, unreadable mask that caused the tension in the air to stretch until it felt almost physical. When she finally snapped, forcing him to speak his mind, Derek reflected on the grueling duration of their training with a clinical, detached perspective. He looked at her with a blunt honesty that cut deeper than any training blade, suggesting with terrifying, icy calm that giving up might actually be her most logical strategy. The words hung in the freezing air, a direct assault on the internal fire that had driven her forward at the devastating cost of her own health. Fury ignited in Ellen's eyes, her pride wounded to the core, as she demanded to know why he continued to offend her so brazenly. Derek offered a hollow, practiced apology for any pain his words had caused, but he did not for a second recant his assessment. Lady Ellen stood tall, her voice trembling with a volatile mixture of pure rage and deep-seated desperation, as she asked how he could even dare to suggest the word, surrender. Her singular, obsessive goal remained exactly the same. She had to know how Aceline could be defeated. The confrontation reached a boiling point as she screamed that she had hired him to engineer her victory, not to receive unsolicited, condescending advice on how to quit. She snapped at him to get lost if he intended to continue spewing such nonsense, claiming he was wasting the precious time, that she needed to close the gap between her and her rival. Derek remained entirely unmoved by her emotional outburst. His red eyes were fixed on the trembling girl before him with cold, piercing clarity. He posed a final, haunting question. What would happen if winning simply isn't an option for you? He noted that a frantic, obsessive fixation on victory often stalled a person's true evolution. In his grim, mercenary worldview, a humble acceptance of one's own limitations was sometimes the only prerequisite for genuine progress. Ellen recoiled as if she had been physically struck. Her face suddenly went wet with hot tears as the crushing weight of his words shattered her composure. Such a path of acceptance felt far too pathetic for her to ever endure. In a moment of raw, jagged honesty, she finally confessed her true nature to him. She reminded him that she was merely a shameful, petty individual, someone who had once spread malicious rumors about Aceline simply to mask her own deep-seated inadequacies. The prestigious titles bestowed upon her by society, the pillar of Belmiard or the flower of the Roja Salon, felt like hollow, mocking lies. A suffocating sense of worthlessness took hold of her soul as she admitted, in the face of her failures, that she was nothing. She echoed those grand, biting self-assessments, her voice cracking under the strain as she finally acknowledged the ugly truth. She was completely consumed by petty, bottomless jealousy. With a final, desperate cry, she screamed her total acceptance of her own flaws. She gave voice to how incredibly lacking and pathetic she felt inside. Now that she had finally admitted to her own shortcomings, there was no longer any logical reason to harbor such a focused, burning hatred for Aceline. Yet, she still trembled, caught in a violent internal storm she couldn't silence. The heavy weight of her inferiority complex threatened to crush her spirit. She demanded to know why this self-hatred refused to dissipate, even now that the truth had been laid completely bare. She explained her desperate need for Derek to truly see the depth and the desperation of her resolve. She understood that even if it meant dragging her most disgraceful, shameful traits into the light for him to judge, the root of her pain reached far deeper than simple envy. She realized, in a moment of terrifying clarity, that she had never actually hated Aceline at all. The true target of her loathing had always been herself. This entire conflict didn't stem from a shallow, external grudge, but from the crushing belief that victory was the only way she could ever hope to escape the suffocating grip of her own perceived insignificance. Just as she reached her breaking point and seemed ready to shatter completely, the sound of a firm, steady step rang out against the damp stone floor. Derek stepped forward, his expression hardening into a look of absolute, terrifying certainty. He made a solemn pledge, the cold winter sun catching the silver strands of his hair, that they would emerge from this victorious. He vowed to ensure she defeated Lady Aceline, not because he felt pity for her, but as a formal recognition of the soul she had finally dared to bear before him. Looking up at him, a new, quiet sense of purpose began to stir deep within the burning depths of Ellen's eyes. She gave her full consent to the grueling path ahead with a single, whispered, "Okay." Sometime later, a carriage rolled forward through the gates, wheels crunching against the gravel until it finally came to a complete stop at the estate. A figure stepped out from the interior, and it was none other than Ellen's former teacher. As he glanced ahead at the sprawling grounds, it became clear that they had arrived at the territory and primary residence of Count Belmiard. At that exact moment, a man with striking red hair walked toward him with a welcoming smile. "Welcome," he said. "I trust your journey to Ebelstein went smoothly?" Seeing him, the old teacher bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my lord. It is an honor. How have you been?" The red-haired nobleman chuckled warmly. "That trip must have been exhausting. Please, come inside, take a seat, and get some rest." They settled into comfortable chairs, and the man continued. "It has been quite a while since I last saw my dear Ellen. How is she faring over there?" The teacher kept his composure, answering, "She is doing very well. My lady has been putting a tremendous amount of effort into her magical training." The red-haired man laughed heartily. "Haha, I've never seen a girl with such incredible natural talent as our Ellen. With her potential, I'm certain it won't be long before she completely surpasses me." As the teacher watched him, a cold dread coiled in his stomach. He thought to himself, "I cannot let him find out that my lady is learning under a commoner. If he discovers the truth, both Lady Ellen and I will be in absolute ruin." Meanwhile, the red-haired man continued, "As it happens, I have some business to attend to in Ebelstein myself." The teacher feigned surprise. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed," the man added with a grin. "I am quite curious to see how she will react if I show up unexpectedly with a special gift." The teacher felt his pulse quicken, beads of nervous sweat forming on his brow. "I am certain my lady will be absolutely thrilled, my lord," he managed to say, while inwardly praying, "Let's just hope I survive this." The scene shifts abruptly to a massive, imposing stone door. This, we learn, is located on the outskirts of Ebelstein, at the entrance to the notorious Nameless Labyrinth. Standing before it, Pauline frowned, voicing her hesitation. Something still feels fundamentally off about this whole idea. She stepped forward, her concern evident. "Is it really a good idea to send someone as fragile as her into a dungeon?" Jaden responded with a calm shrug. "I'm sure Derek has thought this through," he said, though he looked at the group's brewing doubts with a neutral expression. Ellen looked up, startled and wide-eyed. "Wait, so, I have to actually go inside that dungeon?" As everyone began to murmur and question the plan, Derek finally stepped forward. "It is the lowest strength dungeon in the entire region," he explained. "You are more than capable of handling it." Even after hearing that, Ellen looked unconvinced. "But, what exactly am I supposed to do in there?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Do I just charge in and start attacking the monsters?" Derek's reply was sharp and firm. "You need to sharpen your combat instincts through real-world experience. My colleagues and I will be watching your back as a precaution, but the fighting is yours to do." Ellen looked at him, eyes wide with anxiety. "Seriously? You're joking, right?" Derek ignored her panic, instead releasing a sudden, powerful wave of energy that vibrated through the air. "The duel is only a few days away," he said, his tone deadly serious. We are short on time. This is the most efficient method to meet our objectives. With that final word, he began walking forward, his companions falling into formation behind him. Ellen stood frozen for a moment, visibly anxious. It seemed this was her very first time stepping foot into an actual monster-infested dungeon. The four of them moved deeper into the dark tunnel. An eerie, heavy silence hung over the place, making the atmosphere feel increasingly suffocating and tense. After a few steps, Ellen, driven by a mix of morbid curiosity and pure nerves, whispered, "What exactly is even in there?" Derek spoke without turning back, his voice harsh and commanding. "Prepare yourself. Even in the lowest strength dungeon, you must remain on guard at all times." His warning only made Ellen's heart beat faster with apprehension. Suddenly, Pauline stopped, staring straight ahead into the gloom. "Derek," she said sharply, "a horde of goblins is heading our way." The moment the word goblins hit her ears, Ellen panicked, exclaiming loudly, "Goblins?" Derek remained perfectly unbothered. "Yeah," he replied. "I heard them a while ago." From the back, Jaden added, "Derek, there is a larger one coming up behind us. Looks like an ogre." This news only served to push Ellen further into a state of absolute terror. Derek turned slightly to look at Jaden. "Can you handle the ogre?" Jaden, clearly unfazed, smirked. "Depends on how much extra you're willing to pay me." A surge of powerful, raw energy began to radiate from Derek's body as he retorted, "We can discuss your fee later." They all turned to face the path ahead, seeing numerous glowing, hungry eyes emerging from the darkness, rapidly closing in on their position. Ellen stood completely frozen, her body trembling with fear, thinking to herself, "They're actually going to make me fight real monsters." Just then, the lead wave of goblins let out a screech and charged toward them. Derek surged to the front line, meeting the charging goblins head-on with a crushing display of force. Behind him, Ellen stood utterly helpless, her breath catching in her throat, her voice unable to find its strength due to the overwhelming fear. Derek shouted firmly over the din of battle, "Pauline, protect my lady!" And as soon as the order was given, he rushed forward, diving into the fray with his sword drawn, acting as the primary support for the group. Pauline moved with fluid skill, firing her arrows with lethal accuracy to eliminate the monsters as they swarmed from different directions. Meanwhile, Derek, acting as the main aggressor, unleashed his devastating swordsmanship against the horde. Blades of pure, flickering flame cut through the air, reaping through the enemy ranks with relentless, fiery intensity as they fall one by one. Across the battlefield, every single member of the squad is hitting their stride, executing their assigned roles with textbook precision. They are moving in perfect sync, each warrior handling their specific responsibility with deadly, focused accuracy. Yet, right in the eye of this violent storm, the atmosphere feels completely different. Ellen stands frozen in place, a stark contrast to the chaos erupting around her. She is utterly overwhelmed, her mind blank, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the fray. Without warning, the hairs on the back of her neck stand up as she senses a massive, suffocating presence looming directly behind her. It is the very monster they had been wary of earlier, the colossal beast itself. But before it can strike, the focus shifts to the rear, where Jaden stands his ground, sword drawn and ready. He locks eyes with the towering creature, a calm, almost predatory confidence on his face as he mutters, "I'm genuinely curious to see just how high the bounty on your head really is." With a roar that shakes the ground, the giant goblin lunges forward, launching a brutal, heavy-handed assault. But Jaden is faster. In a single heartbeat, he closes the distance and delivers a clean, surgical strike, severing the monster's arm before it can even make contact. Meanwhile, on the opposite flank, Derek continues his own rhythmic slaughter, weaving devastating fire-infused swordplay into every swing to tear through the enemy line. Ellen watches the carnage, her eyes wide with shock and terror. Beads of cold sweat trace a path down her temples as a crushing wave of panic begins to drown her thoughts. She barely registers the victory over the giant goblin, her internal monologue spiraling into a desperate loop. "They actually took it down, but I'm going to die here. I'm really, truly going to die. No, this can't be happening." The insanity of the situation is too much to bear. She feels completely hollowed out by fear, unable to even muster the strength to move or process her next defensive step. Just as she's about to break, Derek pivots, his voice cutting through the noise like a whip. "My lady, look out. One of the goblins is gunning straight for you. Keep your head in the fight." At that exact second, a savage, snarling goblin breaks from the pack, charging directly toward Ellen with its weapon raised high. As the creature closes the gap, cold, paralyzing dread surges through her veins. Is this really it? Am I going to die right here? Her consciousness drifts into a void, her muscles locking up, until Derek's voice echoes once more from behind. It is firm, demanding, and unwavering. You have to take it down yourself. Those words hit her like a spark in the dark. Something shifts deep within Ellen's core as a sudden, painful realization bubbles to the surface of her mind. Flashbacks flicker through her thoughts, fragments of her past where she finally admits the ugly truth. Yes, I finally see it. I know exactly how pathetic and hopelessly naive I've been all this time. The goblin is mere paces away now, its ugly features twisting into a sneer as the memory of her own inadequacy haunts her focus. I've spent my entire life being nothing but empty talk, she thinks, the shame fueling a new kind of intensity. The goblin readies its blade for the killing blow, and for one fleeting, agonizing moment, she sees the monster's mocking grin reflecting her own past failures back at her. Someone who could only sit in the shadows, envying others and whispering insults behind their backs. That has always been the real me. But as the monster closes in, the fear begins to calcify into something sharp and resolute. No more. I didn't come here to stay that way. I came here to kill that version of myself once and for all. Her eyes snap open, burning with a new light as she finally unleashes her power, drawing upon her reserves to manifest a massive, crystalline ice arrow. The air drops to freezing temperatures as the jagged energy coalesces before her, even as the goblin lunges, weapon descending to end her life. In the distance, Derek stands motionless, his eyes narrowed in silent, intense observation, trusting her to make the right move without his intervention. In a blink, the massive ice arrow erupts forward with violent force, shrieking through the air to pierce the goblin's chest and tear straight through its body. The creature is obliterated in a single, decisive strike, a feat of pure, undeniable power achieved by Ellen herself. Watching from nearby, the other team members can't help but pause, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing their faces. Until this very moment, she had been a complete non-factor in the fight. She had seemed like nothing more than dead weight, a useless member unable to offer anything. But now, the dynamic has shifted instantly after that successful kill. Ellen stands amidst the lingering frost, her hands trembling uncontrollably as the adrenaline slowly drains away, leaving her body shaking from the aftermath. She slowly lifts her chin, her gaze locking onto her teacher, who has been watching her development from afar this entire time. He meets her eyes with a calm, steady expression, his voice barely rising above the noise of the battlefield. Don't get ahead of yourself. This is only the beginning. A soft, genuine smile blooms across Ellen's face, and as she looks at him, a newfound fire burns in her eyes. I know. Finally, I'm actually starting to move forward. With a wistful, somber smile, she acknowledges that the first real step of her journey has been taken. The scene fades to a quiet, moonlit night, where a stone arch stands like the weathered gate to ancient, forgotten ruins. At the base of the frame, a letter sits open, the ink clearly addressed to Derek. Derek sits alone, his eyes scanning the lines of a message from someone he hasn't laid eyes on in over 2 years. It's been a long time since he departed from Hillstein, and the letter details how Karia Katia Flemmert, his former mentor, has been buried in work teaching magic to a young girl in the county of Elbester. She writes with a touch of nostalgia about their grueling training days back in Ebelstein, admitting that while the work was incredibly harsh, she often felt a sense of freedom that she misses. As Derek reads on, the letter confesses a truth she rarely spoke aloud. Out of every mage she had ever encountered, he was, without question, the most naturally gifted. The scene flashes to Karia in her study, her brow furrowed in thought as she wonders just how far her star pupil has come. She ends the letter with a challenge, insisting that the next time they meet, he better show her the true extent of his growth. After setting the letter down, Karia lingers by her window, her mind drifting back into the corridors of the past. Back in the present, the mercenary folds the note into his pocket, his movements silent under the flickering, warm glow of the torchlight against the cold stone. 2 brutal weeks of constant, punishing training have passed, and he finally allows himself a moment of respite, looking entirely exhausted, caked in dirt and worn to the bone. She has noticed that Derek keeps returning to that same letter whenever he has a spare second, and she finally finds the curiosity to ask him what it actually says. He tells her it's from his former master, and she lets out a light, dry laugh. That person must be truly something special to have managed to teach a guy like you. Derek's face drops into a serious, reflective expression as he simply replies. She was, without a shadow of a doubt, a truly excellent mentor. The girl pauses, slightly taken aback by the bluntness and the raw honesty in his tone. She had attempted to goad him, hoping for some flicker of reaction, but when that falls flat, she decides to let it drop. With only 48 hours remaining before the high-stakes duel, Derek breaks the silence to ask how she's holding up after such a brutal, relentless training regimen. The girl lets out a soft, weary breath, admitting that after being pushed to the absolute edge of both her physical and mental endurance, she's not even sure how she's supposed to feel anymore. Despite the numbness and the exhaustion clouding her thoughts, one singular purpose cuts through the haze. She is absolutely determined to walk away the victor. No matter the cost, no matter the pain, she will find a way to win. The day of the long-awaited showdown finally dawns, and the noble dueling arena is packed to the rafters. A sea of spectators buzzing with electric anticipation for the spectacle to come. Aceline is nestled deep within the crowd, her laughter ringing out as she exchanges witty remarks with her inner circle, looking every bit the picture of effortless perfection. Then, her eyes sharpen as she catches sight of a familiar, solitary figure navigating through the press of high-born nobles. It's Derek, moving with his characteristic, detached grace, wrapped in his dark cloak with that same icy, impenetrable gaze fixed ahead. Aceline quickly offers a polite excuse to her friends, cutting through the throng of people to intercept him before he can vanish into the labyrinthine corridors. She calls out his name, a calculated, bright smile plastered on her face, causing him to come to a halt in the dim, stone-walled hallway. "It really is a pleasure to cross paths with you again," she chirps, her voice sweet and polished. He offers a stiff, formal nod. His tone is dry as parchment, but she doesn't miss a beat, bringing up the gossip that has been sweeping through the circles. The rumors that he's been personally tutoring the Belmere girl in the arcane arts. Derek slows his stride, closing his eyes briefly before giving a slight, affirmative tilt of his head, confirming he has indeed been working with the Belmere family. An awkward, heavy silence stretches between them for a few beats. Aceline breaks it, remarking on how hollowed out and exhausted the girl has looked recently, and pointedly asks if he might have pushed her a bit too far during these training sessions. She follows it up with a knowing smirk, adding that the rumors about his, shall we say, unconventional methods of instruction are quite legendary. Derek stops walking and turns to her, his gaze sharp enough to cut, and asks, "Are you truly concerned about your opponent, or are you just feeling overconfident in yourself? You'd be wise not to underestimate her today," he warns. A cold shiver runs down Eiline's spine at his words, a prickle of unease telling her that something about the air today feels wrong. High above, the spectators continue to chatter, placing bets and gossiping about the outcome. One noble girl, buried in a book, barely looks up as others whisper about how the Belmere girl looks gaunt and sickly, as if she's been starved or worked to the bone. The ambient noise hits a fever pitch as the announcer's booming voice cuts through the arena, declaring that the moment of truth has finally arrived. The time for talk is over. The participants must now take their places in the arena. Aceline steps onto the field first, moving with a practiced, liquid elegance that has every eye in the house locked on her. She offers the crowd a perfectly executed bow, soaking in their adoration and fully embodying the role of the Academy's radiant golden girl. The rhythmic, sharp clatter of her heels against the stone floor echoes throughout the silent arena as she glides toward her starting point, looking entirely composed and ready to perform. From the opposite side, the Belmere girl enters, her focus entirely internal. She repeats a silent mantra, "I will win," shutting out the murmurs of a crowd that has already written her off as a failure. Her eyes are a mirror of her resolve, cold, focused, and utterly unwavering. She is here to prove that the girl they remember is dead and gone. As they finally stand face to face in the center of the arena, the atmosphere shifts into something brittle and dangerous. The Belmere girl keeps her chin tucked, her mind locked on the battle. Aceline approaches with that same flawless, noble poise, greeting her with a tone so syrupy and polite it feels like a slap in the face. The Belmere girl doesn't flinch, responding with a cool, measured thanks for the concern, leaving the entire arena in a state of deathly, expectant silence. With a faint, cryptic smile, she asks if they are ready to begin. Eiline's expression hardens. She offers a sharp, decisive nod, dropping all pretenses of courtesy to focus solely on the kill. In an instant, the air ignites, and the Belmere girl erupts in a searing, overwhelming blaze that cloaks her entirely in fire. Aceline reacts instinctively, throwing up a shimmering veil of water energy to defend herself from the opening salvo. They both launch forward simultaneously, colliding in the center with a blinding shockwave of light and pressure that rattles the very foundations of the arena. But then, the unthinkable happens. The Belmere girl surges forward, conjuring a torrential, endless rain of fiery spears that completely blankets the sky. Eiline's face goes pale, frozen in raw shock as she gazes up at the impossible scale of the bombardment. She hadn't even imagined her opponent possessed such raw, devastating force. The spears streak downward like burning rain, moving with a lethal velocity that leaves the crowd gasping in awe. It is a total coverage assault, pinning Aceline into a corner with absolutely no room to maneuver. Wreathed in those crimson flames, The girl looks like a force of nature, proving that those 2 weeks of Derek's hellish, merciless training have forged her into something entirely new. A memory flashes back. The girl, broken and gasping for air after a grueling fight with monsters, barely able to keep her feet. Derek stood over her, his words blunt and biting. If you try to outthink her with pure magical technique, you'll lose. Aceline has the advantage there. If you want to win, you have to outlast her. You need more willpower, more grit. You have to be willing to endure more than she is. At the time, the girl had fought back, convinced he was just a sadist enjoying her pain. But he had just looked at her, deadpan. I have no interest in hobbies like that. I'm telling you a fact. When the mana reserves run dry, the one who refuses to stop fighting is the one who stands over the corpse. His plan had been brutal and simple. Burn through her own mana with reckless abandon from the very first second and force a war of attrition that Aceline wasn't prepared for. She had doubted it, knowing her own mana pool was smaller. But Derek's command was final. Drag her down into the dirt with you. Do not let her play a clean game. Reflecting on those words now, she understands. To win, she has to throw the rulebook out the window. Derek had reminded her that while mana is a gift of birth, she carries the blood of the Belmere house, and that alone holds a weight that cannot be measured. He had given her the belief she was missing, the final push to stand up and walk into this fight. Back in the heat of the arena, she lets all that buried pride and rage surface, channeling an inferno that no one in the academy thought she was capable of summoning. Aceline is rattled, her eyes darting around as she wonders if the person standing across from her is even the same girl she used to mock. The sheer intensity of this power is entirely unprecedented. With a sweep of her hand, the girl commands the fire, sending the entire volley of spears raining down upon her opponent at once. It is a relentless, suffocating bombardment, burning through her own mana stores with the reckless, suicidal abandon that Derek had drilled into her. The pressure is so immense that Aceline is struggling to even keep her footing, let alone mount a counterattack against the encroaching inferno. The Academy prodigy has no other choice. She is forced to start burning through her own defensive reserves just to keep from being consumed by the flames. Instinct takes over as she throws her hands up, weaving mana into a shimmering, fluid barrier of water that rises just in time to intercept the incoming assault. The impact is jarring, and it is immediately apparent that Ellen's relentless barrage of fire is forcing her to burn through far more energy than she had originally calculated. Across the smoking ruins of the arena, the two mages lock gazes, both of them fueled by a raw, desperate, and fierce hunger to claim this victory. There is no room for hesitation now. Neither fighter has any intention of backing down, even by a single step. Without wasting a single millisecond, Aceline surges forward, pressing her offensive with blistering speed. A ferocious storm of blazing arrows erupts into the air, screaming downward like a torrential downpour of fire directly upon Ellen's position. One after another, the white-hot projectiles slam into the water shield, hissing and churning as they collide. The barrier holds its ground, but the sheer, overwhelming frequency of the strikes is beginning to take a visible toll on its stability. Suddenly, a violent, concussive explosion rocks the very foundation of the battlefield. Plumes of thick smoke and embers billow outward, drawing gasps of terror and awe from the spectators in the stands. The scale of Eiline's magical output is staggering, proving that her mana capacity has reached an elite level. Yet through the heart of the inferno, Ellen's shield remains stubbornly intact. It pulses with a calm, rhythmic blue light, steady, precise, and completely controlled. Beneath the chaos, Ellen's eyes narrow as she coolly analyzes the flow of the battle. Her firepower is terrifying, she thinks, her gaze darting through the flames. But she's dumping everything into this with zero restraint. At this rate, her internal reserves are going to bottom out fast. Then, her senses sharpen as she detects a ripple in the dense smoke. A subtle shift in the air that gives away Eiline's position. Found you, Ellen whispers, her lips curling into a focused line. In a fluid, singular motion, she weaves an arrow of pure, frozen ice, her aim tracking perfectly onto the faint shadow lurking within the smog. With impeccable timing, she lets the projectile fly. The ice arrow streaks through the gray haze, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and seems to tear straight through the target. It strikes center mass on what looked like Eiline's chest, but in the very next heartbeat, the figure shimmers and vanishes into thin air. Ellen's eyes snap wide, her heart skipping a beat. An illusion? To weave such a high-level, convincing trick in the middle of an intense firefight requires masterful control and a massive amount of mana. For a split second, her mental processing stalls, her concentration momentarily derailed by the trickery. That fraction of a second is all Aceline needs. She manifests behind Ellen, already fully positioned, her hands gripping a massive, crystallized ice spear poised for the kill. As the strike descends at point-blank range, Ellen feels the sudden drop in temperature and the surge of mana just before the blow lands. She whirls around, their eyes meeting in a flash of mutual recognition, but the proximity is absolute. It is far too late to conjure a defensive barrier. A brief, haunting flashback cuts into the moment. They are inside a carriage, and Derek's voice is low and calm. "It'll work," he asserts, while Aceline looks at him with a glimmer of doubt. "But how?" Derek doesn't even glance up from the book in his hands. Overwhelm her senses with fire arrows, then use an illusion to lure her into a false sense of security. The moment she hesitates, you close the distance and finish it with ice spears. "Even a seasoned mage will leave a gap in their defense under that kind of pressure," he says, finally fixing her with a sharp, piercing stare. "But keep in mind, your opponent isn't some novice." Back in the present, Aceline has already bridged the gap, the ice spear gleaming as it arcs downward for the decisive execution. Ellen sees the lethal edge of the ice just inches from her throat. Her eyes widen, the reality of her situation sinking in. There is absolutely no time left to guard. In that desperate blink of an eye, she makes a desperate singular choice. She thrusts her hand forward, gathering every ounce of her remaining mana into her palm, until a violent, pulsing sphere of cobalt energy erupts into existence. Aceline commits fully to the attack, driving her spear forward with all her might. At that exact moment, Ellen releases the full force of the energy sphere. A concussive blast of raw power detonates, slamming into Ellen's own body and shoving her backward with such intense pressure that it violently shifts her entire stance. The ice spear slices through empty air, mere millimeters from its mark, and buries itself deep into the stone, spider-webbing the arena floor. Ellen lands a few paces away, her feet skidding against the ground before she halts. She manages to stay upright, maintaining her balance and poise despite the reckless, high-velocity recoil she just endured. Across the gap, Aceline freezes, her face twisted in utter disbelief. "What was that?" she stammers, struggling to process the impossible move she just witnessed. Ellen stands tall, appearing almost like a flickering phantom, faint, swirling ribbons of blue mana trailing from her eyes. The speed of her repositioning had been unnatural, almost inhuman. Aceline gasps, her lungs burning. "That was too close." Derek's cold, methodical advice resonates in her skull. "No matter how much you think you've got them, never let your guard down for a second." A bead of cold sweat tracks down Eiline's temple as the truth settles over her. She realizes now that her opponent is far from a standard mage. Every twitch, every tactical choice, and every drop of magic Ellen uses demonstrates a mastery on a completely different level. Eiline's jaw tightens, her resolve turning to steel. "Then I'll just have to drown her in raw power." With that burning conviction, she begins to pull at the atmospheric mana once more, readying the next wave of destruction. With her determination locked, Aceline acts immediately, forcing her mana into the ground beneath her feet until countless jagged, crystalline ice spears erupt from the stone floor. They sprout upward in rapid succession, transforming the entire battlefield into a lethal, gleaming forest of razor-sharp spikes. Even more terrifying is the silence. She isn't even bothering to chant. There is no incantation to be heard, no hand signals, no build-up. The magic is bending entirely to her sheer, unadulterated will. She keeps the pressure on, stalking forward and denying Ellen a single moment to catch her breath. She knows a direct power clash is dangerous, but she commits to the flood, filling every corner of the arena with her bristling, icy weaponry. The crowd is paralyzed by the sight, their whispers of awe cascading through the stands. Are those all ice spears? She's generating that many without even speaking a word. It is nothing short of miraculous. Even to the most seasoned mages in the audience, the display is an absolute masterclass of power. On the sidelines, Derek watches with detached interest, his expression unreadable but his eyes tracking every flicker of mana. She took the bait, he thinks to himself, watching the trap set itself into place. Aceline is fully in the zone, her mind calculating the final kill. Across from her, Ellen remains standing, surrounded by a swirling vortex of ice spears that Aceline has clearly brought under her own control. Though her expression remains as calm as a frozen lake, Ellen's mind is racing. "I have to hand it to her," she thinks. "Lady Aceline has truly reached a level I didn't think possible." But even as Ellen gears up to counter, a hidden play is already unfolding. With a subtle, nearly invisible movement of her finger behind her back, Aceline maneuvers a single, concealed flame arrow that she had planted in the arena floor long before. Without making a single sound, a golden glint of sunlight began to climb upward, inching higher and higher until it hung perfectly suspended, looming directly above Ellen's current combat formation. Completely oblivious to the danger hovering over her, Ellen kept her focus entirely on her own offensive. Try blocking this as well, she muttered, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to unleash a devastating barrage of razor-sharp ice spears. But before she could even lift a finger to initiate the assault, Aceline made her move. With a flick of her wrist and pinpoint control, Aceline sent a hidden flame arrow diving downward, the projectile whistling through the air at a blistering speed. In that very heartbeat, a sudden primal alarm bell went off in Ellen's gut, forcing her to instinctively recoil. Her head snapped upward, her eyes widening into saucers as she caught sight of the incoming threat. What? She gasped. The flaming projectile tore through the atmosphere, slamming directly into her formation. One by one, her carefully constructed ice spears shattered into nothingness upon impact. Unable to sustain the structure under such an unexpected aerial assault, the entire array buckled and collapsed in a matter of seconds, sending shards of ice spraying across the arena floor. Ellen stood frozen, staring up at the sky in total disbelief. A flame arrow? Since when? A wave of panicked confusion washed over her. She hadn't detected a single chant or any telltale sign of mana flow, and then, it finally clicked. Did she set this up way back then? The terrifying precision and foresight behind the maneuver left Ellen paralyzed, stunned by the tactical brilliance on display. The arrow slammed into the ground just inches from where she stood, kicking up dust at her feet. She remained rooted to the spot, caught in a sickening daze of realization. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, Aceline slowly lowered her arm, a thin, triumphant smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth. Her gambit had succeeded perfectly, and for the first time, she could feel the scales of the battle finally tipping in her direction. Ellen, however, was rapidly losing her cool. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her temple as a sense of dread crept in. I can't get a read on her, she thought, her heart hammering. I have no idea what she's going to do next. The sheer unpredictability of Eilein's style was beginning to shatter her composure. High above the fray, Lady Denise watched with growing astonishment. What is happening down there? She murmured. They're actually trading blows on equal ground? This is truly impressive. The duel had reached a fever pitch where neither fighter could claim a clear edge, and the tension in the arena was becoming suffocating. Eilein's gaze burned with fierce determination, though she, too, was glistening with sweat. It's working, she told herself, her breath hitching. I'm actually putting the pressure on her, aren't I? Directly across from her, Ellen's expression darkened into a scowl as self-doubt clawed at her mind. I can't win if I keep fighting like this. Not while she's setting the rules. It was becoming painfully obvious. Eilein's boldness and chaotic unpredictability were proving to be a nightmare to counter. She's one step ahead of me. The distant, muffled roar of the crowd faded away as Ellen forced herself to block it out. Slow down, she commanded herself, dragging in a sharp, steadying breath. I need to reset the pace of this fight. As her breathing evened out, her eyes narrowed into sharp, crystalline points of focus. All the hesitation that had plagued her just moments ago evaporated, replaced by a cold, hardened resolve. On the sidelines, Derek caught the shift in her aura immediately. His eyes squinted, his attention locked on the subtle change in her presence. This, he whispered to the empty air, is where the real fight begins. Ellen raised a hand, beginning the incantation for a new spell. At first, soft ribbons of blue mana began to swirl around her, but they quickly condensed, growing heavier and more suffocating with every passing second. She channeled every ounce of her concentration, drawing in energy with a ravenous intensity, her fingers weaving through the air with lethal, practiced precision to shape the gathering storm. Across the arena, Aceline watched in visible alarm, sweat beading on her forehead as the air pressure spiked. An immense, crushing wave of raw mana surged outward from Ellen, engulfing the entire stage. The force was so violent and overwhelming that Aceline was forced to throw up an arm to shield her face from the gale force winds. What is this? Aceline gasped, her chest tightening. This isn't just magic. It feels like she's tearing the very mana out of the air. Suddenly, without warning, the world went dead silent. The suffocating pressure vanished. The air turned perfectly still, and Eilein's eyes widened in sheer horror. I can't feel any mana at all. Even the natural ambient energy of the battlefield had been snuffed out, leaving behind a void that felt unnatural and terrifyingly empty. At the edge of the pit, Derek's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing to slits. It was a fleeting moment, but the phenomenon was undeniable. Mana alignment, he noted. A state where one forcibly pulls in, synchronizes and commands every drop of mana in the surrounding area. When a mage pushes past their physical and magical limits, they can force the very atmosphere to submit to their will. The environment doesn't just bend, it aligns, forced into perfect synchronization under their under their immense pressure. It was a rare, dangerous phenomenon known as mana alignment, and it proved that Ellen had just shattered her own boundaries. Back on the field, Ellen held her hand high, her posture radiating absolute dominance. Above her, a colossal sphere of fire coalesced, expanding at a terrifying pace until it loomed like a miniature sun over the entire arena. The massive orb distorted the very light around it, radiating intense waves of heat and a gravity-like pressure that pushed against everything in its path. Aceline stood frozen, her eyes wide as the sweltering heat seared her skin. "How?" she whispered, struck dumb by the sheer scale of the attack. How is she holding something that massive together? Despite the strain, Ellen's expression remained rock solid, her eyes burning with an ironclad determination. She poured every remaining scrap of her mana into the spell, pushing herself deep into the red as she forced the fireball to expand even further. This wasn't just a basic cantrip. It was a high-level 2-star fire spell, brought to life through pure, unadulterated willpower. Briefly, her mind flashed back to a grueling training session. Aceline had collapsed on the dirt, completely spent, her chest heaving as sweat drenched her clothes. Derek had walked over, offering her a water pouch with a neutral expression. "Drink," he had said calmly, looking down at her. Aceline had pushed herself up with trembling arms to take it. "Thanks," she'd muttered, though her face quickly clouded with doubt. "Derek, I don't know," she had admitted, her voice cracking from exhaustion. He'd looked at her, his brow slightly arched. "Can I really beat her? Can I actually win after just a few weeks of this?" Without a second's hesitation, Derek had answered. "You will win." He'd paused, his eyes unreadable. "Or, to be more precise, you will win in a certain sense." Aceline had stared at him, bewildered, her lungs burning as she struggled to grasp his cryptic words. The present crashed back down on her as the crowd erupted into a chorus of terror. "Is that really fire?" someone screamed. "A 2-star spell? That thing is humongous." Their voices were shrill, trembling with the visceral fear of watching something so destructive. Eileen's eyes were wide, her mouth parted in a silent gasp as panic seized her. A fireball? This wasn't supposed to happen. She whipped her head toward Derek, her eyes pleading for some kind of guidance. "Derek, what is this? What am I supposed to do now?" But he just stood there, arms crossed, watching the spectacle without offering a single word of advice. Frustration and terror bubbled over, and hot tears began to well in her eyes. "Stop just standing there and tell me something useful, you fraud." Before she could even finish the thought, the massive sphere of fire surged forward. For one agonizing second, Aceline was paralyzed by the scale of it. Then, she looked up, and the breath left her lungs entirely. The gigantic ball of flames loomed directly overhead, descending with the weight of an oncoming catastrophe. And for the first time, pure, unadulterated panic took hold. What am I supposed to do? Cold, clammy sweat began to stream down her face, and her thoughts spiraled into a panicked frenzy. A barrier? That's impossible. There is absolutely no way I can successfully block a high-level 2-star spell. Ice spears? No, that won't work either. Her mind began to buckle under the sheer weight of the pressure. I knew it, she thought, her teeth gritted tight. It's simply impossible. Someone like me could never hope to defeat Ellen. Meanwhile, across the arena, Ellen extended her arm, her hand steady as she guided the volatile fireball forward with precise, controlled force. Her focus remained absolute, despite the heavy physical strain evident on her features. Within the gathered crowd, Denise watched the spectacle with intense focus. Her eyes narrowed as she tracked every single motion on the battlefield. All around her, the other spectators stood completely frozen, utterly captivated and unable to look away from such an overwhelming display of raw magical power. Just as the blazing fireball was about to make contact, Eileen's combat instincts finally kicked in. She instinctively released a concentrated burst of mana directly beneath her, using the explosive recoil to propel her body backward in a desperate dodge. Ellen's eyes widened, her brows arching in genuine surprise at the sudden, agile maneuver. A split second later, the fireball slammed violently into the ground, unleashing a devastating explosion that instantly engulfed the center of the battlefield. Great plumes of flames and thick smoke erupted outward as the intense shockwave tore across the arena floor. Aceline frantically raised her arms to shield her face, yet the sheer force of the blast still caught her, pushing her body back through the air with violent intensity. Losing her footing entirely, she tumbled and rolled across the ground, narrowly avoiding taking the full, crushing impact of the explosion. Thick smoke billowed, swallowing the battlefield in a dense, suffocating haze. Ellen stood in the very center, heaving for air. That single massive attack had consumed a staggering portion of her mana, leaving her internal reserves feeling dangerously drained. Through the swirling curtain of smoke, Aceline slowly forced herself up onto her trembling knees. Ellen stared at her, struggling to catch her own breath, with undeniable disbelief flickering in her eyes. She actually dodged it. Ellen's gaze sharpened as the realization took hold, and she noted that Aceline had employed the exact same method she had used earlier, a technique she had only ever seen once before. On the sidelines, Derek remained perfectly calm, his expression entirely unchanged as he observed the unfolding outcome. A total lack of experience, he mused to himself in the quiet. When a 2-star spell is cast without proper mastery, it ceases to be a tool and becomes a wild beast that devours its own caster's mana. Ellen's hand began to tremble noticeably from total exhaustion as she tightly clenched her fist, struggling to steady her nerves and regain some semblance of control over her waning energy. Derek watched her closely, his gaze thoughtful and analytical. She's finally recognized Eileen's effort, and now she's beginning to change. Ellen had always possessed overwhelming, natural-born talent, but now she was pushing far beyond that. She was giving everything she had left. This was her unique way of showing respect, not through spoken words, but through the raw demonstration of her power. To her, anyone who fought with this level of ferocity deserved nothing less than her absolute, full strength. She stood her ground firmly, even though her body clearly betrayed the heavy toll of the battle. Her face was drenched in sweat, her breathing was jagged and labored, and her mana reserves were teetering on the edge of empty. Even so, she forced herself to maintain a composed front. Across the distance, Aceline managed to stabilize her footing. She, too, was utterly exhausted, her body aching from the strain and her breaths coming in uneven, painful gasps. But despite the fatigue, her eyes remained razor-sharp and burning with determination. A faint, knowing smirk tugged at the corner of her lips as the realization finally settled in. So this is what you meant, Derek. If she could just hold out through this moment, she would be the one to claim victory. Ellen raised her hand once again, refusing to back down. Brilliant blue mana began to swirl and shift into a scorching, blazing heat as she started channeling yet another spell. A sphere of pure fire began to coalesce above her palm, expanding rapidly in size, just as it had done before. Her eyes were locked on her target, unwavering, as she poured every remaining ounce of her mana into the construction. She was recreating that massive 2-star fireball once again, but this time the effort was clearly different. Her entire body shook under the extreme strain, her control wavering as sweat poured down her face. She gritted her teeth, barely managing to hold the volatile spell together. Yet she pushed forward regardless. With a powerful, desperate motion, she hurled the fireball toward Aceline at its maximum speed. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Another one. It's moving even faster than the last one. The blazing sphere tore through the air with terrifying velocity, hurtling in a straight line toward its target. Aceline reacted in an instant, turning to sprint and evade the incoming projectile. But this time, Ellen didn't simply fire and release it. She maintained her grip, controlling the spell's path. With subtle, precise flicks of her wrist, she adjusted the fireball's trajectory, tracking Eileen's movements across the arena with ruthless accuracy. The fireball curved in mid-air, refusing to miss its mark. However, maintaining that level of intricate control came at a heavy price. Ellen's already severely depleted mana reserves began to drain even faster, pushing her closer to her absolute limit. The fireball closed the distance rapidly. It seemed completely unavoidable, certain to land a direct hit. But at the very last possible moment, Aceline made her move. She suddenly dropped her center of gravity, planting her hands firmly against the dusty ground. Then, with a powerful, explosive motion, she kicked upward, simultaneously releasing a concentrated burst of magic beneath her palms. The force launched her high into the air, allowing her to just barely clear the fireball as it roared harmlessly past the spot where she had been standing. She soared upward, rising so high into the sky that her silhouette momentarily blended into the brilliant, blinding glare of the sun. Ellen tried to track her target, but the intense, radiant light made it nearly impossible to see anything clearly. For one brief, fleeting moment, Aceline vanished entirely from her sight. High above, hidden within the shroud of sunlight, Aceline allowed herself a small, confident smile of triumph. Raising her hand, she began conjuring ice spears once more. One after another, they manifested around her, hovering in the air as she prepared for her decisive strike. From this vantage point, she thought, she won't be able to predict my trajectory. As the spell completed, the space around her became filled with dozens of sharp, gleaming spears of ice. Her focus sharpened to a fine point. If she tries to cast a barrier now, she'll exhaust the very last drops of her mana. Below her, Ellen struggled to remain on her feet, her body trembling violently from the sheer weight of her exhaustion. Then, with a swift, sweeping motion of her arm, Aceline hurled the deadly ice spears downward at terminal velocity. Ellen reacted at the final, desperate second. Her legs buckled slightly, forcing her down onto one knee, but she willed herself to act despite her dire condition. With the absolute last of her remaining strength, she cast a defensive spell. Just as the ice spears were seconds away from impact, a thick wall of ice solidified in front of her, intercepting the barrage. The spears slammed into the ice, embedding themselves deeply into the hastily constructed shield. High above, Eiline's brow furrowed slightly as she landed back down on the solid ground. Not a barrier, just a simple ice construct, she realized with a start. She's used up far too much of her mana just controlling those massive fireballs. Ellen's dire condition was finally clear for all to see. Her face had drained of all color, her breathing was coming in ragged, painful gasps, and her body was barely able to hold itself upright. She looked as though she might collapse at any given second. From the sidelines, Derek watched the scene unfold with calm, detached interest. It will all be over very soon, he concluded internally. Aceline straightened her spine and took a confident step forward, her expression brightening with renewed assurance. A small, triumphant smile spread across her face. It worked. I finally cornered her. Her thoughts were crystal clear now, far more focused and certain than before. There is absolutely no way she has any mana left. I, on the other hand, still have enough. I can easily cast my magic arrows or those ice spears at least 2 more times. That is more than enough to finish this. I've won. But the very moment that thought crossed her mind, a sharp, crystalline cracking sound echoed across the entire battlefield. Eiline's eyes widened in instant shock. The ice shield standing in front of Ellen began to fracture. Not from the outside pressure of her spears, but from within. Before Aceline had any chance to react, a hidden fireball burst through the shattered ice. Ellen had been concealing it behind the very shield she used for her defense. With one last, desperate heave of her remaining energy, she launched the fireball forward. The force of the spell was so overwhelming that it shoved her own body backward, threatening to throw her completely off balance as she poured everything she had left into this one final attack. The sheer recoil of her own spell sent Ellen stumbling backward, destroying her footing entirely. She fell hard against the ground, the impact knocking the breath out of her lungs. Her face turned deathly pale from the sudden pain, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably on the floor. Her body was struggling to stay upright, pushing far past its breaking point. Simultaneously, the fireball she had desperately launched surged forward, searing through the air toward Aceline and shattering her opponent's brief moment of calm. But as Ellen's knees finally buckled and she collapsed, her iron-tight control over the spell snapped. The sphere of flame wavered violently in mid-flight, its trajectory becoming erratic and unstable. Instead of connecting with its target, it veered wildly off course at the last possible second, narrowly missing Aceline and soaring high into the sky, where it eventually dissipated into harmless embers. A sudden, heavy stillness descended over the arena. Aceline stood frozen, her entire body rigid from the jarring turn of events. Her eyes tracked the fireball as it vanished into the atmosphere, her mind scrambling to process what had just occurred. Then, slowly, she forced herself to breathe. Her heart rate steadied, and she lowered her defensive guard, her gaze drifting back toward the fallen Ellen. She remained silent, simply observing the aftermath. On the dusty arena floor, Ellen's frame trembled uncontrollably. She had drained nearly every drop of her mana, far exceeding what her body could ever hope to handle. Her hands shook violently as she raised them in front of her face, staring at her own palms with growing, frantic frustration. "Please," she whispered to herself, "just one more time." She thought desperately, if I can just push myself a little further. She attempted to channel mana once more, forcing her depleted reserves to form another spell. A faint, ghostly glow coalesced in her palm, but it was weak and flickering. It barely held together for a second before vanishing into nothingness. It wasn't enough. No matter how hard she exerted her will, her exhausted body simply refused to obey her commands. Aceline stepped forward, slowly closing the gap between them. Her footsteps were measured and rhythmic until she stopped directly in front of Ellen. She didn't raise her hand to strike, nor did she speak a single word. She merely stood there, looking down at her opponent in heavy silence. Ellen slowly tilted her head back to meet her gaze. For the first time in their match, something entirely unfamiliar flickered in Ellen's eyes. The cold, creeping touch of fear. Lady Ellen's thoughts churned with restless energy, rising and falling like an ocean tide she could never hope to tame. The truth was bitter. There was no noble lady in Ebelstein who shone with more brilliant, effortless grace than Lady Aceline. Her very presence alone was enough to draw genuine admiration from everyone who laid eyes upon her. Her elegance felt completely natural, and her innate talent seemed as though it were gifted by the gods themselves. But wherever there is brilliant light, there must also be shadow, and Ellen had long ago convinced herself that she was that very shadow. While Aceline stood bathed in the warm light of public adoration, Ellen lingered in the cold, forgotten darkness, unseen and entirely unacknowledged. The caustic whispers of her past echoed faintly in the back of her mind, taunting her, reminding her that while some were born into a life of privilege, others were left to claw their way through the dirt. Even so, Ellen had never stopped sharpening her skills in that suffocating darkness. She had endured, trained, and pressed forward with a single burning resolve. One day, she vowed, she would rise above all of them and finally prove her worth. When her awareness snapped back to the present, she found herself still standing before Aceline in the arena. Aceline was on her knees, her mana reserves nearly spent, her body shivering from the sheer weight of the battle. Yet, even in this broken state, she remained remarkably composed, carrying an air of grace that felt almost insulting to Ellen. Mud stained her fine clothing and her hair was a disheveled mess, her remaining strength clearly fading with every passing second. Yet, none of it diminished her aura. To Ellen, it was almost infuriating. How could anyone manage to look so perfectly composed, even while their body was falling apart? It was as though Aceline didn't have a fragile public image to protect, or any fear of being seen as imperfect. She simply existed as she was, giving every single ounce of her being without a shred of hesitation. The crowd's voices rose in a thunderous wave of encouragement, chanting Eileen's name, pleading with her to stand and continue. Their faith in her was absolute. Aceline struggled, her fingers trembling as she attempted to harvest the last, tiny scrap of mana she had left. A faint, unstable flicker of light formed in her palm, barely holding its shape. Watching her, Ellen stood and raised her own hand, summoning flames once more. The mana gathered obediently, twisting into a blazing, sharp-tipped arrow ready to be unleashed. For a fleeting moment, her gaze drifted toward Derek, and a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. Could she truly win this? The answer seemed to be within her grasp. Yet, beneath that veneer of confidence, something much darker stirred. A familiar, leaden weight that coiled tightly around her heart. Even if she emerged victorious, what would actually change? Would a single victory truly free her from the shadow she had lived in for so long? Or would it just send her spiraling right back into it? As that hollow realization settled in, the flames dancing in her palm flickered uncertainly, struggling to maintain their form. Meanwhile, across the arena, Aceline continued to struggle, gritting her teeth as she forced herself to stand upright despite the agony of her exhaustion. Then, unexpectedly, Ellen spoke. Her voice was strangely calm, almost carefree. "Oh, what a shame." Startled, Aceline looked up, confusion washing over her face. She clutched the final, dying trace of mana she had managed to scrape together. But before she could make a move, Ellen simply lowered her hand and let the brilliant flames vanish entirely. "I'm completely out of mana," she stated flatly. The words didn't make any sense. Aceline stared at her, her mind unable to comprehend the admission. Ellen offered a faint, sad smile, her expression gentle yet strangely distant. "You really are amazing, Lady Aceline. I suppose I just can't beat you after all." Placing a trembling hand over her chest, she offered a bow of quiet, formal dignity. "I forfeit." For a long, ringing moment, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Then, the crowd erupted into a deafening roar of cheers, their voices rising in a mix of overwhelming excitement and genuine admiration. Eileen's victory was officially declared, but she remained frozen to the spot, her mind reeling and unable to catch up to the sudden shift in reality. Her mouth hung open slightly in pure disbelief, her eyes wide as she desperately tried to parse the meaning behind Ellen's surrender. Around her, her friends rushed in to congratulate her, showering her with praise for her immense strength and newfound growth. She responded with a shy, reflexive smile, still clearly overwhelmed, but her eyes began to drift away from the crowd, searching. In the distance, Ellen was already walking away. She moved quietly, her steps steady and purposeful. Her expression remained calm, almost as if a heavy, invisible burden had finally been lifted from her shoulders. Derek stood nearby, his nose buried in a book. But as she approached his position, he snapped the cover shut and tucked it away. Ellen halted directly in front of him, her smile returning. It was a smile that carried a sharp, jagged edge. "You saw it, didn't you?" she asked lightheartedly. "That's quite enough," Derek replied in his usual calm, collected tone. She let out a soft, melodic laugh and tilted her head. "You're surprised, aren't you?" Even someone like me knows when to gracefully accept defeat. Her eyes glimmered with a strange, dark amusement. She continued, "You should have seen Lady Eilein's face. She was completely shocked. Like she was about to just give up right there." Her laughter grew, but it suddenly faltered as hot, involuntary tears began to well up in her eyes. She wiped them away with a quick, aggressive motion, as if brushing off a speck of worthless dust. Honestly, it was worth losing just to witness that expression. "Thanks to you, I finally feel like I've gained the upper hand over her." She paused, studying his stoic face. "So, tell me, what do you think of me now? It wasn't a perfect performance, but I wasn't that bad, was I? I learn incredibly fast, don't I?" Derek said absolutely nothing. His gaze remained rock-steady as he watched her with piercing intensity. The silence stretched between them, thick and unyielding. Then, without warning, Ellen's composure shattered. Large, hot tears slipped from her eyes before she could even attempt to hold them back. She stared down at her own hands, shivering in utter confusion. "Hey! Don't just stand there staring," she muttered, her voice cracking and uneven. "Why?" She didn't understand. The tears simply wouldn't stop flowing. Her vision blurred as an overwhelming tide of emotion flooded her system. Slowly, she sank down into the shadowed corner, burying her face in her hands. "What the hell is this?" she sobbed. "I'm not a child anymore." After a long, heavy silence, Derek broke the tension. His voice was steady, calm, and carried a weight of genuine sincerity. "My lady, I have been watching you closely, and I can tell you with absolute certainty. There is nothing in your performance today that warrants criticism. You have worked with an intensity that is truly admirable." His words hung in the quiet, undisturbed air of the arena. Ellen's shoulders began to tremble as silent, hot tears started to trace paths down her face. "I wanted to win, too," she admitted in a soft, choked whisper. "But, right at the moment I was poised to finish it, I realized something that I couldn't ignore. Even if I had won, nothing would have fundamentally changed," she confessed, her voice thick with raw emotion. "I would still be trapped in that same place, living out the same miserable existence. That part of me, that deep-seated feeling of inadequacy, it's rooted far too deep to just be fought away." A profound silence followed, broken only by the hitching sounds of her quiet, broken sobs. After a moment, Derek spoke again, his tone conversational but direct. "So, what if you look a little pathetic in the process?" Ellen froze, her breath catching in her throat. She lifted her tear-filled eyes to meet his gaze, and he didn't look away or offer a hollow comfort. He continued, his expression unyielding. "If you aren't willing to look pathetic sometimes, then you will never truly grow." Those words struck home, landing with the weight of a physical blow. Ellen covered her face with her hands again, her tears flowing more freely than before. But as she wept, the internal tension that had defined her for so long finally began to shift. Memories flickered through her mind like a disjointed film. Images of Aceline standing tall and strong, appearing entirely untouched by the encroaching shadows that had always weighed so heavily on Ellen. Yet, for the first time, that darkness no longer felt like a suffocating prison. Instead, it felt like a challenge, something she was finally capable of overcoming. In the distance, Lady Denise stood observing the entire exchange with a quiet, watchful demeanor. Her gaze drifted away from Ellen and Derek, moving toward Aceline, who was still surrounded by a supportive group of her peers. Stepping forward, Denise approached Aceline with a warm, gentle smile. The others caught the hint and politely excused themselves, leaving the two women in a moment of privacy. "You were absolutely brilliant out there, Lady Aceline," Denise remarked softly. "That duel was truly a remarkable display of skill." Aceline lowered her gaze slightly, her expression clouding with a flicker of internal conflict. "Lady Denise, you noticed it too, didn't you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I wasn't the real winner today." Denise offered a knowing smile, but she kept her counsel for a moment, letting the weight of the question hang between them. Finally, she spoke with a gentle, reassuring tone. "When it comes to raw, innate magical talent, it is possible that Lady Ellen may even surpass me." Aceline shook her head, a flash of firm resolve cutting through her previous uncertainty. "No, it's not just about talent. There is something far more important at play, something that truly serves to close the gap." As she spoke, her thoughts involuntarily drifted toward Derek. Startled by her own wandering mind, she quickly shook her head, forcing herself to regain her composure and focus. Turning her attention to her waiting maid, she issued a command with a quiet, ironclad determination. "Daisy, prepare a letter for the main estate immediately." As she lifted her gaze, her eyes hardened with a new, sharp sense of resolve. There was something vital she required, and she knew she could no longer afford to hesitate in obtaining it. The perspective shifted to the Duplin household, where the staff moved through their daily tasks with methodical, quiet efficiency. Inside his private study, Raymond Oswood Duplin sat hunched over a parchment, his expression tight with worry. "Dry's wool fill," he murmured, his voice laced with agitation. "What exactly is a 6-star travel pass doing all the way out here in Ebelstein?" Across from him, Valerian Deplaine sat in deep contemplation, thoughtfully explaining that the recent customs agreement had likely been fast-tracked due to the sudden, uncharacteristic movements of Drace. The entire situation was anything but ordinary. Raymond fell into a stony silence, his mind racing. "So, even the Count of Belmiard's visit is connected to this," he muttered under his breath. "If someone with genuine foresight is pulling the strings, then this is certainly no coincidence." Valerian then brought up another matter, a formal request from Aceline for a dedicated magic teacher. Raymond looked up, his brow furrowing in mild surprise. "Can't you simply arrange for one?" Valerian hesitated, looking slightly uncomfortable. "She specifically requested Derek. But, as you know, he is currently occupied teaching Lady Ellen at the Belmiard estate." Raymond leaned back, resting his chin heavily against his hand. Considering the gravity of the unfolding situation, he weighed his options carefully. "I was initially planning to send the butler to handle the negotiations," he said slowly, trailing off. Then he shook his head abruptly. "No, that won't be necessary." His gaze sharpened with a sudden, decisive clarity. "I must head to Ebelstein regardless, on account of the Dries matter. I will handle this entire affair personally." And with those words, the scattered pieces of a much larger, more dangerous story quietly began to lock into place. The setting shifted to the tranquil grounds of Lady Ellen's residence, where the golden afternoon sun drifted lazily behind a veil of clouds, casting long, shifting shadows across the meticulously kept garden. Ellen sat outside in the fresh air, her posture uncharacteristically relaxed as she faced Derek across a small, ornate garden table. For the first time, the usual tension had vanished from her features, replaced by a profound, quiet calm, as if the turmoil within her had finally found a place to rest. With a faint, effortless smile, she broke the silence. "Derek, I think I've decided to take a rest for a while." Her tone was airy and casual, but it carried the weight of a significant decision. Derek looked at her with curious interest, immediately sensing the fundamental change in her demeanor. Ellen continued, her voice soft but maintaining a steady clarity. "The endless studying, the training, everything. I just need a little bit of time to step back and clear my head." After a brief pause, she glanced up at him again, her eyes searching his face. "You're going to keep working for the Baldoni Mercenary Corps, aren't you?" Derek nodded, his expression mild and composed. "Yes, that is the plan." Hearing this, Ellen shifted her chair just a fraction closer, narrowing the distance between them. The sudden movement caught Derek slightly off guard, and he instinctively leaned back in his seat, unsure of her sudden intent. A faint, telltale blush crept onto her cheeks, and with a soft, almost playful smirk, she asked, "You'll come back if I call for you, won't you? To continue teaching me magic, I mean." Derek paused for a beat, carefully studying the unusual sincerity in her expression. Finally, he offered a small, reassuring smile. "Of course. Though, in all honesty, I'm not entirely sure there is much left for me to teach you." Ellen leaned back in her chair, stretching her arms lazily over her head as a teasing grin replaced her earlier, more serious demeanor. "Geez, what's with that sudden humility? That doesn't sound like you at all." Her voice brightened, carrying a genuine, gentle warmth as she tilted her head back to look at the clearing sky. "Winter is finally ending. It felt a lot longer than usual this year, didn't it, Derek?" As the day dissolved into twilight, the scene shifted to the local tavern, Belden's Tier, which was now pulsing with the warm, inviting glow of lantern light against the encroaching night. The interior was buzzing with energy, filled to the rafters with the sounds of animated chatter and raucous laughter. At a corner table, Paulini sat with a look of absolute confidence, finishing a round of cards with a triumphant, wide grin. Her opponent groaned in loud defeat while she basked in the glory of her win, her face radiating a shamelessly greedy and satisfied energy. Just then, the tavern door creaked open and Derek stepped inside. The moment Paulini caught sight of him, she didn't hesitate. She immediately raised her hand and began waving at him with infectious, high-energy enthusiasm. Derek's uncle also looked up from his drink, recognizing him instantly. Derek walked further into the room, a calm, easy smile gracing his face as he offered a simple greeting. "I'm back." It was a quiet statement, but it held a sense of deep homecoming, like a person slipping back into a familiar, comforting rhythm after a long period of distance. The morning sun rose quickly, and beneath its golden rays, a lone carriage sped along the open road, kicking up dust in its wake. The horses moved at a steady, driving pace, their rhythmic hoofbeats pounding against the hard earth as they carried their lone passenger toward the destination of Ebelstein. Inside the carriage, Belmiard sat in absolute silence, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes burned with a singular, intense focus. There was a clear purpose to his journey, a matter that demanded his personal presence. Meanwhile, back at her residence, Lady Ellen lay sleeping peacefully in her room, finally surrendered to a rare, much-needed moment of deep and quiet rest. The heavy silence of the morning was shattered by a sharp, insistent rapping at her bedroom door. Ellen groaned, feeling the lingering weight of sleep clinging to her limbs, and sluggishly hauled her pillow over her head in a desperate bid to shut out the world. "Come on," she mumbled into the fabric, her voice thick with fatigue. "I explicitly stated that my lessons were finished starting today. No more work. I don't want any interruptions," she barked, hoping to end the matter right there. Outside in the hallway, however, her maid stood shifting her weight nervously, hesitating for a heartbeat before pressing on. "My lady, I really think you ought to step out and see this for yourself." Ellen let out a long, exasperated sigh, finally dragging her body out from the warmth of the blankets with a look of pure reluctance plastered across her face. "No, just tell them I'm not here," she grumbled. Still grumbling to herself, she shuffled toward the door, throwing it open with a sharp, annoyed flick of her wrist. "Didn't you hear a word I said? From today, I am—" The rest of her sentence died instantly in her throat, her lips parting in stunned silence. There, standing directly in front of her, was her father. Belliard looked back at her, his face lit up with a radiant, proud smile, his eyes shimmering with a sudden, overwhelming surge of emotion. "Ellen," he murmured, his voice thick with genuine affection and warmth. "It has been far too long, my dear. My pride, my beautiful jewel, my absolute treasure." The sheer impact of the unexpected reunion hit her all at once, leaving her breathless. Caught completely off guard, Ellen's instincts took over before she could even process her own thoughts, and she slammed the door firmly shut. Back inside her room, a wave of panic began to rise in her chest. Why is father here of all times? She thought, her heart hammering against her ribs. After a few frantic moments of trying to compose herself, she forced her breathing to level out. She pressed her palm flat against the wood of the door, attempting to inject a sense of calm into her tone. "Father, what on earth brings you all the way out here?" She called out again, trying to sound as composed and ladylike as possible despite the racing of her pulse. "Please, give me just a moment to change into something more appropriate, and I will be out shortly. Do wait for me." Beyond the threshold, silence hung in the air. Belliard stood waiting in the hallway, letting out a soft, knowing chuckle to himself, clearly unfazed and still smiling despite the abrupt way the door had been shut in his face. A few minutes later, the two of them were seated together under a sky that had grown significantly brighter, with a delicate tea service laid out perfectly between them. Belliard spoke with a steady, measured cadence, his eyes thoughtful. "The young lady of the Duplin family. She must have been quite a formidable opponent for you to face." Ellen offered a small, slightly nervous smile, waving her hand dismissively to hide her internal tension. "Yes, she was, but honestly, I feel like I learned quite a lot from her." As she took a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, Belliard leaned in slightly, his voice dropping into a more serious tone. "If that mercenary is capable of teaching you that well, then it would be for the best to keep him on," he suggested. "He should work exclusively at our estate from now on." Ellen blinked, her eyes widening in genuine surprise at the sudden proposition. "But the vassals might not take kindly to that," she said, her voice laced with hesitation. Belliard let out a light, dismissive laugh, his expression radiating absolute confidence. "Do not worry yourself over them," he reassured her. "Is there truly anything I wouldn't do for your sake? You only need to trust your father." The words carried a deep sense of warmth and unwavering certainty that put her at ease. Ellen couldn't help but feel a flush creep up her cheeks, her gaze softening as she smiled back at him, feeling truly cherished. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, the scene dissolving and descending into the cold, dim, and claustrophobic depths of the Ebelstein dungeon. Flickering torches cast long, dancing shadows against the damp stone walls, while the chaotic echoes of a heated battle reverberated through the cavernous space. Pellini stood her ground, her bow fully drawn, and in one fluid motion, she released an arrow that struck a goblin dead center. As the creature collapsed, the look of focus on her face suddenly shifted to one of alarm. "Derek, watch out behind you!" she shrieked. A goblin was mid-leap, lunging forward with a blood-curdling scream, its sights set squarely on Derek. He reacted with lightning speed, holding his sword in one hand while he began to weave mana with the other. But, in that critical second, something felt terribly wrong. The mana around his fingers wavered, shattering and shifting in an unpredictable, erratic pattern. His eyes went wide with shock as an alien, overwhelming sensation took hold of him. Without a second thought, he spun around, forcing a sphere of red mana to coalesce in his palm. Dark, jagged energy flickered around the orb, looking incredibly unstable but undeniably potent. He had intended to cast a standard 3-star fireball, trying to push through the unexpected resistance he was feeling. Instead, his mana mutated wildly, erupting outward in a blinding, uncontrollable torrent of force. Relying purely on instinct, Derek unleashed the chaotic energy directly toward the airborne goblin. Derek! Pellini screamed his name again as the spell collided with the creature and detonated. A massive shockwave of raw power tore through the air, vibrating the very foundations of the dungeon. The surge of mana was so intense it could even be felt from outside. By the time nightfall arrived, a heavy, suffocating tension had settled over Belden's tear. The residual energy from the blast had finally faded, leaving behind a silence that felt heavy and uneasy. What on earth happened? Derek nearly lost his life in there. Someone in the group exclaimed, their voice trembling with disbelief. Pellini, who was typically seen as lazy and carefree, now wore an expression of intense gravity. Her eyes narrowed sharply. "Don't even get me started," she muttered, her voice tight. "Are all mages like this? Who in their right mind tries to cast a 3-star spell while they're out hunting goblins?" Derek's uncle stared at him, his face pale with shock. Meanwhile, Derek kept his head bowed, looking deeply troubled. He stared down at his own hands, his voice barely a whisper. "In the middle of the fight, I felt something strange. An inconsistency. A break in the flow. It was just like that feeling I had when I first reached the 2nd star," he added. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air from behind them. "There is no need to be so anxious about being stuck, boy." Derek whipped his head around, startled. A man emerged slowly from the shadows, his presence radiating a calm, yet undeniably overwhelming authority. "There is no point in forcing your way through a bottleneck," the man continued, his tone smooth. "Didn't the School of the Wild originally pride itself on pursuing the natural flow of mana?" As he continued to speak, every single eye in the vicinity turned to look at him. He reached up, his fingers steady, and pulled back his hood to reveal his face. "Of course, I know such advice rarely hits home with mages like you," he said with a wry smile. Derek's thoughts raced at a mile a minute. He couldn't sense even a trace of mana radiating from this man, and yet, he knew with absolute certainty that the person standing before him was something truly extraordinary. The legendary wandering spirit Drace Wolftail, the greatest 6-star search-type mage in existence. Drace kept his expression casual and calm. "If you happen to have any decent alcohol stashed away, bring it out. My travels have been utterly exhausting," he said, bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of the full moon. The scene transitioned, shifting the perspective over to the sprawling Duplin estate. The training grounds were bathed in a haunting, pale silver light, with Lady Dyla standing perfectly still at the center, her focus absolute. Icy blue mana began to coalesce around her, swirling like a mini blizzard as she chanted her spell under her breath. With a great deal of effort, she managed to sharpen the energy into 5 distinct lethal arrows. But as she attempted to push her limits and add more power, her mana suddenly destabilized, spiraling out of her control. The structure shattered violently, the ice arrows dissolving into nothingness mid-air. Completely exhausted and burning with frustration, she dropped to her knees, breathless. "What the heck is this? It's so incredibly annoying." A light, mocking laugh broke the silence. Her brother, Reg, walked toward her, looking visibly amused. "I really thought you might have matured a little bit, but your temper seems exactly the same as always." Startled, Dyla looked up, squinting through the gloom. "When did you get here?" Reg just smiled, his gaze thoughtful. "Still. 5 arrows. Not bad at all," he noted. "Is that thanks to having a decent teacher?" Dyla immediately turned her head away, her expression stubborn. "That's just my own natural talent showing through," she snapped. "What does that selfish guy Derek have to do with any of this?" Reg folded his arms across his chest, maintaining a calm demeanor. "It seems Lady Aceline is planning to hire him as her personal instructor." Dyla's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping. "What? No way. What if she ends up getting treated the same way I did?" Reg shook his head with a light, pitying smile. "Don't go saying things that could cause unnecessary misunderstandings." I also heard that Lady Ellen is keen on keeping him on as well. Dyla's brow furrowed, looking genuinely confused and irritated. Why on earth is he so popular with everyone? Reg let out a smirk. Perhaps because he actually managed to turn someone like you into a proper person. It's no surprise he's the center of attention right now. Delos shot back without a moment's hesitation. Though he caught himself a second later, his expression softening as he added, "Yeah, I suppose I was a bit of a handful back then, wasn't I?" Reg let out a hearty chuckle in response. Wouldn't it be much simpler if he just picked Ace Line? That way, you'd actually get to see him again, Reg teased, peering at his companion. You seem to be missing Delos quite a bit, don't you, Derek? A deep crimson flush crept up Derek's neck and across his cheeks. Who said I have any desire to see him? He stammered, clearly flustered. Reg just shrugged, a playful, knowing grin spreading across his face. Sure, keep telling yourself that, Reg replied, clearly unconvinced. Meanwhile, in a quiet, secluded room tucked away from the noise, Lady Denise sat by herself, radiating an aura of total composure and calm. She was completely engrossed in her book, her focus absolute as she held a crisp apple in her hand. Unlike the others, she seemed entirely insulated from the escalating competition and the frantic scramble for power surrounding them. However, behind that mask of stillness, her mind was whirring, her thoughts running far deeper than her serene expression suggested. Down in Belden's tier, the atmosphere was thick, heavy with an oppressive silence. The faint, sharp scent of cheap alcohol drifted through the dim tavern, where flickering lantern light danced weakly against the aged, wooden walls. Seated quietly in a shadowed corner, Dree Wolftail slowly sipped the wine he'd ordered, his face a total blank, revealing nothing from the moment he arrived. Derek sat right across from him, struggling to mask his own overwhelming curiosity and nervous energy. Even now, with his own eyes, he found the reality impossible to grasp. A mage of Drace Wolftail's legendary caliber was just sitting here, casually nursing a drink in this dingy little tavern. This was a 6-star mage. A man whose very name was whispered with genuine terror throughout the entire empire. Derek kept his eyes fixed on him, his mind racing. What could possibly bring a man of such immense stature to a place like this? Why bother speaking to a nobody like me? Drace muttered to himself before finishing his drink. He set the glass down on the wooden table with a soft click, rested his chin on his finger, and slowly turned his sharp, calculating gaze toward Derek. Your name is Derek, isn't it? Derek straightened his posture instinctively, giving a quick, sharp nod. Yes, sir, that's correct. The moment those words left Drace's lips, a jolt of shock rippled across Derek's face. He actually knows who I am. Drace folded his arms across his chest with rhythmic, practiced ease, his tone remaining perfectly level. If it's not too much of a bother, would you mind having a private word with me? Just the two of us. Derek stared at him for a heartbeat, processing the request, before giving a silent nod of agreement. Moments later, the scene shifted to the outdoors. Night had fully descended upon Ebelstein, casting Belden's district into a shroud of darkness. The streets were deathly quiet, chilled by a biting, restless wind. Drace began to walk slowly through the deserted road, his iconic staff gripped firmly in his hand. His footsteps were rhythmic and incredibly steady, barely making a sound against the cobblestones. Derek followed a few paces behind, hanging on to every syllable the legendary mage uttered. Your talent for magic is truly exceptional, Drace said, never once looking back. Though I imagine you rarely hear those words from others. That's because your aptitude is so innate, it's almost mundane to you, he continued. Derek stayed silent, absorbing the weight of the statement, until Drace posed a direct question. What is it that truly drives you to work this hard? For the first time, Derek's calm facade wavered, a hint of uncertainty crossing his features. What is it exactly that you hope to achieve by mastering magic? After a lingering silence, Derek finally answered, his voice honest and stripped of pretense. I don't really have any grand ambitions or noble dreams. The moment I realized I had even a sliver of talent, I just became genuinely curious, he admitted. I simply wanted to see just how far I could possibly push myself. Drace stopped and slowly rotated his head to look at him. For a fleeting moment, he locked eyes with Derek, his gaze piercing and intense, before a faint, cryptic smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. As a commoner, if you truly hope to rise higher than your current station. His voice dropped an octave, becoming significantly heavier. You are still lacking. Derek's body stiffened, the bluntness of the assessment hitting him hard. Drace didn't let the tension linger, calmly continuing. Would it be a problem if I took it upon myself to help you? The moment the offer hung in the air, Derek's eyes went wide with pure disbelief. A 6-star mage, Dree Wolftail himself, was offering to be his mentor. There was no conceivable reason to say no, yet Derek was acutely aware of the dark, violent history that defined the man standing before him, a history every noble in the Empire knew by heart. Dree Wolftail had started as nothing more than a commoner. Unlike the blue-blooded nobles who were showered with unimaginable wealth, status, and elite magical tutelage from the cradle, he possessed nothing but his own raw, unrefined talent. Even so, he carved a path through the world of magic with breathtaking speed. By the time he reached adulthood, he had already ascended to the 2-star realm. As he started a family of his own, he continued his rapid ascent, eventually achieving the status of a 3-star mage. For the common folk, he became a beacon of pure hope, living proof that one's birth didn't have to dictate their destiny. His village gradually transformed into a sanctuary for other commoner mages who looked up to him. To many, it became a symbol of something greater. It was an ivory tower where the common-born could finally dare to dream of standing on equal footing with the nobility through the sheer force of magic. But that flicker of hope was destined to be extinguished. In the year Drace hit the 4-star rank, a horrific tragedy shattered his life. It happened on a dark, storm-lashed night under sheets of relentless rain. Drace trudged home after a long day of labor, his clothes soaked through as thunder rumbled ominously across the black sky. The second he pushed open the door to his home, his world ended. The mangled bodies of his family lay scattered before him, the floor slick with blood. Every single one of them had been butchered. Not long after that, a group of high-ranking nobles gathered in a lavish, opulent hall, casually chatting about the massacre while sipping vintage wine as if it were nothing more than a trivial piece of gossip. "Has that dog Drace finally stopped yapping?" one noble asked with a mocking, amused smirk. "Yes, Count," another replied with icy confidence. "Dree Wolftail has finally scurried into hiding. Those insolent, arrogant commoner mages have finally learned to keep their heads down." A third noble let out a loud, derisive laugh, swirling his glass of deep red wine. "How incredibly vulgar. Commoners really need to be taught their place. Honestly, what is with their pathetic greed for magic anyway?" As he turned toward the bearded noble sitting next to him to finish his thought, his face went completely slack. A severed head suddenly came flying across the room, blood painting a gruesome arc through the air before hitting the floor. Standing in the doorway, perfectly still and silent, was Dree Wolftail. There was no dramatic spellcasting or complex incantations. Using nothing but his bare fingers, reinforced by a terrifying concentration of magical energy, he had sliced the noble's head clean off his shoulders. The remaining nobles scrambled back in utter, paralyzing terror. Dree Wolftail, but Drace's eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion except for a burning, singular murderous intent. With one fluid, savage movement, he slashed through the air and severed the noble's legs at the knees. The man collapsed into a heap on the polished marble floor, shrieking in pure, unadulterated agony as a dark pool of blood began to spread beneath him. Consumed by primal fear, he frantically tried to crawl backward, away from the man he had once mocked. "Please, I beg you, spare me. I'm sorry, I was wrong." The pleas fell on deaf ears. Drace ignored every single word. He unleashed another brutal strike, and blood sprayed violently across the room, punctuated by the nobleman's horrifying, final screams. And then, absolute silence reclaimed the hall. From that dark day on, Drace lived as a marked man, hunted by the Empire for 30 agonizing years. Both the imperial family and the highest tiers of the nobility hunted him relentlessly. Yet, despite being backed into a corner time and time again, he refused to fall. Instead, he used the hunt to forge himself into something even deadlier, eventually shattering the limitations of the 5-star realm and ascending to the rank of a 6-star mage. Only then did the reality of the situation dawn on the Empire. They realized that if they continued to treat Dree Wolftail as their mortal enemy, the entire foundation of the kingdom could collapse. In a bid to save face and stop the bleeding, the imperial family finally conceded that his vendetta had been justified all along. To maintain their own crumbling authority and prevent any further slaughter, they officially granted him a noble title. And just like that, Dree Wolftail became a man who had forced his way into the nobility through sheer, unmatched power. Back in the present, Derek stared at Drace, his mind struggling to reconcile the legend with the man standing before him. And now, that very same man was offering to teach him everything he knew. The scene transitioned to the elite, opulent noble district of Ebelstein. Inside the Grand Conference Hall of Cleon Hall, Grand Duke Veltus Enercolokas waved his hand in a dismissive, elegant gesture as he addressed Raymond Oso Duplin. "Grand Duke Duplin, if your intent is to expand your reach north of the Belkos Peninsula, I would strongly advise you to remain extremely wary of the labyrinth hidden within the White Zone." A thin, Insincere smile touched his lips. If you find yourself in need, I would be more than happy to dispatch my own personal knights to assist you, Raymond Oso. Duplin held a chess piece between his fingers, his expression unreadable as he countered, his tone turning razor-sharp. The knights you refer to, tell me, are you perhaps speaking of those pathetic, low-born mercenaries you keep on your payroll? The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air turned deathly still. A vein pulsed in Veltus's forehead as pure rage contorted his features, a crushing, suffocating aura radiating from his body and filling the hall. It must be truly exhausting, trying to maintain such a sprawling territory while relying entirely on a band of private sellswords. Veltus replied, his voice dripping with venom. If you find the burden is simply too much for you to handle, perhaps it would be wiser to just surrender that land to someone more capable. Raymond responded by slowly drawing upon his own internal aura, letting it pulse outward to meet the pressure in the room. He leveled a sharp, unblinking stare directly at Veltus, the air between them thick with a sudden, suffocating tension that seemed to rattle the very foundations of the conference chamber. Nearby, Belmiard frantically raised both hands, his face pale with alarm as he tried to intervene. Now, let's settle down, he stammered, his voice laced with anxiety. Both of you have traveled all this way to Ebelstein. Wouldn't it be much more productive to focus on visiting your respective children first? Raymond shifted his gaze toward Belmiard, his eyes cold and distant. Since you bring up your children, he remarked pointedly, I couldn't help but hear that your daughter Ellen managed to hold her own in a fight against Aceline. A look of unmistakable pride washed over Belmiard's face as he beamed. That is correct. Even though she ultimately fell short, her latent talent is finally beginning to truly manifest. I am absolutely certain that, with the right guidance from a world-class instructor, she will eventually surpass even Lady Aceline herself. Raymond didn't offer an immediate response. He simply sat in silence for a long, heavy moment before calmly reaching up to adjust the frame of his glasses. A world-class instructor, you say? Raymond's eyes narrowed into thin, dangerous slits. Are you implying that Derek should take that role? Belmiard's smug smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of uncertainty, but Raymond remained calm as he continued to speak. If Derek were to step in as Eileen's mentor instead, let me assure you, Ellen would never stand a chance of catching up. A violent surge of magical pressure erupted, flooding the room and making the air feel heavy. Belmiard's lips curled into a cold, predatory smile. Ho ho, and what exactly gives you the confidence to claim something like that? He retorted, his voice dripping with condescension. The bond he shares with my daughter is already quite profound. Raymond unleashed his own dormant aura in a sharp, calculated burst to counter the pressure. Do you truly believe a man like him is governed by petty personal feelings? He snapped, his voice cold and cutting. You clearly understand absolutely nothing about the nature of his character. As the two men continued their heated verbal sparring, Grand Duke Veltus observed the exchange from the shadows of the room. A single question burned in his mind. Who exactly is this Derek? For two men of such immense status to be practically clawing at each other over him, he realized he could no longer afford to ignore the man's existence. After mulling it over for a few seconds, Veltus narrowed his eyes in decision. I think it is high time I have Denise look into him personally. The following morning, the scene transitioned back to Belden's Tier. Bright, warm sunlight flooded the tavern's interior, hitting the worn floorboards just as the front door swung open. Belmiard walked in, flanked by several stern-faced subordinates. The moment Derek's uncle spotted the group entering, the polite, welcoming smile he had prepared instantly vanished, replaced by a stiff expression of pure nervousness. Belmiard rested a hand thoughtfully against his chin, his gaze sweeping the room. Are you the commander of this mercenary outfit? Derek's uncle scrambled to pull out an expensive bottle of wine, his hands trembling as he tried to maintain an air of professional courtesy. Belmiard folded his arms across his chest, his expression hardening into a look of serious inquiry. Since I received absolutely no response to the letter sent by my head butler, I decided it was necessary to pay a visit myself, Belmiard stated. The uncle offered a frantic, low bow. I sincerely apologize, sir, he replied, his voice strained. The truth is, we have no idea where he is. Derek has been missing for several days now. Belmiard's composure wavered slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. Missing? Belmiard questioned sharply. We have exhausted every lead searching for him, the uncle continued, looking increasingly desperate. A few days ago, he abruptly declared that he was refusing all new requests, and then just vanished into thin air without a word of explanation. Belmiard retreated into his own thoughts. Has Duplin already intercepted him? Or perhaps Veltus? He turned the possibilities over in his mind, but ultimately dismissed them. No, there wasn't a whisper of intel to suggest that either of those two had made a move yet. His eyes hardened with cold determination. Then I suppose I will have to track him down personally. The perspective shifted once again, this time to the outskirts of Ebelstein, near the sprawling residence of Grand Duke Veltus. Denise sat elegantly in a plush chair, lazily enjoying an apple. Held firmly in her other hand was a letter she had been reading with a look of quiet intensity. Once she finished reading, she flicked her gaze toward her maid. When exactly did this arrive? The maid bowed respectfully. It was delivered early this morning, my lady. The patriarch emphasized that it is of the utmost urgency. Denise dropped her eyes back to the letter, rereading the contents. Locate the man named Derek immediately. You are to recruit him as your instructor, no matter the cost. She let out a soft, weary sigh, her attention drifting back to the fruit in her hand. I suppose father is starting to panic, she murmured to herself. He must realize that the market value of that mercenary is likely at an all-time low right now. A faint, amused smile played upon her lips. How dreadfully troublesome. But as she spoke, her mind began to drift toward far more interesting things. Still, she thought, today is quite an important day. A spark of genuine excitement lit up her eyes as she reached up to remove her glasses. She thought of the latest novel from the legendary author. A light, pinkish flush bloomed across her cheeks as she whispered the title, The Lady Submits to the Cold. Grand Duke's Ice Great Sword. Her imagination immediately began to run wild with the possibilities. But what in the world is the Ice Great Sword? She pressed a hand against her flushed cheek, lost in thought. Her expression shifted into one of giddy excitement. I absolutely need to find out. Without a second's hesitation, Denise stood up from her chair. Well, if I ignore father now, he'll only continue to nag me about it later anyway. She turned toward her maid. Bella, are you there? Yes, my lady? Prepare my traveling clothes. Denise offered a calm, secret smile as she picked up the letter one final time. I'm heading out. There was someone and something she desperately needed to find. Night slowly crept over the outskirts of Ramhill Hill, and the vast, cavernous depths of the Lapis Cave settled into a state of absolute, oppressive silence. A biting, freezing wind howled across the craggy mountain passes outside, while thin, crystalline sheets of frost crept steadily over the jagged stone walls surrounding the cave's mouth. Deep inside the belly of the cave, far removed from the biting winter air, Derek and Drace sat facing one another in total stillness. Both remained cross-legged on the frozen stone floor, and while Drace kept his eyes tightly shut, his expression was eerily calm and peaceful. Finally, Drace broke the silence with a low, steady command. Close your eyes, and release your mana like a thin, ethereal mist. Do not force it. Let it flow entirely on its own. Then, try to feel the sensation of your mana physically touching the world around you before it returns to your core. Hearing the instructions, Derek slowly closed his eyes and began to follow them to the letter. A faint, rhythmic pulse of mana began to bleed outward from Derek's body, weaving through the pitch-black cave like an invisible, creeping fog. It grazed against the icy stone walls, rippled over the scattered rocks near the water, and drifted into every hidden crack and crevice of the cavern. As the energy began to trickle back into him, Drace watched him with a calm, analytical gaze. What you are experiencing right now is the very foundation of search-type magic. At the 1-star level, you are only capable of basic threat detection. At 2 stars, you can pinpoint the locations of people and sense magical signatures from a distance. At 3 stars, you gain the clarity to pierce through any disguise or deception. At 4 stars, you begin to perceive the hidden intentions lurking deep within an opponent's heart. At 5 stars, you can even communicate with the spirits of the dead. Drace slowly opened his eyes, his gaze remaining terrifyingly calm. And at 6 stars, you gain the power to peer into the future. Derek's eyes snapped open at the revelation. He wore a look of feigned, stunned disbelief as he quietly repeated, See, the future? Drace folded his hands in his lap and nodded with ironclad certainty. That is exactly right. I saw the future myself. And that is the only reason I sought you out. Because I need you. The cave plunged back into silence for a fleeting moment before Derek spoke again. Then tell me, Derek pressed, his voice taut, what exactly happens to me in that future? Drace's piercing eyes locked directly onto his as he delivered his answer. You are familiar with a man named Valerian, are you not? The eldest son of House Duplin. The moment that name fell from Drace's lips, Derek's expression hardened in sheer surprise. Drace continued, his tone devoid of emotion. Before you reach adulthood, he will begin practicing the forbidden arts of necromancy. That is why you must kill him. A cold, heavy silence suffocated the cave. Derek's eyes narrowed as countless dark thoughts raced through his mind. After holding his tongue for several long moments, he finally asked, why would he delve into necromancy? What exactly is he trying to achieve? Drace only gave a slight, dismissive shake of his head. I cannot tell you a single word more. That is the fundamental nature of the future itself. The more recklessly someone attempts to pry into what lies ahead, the more unstable and unpredictable those events become. His voice dropped to a barely audible whisper as he added, there is, however, one final thing I can tell you. In the future, you are destined to meet your end. The statement hung in the air, and for a moment, the vast, cavernous depths of the cave plunged into a profound, suffocating silence. Surprisingly, Derek didn't flinch or display even a hint of panic at the grim prediction. The lack of reaction seemed to catch Drace off guard, and he regarded the young man with a flicker of genuine surprise. You don't seem particularly shocked, Drace remarked, his brow furrowing. Derek held his gaze, his eyes calm and steady. You said I was destined to die, he replied, but you never specified that I would die during this first life. A look of genuine, impressed amusement bloomed across Drace's weathered features. He slowly pushed himself to his feet, looking down at Derek with an expression of clear, newfound approval. An astute observation, he admitted, his voice carrying a note of respect. And for the record, I have absolutely no intention of letting that fate come to pass. As he pivoted away, intricate, glowing magical runes began to manifest in the air around his fingers. The atmosphere in the cave grew dense, the mana thickening until it felt heavy enough to touch. You must survive, Drace continued, his tone turning grave. But in order to do that, you are going to have to become infinitely more powerful than you are right now. He turned his gaze toward the narrow fissure in the ceiling, high above the cave floor, and slowly raised his hand toward the dark, star-filled night sky. In an instant, an explosive surge of mana erupted from his body, shooting upward through the stone like a brilliant, blinding pillar of pure light. The raw energy tore through the darkness above the mountain, reaching straight for the moon that had been obscured by thick, heavy clouds. Drace channeled his focus, his mana locking onto the lunar body itself. Suddenly, the heavens began to tremble. A violent force, invisible and immense, tore through the sky, scattering the clouds like dust until the full, radiant moon hung unobstructed above the jagged peaks. Brilliant, ethereal moonlight cascaded down onto Ramhill Hill, bathing the frozen cliffs, the snow-dusted landscape, and the massive cave entrance in a cold, white glow. A moment later, the mana retracted back into Drace's body with unnerving speed, leaving the cave exactly as it had been. Derek could only stand there, frozen and silent, his jaw practically hitting the floor as he processed the display of sheer, overwhelming power he had just witnessed. The scene shifted abruptly to the bustling streets of Ebelstein. A luxurious, gilded carriage trundled slowly through the cobblestone streets, eventually coming to a smooth halt. The door opened with a flourish, and Lady Denise stepped out, followed closely by her maid, Bella. The moment the nearby pedestrians caught sight of Denise's striking appearance, they stopped in their tracks. Heads turned in unison, eyes widening in genuine awe. A few of the onlookers couldn't even manage to hide the deep blush that bloomed across their faces as she walked past. Denise glanced around the busy thoroughfare before turning to her carriage driver. I'll be walking from here. You may stay behind and take a break for the time being. The driver dipped his head in a deep, submissive bow. As you wish, my lady. As Denise and Bella began their stroll through the city, Denise took note of the many eyes tracking her every move. A self-satisfied, proud smile curled her lips as she turned toward her maid. Bella, tell me, why is everyone staring at me? Bella kept her head bowed, her voice perfectly deadpan. I couldn't possibly say, my lady. Denise brought a hand to her cheek, striking a dramatic, posed stance. Could it be because of my undeniable beauty? Bella flicked her gaze toward her mistress, her eyes narrowing as she offered a blunt, honest rebuttal. My lady, your room back home is a constant disaster zone. You rarely keep up with proper hygiene, and the vast majority of your day is spent lounging around, nose buried in a book. Your normal look already leaves quite a lot to be desired. After a quick, curt bow, Bella added calmly. And honestly, I find you even more insufferable when you start acting like this. Denise looked genuinely insulted, clutching her chest. Oh, Bella, your talent for dry humor really is unparalleled. I wasn't joking, Bella replied immediately, her tone shifting to one of urgency. Shouldn't we be picking up the pace? What happens if another noble family manages to recruit this Derek fellow before we do? Denise dismissed the concern with a flick of her wrist. Don't fret. Even at my most leisurely pace, I'm still leagues ahead of everyone else. Bella let out a long, weary sigh. You're always running late for your lessons. Denise brushed the comment off entirely. Her eyes narrowed as she went deep into thought. You mentioned that this mercenary rejected every single offer and then just vanished. Correct. Bella blinked. Were you even listening to what I just said a moment ago? But Denise was already miles away, lost in her own calculations. He isn't the type to put money above everything else, she reasoned. So why would he just evaporate? She tapped her chin, analyzing the variables. For a commoner capable of using such advanced magic at his age, there are only a handful of logical explanations. Magic itself must be the catalyst. Either he stumbled upon a rare, ancient grimoire, or he's found himself an incredible mentor. A small, triumphant smile began to tug at the corner of her mouth. If that's the case, it makes sense that he wouldn't waste another second on mercenary work. Her eyes sharpened as another thought hit her. But he walked away from the Duplin mansion, didn't he? And there isn't a better place in the Empire for serious magical study than the Duplin household. She paused, her smile broadening as she realized the implications. Which means he must have found something or someone even more significant than House Duplin. Bella interrupted her train of thought. Lady Denise, we've arrived. Denise snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze toward the building looming before them. It was the shop in Belden's Tier. Inside, Derek's uncle, Bisley, was busy with his morning chores. He was focused on his work until the sound of the door chiming caused him to look up, ready to offer his usual welcoming smile. Welcome, he began, but the greeting died in his throat. The moment he laid eyes on Denise, his face went rigid, his nerves clearly getting the better of him. Denise observed his stiff posture with a sharp, calculating gaze before dropping a question. That old mage came by here recently, didn't he? Bisley froze, looking like a deer caught in headlights. Pardon. Before he could formulate a response, Denise flashed a brilliant, knowing smile, as if she had already confirmed her own theory. Thank you for the confirmation, she said with elegant grace. Then she pivoted toward her maid. Bella, let's go. I need to verify the transit records for the carriages. At once, my lady, Bella replied. As the two women exited the shop, Bisley stood by the counter, nervously rubbing the back of his neck and watching them retreat into the distance with palpable relief. The scene shifted to the Coachman's Guild, located deep within Ebelstein's bustling commercial district. Denise sat with poise at a table while Bella sifted through piles of travel logs spread out before them. Finally, unable to hold back, Bella asked, My lady, how on earth did you know Sir Drace had been here? Denise flipped casually through one of the registers before answering. It was obvious. That mercenary abandoned the mansion of a 5-star mage. Someone truly dedicated to the craft of magic would never make a move like that unless something significantly better had presented itself. She continued scanning the pages, her voice brimming with confidence, which leads to the conclusion that only a 6-star mage could have possibly sparked his interest. A proud, dazzling smile lit up her face. And I just happened to know a 6-star mage was recently sighted heading toward Ebelstein. It was a simple deduction. She leaned back in her chair, looking immensely pleased with herself. After a momentary pause, she looked at Bella, her eyes wide and sparkling. Tell me, Bella, is it possible that I'm actually a genius? Bella stared at her for a long, silent second before responding. You rarely utilize your intellect for anything practical, so it is difficult for me to say for sure. Denise dramatically pressed a hand to her heart. Oh, Bella, your words cut me to the quick. I am simply offering an objective observation, Bella replied, entirely unbothered. Denise let out an exaggerated, heavy sigh. Being cursed with this much talent is truly exhausting. Sometimes I wish I could just live a life of total incompetence instead. Bella offered a faint, tired smile. Do you truly find enjoyment in having people talk back to you like this, my lady? Denise grinned, clearly delighted. Don't be silly. You only ever focus on my flaws instead of my beautiful, brilliant side. Bella sighed again. You truly never take a word I say to heart. Her expression sobered, turning serious. But even if we do manage to track him down first, do you really think we can actually recruit him? I've gotten word that both House Duplin and House Belmiard are hot on his trail as well. Denise remarks, lifting one of the records from the stack with a self-assured, knowing smirk. She glances over at her maid, adding, Oh, Bella, don't worry. This is the easy part. Bella's brow furrows as she shoots her a skeptical, side-eyed look, asking, You've actually got a plan? A faint, rosy blush creeps up Denise's cheeks, quickly replaced by a devious, mischievous glint in her eyes. A honey trap, of course, she declares. Bella visibly recoils, frozen in a state of sheer mortification. Undeterred, Denise presses on, her chin held high with confidence. He's just a hot-blooded young man at the end of the day, isn't he? There's absolutely no way he could ever turn down a beauty like me. Bella stares at her mistress with a blank, unblinking expression, her face completely deadpan. Impossible, my lady, she replies flatly. You seem to be forgetting that your competition is Lady Iselin. The color drains from Denise's face, and she goes completely rigid as if struck. Bella, why would you say something so incredibly cruel? She whimpers, her voice trembling with a visibly wounded expression. Before Bella can even process the reaction, Denise lunges forward, desperately grabbing her by the shoulders. I'm the prettier one, right? Just tell me I'm prettier. Bella lets out a long, heavy, exhausted sigh, thinking to herself that this was the one and only thing her lady ever truly chose to hear. A moment of heavy silence passes, and then suddenly, Bella's finger darts out, pointing toward a specific document in the pile. Ah, I found it. Denise snatches the document away, her eyes scanning the text with intense focus. The playful, flirtatious look vanishes from her face instantly, replaced by sharp concentration. 1 week ago, she reads aloud. A boy in robes? He was using a travel pass. Her eyes narrow into thin slits, her gaze hardening as she reads the final details. Destination, the outskirts of Ramoil. And his final stop, the Great Cave. The camera pans away, the scene shifting abruptly to the dark, chilling depths of that very location. The Great Cave. Inside, Derek remains deep in his element, continuing his rigorous training under Drace Wolftail's watchful eye. He sits perfectly still, cross-legged upon the jagged, frozen floor, his mind entirely focused as he exerts precise, calculated control over the swirling currents of mana surrounding his body. Across from him, Drace sits in complete silence, observing the slightest shift in Derek's posture and aura. A subtle flicker of change passes over Drace's stoic features. It seems we have visitors, Drace says, his voice low and calm, cutting through the silence. They appear to be from House Veltus, and by the looks of it, they've come searching for you. Derek's eyes snap open, wide with genuine surprise. The cavern's core remains encased in thick, unforgiving ice, while water drips steadily from the stalactites above, the rhythmic plink-plink echoing sharply through the oppressive darkness. Meanwhile, near the cave's mouth, Denise and Bella tread carefully through the icy, ankle-deep water. Each step sends ripples and splashes echoing off the damp stone walls. Bella is visibly trembling, her voice dropping to a nervous, hushed whisper. Lady Denise, perhaps we should turn back? Maybe we ought to report this to the Patriarch and come back properly prepared with a group of soldiers instead. Denise reaches down to lift the hem of her soaked dress, wincing at the cold, but she keeps walking forward without a hint of hesitation. I cannot do that, she replies, her tone brooks no argument. If I bring soldiers along, I won't get any of the credit for finding him myself, she adds, casting a sharp, sidelong glance at her maid. Besides, if we have soldiers stomping about, other houses are bound to notice. After all our hard work, I won't have someone else swoop in and steal the reward. Suddenly, Bella freezes, pointing a shaking finger ahead. My lady, look. Denise whips her head toward the darkness ahead, her posture stiffening instantly as her eyes struggle to pierce the gloom. Two glowing, crimson eyes slowly manifest within the shadows, drifting closer. Bella lets out a sharp gasp of terror. It's a monster! Denise instinctively steps forward, shielding her maid with her own body, even as her own hands begin to tremble with visible fear. Bella, stay behind me, she commands, her mind racing with rising panic and confusion. Wasn't this area supposed to have been completely cleared of threats already? She wonders to herself. She feels the sweat on her palms, knowing full well her own offensive magic leaves much to be desired. Still, she raises her hand, forcing herself to begin the incantations for a defensive spell. Behind her, Bella is completely paralyzed, shaking in the face of the encroaching eyes. Slowly, the mysterious figure emerges from the heavy shadows, stepping into the faint, pale moonlight filtering through a crevice in the cave ceiling. The terrifying red eyes resolve into the face of Derek himself. He strolls calmly out of the dark, his gaze fixed directly on Denise, entirely unfazed. Denise's eyes widen until they nearly pop from their sockets. The mercenary! She breathes out, her voice barely a whisper. Derek halts just a few paces away, asking with calm, polite curiosity, what brings someone like Lady Denise to such a humble, out-of-the-way place? The silence stretches out through the cavern as Denise slowly lowers her hand, silently cutting off the spell she had been frantically preparing. Then, with practiced elegance, a radiant, beautiful smile slowly spreads across her features. As she locks eyes with Derek, a single, calculating thought pulses through her mind. All right then, it's time to make him mine. Derek looks at her, unfazed, and simply says, "Indeed, a pleasant conversation, truly." The nonchalance of his reply catches Denise off guard, and she remains utterly stunned for a beat, unsure how to proceed. Behind them, Bella stands in silence, a small, knowing smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Realizing the moment is slipping, Denise quickly pulls herself together. She clears her throat, switching to a softer, much more graceful and inviting tone. "Actually, I can't even count the times I've met you in my dreams," she begins, her voice honeyed. "I've heard so much about your incredible talent, both as a master mage and a brilliant instructor. So, how should I put this?" She gazes at him, batting her lashes. "If I could just be taught by you, Derek, I think I would be so happy." The moment the words leave her lips, Derek stares back at her with a completely blank, unamused expression. "Why are you speaking in such a theatrical tone?" he asks bluntly. "Are you practicing for a stage play because you like how the cave echoes?" The brutal, deadpan question cuts through the tension like a knife. Bella, who had been trying to suppress her amusement from the sidelines, finally loses her battle and bursts into a fit of loud, echoing laughter that fills the entire cave. Denise whirls around to face her, her face flushing a deep, embarrassed crimson. Is he serious? She thinks, her mind racing. This shy, beautiful girl act doesn't work on him at all? Refusing to crumble, she takes a deep breath, composing herself before shifting into a more serious, earnest persona. "I've been doing a lot of thinking after watching the duel between Lady Iselin and Lady Ellen," she begins, her tone sincere. "As one of the Rossi trio, I felt like I was the only one falling behind." She looks down, feigning anxiety. "I've been so worried that everyone else is going to keep growing stronger and stronger, while I'm left behind, trapped in the same spot." She plays the part of the desperate, pitiful beauty to perfection, slowly drifting closer to Derek. She closes the distance until she is standing within his personal space, making their proximity dangerously intimate. Her face is now mere inches from his, so close she can almost feel the warmth of his breath. Internally, however, her thoughts are completely different. "Oh my, we are so close now," she muses. "He can definitely feel my breath. His heart must be absolutely racing, right? There is no possible way he can refuse me after this." However, without the slightest hesitation or change in his expression, Derek simply places a hand against her chest and firmly pushes her backward. Denise's eyes widen, pure, unadulterated shock etched across her face. Derek looks at her with an indifferent, cool gaze. "I'm not so sure about that," he says calmly. He looks her straight in the eye, his voice flat. "From what I've seen, Lady Denise, you don't actually seem to have any real interest in magic at all." He continues in his usual detached, analytical tone. "Earlier, you mistook me for a monster and cast an ice spear, didn't you? It was incredibly sloppy, truly embarrassingly clumsy. Your mana flow, the timing of your incantation." He stares at her, mercilessly dissecting her magical technique. "Not a single part of it was properly executed. Your raw mana capacity is excellent, but it's completely unorganized. That alone proves just how little you actually practice." Denise stands frozen, utterly stunned by the bluntness of his critique. For the first time since their encounter, she is left completely speechless, her mind blank, unable to formulate a single comeback. Behind her, Bella gives a subtle, silent thumbs up toward Derek, as if praising him for seeing through the charade so perfectly. Derek doesn't even blink, his expression remaining neutral. "Let me offer you some advice. If you're standing in front of someone who is truly serious about their craft, don't talk about sincerity when you're just feeding them lies. To some, that's a direct insult." The words land with more weight than Denise could have expected, stinging her pride. She has no retort, no defense left. Derek doesn't wait for an answer. He simply turns his back to them and begins to walk away into the darkness. As he turned to leave, he cast one final, backward glance, his expression unreadable. "I'm not entirely sure what you're looking for from me," he remarked, his voice cool and detached. "But it certainly doesn't seem to be anything related to actual magic. I make it a rule not to take on requests when I can't grasp the client's true intentions." Denise's hand shot out instinctively, a flicker of genuine panic crossing her features as she hurried to interject. "Derek, wait. Just hold on a second, listen to." Before she could even finish her sentence, however, Derek had already ground to a complete halt, cutting her off before she could even get the words out. "You'd be far better off finding someone with more experience than a low-ranking mercenary like myself," he said flatly. "That would be a much more fitting choice for someone of your station, my lady." With that curt dismissal, He turned his back on her and walked calmly into the distance, leaving her standing there alone. Denise remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed in the heavy silence. All the poise and practiced charm she had fought so hard to project earlier seemed to drain away in an instant, replaced by a stinging mix of utter confusion and boiling frustration. The perspective shifted, moving away from their tense standoff to the area outside the cave. Night was beginning to settle over the landscape, and a sharp, biting evening chill started to creep across the open ground. A small, makeshift camp had been erected, marked by a cluster of tents and a fire crackling brightly in the center. Denise sat near the warmth, staring vacantly into the dancing flames, her mind still churning over the earlier encounter. Bella watched her for a long, quiet moment before finally breaking the silence with a look of deep concern. "Are you truly going to be all right, Lady Denise?" Bella asked tentatively. Denise didn't break her gaze from the fire, but her expression hardened with renewed resolve. "If I back down now, some other house is just going to swoop in and snatch him up. I have to win him over, and I have to do it quickly." Hearing the stubborn edge in her voice, Bella bowed her head slightly, her tone thick with worry. "Please try not to push yourself so hard, my lady. I'll be heading off now." Before Bella could make it more than a few steps, Denise called out to her again. "Bella." As the maid turned, Denise's voice grew softer, and a flash of genuine guilt darkened her eyes. "I know I put you through so much with my constant selfishness." She hesitated, searching for the right words, her tone turning almost pleading. "But this request is just too important to me. I really need you to do this one thing for me. When you come back tomorrow, could you please bring me the 4th volume of the Duke's Pillar of Fire Melts the Commoner Lady?" Bella was left speechless, the request clearly draining the last of her patience. She stood there in stunned silence, utterly exhausted by the sheer intensity of Denise's bizarre, ongoing obsession. The scene transitioned to the following morning. Derek was perched quietly in his usual spot, lost in his own solitude, when the steady rhythm of approaching footsteps broke the silence. A moment later, Denise appeared, huffing slightly as she hauled a massive, heavy-looking box toward him. The crate was packed to the brim with all sorts of things. Piles of books, a collection of rare magic crystals, an assortment of snacks, and a whole load of other daily supplies. Derek eyed the sheer volume of gear with a look of profound bewilderment before finally speaking up. "What is all of this supposed to be?" Denise quickly stammered, trying to regulate her ragged breathing. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I know there isn't much I can do for you personally, but I want to support you however I can, so you can just focus all your energy on your magic training." "Derek." Derek responded immediately, his voice as dry and blunt as ever. "Doing all this won't change a thing," he stated coldly. Yet, Denise didn't let his rejection break her stride, simply offering him a soft, patient smile. "That's perfectly fine. I feel like I'm learning just by watching you work. So please, don't worry about me." But behind that carefully constructed mask, her internal monologue was running in a completely different direction. Any human is bound to get attached to someone who showers them with this much attention, eventually. Go ahead and take it all. Get as used to my presence as you want. Feel as grateful as you like. By the time this is over, I'll be the one getting exactly what I want. Derek gave the pile of supplies a long look before nodding slowly. "Then I'll accept this with gratitude." As soon as he reached out to claim the goods, Denise's eyes lit up with a flash of triumph. He took it. He finally took the bait. But her celebration was short-lived. Even as he began casually snacking on the food she'd brought, Derek kept right on talking. "Though, I still won't become your teacher." Denise felt her entire body go rigid, her smile frozen in place. "He's actually turning me down while he's actively eating the food I brought him? What on earth is wrong with this guy?" The next day, Denise showed up yet again, wearing a bright, undeterred smile as if the previous day's rejection had never happened. "Derek, I brought more food and some fresh magic crystals for you today." Before she could even get the items into his hands, Derek responded with the practiced ease of someone reading from a script. "Thank you. Though I still won't become your teacher." The very next day, she returned, showing up like clockwork. "Good morning. Our head chef personally whipped up a full-course meal just for you, Derek." But once again, the response was as icy as the day before. "Thanks. Still not doing it, though." Denise was the picture of stubborn persistence. The following day, she arrived carrying a massive, shimmering mana crystal in both hands, her face beaming with confidence as she held it out like a prize. "Derek, check this out. It's a high-grade refined ore. I thought it might be useful for your magic practice." Derek reached out for the crystal without a second's hesitation. "You can leave it right there." For a fleeting moment, hope flared in Denise's eyes, until he added, "I'm still not doing it, though." The second she got back to her own area, Denise's composed mask shattered. In a burst of pure, unadulterated frustration, she slammed her fist into a nearby stone pillar with enough force to crack and partially pulverize the masonry. "That selfish, impossible exploiter," she hissed through gritted teeth. "If I'm being this incredibly nice to him, shouldn't he at least have the decency to act a little moved?" Just then, Bella came scrambling toward her, looking visibly shaken. "Lady Denise, we have a major situation." Still vibrating with irritation, Denise whipped around to face her. "You're telling me there's something even worse than this going on right now?" Bella rushed to explain. "The head butler of House Duplin is on his way here as we speak." The moment those words landed, Denise's expression shifted from rage to instant alarm. "Bella, we have to hide now." Bella darted her eyes around, clearly panicked. "But what about the tent?" Denise barely broke stride. "Forget it. They'll probably just assume it belongs to Derek anyway. Just get hidden." Without losing a single heartbeat, the two of them hurried away and ducked into the shadows nearby to stay out of sight. Moments later, the path revealed the arrival of the butler, followed closely by a small army of attendants and armed guards trailing behind him. The scale of the procession was so overwhelming that Denise could only watch in stunned disbelief from her hiding spot. What is going on? Are they planning to start a war or something? The scene shifted inside, where Derek was finally face to face with the butler. The man stood respectfully and presented him with an official-looking letter. Derek broke the seal and began to scan the contents. It was a formal request for him to serve as Lady Eileen's personal instructor in magic. After taking a moment to process the document, Derek looked up and replied calmly, "It would be an honor." The moment those words left his lips, Denise, hiding just out of sight, felt her entire world collapse in a whirlwind of shock and blinding fury. After hearing his answer, the head butler turned to Derek with a polite nod. "Understood. Shall you be preparing to depart with us immediately?" However, much to the shock of everyone gathered, Derek turned him down without a single moment of hesitation. The rejection was so sudden and absolute that Denise was left completely dazed. She struggled to process what her own ears had just picked up. Derek's posture remained unmoving, his tone respectful but firm. "Only after I have finished my own training, although I'm not entirely sure when that will be." His voice was devoid of arrogance or disrespect. There was only a quiet, unshakable resolve. Seeing that his initial offer had failed, the head butler tried a different angle. "What if we were to increase the compensation?" Even that, however, couldn't sway Derek. He dipped his head slightly in apology. "My apologies. At my current level, I don't believe I would be of much help to Lady Eileen. I have no intention of teaching magic half-heartedly." His sincerity was palpable. He genuinely believed that his skills weren't up to the task, and he refused to accept a responsibility that he couldn't honor without potentially letting down the person he was supposed to serve. Nearby, Denise remained in the shadows, listening to every word. Hearing Derek discuss the weight of teaching magic made her slump slightly. Unlike him, she had never had any real affinity for the arcane arts, and the subject itself always left her feeling a bit unsettled. The silence hung heavy in the air as everyone present let the gravity of Derek's decision sink in. Shortly after, the view shifted to the mansion, where Eileen was passing her day. The second the news reached her, her eyes widened, flickering with genuine surprise and a surge of excitement. "Oh really? You finally tracked down where Derek is?" She pressed immediately. Her attendant gave a respectful nod. "Yes, Lady Eileen. The head butler went to see him in person yesterday evening after we got word of his location." Eileen looked even more stunned. "Oh, you should have told me sooner. I would have gone to ask him myself," she lamented, her disappointment at being left out of the loop clear for all to see. Her disappointment, however, was quickly eclipsed by a bright, beaming excitement. She surged to her feet, a determined smile lighting up her face. "I must leave immediately. Gather the swiftest soldiers we have." She was practically vibrating with energy, intent on reaching Derek as quickly as humanly possible, with no interest in wasting a single second. Her personal maid looked on, clearly anxious, and tried to urge caution. "But, Lady Eileen, the terrain in that area is incredibly rough," the maid warned. Eileen's excitement, however, wouldn't be dampened. The simple thought of reuniting with Derek had filled her with a singular, ironclad determination, and not even the prospect of a brutal journey could derail her. Eileen smiled brilliantly, waving away the concern without a second thought. "This is about welcoming my teacher. The student should be the one to go in person." Her voice rang with absolute conviction. To her, this wasn't a task to be delegated to soldiers or servants. It was a matter that required her own presence. Derek was a man she held in the highest regard, and she felt deep down that, if she truly wanted to show him proper respect, she had to extend the invitation herself. No matter how rugged the terrain or how daunting the journey ahead might be, her resolve remained completely unshaken. The simple prospect of crossing paths with her mentor once more filled her heart with a bubbling sense of anticipation, fueling an even stronger urge to set off immediately. As the golden light of the day slowly bled away, the landscape was swallowed by the encroaching shadows of night. A secluded camp had been pitched beneath the vast, ink-black canopy of the sky, with the campfire's embers crackling and dancing rhythmically against the biting night air. Denise remained motionless, crouched before the hearth as she fixed her gaze upon the swirling flames. Even with the fire's glow washing over her, she still couldn't shake the deep, lingering chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. It wasn't merely the temperature of the night air that bothered her. It was a heavy, suffocating sense of exhaustion that felt as though it were pressing down on her spirit. After sitting in contemplative silence for what felt like an eternity, she finally broke the quiet. "Bella, let's pack up and head back at first light tomorrow." Bella offered a prompt nod, her voice steady as she replied, "Yes, I understand completely." "You're giving up awfully fast, aren't you?" Denise murmured, a trace of playful irony coloring her tone as she added, "Especially for someone as sharp as you." Denise pivoted slowly, fixing her steady gaze on Bella before leveling her with a direct question. "Tell me, Bella, you've been thinking I'm a fool this whole time, haven't you?" The bluntness of the question clearly caught Bella off guard. She began waving her hands in a frantic, defensive gesture, stammering, Why would you even know? Of course not. What are you possibly talking about?" Denise dropped her eyes, a moment of visible hesitation passing before she finally continued. "In the past, whenever I let my stubbornness take the wheel, I could push through absolutely anything." Denise paused, searching for the right phrasing as her face tightened. "But this time, I don't even have the heart to be stubborn anymore. I just feel so completely drained. It's just, everything," she sighed, her voice thin and unusually frail. The fierce confidence and unwavering determination that were usually her hallmarks seemed to have evaporated into the night air. Bella watched her in silence, processing the weight of her admission before finally deciding to speak. "That mercenary Derek, he isn't the type of man to be swayed by mere status or bags of gold. It seems his decisions are driven by something far more fundamental." At the sound of his name, a heavy silence settled over Denise once again. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to that earlier, quiet exchange between Derek and the head butler. She vividly recalled the calm, honest expression on his face when he confessed, "At my current level, I cannot be of much help to Lady Aceline." It hadn't been a statement born of false humility or arrogance. Those words had been delivered with an absolute, raw sincerity that left no room for doubt. Other memories began to surface, unbidden, like flotsam in a stream. The vivid images of the skirmishes she'd witnessed and the countless, grueling hours she knew Derek had poured into his own development. Every move he made, every tactical decision, and every personal sacrifice had been fueled by a genuine, burning desire to grow stronger and be of real use to those around him. The deeper she sank into these reflections, the more baffled she became. Everyone she had encountered lately seemed to possess the strange, rare brand of honesty and dedication, a purity of spirit she so rarely found in her own circles. Staring blankly into the dying campfire, she wore a complex, unreadable expression. As a storm of conflicting emotions churned within her chest, she barely breathed the words aloud. "Just why is everyone so impossibly sincere?" The scene shifted abruptly to the depths of the cave, where Derek remained locked in his focused, solitary training. The air within the cavern was still and thick with silence, broken only by the faint, rhythmic scraping of gravel against stone. Derek sat in the center of the floor, his legs crossed, his mind entirely surrendered to his practice. A dense, shimmering veil of magical energy swirled around him, pulsating softly in the gloom. Scattered stones and small pieces of debris began to tremble on the floor, defying gravity as they lifted into the air, dancing under the precise control of his telekinesis. He pushed himself relentlessly, his concentration ironclad as he sought to refine his power, inch by painstaking inch. Suddenly, the sharp sound of footsteps echoed off the cave walls, cutting through his focus. Derek cracked his eyes open to see Denise approaching. She halted a few paces away, her posture uncharacteristically soft, her voice dropping to a low, quiet murmur. "Sorry to break your rhythm. Would you mind if I sat here with you for a moment?" Derek observed her calmly, his expression devoid of any irritation, his gaze steady and assessing. After a brief moment of quiet observation, he noted, "You seem a little different today, Denise." Denise blinked, momentarily caught off guard, and tilted her head in curiosity. "Is it because I'm dropping the formalities?" Derek shook his head slowly. "No, it's in your eyes." Denise went still, visibly struck by the bluntness of his observation. A faint, fleeting smile finally touched her lips. She looked up toward the jagged ceiling of the cave, seemingly searching for the right words before she spoke again. I'm sorry for being such a pain in the neck all this time. I'm finished with all of that now. Her voice was remarkably steady, completely devoid of the sharp, competitive edge she usually brandished like a weapon. Derek offered a simple, sincere nod in response. I appreciate everything, truly. I wish you the best in finding a great teacher. The second those words left his lips, Denise made a face of utter disbelief. A teacher? Don't make me laugh. I actually hate magic. Derek remained motionless, his expression neutral as he gave her the space to continue. Denise let out a long, weary sigh. It's all just endless politics and performances. I only tried to keep you on my side because you were becoming a name worth having. But you're far too stubborn. Since you're going to be working for Aceline anyway, I might as well bow out. Though the words were blunt, the biting hostility that once fueled them was gone. She sounded less like she was plotting a maneuver and more like someone finally unburdening themselves of a weight. Derek waited a beat before asking, Why do you hate magic then? The simple inquiry made Denise freeze. Well, she hesitated, searching the air. I thought I liked it once. Or no, that's not really it either. For the very first time, she seemed to be looking at herself with total honesty. After a long, heavy silence, she admitted the truth she had been shielding herself from. I just love being praised. The cave went deathly quiet. Those few words hung in the air, weighted with the truth of her entire life. She realized, in that moment, that magic itself had never really been the source of her passion. What she had truly craved was the validation, the adoration, and the thrill of being recognized for her talent. The applause and the acclaim from others had made her feel significant. Somewhere along the way, she had confused that intoxicating rush of external validation with the spark of genuine passion. Now, sitting beside Derek, a man who pursued his craft solely for the sake of mastery and sincerity, she could no longer hide from that reality. For perhaps the first time in years, Denise was staring at her own reflection without the armor of excuses or pretense. This raw honesty left her feeling stripped bare, vulnerable in a way she hadn't expected. She took a breath, her voice calm but underlined with a faint, bitter sadness. I studied until I was blue in the face, just to keep being called a genius. But then, it hit me one day. Why on earth am I even doing this? Just, what even is the point of all this? So I stopped. That's all there is to it. The confession was startlingly simple, yet it carried the crushing weight of years spent in confusion. She had chased the praise for so long that she had completely lost sight of her own direction. Derek listened intently, not once trying to interject. After a brief pause, he replied with calm, steady assurance. It's only natural for someone to eventually grow tired of living for the praise of others. Denise's eyes widened, her surprise evident. You're actually listening to me? I thought I'd just be talking to the air before I left. A faint, genuine smile graced her face. She slowly pushed herself up, brushing the stray dust from her clothes. Safe travels, Derek. She turned on her heel and began to walk toward the cave entrance. After a few paces, she faltered and stopped, though she didn't look back. I'm jealous, her voice whispered, drifting back through the damp, cool air of the cave. I'm actually jealous of someone like you. Someone who never has to question why they're working so hard. She lingered there for a heartbeat before she added, You're going to be a legendary mage, aren't you? Derek watched her back, silent and attentive. A small, soft smile formed on Denise's lips. If our paths ever cross again, do try to say hello. With those parting words, she walked out into the light, her footsteps fading until they were swallowed by the morning. The strange, turbulent chapter between the two of them had finally come to a close. The next morning arrived with crisp, golden light. As the sun crested over the rugged mountain peaks, Aceline finally pulled into the area with her escort. From a vantage point high atop a nearby cliff, Denise stood perfectly still, watching the arrival unfold below. The biting morning breeze tugged at her hair as she observed the group maneuvering below. She already knew exactly how this was likely to play out. Her mind wandered back to a conversation she'd had not long ago, back within the familiar, echoing halls of the mansion. Aceline had been flatly rejected. She had looked at Bella, her face pale with disbelief, asking if it were truly the case. Bella had simply offered a small, knowing nod, murmuring that he was an entirely unpredictable man. Hearing that blunt confirmation, Denise had fallen into a deep, troubled silence. It was because his rigorous training wasn't complete yet. That was the core of it. Denise began to see Derek's reasoning with a bit more clarity than she had before. It wasn't a cold rejection, after all. Bella hadn't stopped walking. her pace steady as she replied over her shoulder. She told her firmly that it was time to stop fretting over it. Right? Denise had breathed out, letting a heavy, weary sigh escape her lips. She joked that perhaps he intended to stay in that cave forever, eventually turning into a bear, just like that old legend from the East. Bella, never one to miss a beat, corrected her immediately. She noted that the legend was actually about a bear turning into a human. That quick retort earned a faint, amused smile from Denise, though deep down, her thoughts remained anchored to Derek. A nagging question persisted in the back of her mind. Did he honestly think he was the only soul on Earth capable of wielding magic? Before she could lose herself further in those swirling thoughts, Bella interrupted her with a piece of completely unexpected news. She mentioned, quite casually, that a guest had arrived and was waiting to share a meal with her. Denise blinked, completely taken aback. A guest? She had no recollection of anyone being scheduled to visit today. Puzzled and harboring a growing sense of unease, she turned on her heel and headed back toward the main mansion. It was only a short while later that she reached the entrance of the dining room. The very moment her foot crossed the threshold into the room, she stopped dead in her tracks, every muscle in her body locking up. Her eyes went wide, her gaze fixed forward, her face a mask of absolute, paralyzing disbelief. There, seated comfortably at the head of the table and tucking into a meal as if he'd never left, was Derek. And he wasn't even sitting by himself. Her father was there, too, sharing the table and chatting with him with an ease that felt completely jarring. For several long, agonizing seconds, Denise could do nothing but stand there and stare, completely stunned. Only yesterday, she had been firmly convinced that Derek was still holed up in that miserable cave, buried in his training and utterly indifferent to the world outside. She had even made light of it, joking that he would probably spend the rest of his days living like a wild hermit in the mountains. Yet, here he was, sitting right in front of her in the comfort of her own home. Back in the cave the night before, after Denise had already walked away and left everything behind, the quiet darkness settled over the place once more. Derek stayed seated there all by himself, his posture unmoving as he poured every bit of his focus into gathering the energy within him and keeping it under control. Thin streams of mana began circling around Derek from every side, twisting through the air as his concentration grew sharper and sharper. In his mind, he kept repeating the same thought over and over. The flow was finally starting to line up. He was close now, just a little more, only a little more. Bit by bit, Derek pulled the scattered mana inward, forcing it to gather into one single point. Around him, the pressure of that energy grew heavier, thicker, and far more intense. The moving currents of mana picked up speed, rushing faster than before as they all began drawing together toward that same concentrated spot. Even as the strain pressed down on his body harder with every passing second, Derek endured it without backing down, refusing to let his focus break for even an instant. Then, in one sudden moment, Derek's eyes flew open as if he had reached the exact point he had been waiting for. The enormous amount of energy he had stored inside himself erupted all at once. Mana blasted outward from his body, swelling through the cave before quickly scattering into the surrounding air. A few breaths later, even that powerful presence faded away, until every last trace of the released energy had disappeared completely. The process had pushed Derek right to the edge of what he could handle, and when it was finally over, his exhaustion was obvious in the way his body sagged. Just then, a voice reached him from behind, cutting through the silence of the cave. At this rate, you might collapse. The one speaking was none other than his master, who had been quietly watching Derek from behind. His gaze remained fixed on him as he continued, saying it would be meaningless for Derek to die right after finally learning it, and that the time had come for him to leave this place. At that moment, it became clear that Derek had succeeded in learning the 3-star tectonic shift skill. All the brutal training, all the struggle, and every difficult moment he had endured inside that cave had finally led to this result, pushing Derek into a new stage of mastery. A little later, Drace returned to the cave, carrying several fish he had brought back for their meal. He lowered himself nearby and set the food down in front of Derek. Compared to the overwhelming tension of the training moments earlier, the cave now felt strangely calm. Once Drace was seated, he looked at Derek with a steady expression and spoke in a serious, composed voice. There's nothing more I can teach you for now. Like I told you before, mediocre talent won't be enough to keep you alive. Think carefully for yourself, and decide just how far you truly mean to climb. His words landed more heavily than any lesson he had given before, because from this point on, Derek's path could no longer be shaped entirely by a teacher's hand. From here onward, Derek would have to define his own limits and choose how high he wanted to rise. After a short pause, Drace finished what he had to say, then motioned toward the fish he had brought over. It's cooked well. Go ahead and eat. With his training finally complete and a new power now resting in his hands, Derek sat there in silence, worn out but clearly changed. The quiet cave around them felt like the closing of one part of his journey and the start of another, while Drace slowly stood from his seat and began heading toward the cave entrance. Seeing him walk away, Derek immediately called after him, asking where he was going. Drace did not stop or turn back. He simply kept moving toward the outside and replied that he was going to get some fresh air for a while. Derek remained where he was, watching his master's back grow farther away with each step. Something about Drace's departure felt unusual, as if the words he had spoken carried another meaning hidden beneath the surface. As Drace continued toward the exit, he suddenly spoke again. "Derek, beware of Cola." That warning made Derek's expression shift slightly, and he stared at Drace's departing figure as the words sank into his mind. He was leaving. That quiet realization settled over Derek, while the strange warning stayed behind in his thoughts, leaving him with questions he could not yet answer. Before Derek could think any deeper about what Drace truly meant, everything returned to the present. Denise's father was now speaking with clear satisfaction, his gaze moving toward Denise and Derek as pride showed openly on his face. "Denise, I am truly pleased. Because you took the lead, a precious magic instructor came walking to us on his own." Denise lowered her head respectfully and gave her answer. "Thank you, father. I only did what I had to do." Her words were modest and controlled, but that humble response seemed to make her father even happier. After a brief moment, he went on and said she must have had a reason for refusing Duplin's request, then told her to explain it so he could help however he could. But before Denise had the chance to respond, Derek calmly lifted his tea and spoke first, direct and without the slightest hesitation. "I don't need anything beyond the reward I already mentioned. I only accepted because of Lady Denise's attitude." The instant Denise's father heard that, he nodded eagerly, looking more pleased than ever. Yes, Denise's attitude truly is wonderful. What other lady on this continent could possibly compare to our Denise? Anyone in the world who saw our Denise would be unable to resist teaching her. The proud father looked completely ready to keep praising his daughter without end. His face brightened as an old memory came back to him. "Denise, do you remember when the maid broke that plate? She said she had committed a grave sin and begged for forgiveness. Didn't she?" He looked at Denise with warm affection before continuing. "And then you—" Denise smiled like an angel and said. As he eagerly moved into the memory he wanted to share, Derek quietly listened from the side, still holding his tea. Denise, however, looked increasingly uncomfortable, already knowing exactly where her father's endless admiration was about to go. With a proud smile still spread across his face, her father continued recalling the old incident. "Rather than such a plate, I value your daughter." But before he could properly finish the story, Denise cut him off at once. Having heard more than enough of her father's unstoppable praise, she turned toward him and said they needed to talk about the lessons now, just between her and the instructor. The meaning behind Denise's words could not have been clearer. The moment she said it, her father did not argue, question her, or try to stay. Instead, he vanished from the room almost immediately, leaving Derek and Denise alone together. Denise looked straight at Derek and asked what he was doing here. Derek answered casually, as if nothing were strange at all, saying he was drinking tea. That relaxed response only made Denise more irritated, and frustration sharpened her voice as she asked if he was joking. After everything that had happened between them, Denise had not expected to see him here again. She stepped forward and pressed him further, reminding him that he had said he would not do this and that the two of them had already made a clean break. To Denise, none of the situation made sense. The last time they had spoken, it had seemed as though their relationship as teacher and student had ended before it could even properly begin. Derek, however, stayed calm and answered honestly, saying he was grateful for what had happened. In that great cave he had received tremendous help because of her. Denise immediately shook her head. "I already told you, that was only a political approach. I said I have no intention of learning magic." Her tone was firm, leaving no room for misunderstanding. She had made her position clear before, and as far as she was concerned, there was no reason for that stance to change now. Derek quietly looked at her before replying. His expression slowly grew more serious. To be honest, it didn't feel good to hear that from someone who doesn't even properly know what magic is. As he spoke, the air in the room changed little by little, and the casual attitude he had shown earlier faded into genuine disappointment. He continued, pointing to that very attitude, the habit of deciding whether something was good or bad before truly understanding it. His words were blunt, but they were not simply anger. What bothered him was the way she had rejected an entire world of knowledge without ever trying to see what it really was. For most of what he said, Denise listened without interrupting. She did not look away, and she did not cut him off. But once Derek finished, she finally answered, saying that for someone like him, it must have been unpleasant. But what I dislike. There was no uncertainty in her voice. She was not trying to defend herself with excuses or dress her feelings up as something else. She simply stated exactly what she felt. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then Derek looked directly at her and answered with one short sentence. What a pity! His tone remained calm, but the words carried far more weight than their simplicity suggested. To Derek, magic was something brilliant and extraordinary, a path overflowing with knowledge, wonder, and endless possibility. Watching someone turn away from it without even trying to understand it felt truly unfortunate. Denise, on the other hand, remained just as firm, unwilling to back down and unconvinced by his words, drawing the two of them toward an even sharper clash of beliefs. Derek's expression hardened, and for the first time, the emotion he had been holding back became impossible to hide. A fierce, intimidating aura began spilling from his body as he stared directly at Denise. His voice carried both anger and disappointment as he said that she knew not even one good thing about beautiful, brilliant magic, yet still held such disillusionment and antipathy toward it. I will not tolerate this. The energy coming from him was terrifying, pressing down on the room with enough force that even Denise could clearly feel it. For an instant, she understood that she had pushed the conversation much further than she ever meant to. In her mind, Denise thought that this was absurd, and that she should not have provoked him. The heavy tension around them then gave way, and the focus moved to the Evilstein Noble District. There, Aceline sat quietly beside a window, sunlight slipping through the glass and spreading a gentle brightness through the room. Even with that peaceful light around her, Eileen's expression held a faint trace of deep thought. As she remained by the window, a memory slowly rose in her mind, carrying her back to the conversation she had once had with Derek. The two of them stood directly across from each other, close enough for the silence between them to feel heavy. Derek faced her without arrogance or hostility, speaking in a tone that stayed calm, measured, and respectful from beginning to end. Lady Aceline, there is nothing for you to learn from me. Your foundation has already been built so solidly that it would be wrong for me to act as though I could easily add to it. I believe it would be far more suitable for you to study under an instructor who follows the same school of regulations as you. Please accept my apologies. Once those words reached her, Eileen's gaze slowly dropped, and her head lowered just a little. Back then, she had not answered him. Her lips stayed closed, her posture remained composed, but beneath that quiet surface, her thoughts had already begun twisting into something far more difficult to sort out. He had already drawn a clear line and made up his mind. No matter how politely he had said it, that definitely had not been praise. The standard yes, she believed that was what he had meant in the end. That memory slowly dissolved, slipping away like mist, and the room around her returned to the present once more. Still seated beside the window, Aceline lifted her hand into the light and stretched it out in front of her. After staring at it for a quiet moment, she murmured softly, I was simply not free. The words did not sound like something meant to convince anyone else. They came out quieter than an excuse, heavier than an explanation, as though she was finally admitting the truth to herself in that very moment. Just then, a knock sounded from the door, cutting cleanly through her thoughts. Aceline blinked, pulled herself back to reality, and answered, Yes, come in. A moment later, the door opened. A servant entered the room and immediately lowered their head in a respectful bow. A letter has arrived from the main house. At those words, Eileen's attention shifted at once, her eyes settling on the servant. What kind of letter? The servant kept their posture proper as they answered her question. Young Master Valerian's departure ceremony is scheduled for next week. As soon as Aceline heard that, her eyes widened faintly, as if the date had only just struck her. Oh, is it already next week? She fell silent for a brief moment, then seemed to make up her mind. Since it is his first departure ceremony, I should prepare a proper gift. I will go to the shopping district. The white zone is dangerous, so he needs to be ready. Her voice remained steady, but the concern behind it was impossible to miss. The white zone was not the sort of place where luck alone could keep someone alive. And because this would be Valerian's very first departure ceremony, Aceline wanted to give him something that could truly help him once he stepped into that danger. But the instant she rose from her seat, the chair beneath her suddenly gave way. With a sharp crack, it split apart and collapsed into broken pieces, the destruction so sudden and violent that it felt almost impossible to call it natural. For now, the cause of that strange collapse remained hidden. The truth behind the broken chair would have to wait, lingering quietly beneath the surface until it was finally brought to light later. The view then moved away once more, returning to the Evilstein Noble District and settling inside Denise's mansion. right in the comfort of her own room. Denise was sprawled comfortably across her bed, but her mood was anything but peaceful as she complained about Derek. That man has completely lost his mind. He stared straight at me with those wide-open eyes and said, I don't understand a single good thing about magic. Magic is only good because he likes it. Why does he have to push it onto everyone else? Bella stood nearby, listening without interrupting, until a teasing smile curved across her face. Oh my, if you understand that much, then surely you will stop forcing me to read those vulgar novels, won't you? The moment Bella said that, Denise shot upright on the bed and pointed straight at her. To think you don't understand even one good thing about those beautiful, brilliant works. I absolutely cannot tolerate that. As soon as Denise declared it so passionately, Bella's smile only grew softer, as if she had been expecting exactly that reaction. Like teacher, like student. I simply do not find those novels interesting. Denise puffed out her cheeks in clear annoyance, then launched right back into her complaints. If I bring in someone as a teacher who solved Duplin's headache and even earned Ellen's recognition, and on top of that, someone who even pushed Ace Line aside, do you know what the worst part is? Bella's expression made it clear she could already guess exactly where Denise's complaint was heading. With a gentle smile, Bella gave the simplest possible answer. Please go to sleep. But Denise had no intention of letting the matter end there. No, listen to me first. If I still fail to accomplish anything even under a teacher like that, then I'll be the one who looks completely incompetent. Can't I just dismiss him using my own authority? All I want is to lie down and spend my days reading novels. Her dream, in the end, was surprisingly modest. While others chased influence, status, power, and achievements that could shake the noble world, Denise wanted only one thing. A quiet life where she could sink into her bed, read her novels in peace, and avoid every tiresome responsibility. Bella, however, struck back with a single devastating point. If you fire Derek, will your allowance for those novels not be cut off? That one sentence hit Denise harder than any magical attack ever could have. Without giving her time to recover, Bella lowered herself in a polite bow. I shall take my leave now. With that, Bella quietly exited the room, leaving Denise behind in the silence with nothing but her own thoughts. After hearing Bella's argument, Denise could no longer immediately talk back. She lay there on her bed, staring up at the ceiling while one thought after another began racing through her mind. Her wish to avoid Derek and keep living her easy, carefree life crashed directly into the harsh reality of her situation. The more she turned it over in her head, the more irritating and troublesome the entire problem became. For the first time since Derek had appeared in her life, Denise found herself seriously facing a problem she could not solve by pretending it did not exist and simply reaching for another novel. The story slips back into the past, where Drace is speaking seriously with Derek and offering him advice that clearly comes from long experience. His face remains composed, but the steady weight in his voice makes it obvious that he is not speaking lightly. Meeting Derek's eyes directly, Drace tells him that staying on good terms with all three major noble houses would be the wisest move. At the same time, he warns Derek not to tie himself down by swearing loyalty to any one of them. Instead, Derek needs to walk carefully between the three houses, never leaning too far toward any single side. He should leave each family wondering where his true loyalty lies, keeping all of them uncertain, wary, and unable to fully claim him. Drace explains that this fragile balance is the only way Derek can truly protect himself and secure a future of his own. It is cold, calculated political advice, but every word carries the feeling of someone who has spent years surviving among powerful nobles. After listening in silence, Derek turns toward his master, looking as though he has something important to say or perhaps a question he wants answered. But before he can open his mouth, the moment is suddenly cut short and the scene shifts away. The story moves next to Denise's bedroom. The room is quiet and peaceful, and Denise is clearly sleeping comfortably beneath the morning light. But the day has already begun, with sunlight pouring through the room and spreading across everything around her. Then, without warning, Derek suddenly appears and makes a loud noise that shatters the calm silence of the bedroom. Denise jerks awake in surprise, her eyes flying open as she quickly sits upright in bed with an irritated expression. Still groggy from sleep and visibly annoyed, she fixes Derek with an angry glare and blurts out, "What is wrong with you? Are you crazy?" Her frustration is impossible to miss, yet Derek stands there without looking disturbed in the slightest. Without even hesitating, Derek calmly replies, "I am not crazy. The sun is already high, and since you refused to wake up, I simply made a loud sound." His explanation is perfectly logical to him, but it does absolutely nothing to make Denise feel any better. Clutching a pillow tightly against herself, Denise points out what she sees as the real problem. That is not the issue. Can't you see that I'm still wearing pajamas? Her face grows even more frustrated as she protests. Derek looks at her with the same calm, unreadable expression he always wears and answers in a completely matter-of-fact voice. Yes, I can see that. Please get changed and come outside within 5 minutes. After saying that, he simply turns around, walks out, and closes the door behind him. Denise is left alone on the bed, staring after him in complete disbelief. For several long moments, Denise can only stare at the closed door without moving, unable to process what just happened. Derek's unbelievable bluntness leaves her completely speechless, and after some time passes, the story shifts outside. Denise finally comes out and immediately marches straight toward Derek, who is sitting quietly with a book in his hands as though nothing strange happened that morning. Clearly ready to confront him, she calls out, "Hey, Derek. There is a limit to how rude you can be, and today is the weekend. Isn't it common sense that people are supposed to rest on weekends?" Her complaint sounds perfectly reasonable, especially after he barged into her room and woke her up so aggressively. But Derek barely lifts his gaze from the book as he answers with his usual calm composure. Yes, that is correct. One should not push oneself too hard during the weekend. For one brief second, Denise thinks he may have actually understood what she meant. But before she can enjoy that small victory, she immediately fires back. Then why were you causing such a disturbance first thing in the morning? This time, Derek finally responds while keeping the same serious expression. Lowering his book slightly, Derek explains, "Not overdoing things is different from neglecting the basics." His answer follows the strict logic he always seems to live by. As the conversation continues, he calmly expands on his point without backing down even a little, looking at Denise with complete seriousness. He tells her that if she is a member of the great Rohasalon trio, then even on weekends, she should naturally maintain at least a minimum level of refinement. To Derek, discipline and proper behavior are not things a person can simply throw away just because it happens to be a day off. Denise grows more irritated with every word, folding her arms across her chest and glaring at him. "You are the one deciding what is natural, aren't you?" she snaps. "I am your employer, and I do not agree with you. Since you are my employee, should you not work according to the rules that I set?" She clearly believes that argument has finally trapped him. Yet Derek does not look troubled at all. Without saying anything else, he calmly pulls out a document and holds it out in front of her. Confused by the sudden paper, Denise takes it from him and starts reading through the contents. While she scans the document, Derek explains evenly, "This is the contract personally written by Grand Duke Veltus Anarcholokas. My employer is Grand Duke Veltus Anarcholokas." He continues by explaining that the Grand Duke has delegated all authority regarding Denise's magical development directly to him. The instant she finishes reading the notice, Denise's eyes widen in pure shock. It is obvious that Denise has never seen this document before. Completely blindsided by what she just learned, she blurts out, "Wait, I never heard anything about this." But Derek merely remains calm. He takes the document back from her and slips it neatly into his pocket as though it is the most ordinary thing in the world. Then, before Denise has any chance to recover from the revelation, he continues in a professional voice. "Now then, I will explain today's schedule. After a light breakfast, we will first assess your current level in search-type magic. After that, you will relearn combat-type elemental magic from the very basics. In the afternoon, you will complete physical training, followed by lessons on mana utilization." The moment Denise hears the full schedule, her jaw nearly drops. She quickly raises a hand to stop him and protests. "You just said that we would not overdo things because it is the weekend," she says in disbelief. Derek gives an immediate nod, showing no hesitation at all. "Yes, that is correct," Derek answers with complete seriousness. "And maintaining the basics is difficult." His expression never changes, making it painfully clear that he genuinely believes every word he has just said. That answer leaves Denise completely speechless. She can barely believe what she is hearing, and only one thought fills her mind. Is this person insane? The schedule he casually listed sounds more exhausting than what most people would do over an entire week, yet Derek treats it as nothing more than basic daily maintenance. The story shifts again, and sometime later, Bella is shown going about her usual day. Suddenly, she hears voices coming from somewhere behind her. Curious about the commotion, Bella turns around to see what is happening. To her surprise, she spots Derek and Denise running together as part of Denise's training. Derek looks completely normal, maintaining a steady pace without any sign of difficulty, while Denise is in absolutely terrible condition. Her face is covered in exhaustion, and every step looks like it takes every bit of strength she has left. She seems ready to collapse at any moment, desperately dragging herself forward while repeatedly crying out for someone to save her from the training. But instead of stepping in and rescuing her, Bella enthusiastically cheers from the side and encourages Denise to keep going. Rather than making the situation easier, Bella's energetic support only makes Denise feel even more miserable. The poor girl looks like she has been completely abandoned to her fate, left to suffer through Derek's merciless training without any hope of escape. And the day does not become any easier, because more lessons and training sessions continue one after another. Under Derek's supervision, Denise is forced through all kinds of lessons, repeatedly learning, practicing, and moving on to the next task without getting any meaningful chance to rest or recover. By the time the sun disappears and night finally arrives, Denise is utterly drained in both body and mind. It looks as though every last bit of energy has been pulled from her over the course of the day. Later that night, Denise is seen soaking in a bath. She stares blankly ahead with such an empty expression that it almost looks as though her soul has already left her body. In a weak, hopeless voice, she turns toward Bella and mutters, "Bella, I think I am going to die." After surviving Derek's brutal idea of basic training for the entire day, Denise looks completely exhausted, as though she has already reached her absolute limit. Still staring up at the ceiling with a miserable look on her face, Denise continues complaining and groans, "That mercenary jerk can go to hell." But instead of comforting her, Bella calmly replies, "The responsibility is unclear, so you may be the one who ends up in hell, my lady." Bella's unexpected answer immediately shocks Denise. She sits up and stares at Bella in disbelief before shouting, "Bella, why are you acting like this? You have completely changed since meeting that guy. You are just like him now. You have no blood or tears." Bella keeps her usual calm expression and responds in a completely serious voice. "Without blood and tears, a human dies." The moment Bella says those words, chills run down Denise's spine. Pointing at Bella with a horrified expression, she cries out, "Bella, who are you copying? That is terrifying. I am getting goosebumps. That cunning guy made a contract with Father, so I cannot even fire him." Denise says with genuine frustration. Every possible way out she can think of seems to have already been blocked by Derek's careful preparation. Hearing her complaint, Bella gives her a simple suggestion. "Then tell the Grand Duke to fire him." For a brief moment, Denise's eyes brighten as though Bella has just handed her the perfect solution. Turning toward her with a hopeful smile, Denise says, "Oh, right, I can say Derek has no skill and that he is really lazy. Bella, you have to support me." But Bella immediately destroys that hope. "I refuse, my lady." Denise freezes on the spot. Slowly, Denise turns her head toward Bella with an expression full of betrayal and disbelief. Bella, however, remains completely unaffected as she calmly explains, "You say that, my lady, but you know you cannot actually do it. He is the instructor you brought in yourself, and he is a talent that the other noble houses are greedily watching." Those words strike Denise like a fatal blow, forcing the reality of the situation to crash down on her all over again. Slumping down onto her bed, Denise lets out a miserable sigh and says, "Father may be flexible about other things, but when it comes to the honor of this house, he never compromises." After sitting in silence for a moment, Denise's wandering gaze suddenly caught sight of a novel resting nearby. Her face lit up at once, and she practically reached for it with relief. "Finally, I can finally read my novel." But Bella clearly had a different opinion. "You should probably get some sleep instead." Denise stubbornly shook her head. "No, if I give in even once, Derek." Before Denise could finish her thought, the door abruptly swung open. Derek himself was standing there in the doorway. The unexpected sight made Denise nearly jump out of her skin as she froze and stared at him in total shock. Derek only looked back with his usual calm, unreadable expression. "Are you coming out now?" he asked. Denise could barely believe what she was seeing. "What are you doing here? I thought you already went home." "Don't tell me there's more training left," Denise blurted out, unable to hide the fear in her voice. Thankfully, Derek slowly shook his head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" he replied without changing his expression. "What good would it do to push someone too far? I only came to tell you tomorrow's dawn schedule." The instant Denise heard the words, "dawn schedule," every survival instinct in her body seemed to activate at once. She sprang up, clamped both hands over her ears, and began scrambling around the room while shouting, "Blah, blah, blah. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Guards, get this strange person out of here." Meanwhile, Derek simply stood where he was and watched her calmly, as though this kind of wild reaction had already become completely normal to him. By the following morning, the atmosphere inside the mansion had shifted once again. Inside her room, Denise was getting herself ready with an unexpectedly serious look on her face. She glanced toward Bella, let out a dramatic sigh, and said, "Bella, it's been 3 years since then." Bella immediately corrected her without hesitation. "It has been 3 days, my lady." Bella then continued, well, since you're attending the Roja Salon meeting today, there won't be any training. The moment Denise heard that, her entire mood changed. Oh really? Today is the meeting day. Her excitement returned almost instantly. Denise quickly jumped to her feet, grabbed her things in a hurry, and exclaimed, then let's go, Bella. We need to leave before that crazy man shows up. As Denise rushed around in a panic, Bella calmly stood and replied, even if you do not run away, I think he would still let you attend the meeting. Not long afterward, the two of them came across Derek. As always, Derek was standing there with a composed, professional posture, looking as calm as though nothing in the world could disturb him. Turning his eyes toward Denise, he greeted her politely. You must have rested well, my lady. Today, we will continue with basic physical strength training and theory. Derek began, but Denise immediately cut him off before he could finish. I don't care, she declared firmly. Today is my meeting day. Do you have any idea how important social activities are? Derek listened to her without interrupting, then gave a small nod. I am aware. I will wait at the mansion until it is over, he said in a perfectly reasonable tone. Then he added, the Roja Salon and social circles are important activities, after all. Please take your time, Derek finished calmly. Denise suddenly went completely silent. She had been fully prepared for another argument, another lecture, or even some impossible new training schedule. Instead, Derek was simply allowing her to leave without resisting. Denise stared at him in confusion, her thoughts racing. What? That wicked guy is really just letting me go? He must know I'm only going there to waste time anyway. Still, even those annoying meetings could occasionally be useful. Unable to figure out what was really going on inside Derek's head, Denise finally turned away and began heading toward the meeting venue. Derek remained where he was, quietly watching her leave with the same calm expression he always wore. There was no frustration in his face, no disappointment in his eyes, and no attempt to stop her. He simply stood in silence as Denise hurried away, leaving behind a man whose thoughts remained impossible to read. Later, Denise was riding back in the carriage with Bella after the meeting. Yet compared to how she had behaved earlier that day, she now looked like a completely different person. During the gathering, Denise had been full of energy and confidence, chatting with people and moving around without the slightest hesitation. But now, she looked utterly drained, as though someone were leading her straight toward her own execution. Bella glanced at her and could not help commenting on the obvious change. You were so energetic during the meeting, Bella said. But now that we're heading back, you look like someone being dragged off to die. Denise immediately groaned and buried her face in both hands. Obviously Derek is waiting at home, she muttered miserably. That devil, that pervert, that beast. Just thinking about seeing him again seemed to suck away every bit of strength she had left. Then, all of a sudden, she stretched out one hand and began gathering magical energy inside her palm. Bella blinked in confusion and quickly turned toward her. What are you doing? Denise's eyes began shining as though she had just come up with the most brilliant plan imaginable. I'm going to flip the carriage with magic, Denise announced proudly. Then I'll disguise it as a carriage accident and skip training. Am I a genius or not? Bella could only stare at her in total disbelief. The idea was so ridiculous that Bella immediately started trying to calm Denise down before she could seriously do something that foolish. Not long afterward, the carriage finally arrived at its destination, and Denise returned home at last. The moment she stepped inside the estate, Denise began moving as quietly as possible, sneaking through the halls in the hope that she could avoid Derek completely. Then she suddenly spotted him outside, chatting cheerfully with Mr. February, the gardener. Denise stopped dead in her tracks. What? Why is he talking so happily with Mr. February, the gardener? Denise wondered suspiciously. She was just about to slip away without being noticed when Derek turned toward her, as though he had sensed her presence from the very beginning. Since you are back, please head to the study immediately, Derek said. You will be studying theory books by yourself this evening. Denise's eyes widened in shock. That was all. No physical training, no pestering, no dragging her around the mansion. Just a simple order telling her to study. Completely confused, Denise quietly obeyed and went to the study room. She opened the books and began reading, but her thoughts were nowhere near the pages in front of her. Why is he not sticking to me and bothering me today? Is he slacking off? Ungrateful man. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Unable to focus on the books any longer, Denise eventually looked outside and began secretly keeping an eye on Derek's activities throughout the evening. From where she watched, he seemed to be moving all over the estate. At one point, Derek was outside training alongside a knight. He seriously exchanged techniques and instructions with the knight, but that was only the beginning. Later, Denise saw him helping the cooks with their work in the kitchen. As though that was not strange enough, he even spent time assisting a head maid with various tasks. Everywhere Denise looked, Derek seemed to be doing something, speaking with someone, or lending a hand to another person. Yet despite all of that, he never once came to bother her. Watching from a distance, Denise grew more suspicious with every passing minute. When she finally returned to her room, she sat down and narrowed her eyes in deep thought. Suspicious. After a short pause, Denise folded her arms across her chest and frowned even harder than before. It's extremely suspicious, she declared seriously. Bella had been quietly sweeping the floor when Denise suddenly spoke up. What is, my lady? Bella asked in confusion, but Denise immediately answered her own question. I'm talking about Derek. Lately, he has been chatting with the servants far too much. I have no idea what he is plotting. But Bella, you must never fall for it. Denise stepped closer and grabbed Bella by the shoulders. Her eyes filled with urgency and suspicion. Bella, you're on my side, right? You will not be swayed by him, will you? Bella could only smile gently at her lady's worried reaction. Do not worry, my lady. I like being by your side more than anything. Those words should have been enough to reassure Denise. Unfortunately, Denise's suspicions had already gotten completely out of control. At that exact moment, from an upper floor of the mansion, she happened to spot Derek once again. This time, he was standing beside Bella and helping her with her work as naturally as though he had always belonged there. The sight struck Denise like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened in shock, narrowed with suspicion, then widened all over again. Every bit of reassurance Bella had just given her vanished from Denise's mind in an instant. To Denise, this looked like undeniable proof that Derek was carrying out some mysterious scheme. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she rushed downstairs at full speed and stormed straight toward him. Derek! Her sudden shout rang through the area, making everyone nearby turn their heads toward her. She pointed at him accusingly and continued in a loud, indignant voice. What on earth are you doing? This mansion is my mansion, and everyone here is my person. Derek looked at her calmly, without showing even the slightest sign of panic. I do not know why you are stating something so obvious, Derek replied. His completely unbothered answer only made Denise even more frustrated. I know you are trying to win over my servants, she snapped. Stop whatever you are scheming and just teach me magic. Despite the accusation, Derek remained perfectly composed. It is true that I am trying to become closer to the servants, he admitted. But I am not plotting anything. Denise crossed her arms and stared at him with open suspicion. Then what are you trying to do by getting close to them? It is making me anxious. This time, Derek slowly rose from his seat and faced her directly. His expression became noticeably more serious than before. It is because I need to know more about you, my lady. Denise blinked in surprise. Derek continued. Not the elegant lady people speak of in rumors, but the real you. Teaching someone is not simply about delivering knowledge, Derek said evenly. The more I understand the person receiving the lesson, the better I can teach them properly. For a moment, Denise was completely caught off guard. She had been ready for excuses, lies, or maybe some ridiculous secret plot. But an answer like that had never even crossed her mind. Her confidence came rushing back at once, only now it was focused on something completely different. Leaning forward with sudden interest, she asked, So, what exactly did everyone say about me? Her eyes practically sparkled as she pressed for details. Did they say I'm prettier than Aceline or Ellen? The question was so shamelessly self-focused that it almost erased everything Derek had just explained, as though the only part that truly mattered was whether people had praised her looks. Derek paused and studied her for a brief second before answering with complete honesty. I heard that you think everything is troublesome, and that you have no motivation. Denise instantly went stiff, her expression tightening at the blunt assessment. But before she could complain or argue back, Derek calmly continued. Still, they also said that whenever something truly important happens, you step forward more than anyone else. Derek spoke evenly without teasing her. And even though you act like you do not care, you are actually very considerate toward the servants. As he said it, all the comments and memories shared by the mansion staff came back to him one after another. The gardener had scratched his cheek with an awkward smile before admitting, I might get scolded for saying this, but she feels just like one of my daughters. My second daughter is disobedient too, and she acts exactly the same way. Then the cook had laughed while sharing her own opinion. Some days, she complains that the seasoning tastes wrong and grumbles the whole time. But then the very next day, she orders expensive salt for the kitchen without saying a word. One of the knights had spoken with such sincerity that there was no room to doubt him. Not long ago, one of our men got seriously sick. Somehow, she found out about it and made sure he received plenty of medicine. After that, I would gladly risk my life to protect her. Finally, Bella had smiled warmly as she shared her own memory. When I was sick, she stayed beside me all night and took care of me herself. By morning, she had fallen asleep right next to me. Maya almost wanted to gobble her up because she looked so adorable. After hearing all those stories, Denise fell silent for several long moments. Her face gradually became oddly stiff, like she had no idea what she was supposed to do with such open and heartfelt praise. The compliments seemed to leave her more uncomfortable than any insult ever could. At last, she crossed her arms tightly over her chest and turned her face away. They were only saying nice things to be polite. I was just doing what I had to do. Derek watched her reaction quietly for a moment, then decided to add one more thing. There was something else I heard too. The instant he said that, Denise's expression changed again. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion, as though she could already sense that whatever came next would not be pleasant. What? She asked warily. Derek answered in the most casual tone possible. I heard you are a very talented writer. The effect was immediate. Denise froze on the spot, and then her entire body began to tremble as if she had just heard the most horrifying thing imaginable. Writing? She repeated nervously, trying to make her voice sound innocent. What are you talking about? I do not know anything about writing. Unfortunately for her, Derek had already learned far too much to be fooled by that weak attempt at denial. You are writing a novel called The Arrogant Lord Rabine, aren't you? I read it too, and I enjoyed it. For a brief moment, Denise looked like her soul had nearly abandoned her body. Her secret had been discovered in the most direct and humiliating way possible. Inside her mind, complete chaos broke loose. What? Who else knew about this? How had Derek found out? And why was he even reading it? The carefully hidden novel she had kept buried away suddenly felt as though it had been dragged into the open for the entire world to see. Meanwhile, Derek kept speaking as calmly as if they were discussing an ordinary book sitting on a shelf. I especially related to Tracy's past, though. His casual tone only made Denise feel even more exposed. Lord Rabine did feel a little excessive at times. Romantic feelings are one thing, but there were 7 whole pages dedicated to describing his wild masculinity. He paused just long enough for the words to sink in before delivering the final strike. The descriptions were impressively vivid too, very bold. The moment those words reached her ears, Denise's entire face turned a blazing shade of red. She looked as though steam might start pouring out of her head at any second. The humiliation was simply unbearable. Without saying another word, she spun around and fled from the spot in total panic. Derek watched her disappear into the distance, running as if her life depended on escaping him. He remained completely calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Well, I was not lying, he murmured quietly while looking at Denise's shrinking figure. Wanting to understand his student was only natural. Her greatest strengths mattered, of course, but Derek also needed to know the parts of her that she tried hardest to hide. With that thought lingering in the air, the story moved ahead to the following morning. As usual, Derek arrived outside Denise's room early in the morning. He was already waiting nearby when she finally stepped out, clearly prepared to begin another day of training. He greeted her with a perfectly normal expression, as if nothing embarrassing had happened the day before. Good morning. Did you do some writing last night too? His tone was casual, but the question landed with incredible accuracy. It is better to sleep at night, Derek added calmly. But the moment Denise heard the word writing, her entire body locked up. All the embarrassment from yesterday came flooding back at once. What are you talking about? She asked, desperately pretending she had no idea what he meant. She tried her hardest to maintain an innocent face, but Derek had no intention of letting her escape that easily. I mean The Arrogant Lord Rabine, the novel I mentioned yesterday. Did you forget already? Denise's cheeks immediately turned red again. But Derek was nowhere near finished. By the way, the balcony scene in Volume 9 was rather startling. That sudden graphic description really came out of nowhere. The words hit Denise with the force of a direct magical attack, and her mind went completely blank. The fact that Derek had not only read her novel, but was now casually discussing individual scenes from it, was far more than Denise could handle. Without even thinking, she grabbed his hand and started dragging him away. Am I still dreaming? I need to wake up. I need to train my magic right now. At that moment, even exhausting magical training sounded far better to Denise than standing there and listening to Derek give detailed opinions about her secret romance novel. Anything was preferable to hearing him mention another chapter. The story shifted again later that same day. Denise and Ellen were now sitting together with tea in hand, enjoying a quiet and casual conversation in a far more peaceful setting. Ellen looked carefully at Denise's face for a moment, studying the exhausted expression her friend was trying and failing to hide. Then she finally decided to ask what had been on her mind. It has already been around 10 days since you hired that magic instructor. How has it been? Have you managed to get used to him yet? Ellen asked in a curious but gentle tone. Denise slowly raised her teacup and took a quiet sip before answering. Her expression looked completely lifeless. Yes, if hell really exists, then I think this must be what it feels like. She sounded so genuinely miserable that Ellen almost felt sorry for her. Just looking at Denise was enough to make Ellen think. I do not even need to see the training to know she has been having an awful time. After a short pause, another thought suddenly came to Ellen's mind. By the way, have you heard the news? Ellen asked. Denise raised one eyebrow over the rim of her teacup, immediately curious about what Ellen was referring to. News, Denise repeated. Ellen nodded lightly, preparing to explain what she had heard. I heard Lady Dyla's debutante will be held soon, so she will be attending the next routine meeting with Lady Aceline. The very moment Denise heard Dyla's name, her expression shifted sharply. That useless Lady Dyla? Denise said without hesitation. As soon as the blunt words left her mouth, the story shifted away from the tea table once more. This time, everything moved to the Grand Duchy of Dublin, deep inside the grand and luxurious Dublin mansion, where Lady Dyla's side of the story was beginning to unfold. Dyla was sitting comfortably when a butler approached her with important news. She did not look impressed in the slightest. With a bored expression on her face, she asked, "Why would I need to go there?" The butler bowed respectfully before giving his answer. "You will attend next week's meeting. It is part of the preparations for your debutante." Even after hearing that explanation, Dyla looked completely uninterested in the matter. Still, after thinking about it for a moment, she eventually gave a small nod. "Fine, I will give it a try." Then, almost immediately, a faint smile appeared across her face, revealing that something else had caught her attention. "There is someone I want to see there anyway." The butler already knew exactly who she meant. Without even pausing, he replied, "Her name is Denise." At that, Dyla's smile widened slightly. It was obvious that her decision had very little to do with debutante preparations. A little while later, the story moved outside the mansion, where the atmosphere was quieter and much more peaceful than the grand halls inside. Aceline and Dyla were sitting together in the garden, calmly enjoying tea beneath the open sky. Breaking the silence, Dyla spoke with a completely disinterested expression and admitted that she could not understand something. She could not understand why she had to join the Rojas Salon at all. In Dyla's eyes, aside from Aceline, Lady Ellen, and Lady Denise, none of the other members seemed particularly worthwhile. Her opinion was blunt, dismissive, and impossible to misunderstand. Hearing that harsh judgment, Aceline immediately shook her head and gently corrected her. She told Dyla that she was mistaken, because many people in the salon were not only highly cultured but also remarkably charming in their own ways. Dyla simply lifted her eyes toward the sky. After staring upward for a moment, she lazily replied that she might be curious about the world beyond the mansion, but that did not mean she cared about social gatherings. As far as Dyla was concerned, she had absolutely no interest in social circles outside the mansion. Everyone at those gatherings only said pleasant-sounding things to each other, never speaking honestly or showing what they truly felt. Aceline looked genuinely surprised after hearing that. For a moment, she simply watched Dyla's indifferent face before softly calling her name, as though she had suddenly understood something important. Then Aceline explained that the difference came down to perspective. For both of them, entering high society had always seemed natural, simply because they were born carrying the Duplin family name. It was a privilege neither of them had ever needed to fight for, earn, or struggle to obtain. Their place in high society had been granted to them from the very beginning. But for anyone who had not been born into a family with that kind of overwhelming power and influence, receiving a place in high society was a priceless chance that could reshape their entire future. That was why Aceline warned Dyla not to casually take the position she had been given for granted. Instead, Aceline told her that they should appreciate the privileges they had received without having to earn them first, and then work hard enough to prove they truly deserved them. From that perspective, Aceline continued, joining a salon could actually become a wonderful opportunity. It gave someone the chance to meet people from many different backgrounds, widen the way they saw the world, and form relationships that could genuinely matter later on. Dyla listened without interrupting, her expression gradually becoming more thoughtful. In the end, she gave a small nod and admitted that if Aceline believed the salon was worth considering, then she would take the matter more seriously. She then added in a casual tone that she had already been planning to visit the salon at least once anyway. As she reached for her teacup and lifted it with practiced elegance, another question suddenly came to mind. She asked whether, now that she had finished all of her basic education, something important was finally about to happen. Would she finally be given her own mansion in Ebelstein? Aceline answered with a warm smile, confirming that it was true. She even explained that Dyla would be allowed to hire servants of her own to look after and manage the estate. The moment Dyla heard that, curiosity immediately brightened her eyes. Without hesitating for even a second, she leaned into the thought that had clearly been waiting on her mind. She asked whether that also meant she could hire the mercenary from the village to become her personal magic teacher. Aceline listened to the request, then smiled gently as though she already understood exactly where this was going. Aceline told Dyla that she knew perfectly well what she was thinking. However, she reminded her that Derek was currently serving as Lady Denise's magic instructor. Dyla quickly nodded, admitting that she had already known that much. She explained that it would be rude to pull away someone who was already employed by another noble house. Dyla insisted that she had only considered the possibility for a moment and had not intended to do anything beyond that. Hearing that answer, Aceline finally relaxed completely. She seemed satisfied that Dyla understood the situation and had no plans to create unnecessary trouble over Derek. Not long after that, the setting moved to the noble district of Ebelstein, where another lesson was underway inside Denise's mansion. Denise sat calmly in place while Derek continued guiding her through yet another demanding magic training session. After watching her performance for a while, Derek praised her progress. He told her that she had improved tremendously and should now be capable of intercepting enemies even when they moved somewhere outside her field of vision. Then Derek let out a long breath, his excitement impossible to hide. With a sudden grin spreading across his face, he asked Denise whether magic was not unbelievably fun. At that exact moment, the color in Derek's eyes slowly deepened into a vivid crimson red, making his already unusual appearance feel far more intimidating than it had just moments earlier. Denise froze briefly at the sudden change, visibly startled by the sight in front of her. Bella, who was standing nearby, noticed the same thing as well, but Derek continued without paying the slightest attention to either of their reactions. His voice grew unusually heavy, almost passionate, as he kept speaking to Denise. He asked whether she could feel the flow of mana shifting around her, and whether she could sense those tiny changes that were almost impossible to notice. To Derek, no one could possibly fail to enjoy magic, because it was the art of taking the mana someone was born with and training it until it reached even greater heights. In Derek's eyes, magic demanded sensitivity, precision, and boldness all at once. It was a perfect balance between delicate control and complete freedom, and that balance was what he believed represented the true essence of magic itself. As he continued speaking, the crimson glow in his eyes made him look almost like a vampire, filling the room with an eerie and overwhelming presence. Then, with a wide smile on his face, he finished his explanation and asked Denise one final time whether she found it enjoyable. Denise could only stare at him in complete disbelief. The single thought racing through her exhausted mind was that Derek was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, Bella's voice suddenly rang out from the side, as she cheerfully declared that it really did sound incredibly fun. Bella's bright response made Denise whip around toward her in disbelief. Calling Bella's name, she demanded to know what part of any of this was supposed to be enjoyable. The training was unbelievably exhausting, and Denise complained that she could barely keep up with it at all. Bella answered immediately with a carefree smile. Since she was only standing on the side and watching everything happen, she said it was naturally going to be fun for her. That completely unfair answer only made Denise even angrier. She turned a frustrated glare toward Bella, clearly irritated that Bella could enjoy the suffering without having to endure any of it herself. At that point, Derek slowly rose to his feet and calmly announced that he finally understood what the real problem was. According to him, Denise simply had not discovered the true joy of magic yet. Denise could hardly believe what she had just heard from him. Still looking completely drained after the brutal lesson, she pointed to herself and asked how she was supposed to feel any kind of joy while she was in such a miserable, exhausted state. Derek went quiet for a brief moment before admitting that the fault was his. He concluded that the training intensity had not been adjusted properly for someone like Denise. The second Denise heard those words, hope instantly returned to her face. She assumed he was finally about to reduce the difficulty and make the training less unbearable. But before she could celebrate, Derek continued with complete seriousness. Rather than lowering the difficulty, he declared that he would raise the training intensity even further, so Denise could experience an even greater sense of accomplishment once she overcame it. The moment those words came out of his mouth, every bit of color vanished from Denise's face. Terrified, she rushed straight toward him, wrapped herself around his legs, and desperately begged him not to do it. In a hurry, Denise insisted that the training was already incredibly fun and that she was having more fun than ever before. She repeatedly assured him that she truly loved magic more than anything else in the world, loudly declaring again and again that she absolutely loved it. But Derek showed no sign that he understood how desperate her performance really was. Derek simply nodded his head, looking as though he had just reached a very important conclusion. He said there was no time to waste, and that he needed to return immediately so he could prepare an even more intense training schedule for her. The instant Denise heard that, tears began streaming down her face, as she realized all of her desperate acting had been completely useless. Crying in total despair, Denise shouted after him that there was absolutely no need for him to do that. Then, overwhelmed by frustration, she angrily called him a bastard. Afterward, the setting shifted to a grand statue of Anjali. Nearby, an instructor stood surrounded by a large group of children, enthusiastically teaching them about magic along with many other subjects. The lesson continued in a lively and energetic atmosphere, with children gathered all around the instructor. Yet among the crowd, Dyla stood out for an entirely different reason. She looked deeply annoyed. Watching the elegant young noble girls around her behave with perfect grace and polished manners, Dyla could only let out an irritated sigh. Inside her mind, she complained that she simply could not stand looking at all these girls pretending to be pretty, noble, and sophisticated every second of the day. To Dyla, the entire gathering felt painfully dull. Her expression made it obvious that she had absolutely no interest in blending in with the refined crowd around her. At that moment, Denise approached her with a warm smile and offered a greeting. Dyla did not look happy to see her at first, but after examining her more closely, she calmly asked whether she was Lady Denise of House Veltus. Denise gave a small nod in response. Dyla then introduced herself in a direct voice, saying that she was Dyla of House Duplin. Denise maintained her polite smile and said it was a pleasure to meet Lady Dyla before properly introducing herself in return. However, Dyla immediately responded that she had only called out to Denise because she already knew exactly who Denise was. As far as Dyla was concerned, the greetings were already finished, and she wanted to ask something directly. Hearing that blunt reply, Denise could not help thinking that Dyla certainly had quite an attitude. Even so, Denise kept her composure and politely said that she would answer as best as she could. Then she asked Dyla what it was that she wanted to know. Without wasting another moment, Dyla asked whether Derek was currently staying with Denise. Denise was briefly confused, wondering why this little brat was asking something she clearly already knew. Still, she answered honestly and confirmed that Derek was indeed teaching her magic. The instant Denise confirmed it, Dyla's expression darkened with obvious dissatisfaction. She even clicked her tongue in frustration, unable to hide how displeased she was by the answer. Denise caught it right away, and irritation flared across her face. That little brat had actually clicked her tongue at her. For one heated second, Denise was seriously wondering where exactly she should kick the girl to teach her some manners. Dyla, however, stayed completely calm and simply remarked that Denise seemed to be doing rather well. Denise blinked at her in total confusion and told her to say that again. Was Dyla blind? Or did she have buttons where her eyes were supposed to be? After enduring Derek's brutal training, there was absolutely no way Denise could possibly look like she was doing well. But then a different possibility suddenly slipped into Denise's mind. What if Dyla was acting this way because Derek was the one teaching her? Maybe this was not arrogance or jealousy after all. Maybe Dyla was simply jealous because Denise had Derek himself as her magic instructor. The instant that thought settled in, Denise's entire view of Dyla flipped upside down. The little brat Denise had been silently cursing only moments ago suddenly looked completely different. In Denise's eyes, that troublesome girl had turned into nothing less than a tiny angel. Dyla held Denise's gaze without looking away, her voice calm but edged with warning. You really don't seem to understand your own situation. If I were you, I'd be nervous right now. Derek is the kind of man who acts purely on his own will. If he feels like changing his mind, he'll do it without hesitation, and without showing even the slightest concern. But Denise did not stiffen, panic, or even look offended. She simply curved her lips into an easy smile and answered as if Dyla's warning had not shaken her at all. Of course. To Denise, there was only one thing that truly mattered in the end. Whatever Derek personally chose would outweigh everything else. That answer made Dyla quietly study Denise's face even more closely. She had challenged her so directly, almost openly trying to unsettle her. Yet Denise's expression stayed perfectly calm. Dyla could not help thinking that Denise must truly believe, deep down, that Derek would never be taken from her. That thought stayed with Dyla for a brief moment before she pressed a little further. You understand that too, don't you? If Duplin were to come forward with a better offer, a proposal more favorable than yours, what do you think Derek would do then? Even then, Denise did not look the least bit troubled. Instead, her smile softened, almost becoming warmer. That would be wonderful as well. In fact, perhaps teaching Lady Dyla might be even better for Derek. For the first time in that exchange, Dyla found no immediate words to answer her. Dyla could only remain where she stood, staring at Denise in silence. What was this reaction? Denise had not flinched even once. No matter how sharply Dyla tried to provoke her, that quiet confidence never cracked, and the more Denise stayed composed, the harder it became for Dyla to tell what was really going on behind that gentle smile. After letting the silence settle for a moment, Denise spoke again in the same calm, polite tone. "If you wish to speak with Derek directly, I can arrange a meeting for you." Those words were enough to make Dyla understand that this conversation would go no further. Knowing there was nothing more she could draw out of Denise, Dyla turned away without another argument. "That's enough," she said quietly, and then walked off. Denise stayed behind, watching Dyla's figure grow smaller in the distance, her eyes lingering with a thoughtful look. Just how had Dyla managed to tempt Derek so deeply that she could stand there with such confidence? Denise could not understand where that unshakable certainty came from, but the question settled in her mind, and she silently decided that she would uncover the truth herself. "Just wait and see. Please save me, little angel." With that quiet wish hidden in her heart, time moved on, and Denise was next seen inside her palace, resting alone in the stillness of her room. A faint smile gradually rose across Denise's face as she leaned back, her body loosening as though every worry had already been neatly placed under her control. Speaking softly to herself, Denise murmured, "In the end, the little angel and I both want the same thing. Derek must go to Dublin." There was no hesitation in her voice, only a smooth, steady confidence that did not fade. "Make sure you read my letter, little angel," Denise continued under her breath. "Once you do, you won't be able to refuse." And soon after, the contents of the letters she had sent were revealed. "To the dear Lady Dyla, I believe the two of us are looking toward the very same goal. The truth is, I wish to dismiss Derek from my side. And you, Lady Dyla, wish to have Derek for yourself. Therefore, I would like to offer you a proposal. Let us settle this through a magic duel. I will place Derek himself on the line, so Lady Dyla, you may wager anything you desire in return. Whatever you choose to put forward, it will not matter to me, because I fully intend to lose the duel on purpose. Once that happens, our house will have no choice but to hand Derek over. Sincerely, Denise of House Veltis." With that letter, Denise's true intention became unmistakably clear. She had already made up her mind to deliberately lose the duel, using the match as a formal excuse to send Derek away to House Dublin. Every part of the plan had been carefully arranged, and Denise was certain that once Dyla read those words to the end, rejecting the proposal would be nearly impossible. Outside, heavy rain poured down from the darkened sky, draping the world in a cold, quiet gloom. At the residence of House Dublin, the family head waited in a composed silence. When his eldest son stood before him, he looked in his direction and asked calmly, "So, how was the White Zone?" The eldest son lowered himself respectfully before answering, "It seems the subjugation will still require more time. However, we did not return empty-handed." At that, the head of House Dublin's eyes sharpened with interest. "Results, you say?" A faint approval entered his voice as he continued, "How commendable! Then tell me, what kind of results did you manage to bring back?" The second son then stepped forward to report. "While we were subjugating one of the labyrinths in the White Zone, I discovered a magic weapon." Hearing this, the head of House Dublin nodded slowly, as though the discovery made sense. "Mythic came from a labyrinth in the White Zone. If it was found there, then it must be an item of considerable quality. I will need to examine it myself." But before he could settle the matter, the eldest young master quickly spoke up again. "There is one thing you should know about it. It was a large staff," he explained, choosing his words carefully. "Most likely, it was an item meant to be used for necromancy magic." The moment that word was spoken, the head of the house fell into complete silence. His calm expression slowly changed as he absorbed what he had just heard. After a short, heavy pause, he repeated the word in a low voice. "Necromancy." And before anyone could continue the discussion, morning arrived. Denise was still buried in sleep, but even in her dreams, there was no peace for her. She looked as if she had been dragged into yet another merciless training session, her whole body worn down by exhaustion. In that dream, Denise desperately tried to protest. Her voice strained as she insisted she had already been pushed far past her limit. "I've already reached my limit. I can't do any more than this." All at once, Denise jolted upright in bed, her eyes snapping open in pure panic as she shouted, "I told you to stop, you crazy bastard." For a moment, she stayed frozen in place, breathing hard while her heart pounded against her chest. Only after a few seconds did she realize she was not in the middle of training at all. Still dazed, she looked around her room in confusion and muttered, "What was that? Why did a dream about training feel so unbelievably real?" Denise could not shake the feeling even as she got out of bed. Soon after, she stepped out of her room and immediately called, "Bella, why didn't you wake me?" Denise asked, still bothered by how late it felt. Bella looked at her with a gentle smile and answered calmly. You're awake now. I thought you must have been tired, so I let you sleep a little longer. The moment those words reached Denise, her expression shifted. With worry quickly spreading across her face, Denise asked, Bella, if that devil Derek torments me even more because I overslept? Before she could even finish the thought, Bella kept smiling and reassured her. You don't need to worry about that. Derek requested urgent leave because the mercenary corps commander was injured. I hope it is nothing too serious. The instant Denise heard that Derek was away, she turned on her heel and began heading straight back toward her room. Seeing Denise retreat so quickly, Bella hurriedly called after her. Where are you going? You still need to eat breakfast. But Denise did not even slow down. As she stepped back inside, she answered, No, I'm skipping breakfast today. The moment Denise entered her room, she shut the door firmly behind her. And as soon as the door closed, the excitement she had been holding back burst through her entire body. She bounced around the room in complete joy, screaming at the top of her lungs inside her own mind. I'm free. I'm finally free. Even if it only lasts for one day, I am a free woman. Denise stretched her arms out happily, savoring a kind of relief she had not felt in what seemed like forever. It had been so long since she had experienced this cozy sense of freedom. The cool air, the quiet room, the peaceful morning. Everything felt absolutely perfect in that brief moment. With Derek nowhere nearby to drag her into another brutal round of training, Denise felt as though she had just escaped from prison. For the first time in ages, she could spend an entire day peacefully doing whatever she wanted. After closing the door and soaking in that rare stillness around her, Denise began wondering how she should use this precious free time. The question immediately floated through her mind. What should I do first? Should I read a novel? She thought. All the books she had not touched yet were still piled up in the study. But almost as quickly, she shook off the idea. No, reading right after waking up would be too hard to focus on. She usually enjoyed novels at night. Then, after thinking a little longer, another idea suddenly came to her. Then maybe I should write a novel instead. As that thought took shape in Denise's mind, the day moved elsewhere, toward the Ebelstein commercial district, and more specifically, to a place known as Belden's Tier. Inside Belden's Tier, Derek appeared, walking into the establishment with his usual calm, unreadable expression. His steps were steady as he entered, as if nothing around him could easily disturb his composure. There, Jaden was already seated inside, one of his arms wrapped in heavy bandages. At a glance, it was painfully clear that the injury was severe, and that he had lost a hand. The wound was far beyond the kind of injury a person could brush off as ordinary. When Jaden noticed Derek arriving, he lifted his gaze and greeted him with a faint, weary smile. Hey there. It's been a while, Derek. Polini, who was also present, turned toward Derek the moment he came in. Polini quietly called Derek's name in greeting, while Jaden lowered his eyes to his bandaged arm and let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Even during the Dawn War, I never suffered wounds like this, Jaden said, his voice carrying a dry humor that could not fully hide the weight behind it. Looks like I've really gotten old. Derek walked over and sat down with the two of them before answering. What are you talking about? Derek said, his expression turning serious. No matter how dangerous the labyrinths in the White Zone are, they still shouldn't be enough to bring down someone like you, old man. Jaden gave a slow nod, accepting Derek's point without argument. Then his tone grew heavier. You're right about that. I never imagined I would run into a sandworm. At the mention of that creature, Derek's face sharpened with concern. A sandworm? He asked. Jaden looked at him steadily, then slowly began to explain what had happened. Back during the Dawn War, I had already seen more sandworms than I ever cared to remember. But even with all that experience, having one burst into the situation without warning still hit me like a complete ambush. For a moment, even I couldn't react fast enough. Even so, I lost one arm and still managed to carve open that bastard's neck. Didn't I? When you think about it, that's not such a bad trade. But before he could keep brushing it off with that careless grin, Polini's patience snapped, and she immediately raised her voice at him. Seriously? At a time like this, you're still making jokes? Her voice carried both anger and worry, as if she couldn't believe he was treating his own injury so lightly. Jaden only smiled at her reaction, looking strangely calm despite the tension in the room. Then, without letting the mood linger too long, he continued speaking and said that recently, ever since Duplin began sticking his nose into the White Zone, other noble houses had started sending in exploration requests as well. Maybe they were all hoping to uncover something valuable there, something worth the risk and effort. Derek stayed quiet, taking in every word without cutting him off. Then, after a short pause settled between them, the easy look on Jaden's face faded, and his expression turned far more serious than it had been a moment before. He fixed his eyes directly on Derek, his gaze steady and heavy, and warned him in a low, firm voice never to set foot in the white zone unless he was moving with a properly organized army behind him. Going there recklessly would only end with a miserable, meaningless death. And I can't bear the thought of watching you die like that, Derek. With those words still hanging in the air, the focus shifted away from them and returned to Denise. Denise was in her own room, seated comfortably as the quiet atmosphere wrapped around her, giving her a rare moment of calm. She had spent a long stretch of time buried in her novels and books, reading one page after another until she finally reached the end. Once she was done, she leaned back with a weary sigh, letting her shoulders relax as her eyes drifted around the silent room. Then, almost as if the question had slipped out on its own, she muttered, "What is it that I usually do?" For a moment, Denise simply sat there in silence, searching through her memories and trying to piece together what her normal days were actually supposed to look like. Then, almost without thinking, she lifted her hand and let a small stream of magic flow out from her fingertips. Watching it quietly, she murmured that lately, everything had been nothing but magic. The moment those words left her lips, the expression on Denise's face began to shift little by little. The relaxed smile she had been wearing slowly faded away, replaced by something more conflicted and difficult to read, as she realized just how much of her ordinary life had become wrapped around practicing magic, using magic, and thinking about magic. After leaving the room without making a sound, Denise quietly stepped outside and made her way into the peaceful courtyard, hoping to get a little distance from everything inside. But the instant she stopped in the courtyard, the calm on her face shattered. Long-buried memories suddenly flooded back, and familiar voices from her past echoed through her mind as if they had never disappeared. Again and again, those voices kept calling her name, refusing to let her escape. "Denise, you're the only hope our family has. Your brother can't carry this burden. Only you can restore our family's glory. You're a genius, Denise. The future of House Veltus rests entirely on your shoulders." Aceline managed to do it too. Every expectation piled on top of the next, and the relentless chorus only grew louder with each passing second. "Hurry, Denise. Stop hesitating." The crushing weight of those expectations became too much to bear. Tears rolled uncontrollably down her cheeks as she cried out in desperation, "I don't want to do this. Can't I just choose not to do it? I'm scared." Instead of comforting her, everyone around her only raised their voices even higher. They questioned her hesitation, urged her to move faster, and demanded that she keep going. Their overlapping voices crashed into her from every direction, leaving her no chance to catch her breath or gather herself. Then, all at once, Denise snapped back to reality. She gasped for air, her chest rising and falling rapidly while her trembling body struggled to regain its composure. Staring ahead with weary, lifeless eyes, she quietly muttered to herself, "Magic! Why is everyone so obsessed with it? It's not like I don't know how to use it." Without wasting another moment, Denise began chanting under her breath and activated her spell. In an instant, she cast the 2-star search spell known as Surveillance, allowing her magic to spread throughout the area. Countless strands of mana stretched outward in every direction, weaving together into an enormous web that blanketed the entire training ground like the threads of a giant spider. The glowing network of magical threads shimmered beautifully in the air, creating a breathtaking sight while showcasing just how remarkable the spell truly was. As the magical web continued expanding farther and farther, Denise tried to steady her own nerves. "Can do this. If I focus, I can handle it. It's only a 2-star spell. This shouldn't be difficult." Just then, a calm voice suddenly came from directly behind her. "The mana formula around the outer edge is distorted. That's creating blind spots in your surveillance." Startled by the unexpected interruption, Denise immediately spun around in shock. "Derek, when did you get here?" she blurted out in disbelief. Derek, however, showed no surprise at all, standing there as calmly as ever. Keeping his voice perfectly steady, he simply replied, "Stay focused. Otherwise, you're only wasting your mana." Denise's eyes grew even wider. "Wait. He's standing inside the range of my spell. How did he get this close without my surveillance detecting him at all?" She wondered in complete disbelief. Without offering any unnecessary explanation, Derek calmly surveyed the countless thin mana threads stretched across the training ground, carefully observing the structure of her spell. Then, without even a hint of hesitation, he reached out, lightly grasped one of the glowing magical threads, and gave it a gentle pull before saying, "On the battlefield, search mages are constantly competing against one another. War is ultimately a battle of information. Victory often belongs to the side with the superior search mage. So let's begin your training. Learn how to protect your surveillance from outside interference. Once you master that, No one will ever underestimate your magic again. Rather than encouraging her, Derek's words only fueled Denise's frustration even further. She fixed Derek with a sharp glare, anger burning in her eyes while her competitive spirit flared to life. So, you want to challenge me? Fine. I'll make sure you regret underestimating me. In the very next moment, she unleashed every ounce of mana she could muster without holding anything back. An overwhelming surge of magical power erupted outward and flooded the entire area. I'm cutting him off no matter what, she told herself with unwavering determination. There's no reason to hold back anymore. This time, I'm giving it absolutely everything I've got. Even as that enormous wave of mana crashed toward him, Derek remained completely unmoved. Not even the overwhelming magical pressure surrounding him caused the slightest change in his expression. He stood there as calmly as if nothing at all were happening. The story then shifted to Dyla, who was occupied with a few matters of her own when a butler approached and respectfully bowed before speaking. I apologize for preparing such a modest residence, Lady Dyla. Hearing that, Dyla answered casually, It's perfectly fine. I only need a proper place to train anyway. So it's this way, right? She asked as she started walking again, but the butler hurriedly stopped her. Lady Dyla, please wait just a moment. A letter has arrived from the main house, so I brought it to you. It's from Lady Denise of House Veltus. The instant Denise's name reached her ears, Dyla's expression stiffened. She accepted the letter in silence, staring at it with obvious surprise as the shock became impossible to hide. Once she was alone, Dyla slowly unfolded the letter and carefully read every line written inside. There wasn't another person nearby as she quietly focused on Denise's message. Before long, her eyes opened wide in utter disbelief. By the time she reached the final sentence, she stood frozen in place, completely stunned. A duel? And she's asking me to lose on purpose? Her trap-setting skills are worse than a monkey's. Is she seriously expecting me to lower my guard with something this obvious? She wants to beat me, so I'll stop paying attention to Derek. Still wearing an expression filled with disbelief, Dyla casually folded the letter back up and tossed it behind her as though it wasn't even worth keeping. The moment the letter left her hand, a gigantic tree root suddenly burst violently out of the ground behind her. The massive root towered upward, thick and unbelievably sturdy, radiating an immense amount of power that made its overwhelming strength impossible to ignore. As Dyla calmly continued walking without even looking back, she thought to herself, Derek is wasting his time dealing with a snake like her. That's absurd. Someone like Derek is far better matched with Duplin. The story then returned to the Ebelstein Noble District, once again stopping near the familiar angel statue. Denise sat quietly beneath the statue, finally taking a chance to rest after everything that had happened the previous day. Derek's harsh training had completely drained her, leaving both her body and mind utterly exhausted. The fatigue written across her face made it obvious just how far Derek had pushed her beyond her limits. Sitting there in silence beneath the angel statue, Denise slowly drifted into her own thoughts. What was wrong with me yesterday? Why did I push myself so hard? In the end, I just collapsed like that. As she reflected on it, every moment of yesterday's training replayed vividly inside her mind. Just then, someone slowly approached her. It was Aceline. Wearing a warm and gentle smile, she softly called out, Lady Denise. Denise immediately looked up, her tired face brightening into a smile as she greeted her back. Lady Aceline. Aceline then sat down beside her and spoke with a sincere, apologetic expression. I heard Dyla treated you rudely the other day. As her older sister, I wanted to apologize on her behalf. I'm truly sorry, Lady Denise. Denise simply smiled and lightly waved her hand, showing there was no need to worry. Please don't apologize. We actually had a good conversation despite everything. Aceline still couldn't let the matter go. With an apologetic expression, she lowered her voice and continued. Dyla can be a little headstrong and impulsive sometimes, but she's truly a kind child deep down. Please, if you can, forgive her. Hearing such a sincere apology, Denise smiled gently once again and reassuringly replied, I already told you, nothing really happened, so there's no need to worry. Even as she comforted Aceline, though, she couldn't help laughing to herself on the inside. Forgive Dyla? In Denise's mind, the thought was almost ridiculous. If anything, Dyla had become her little savior, her adorable little angel. After a brief silence settled between them, Eileen's expression slowly grew more serious. She lifted her eyes toward Denise and spoke again. To be honest, I'm worried Dyla may not adjust well if she joins the Roja Salon like this. I'm not sure she'll be able to fit in. After pausing for a moment, Aceline added carefully, Would you be willing to do me a favor? Denise blinked in surprise, completely caught off guard by the unexpected request. Her curiosity immediately took over. She found herself wondering what kind of favor Aceline could possibly be about to ask, and she waited quietly for the answer. The story then shifted to Dyla, who was busily directing the servants all around the mansion. As she slowly looked down one of the spacious hallways, she thoughtfully examined the empty walls before saying, "This corridor feels a little too bare. I should have my paintings brought over from the main house and hang them here." After looking around at everything that had been moved, Dyla let out a small sigh and asked hopefully, "I think we're finally done moving everything. Can I go train now?" One of the servants respectfully bowed before answering, "I'm afraid not, my lady. Your guests will be arriving very soon." Before Dyla could respond, the butler calmly stepped forward and continued reviewing her schedule. "You'll be meeting representatives from the Runful Trading Company at lunch, and this afternoon you'll receive visitors from the Magic Society." Before the list could grow any longer, Dyla sighed in frustration and immediately cut him off. "Can't you just handle them yourselves and send them away?" she complained. Just then, another servant suddenly remembered an important appointment and quickly added, And before lunch, someone from House Veltis will also be visiting." The instant Dyla heard the name Veltis, her expression changed completely. Her brows furrowed in irritation as she immediately blurted out, "Veltis? Why are they coming here? Tell them I don't want to meet anyone from that house." Even so, the butler remained perfectly composed before calmly adding, "It's Sir Derek from House Veltis. Shall I send him away?" The moment Derek's name left the butler's mouth, Dyla's entire attitude flipped in an instant. She spun around with wide eyes and shouted in complete disbelief, "Wait, why are you only telling me that now?" Without wasting another heartbeat, she hurriedly ordered, "Bring every bit of makeup, and everything else, to my room immediately. Don't waste even a second." The moment she finished speaking, Dyla took off at full speed, disappearing down the hallway. The story then briefly shifted over to Derek. Outside the mansion, Derek stood quietly with his usual calm demeanor. He patiently waited without the slightest hint of impatience, remaining perfectly composed as he awaited permission to enter. The focus returned to Dyla, who was racing through the mansion with an enormous smile she couldn't suppress. Every step reflected just how excited she was. Simply knowing she would finally get to see Derek again filled her with so much happiness that she practically flew through the hallways. In her overwhelming excitement, she ran far too fast to watch her footing. Before she realized it, she lost her balance and tumbled hard onto the floor. Even that unexpected fall couldn't slow her down. She immediately sprang back onto her feet without giving it a second thought and continued sprinting as fast as she possibly could, determined to reach Derek as soon as she could. A short while later, Derek was escorted inside the mansion. As they walked through the halls, the butler calmly looked toward him and asked, "You've come to persuade Lady Dyla, haven't you?" Derek politely nodded before answering without hesitation, "Yes, I heard that the Roja Salon would like Lady Dyla to become one of its members." He continued, "Lady Aceline asked Lady Denise for assistance, and Lady Denise sent me here in hopes that I might be able to convince Lady Dyla." Hearing that explanation, the butler quietly sighed before replying, "I'm afraid. Even you may not succeed." Even after Lady Aceline personally tried to persuade her, Lady Dyla never gave a definite answer. She simply kept saying she'd think about it and avoided making a decision. After listening carefully, Derek smiled with quiet confidence before saying, "Even so, I should at least give it a try." With that, the butler led him toward Dyla's room. Meanwhile, inside her room, Dyla sat all alone, looking unusually tense. Her nervousness was written all over her face as she waited. Her thoughts were a complete mess, and she couldn't figure out what she was supposed to do once Derek arrived. She remained frozen in anxious silence until a familiar voice suddenly called out from beyond the door, "Lady Dyla, it's Derek." The instant she heard his voice, she became even more flustered than before, and her heart immediately began racing. After hesitating for just a brief moment, she quickly answered, "Come in." But the instant the words left her lips, she immediately regretted how awkward she had sounded and silently scolded herself. "Why did I make such a weird sound?" she complained inwardly. A moment later, Derek stepped into the room with his usual calm and respectful manner. After politely bowing to her, Derek smiled gently and asked, "Have you been well, Lady Dyla?" The moment Dyla laid eyes on him, every trace of nervousness disappeared. A bright, genuine smile naturally spread across her face, replacing the anxious expression she had been wearing only moments earlier. The two of them soon sat down together. Derek looked at her for a brief moment before smiling warmly and saying, "It looks like you've grown quite a bit taller since the last time we met." Feeling embarrassed by the compliment, Dyla shyly turned her gaze away and quietly answered, "Well, I suppose I've grown a little." Still wearing that gentle smile, Derek sincerely added another compliment. "You've become even more beautiful as well." Those simple words instantly made Dyla's entire face glow with happiness. She couldn't hide her emotions even if she wanted to. Every bit of joy she felt was written plainly across her smiling face. Her completely honest and adorable reaction even caught Derek slightly off guard. For a brief moment, he found himself trying to hide his own embarrassment. Dyla let out a shy, awkward smile before playfully teasing him. You've certainly gotten good at saying flattering things. So you've become quite the socialite now, haven't you? Derek simply shook his head with a calm smile and answered, No, I was only telling you the truth. Hearing that only made Dyla even happier. She tried her best to stay composed, but the excitement shining across her face was impossible to hide. After allowing the pleasant atmosphere to settle for a moment, Derek finally revealed the true reason he had come to visit her. Looking directly at Dyla with a serious expression, he quietly said, Lady Dyla, the reason I came here today is because I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. Would you consider joining the Roja Salon? The cheerful smile on Dyla's face gradually faded into puzzled confusion. Looking at him, she couldn't help asking, Why are you talking about that too? With endless patience, Derek explained, Lady Dyla, your debutante is approaching, isn't it? Joining a salon would be a great benefit for you, both for the debut itself and for everything you'll do afterward. Dyla kept her eyes fixed on him before quietly asking, But what does any of that have to do with you? Without the slightest hesitation, Derek answered with complete honesty. Because I want you to step into a much wider world, my lady. After all, you're my very first student, and someone truly precious to me. The instant those heartfelt words reached her ears, Dyla's eyes widened in surprise before her face blossomed into the brightest smile yet. His sincere feelings reached her heart completely, filling her with overwhelming happiness she couldn't contain. Not long afterward, the focus shifted to the three young ladies representing the three great houses, all of whom were quietly watching how everything unfolded. With obvious curiosity, they watched closely as Dyla's decision was finally announced before everyone. The announcement revealed that Dyla had officially submitted her application to join the Roja Salon. One of the young ladies stared at Dyla in complete surprise before blurting out in disbelief, What happened to her? Why does she suddenly want to join the Roja Salon? At the same time, Aceline stayed quietly in the background, watching every single moment unfold without interrupting. As she observed Dyla's behavior, a helpless thought crossed her mind. She really never listens to anything I tell her. Not far away, Denise was also silently following the exchange, carefully taking in everything that was happening before her eyes. Yet unlike Aceline, the thoughts filling Denise's mind were completely different. No matter how hard she tried, she simply couldn't make sense of what she had just witnessed, and confusion continued to grow inside her. That troublesome girl actually listened so easily. Denise couldn't understand it at all. Just who exactly is Derek? Why did people keep acting differently whenever he was involved? The longer she thought about it, the more bewildered she became, because one person after another seemed to change the moment Derek entered the picture. Before long, the meeting officially came to an end. One after another, everyone rose from their seats and gradually left the hall. Friendly farewells echoed throughout the room as people smiled warmly at each other, exchanging promises to meet again at the next gathering before heading their separate ways. Denise was preparing to leave as well when a voice suddenly called out from behind her. Excuse me. Hearing someone address her, she immediately stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around to see who it was. Standing behind her was Dyla. Denise looked at the young girl with quiet curiosity, expecting her to bring up something entirely different. She waited patiently, wondering what Dyla wanted to say. Instead, Dyla didn't hesitate for even a second. Looking Denise straight in the eyes with unwavering determination, she spoke without the slightest trace of fear. Let's have a duel next week. The sudden challenge caught Denise completely off guard, and surprise was plainly written across her face. Before Denise even had the chance to answer, Dyla continued speaking as though she had already prepared everything she wanted to say. You said you'd put Derek on the line. But if Grand Duke Veltus isn't convinced, then the duel itself won't happen, right? In that case, I should offer something valuable enough to convince the Grand Duke as well. There's a painting called Landscape of the Chorus Granary. It's kept in your family's mansion, isn't it? That's right. If I lose, I'll buy that painting from you at a generous price. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation in Dyla's voice as she made the offer. Her tone remained calm, yet every word carried unmistakable determination. It was obvious that Dyla was completely serious about challenging Denise. Hearing such an unexpected proposal from someone like her left Denise genuinely stunned. For several long moments, Denise said absolutely nothing. She simply stared at Dyla, unable to believe that the timid, hesitant girl she had always known was now standing before her with such confidence and resolve. Without adding another word, Denise quietly turned away and stepped into her waiting carriage. Moments later, the carriage slowly rolled away from the estate, leaving the gathering behind. As they traveled home, her personal maid Bella looked at Denise with a puzzled expression. A granary painting? Do we really have something like that in the mansion? Denise answered calmly without much thought. Yes, it's somewhere. Bella smiled softly before asking another question. Are you happy? The duel is finally going to happen. Now you'll finally be free from Mr. Derek. Denise fell silent for a brief moment before quietly giving her answer. Yeah, I guess I am. Even though those words left her lips, the expression on her face told a completely different story. Her emotions were far more complicated than her simple reply suggested. Later that night, Denise met privately with the Duke. After listening carefully as she explained everything that had happened during the meeting, he finally spoke. So she offered landscape of the chorus granary as the wager? Denise gave a simple nod. Yes. The Duke nodded in satisfaction before continuing. If she's willing to put up something of that value, then it's certainly worth allowing a duel with Derek at stake. It's an excellent bargain. Not everything has to be accomplished through magic alone. If you can fulfill your duty to this family in a different way, then as your father, I will be satisfied with that, Denise. Denise quietly listened to every word without interrupting even once. She offered no reply at all. After standing there in silence for a while, she simply turned around and left the room. Without speaking to anyone, Denise walked alone into the peaceful garden beneath the quiet night sky. After finding a secluded place where no one would disturb her, she slowly began practicing her magic. She focused on her tracking magic, carefully extending her senses while observing even the smallest movements in her surroundings, refusing to overlook a single detail. Her eyes settled on a lone blade of grass as she quietly whispered to herself, studying its subtle movements as part of her spell. Then, after a brief pause, she suddenly spoke as though addressing someone hidden beyond her sight. You're always watching me from over there, aren't you? The instant those words left her mouth, countless strands of magical energy burst outward in every direction. With astonishing precision, Denise guided each thread through the darkness, attempting to uncover the presence of whoever had been secretly hiding nearby. Just then, a familiar voice gently broke the silence of the night. You seem to be enjoying your magic, Denise. Denise immediately turned toward the voice. Standing there before her, exactly as she suspected, was Derek. For a brief moment, neither of them said a single word. They simply stood facing one another beneath the night sky, quietly meeting each other's gaze as silence settled between them. As the stillness of the night stretched on, the atmosphere between Derek and Denise gradually became heavier, and the quiet air around them filled with unmistakable tension.